Chapter 1. The Initial Fusion of Souls. Poor Gohan, my dear Gohan. Wah. Mother will never allow you to suffer again. Who has done this to you? Wah. My Gohan. In the murky darkness, the heart-wrenching cries stirred an undeniable emotion within. Mother, is it you? Where am I? Oh, right. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, they're all Saiyans. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Uncle Piccolo, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't. It hurts. At that moment, within a spacecraft, a 5-year-old boy with black hair suddenly let out a piercing scream of agony as a torrent of unknown memories surged into his mind, a pain so excruciating it felt as if it would tear him apart. Gohan. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. A graceful and dignified woman instantly panicked, gently placing Son Gohan down, tears streaming down her face. A bald elder with sunglasses and a beard changed his demeanor, sensing something was amiss with Gohan. This is bad, Bulma. We need to hurry. I understand. Bulma, the woman addressed, hastily accelerated the spacecraft toward West City. Gohan, I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, a man named Goku lay on a stretcher, his voice hoarse as if he had exhausted all his strength. Watching his 5-year-old child in such torment filled him with profound distress and worry. Kaio-sama, sometimes I truly despise my own helplessness, the elder murmured to a white cat beside him, clenching his fists in frustration. Every soul aboard the spacecraft was shrouded in gloom, devoid of hope and filled with despair. Bulma, with her long blue hair and reddened eyes, bore a heart-wrenching visage that evoked sympathy. Bulma reminisced about her first encounter with Goku on the island of Bowsy, their adventure in search of the Dragon Balls, their subsequent meeting with Yamcha, and the eventual friendship with Krillin. Goku had single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, and during the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had faced Tien and Kaiatsu. After the chaos caused by the Demon King Piccolo, peace was disrupted a year ago with the arrival of the Saiyans. Goku's Saiyan brother, Raditz, shattered everything, leading to their mutual demise. Now, a year later, a more formidable Saiyan, Vegeta, along with Nappa, was making their move. In the battles against the Saiyans, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and the newly reborn Piccolo, no longer shrouded in darkness, sacrificed themselves. Goku was severely injured, and both Krillin and Gohan suffered grave wounds. In a dark recess of his soul, Gohan curled up, clutching his head as a primal roar erupted from within him. His body swelled, transforming into a colossal ape with black fur, unleashing a raw, savage howl, brimming with brutality and madness, as if he sought to obliterate everything. This was the primal instinct of destruction inherent in the Saiyans. In the realm of reality, Gohan sensed his pain dissipating, the tidal wave of memories settling within him. Though he appeared to remain in a stupor, the consciousness of his true self was awakening. Yet, the fatigue and limits of his body hindered him from fully rousing, akin to a person experiencing sleep paralysis, conscious yet immobilized. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, what does this all mean? At 5 years old, Gohan struggled to comprehend the significance of these memories. Yet the imagery from Dragon Ball Z was unmistakably familiar, tales he had personally lived through. How fascinating! Is Dragon Ball a story centered around my father? From meeting Aunt Bulma to now, Gohan could only grasp that the memories of this traveler aligned perfectly with the beginnings of Dragon Ball Z and his own experiences up to this point. Could it be that these memories foretell our future? Despite his tender age, Gohan was not foolish. He understood the implications of these recollections, including Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and the even more mysterious and powerful beings that would emerge in Dragon Ball Super, such as the Angels, Destroyers, and the Omni King, culminating in the Tournament of Power. If this is true, the future harbors many more formidable foes for the Saiyans. My father is so incredible. The innocent Gohan held deep admiration for his father, Goku, but as he contemplated his future self, the smile on his face gradually faded. He had achieved his dream of becoming a scholar, yet the thought of his father, who was always battling, weighed heavily on his heart. In the memories of this traveler, there was also a future adversary named Moro. Is that my future self? Father, mother, Uncle Piccolo, the 5-year-old Gohan, was engulfed in turmoil and confusion, recalling the traveler's memories, wherein his future self had abandoned the path of the martial artist to indulge in peace, fully dedicating himself to scholarly pursuits. No, why must I choose between being a scholar and a martial artist? He yearned to be a great scholar, yet he also did not want his beloved father, Goku, to suffer so. At just 5 years old, Gohan's thoughts were simple. He aspired to be a scholar, yet he realized that being a scholar and a martial artist were not mutually exclusive. With this realization, Gohan's consciousness returned to reality, and he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, prepared by Bulma, who had contacted them in advance. Goku was unable to move, gravely injured. "Gohan, you're awake. Thank goodness. Mother is here. Don't be afraid. It's all right now, my poor Gohan." His mother, Shishi, embraced Gohan tightly. The sight of Gohan in such distress had terrified everyone. Goku, lying nearby, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his child awake and unharmed. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you," Gohan replied with a smile, his cherubic face resembling Shishi's. Krillin, now clad in a hospital gown, was present alongside Bulma, Goku, and Master Roshi. He had refrained from speaking earlier due to Gohan's circumstances. "Actually, there might still be hope," Krillin ventured cautiously. "Bulma, Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi, it's possible that those who were killed by the Saiyans could have a chance at resurrection." "What?" Bulma and the others turned to Krillin in unison, while Gohan's expression remained largely unchanged. Though Goku's condition had slightly improved, his voice still bore a hoarse quality as he asked, "Krillin, you told me something similar before." "What do you mean?" Krillin hesitated before explaining. "The possibility is slim, perhaps even absurd, but those Saiyans might know about the Dragon Balls on Earth, likely having heard about them from Raditz's communicator. They know that the Dragon Balls can grant wishes, and when they encountered Piccolo, they referred to him as an Namekian." Gohan, leaning against the hospital bed, chimed in. "Exactly. They called Uncle Piccolo that." "Uncle Krillin, you're suggesting that there are also 7 Dragon Balls on Namek, right?" "I heard that too." With a serious expression, Krillin affirmed, "Yes, Gohan. If what those Saiyans said is true, we could travel to that planet called Namek and perhaps find the 7 Dragon Balls there. In that case, those who were killed by the Saiyans could be resurrected." P.S. Author's note: is it strange? Do all Saiyan offspring resemble their mothers? Raditz resembles Jine, while Gohan looks like Shishi. I feel like I've discovered some intriguing blind spots. Chapter 2. Gohan's Decision. Krillin's mention of Namek reignited hope in the despondent hearts of the group. Master Roshi exclaimed excitedly, "Yes. If Piccolo is revived, then the Grand Elder will also come back to life, and if the Grand Elder returns, the Dragon Balls will be restored. This is truly wonderful. Perhaps this plan could work." Just as the group erupted into cheers, Bulma spoke up, dousing their rekindled hope like a bucket of cold water. "Sai, I really envy you outsiders who understand nothing. How can we ever reach the cosmos? It's utterly disappointing. And Krillin, do you even know where this Namek is?" A Krillin and Master Roshi sighed in disappointment. "Wait, don't worry about that. Bulma, let me ask Lord Kai. Lord Kai, do you know where Namek is located?" Goku shut his eyes and communicated with North Kai, who had been monitoring the situation on Earth from King Kai's planet. The voice of the North Kai resonated in the ears of all present, responding, "Wukong, I am indeed familiar with Namek. After all, I am a distinguished figure known as the Kai." Son Gohan recalled the North Kai from the memories of the traveler in his mind, a figure who appeared somewhat comical, fond of rather unamusing jokes. "Let me think. According to your earthly terminology, the coordinates would be SU 83 in direction and 9045 XY. The North Kai disclosed the cosmic coordinates of Namek to everyone. Coordinates 9045 XY. Bulma felt rather bewildered as an inventor. She naturally possessed a clearer understanding of the matter than the layman, such as Son Wukong and Krillin. Krillin inquired, "Bulma, do you know where that is?" Bulma did not respond immediately, but calculated in her mind. At that moment, the North Kai investigated the situation on Namek, recalling that the planet had experienced significant climatic changes that led to a catastrophe. It was during that time that the deity piloted a spacecraft from Namek to Earth. The North Kai discovered that there were currently fewer than 100 inhabitants on Namek, but the population was steadily increasing. The Namekians, like the deities, were a remarkably gentle race. Meanwhile, Piccolo was born from the evil influence of Earthlings on the deity, thus, he and the deity were one and the same. Therefore, upon Piccolo's demise, the deity also perished. Are you joking? According to my calculations, even with the most advanced engine my father invented, it would take 4,339 years and over 3 months to reach Namek. Bulma's words left Krillin and Master Roshi speechless. Son Gohan softly remarked, "Aunt Bulma, it seems we can utilize the spacecraft left by Vegeta and the other Saiyans, or perhaps the deity arrived on Earth using a spaceship as well. Indeed, Gohan, you are quite clever. This is fantastic. We have hope." "Ha ha, this is wonderful." Gohan's words brought an uncontainable smile to Bulma's face, and the other individuals in the hospital room displayed expressions of joy and delight. The sorrow and pain brought by the Saiyans began to dissipate, however. Only Son Gohan, through the memories of the traveler, understood how terrifying the upcoming events on Namek would truly be. Let us set forth to Namek. Bulma hurried away to attend to matters concerning the Scion spacecraft, while Shishi, seated by the bedside, began to unwrap a package, urging Son Gohan to catch up on his academic progress during this time. Son Gohan felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. The knowledge contained within the books was exceedingly lucid. What he had previously perceived as somewhat convoluted and complex now seemed effortlessly comprehensible. Whenever he desired to, the knowledge he diligently absorbed would remain etched in his memory. Although it was not photographic memory, it was nonetheless remarkably close. Could this be due to my fusion with the traveler? Son Gohan pondered silently. In that clash of souls, he ultimately vanquished the traveler's spirit and absorbed everything from him. As for why it was not merely due to the traveler's memories, Son Gohan found that his recollection contained little knowledge pertaining to textbooks, feeling that there was not much distinction from his present self. The names of eternal bystanders, such as Kat K, Tokisaki Kurumi, and the paper Angel Kazan, along with the forever elusive Shinobu Kocho, were concepts that the 5-year-old Son Gohan did not fully grasp. He could not comprehend why the traveler was so captivated by these characters and held such affection for them. Perhaps I will understand these things when I grow up. Son Gohan mused internally. He was also aware that he would one day be with a girl named Bidalai and would have a daughter. However, all of this seemed far too distant for the 5-year-old boy, who was still in a phase of innocence. Given the changes brought about by Son Gohan, who could say if the future would unfold along the original trajectory? Upon discovering his newfound talent, Son Gohan's playful spirit ignited, and he flipped through the pages with increasing speed. As long as he wished to memorize something earnestly, it became remarkably easy to retain. Shishi suddenly noticed Son Gohan's rapidly increasing page-turning pace. Although she harbored some doubts about whether he was merely playing, she inquired outwardly, "Gohan, are you really reading all of this?" "Indeed, mother. After my training with Uncle Piccolo, I now find reading easier than before. You can quiz me later." Gohan's words made Shishi skeptical. As a martial artist herself, she had advanced to the top 8 in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament through her own abilities. It was during that tournament that she and Son Wukong fell in love, and after their marriage, she devoted herself to domestic life. While she may not possess the same prowess as Son Wukong or Tenshinhan, she was certainly no weak woman. Bang! Closing the book, Son Gohan's youthful face radiated determination as he earnestly declared, "Mother, I want to go to Namek too." Beside them, Son Wukong, swathed like a mummy, exhibited a hint of seriousness, while Krillin, the Ox King, and others directed their gazes towards Son Gohan, who lay upon the hospital bed. Bulma, having inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism of the Scion spaceship, was soon joined by Bobo, who resided in the Heavenly Temple, bringing Bulma along to search for the spaceship that the Supreme Kai had once brought to Earth. Currently, it was being modified in his home. Hence Bulma was not present at the moment present. The situation dictated that Son Gohan and Krillin would require 3 days of hospitalization to recover, whereas Son Wukong would need 3 months. Fortunately, the magical beans from Corinne would ripen in a month, allowing Son Wukong to be discharged by then. Despite knowing the forthcoming events on Namek, Son Gohan felt no fear or hesitation. He yearned to exert his utmost efforts and accomplish something significant. Chapter 3. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with you, Gohan. Please, do not jest about such matters. Anyone can undertake such actions. There's no need for you to involve yourself. Chi-Chi responded with a hint of panic, hoping that Son Gohan's words were merely casual banter. I am not joking. I am earnest that I wish to assist Uncle Piccolo and the others in their resurrection. I also want to share the burden with you, Father, and you, Mother, Son Gohan retorted. Son Wukong's face broke into a smile of approval. Well said, Gohan. Little did Son Wukong realize the harrowing adventure that awaited them on Namek. He shared a similar mindset with Bulma and Krillin, viewing it merely as a cosmic excursion, while the dangers on Namek were known only to Gohan. From a young age, Son Gohan had displayed remarkable potential, and Son Wukong desired to train alongside him. However, Chi-Chi forbade it, and given Gohan's aspirations to become a scholar, Son Wukong, despite being a father, refrained from imposing any obligations on his son regarding training. Master Roshi gently nudged Krillin and whispered, "Let's step outside for a moment." Krillin nodded in agreement and followed Master Roshi out. As they opened the door, they found Bulma and Bobo standing at the entrance. Having just overheard Chi-Chi's exclamations, thus refraining from entering, Krillin cautiously closed the door behind them, leaving Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Gohan to converse privately. What on earth are you two thinking? Gohan's health has yet to improve. He is merely a 5-year-old child. Piccolo's demise has nothing to do with you. Chi-Chi's voice rose in agitation. Stop being so tedious. Gohan shouts startled Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and the others outside. Gohan, my Gohan actually shouted at me. Chi-Chi gazed at her son in astonishment, her expression slightly pained. She could scarcely believe that Gohan had just raised his voice at her. It was her first encounter with such a side of him. Gritting his teeth and lowering his head slightly, Gohan replied, "Mother, I apologize, but this is not the time for such discussions. Everyone has perished fighting for Earth. I will not abandon my studies, but I equally refuse to neglect my training. I wish to fight, just like Father, to protect you all. The Saiyan named Vegeta has escaped. His goal is the Dragon Balls. It is possible that we may encounter him during this journey to Namek. Mother, I am no longer the same little boy who merely cried." He implored for her understanding. Chi-Chi slumped wearily into a chair. Gohan's words filled her with both joy and sorrow. She was delighted that Gohan had matured, yet saddened that such maturity should not manifest in child of 5. She hoped for Gohan to grow up safely, not to engage in battles against ruthless foes with his small arms and legs. Go, Gohan. Your mother can no longer protect you. I can only choose to support you now. But you must promise to return safely, all right? Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she gazed at her son. I will. I promise we will all return. Upon hearing his mother's consent, Gohan's face lit up with joy. By the way, Father, when we were fishing near Mount Pozu, you mentioned a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber that the Supreme Kai resides in. Where you trained for a month. Did I really say that? Son Wukong looked bewildered, struggling to recall. Yes, you certainly did. You said that time flows differently there, with the climate being unpredictable and the temperature varying greatly between day and night. I want more time to train. I know I have many shortcomings. Father, please, Gohan pleaded earnestly. Son Wukong had only trained for a month in the hyperbolic time chamber due to its harsh conditions and his insufficient strength. The thought of training for a year or two there was unfathomable, as his power would have far exceeded what it was now. Gohan, I apologize, but in my current condition, I cannot accompany you in your training. Son Wukong said with a forced smile to the door. Hearing that Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Gohan had reached an understanding, Bulma, Krillin, and others entered the room. A robust man, dark-skinned and muscular, walked in calmly, adorned with golden earrings, Bobo, who dwelled in the heavenly temple. Bobo remarked, Gohan, as you stated, the environment there is indeed harsh. Even Wukong could only endure for a month before succumbing to its challenges, as weak will and lack of focus can lead to hallucinations. Mr. Bobo, I understand, but I want to grow stronger. I am aware of my inadequacies in the battles against the Saiyans. Gohan slowly began to remove the bandages from his body. Master Roshi's sunglasses sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom as he kindly said, "In that case, allow this old man to accompany you to the hyperbolic time chamber." "What? Master Roshi, are you serious?" Son Wukong hesitated, taken aback. Master Roshi explained, "Mr. Bobo is here to assist Bulma in translating the Namekian language. Though my strength may be lacking, do not forget that I once taught you all." Son Wukong smiled and replied, "If that is the case, I leave it in your hands, Master Roshi." The group heading to Namek consisted of Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, with Son Wukong, set to recover after a month once the magical beans matured. Bulma needed 10 days to input the Namekian language into the translation device. Thus, she decided that 10 days later, they would gather at Kame House. After his recovery under Bobo's guidance, Gohan accompanied Master Roshi to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. After reminding Gohan and Master Roshi of several precautions, Bobo opened the door, allowing them to step into the chamber's interior. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a pristine white expanse stretched infinitely. Gohan and Master Roshi felt a sudden heaviness, as the internal gravity exceeded 10 times that of the outside world. Equipped with all necessary facilities at the entrance, Master Roshi's once frail and withered form now swelled with newfound vigor, having shed his shell. Gazing at the interior, he could not help but exclaim, "It's so heavy! This environment is even harsher than I imagined." Gohan nodded in agreement. Although he had only understood the hyperbolic time chamber through the memories of others, experiencing it firsthand was a revelation, and he recognized why his father, Son Wukong, could only endure for a month. "Gohan, you have trained with Piccolo, so much of what I need to teach you is unnecessary. However, the Kame School encompasses much more than this. Both Wukong and Krillin are on the verge of forgetting what they learned from me. Now, give it your all, Gohan." Master Roshi and Gohan donned their martial arts uniforms, adopting fighting stances. Gohan wore the orange Kame School GI, which had once belonged to Son Wukong, and for a moment, Master Roshi felt as if he were witnessing the past incarnation of Wukong. "All right, Master Roshi, be careful." "Hiya!" Gohan shouted as he tightened his fists and charged at Master Roshi. Chapter 4. What is True Strength? Whoosh! With a swift motion, Son Wukong Son Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, each attack deftly evaded by Master Roshi. After approximately an hour of intense training, Gohan found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The oppressive atmosphere of the hyperbolic time chamber weighed heavily on Master Roshi as well, causing him to glisten with perspiration. The two combatants decided to take a moment to rest. "What does strength mean to you, Gohan?" Master Roshi inquired, wiping his brow with a warm towel. "Strength?" In response to Master Roshi's question, Gohan's mind conjured images of Super Saiyan forms, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan 4. However, he knew he could not divulge such thoughts to Master Roshi. The memories of a time traveler lingered in his mind, filled with tales of deities such as the God of Destruction, angels, and the Omni King, entities of unimaginable power, far beyond reach. If Master Roshi were to discover the depths of Gohan's knowledge, the consequences could be unfathomable. Despite his youth, Gohan was not devoid of wisdom. Master Roshi. "Is it the power of Ki?" Gohan pondered for a moment, substituting the words he could grasp. Master Roshi gently shook his head, replying, "Indeed, the magnitude of one's strength requires a corresponding intensity of Ki. Merely honing the body without a matched spirit can lead to a backlash from that very power." "The spirit?" Gohan echoed, somewhat perplexed. He struggled to fully comprehend Master Roshi's words, but he recalled that throughout their sparring, he had not once touched Master Roshi. Despite his significant advantage in strength, perhaps this notion of spirit was indeed related to what Master Roshi spoke of, though he could not yet grasp its essence. Noticing Gohan's confusion, Master Roshi sighed. "Alas, the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber is not conducive for such discussions. Gohan, as you mentioned, there's a strong possibility we might encounter that fleeing Saiyan on Namek. What I am about to teach you are techniques and practical skills." "Understood. Master Roshi, please guide me," Gohan replied, clasping his hands together in a respectful bow. Outside, Bubbles had meticulously organized all the information regarding the Namekian language. Leaving the remaining tasks to Bulma, who was to input the Namekian dialect into the translation device. Meanwhile, they returned to the heavenly palace. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber startled Bubbles. They were out already. The chamber doors swung open, revealing Gohan carrying the unconscious Master Roshi on his back. They had trained inside for 13 days, not quite half a month. While Gohan could have continued, Master Roshi could endure no longer. The chamber's environment was exceedingly grueling. Master Roshi, we've emerged, Gohan exclaimed, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. The gravity inside the chamber was 10 times that of the outside world, coupled with a disorienting sensation of dimensional rift, leaving both Gohan and Master Roshi feeling somewhat ill at ease. Master Roshi dismounted from Gohan's back and remarked, "Indeed, I am still far too weak. I have fallen behind you all by a significant margin. Gohan, you possess an unimaginable potential. When Goku was your age, he did not compare to your prowess, if you dedicate yourself to your training. Your future achievements will surely exceed our wildest expectations. Master Roshi, I will not forget to train," Gohan vowed, recalling the memories of the time traveler. He would no longer allow his father, Goku, to bear the burden of protecting Earth alone. He spoke with utmost sincerity. That moment, Bubbles approached with an aura of calmness and tranquility. "Gohan, if you do not mind, I would like to guide you in your training over the next few days." "Really? Truly, Mr. Bubbles, I have heard of you from my father. Are you really willing to help me train?" Gohan asked, his youthful face brimming with anticipation, his small stature belying the remarkable strength he possessed. "Indeed, Gohan. Although my strength may be lacking, I can certainly accompany you in your training," Bubbles replied in an untroubled tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. "That is wonderful. By the way, Mr. Bubbles, I apologize, but could you please wait a moment? I need to take Master Roshi back. And then I have some matters to attend to at Bulma's house in West City. I need to find something from her father, Dr. Brief." Gohan sheepishly scratched his head, smiling as he spoke. Bubbles responded calmly, "No problem at all." Master Roshi, curious, asked, "Gohan, what is it that you seek?" Gohan turned back to glance at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, smiling as he explained, I just had a sudden thought. The gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber is 10 times that of Earth, and I can distinctly feel myself growing stronger. So I wondered, what if I could create a training room with 20 or 30 times the gravity? Wouldn't I become even more formidable? Upon hearing Gohan's idea, even Bubbles displayed a hint of surprise on his usually placid face that Gohan's reasoning was quite sound, and his perspective was entirely reasonable. "Gohan, you certainly have innovative ideas. However, while training is essential, one must also remember to balance hard work with rest." Master Roshi expressed concern for Gohan's well-being, fearing that excessive training might lead to hidden injuries. "Rest assured, Master Roshi, I will not forget your guidance." Gohan sighed with relief, feeling a twinge of guilt for having to deceive them. Luckily, neither Bubbles nor Master Roshi seemed to notice anything amiss. After all, he had not conceived the idea of a gravity room within the hyperbolic time chamber. What he lacked was time. Krillin and Bulma viewed this trip to Namek as an extraterrestrial exchange, completely oblivious to the lurking dangers, unaware that, aside from Vegeta, there was an even more terrifying foe, Frieza. After escorting Master Roshi back, Gohan proceeded to Bulma's home in West City, where he explained his request to Dr. Brief, asking him to install the gravity room onto the accompanying spaceship. Once everything was arranged, he returned to the Heavenly Palace to commence training with Bubbles. Bubbles imparted the training techniques that Goku had once experienced, teaching Gohan to be as silent as the sky in defense and swifter than lightning in offense. As time flowed steadily on, the day of their journey to Namek soon arrived. That on the eve of their departure, Gohan concluded his training and took the opportunity to gather with his mother Chi-Chi and father Goku, sharing stories from his training period to relieve his mind and body, ensuring he would be in peak condition to face the forthcoming challenges. Gohan had also gotten a haircut, no longer sporting the mushroom style. His black hair stood slightly upright, with a black fringe cascading down, resembling the hairstyle of the mysterious Gohan from the time Traveler's memories. As for the mushroom cut, he found it unappealing and decidedly rejected it. Chapter 5. Onward to Namek. At this moment, in Master Roshi's house, Bulma donned a specially prepared spacesuit and sported a chic short haircut. Exuding an air of competence, the spaceship resembled a white insect with distinctive protrusions, supported by four legs that appeared like sturdy supports. This vessel had been modified from the designs of the previous God-S spaceship. Krillin, filled with curiosity, looked up at the spaceship and asked, "Are we really going to travel in this to reach Namek?" With a hint of fatigue, Bulma yawned and replied, "Sai, I'm really exhausted. We could have finished this much earlier." But Gohan insisted on installing a gravity room that it wasn't completed until yesterday, which forced me to conduct a night-long test of the spaceship. Apologies, Bulma. Son Wukong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, lowered his head. At that moment, he donned a purple martial arts uniform, a gift from Piccolo. His belongings were quite minimal. Aside from a change of clothes and toiletries for the journey, he had not packed anything else. As for his studies, he kindly declined. Now, with Chi-Chi recognizing Son Wukong's maturity, she had eased up on her previous overprotectiveness, allowing him a bit more freedom. Furthermore, Chi-Chi was genuinely delighted to see Son Wukong becoming mindful of his hairstyle. Even though at just 5 years old, he did not fully grasp that he styled his hair in a way that he believed was impressive, inspired by memories from the future. Under the watchful eyes of Ox King, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and the turtle, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma entered the cabin. After fastening their seatbelts, the spaceship ignited, and in an instant, they soared beyond the atmosphere, swiftly escaping the solar system towards their destination. Once they exited Earth's atmosphere, the ship stabilized. Bulma set the coordinates for Namek and switched to autopilot before unbuckling her seatbelt. Filled with curiosity, Son Wukong approached the window and gazed at the vastness of the cosmic sky, now perceiving the solar system as remarkably insignificant. "Wukong," Master Roshi remarked, "you've been training with Mr. Popo all this time." Krillin joined Son Wukong's side. Despite being only 5, Wukong's height reached Krillin's shoulders, highlighting Krillin's own shortcomings in stature. Wukong nodded, smiling. "Indeed, Mr. Popo has guided my training. He is truly a mysterious individual, possessing vast knowledge. I can feel my strength has significantly improved." Suddenly, the restroom door swung open, revealing Bulma clad in a thin gray nightgown that exposed her midriff, paired with snug underwear, embodying a bold and carefree demeanor as she held a remote control device. "Wukong, do you remember the gravity room?" "Ah, I forgot, Aunt Bulma. What about the gravity room? Where is it?" Son Wukong eagerly inquired, having been momentarily distracted by the cosmic scenery. "Follow me, Wukong." Bulma led him and Krillin up a ladder, unlocking a transparent glass door at the top before ushering them inside. Krillin had also heard Master Roshi speak of the gravity room and the conditions within the room of spirit and time. At the center of the gravity room stood a gravity control device, equipped with an external remote to prevent any mishaps, allowing adjustment from outside. "Ugh, such a delicate lady, do not wish to remain in such a place." "I shall take my leave," Bulma declared upon noticing the eager anticipation of Wukong and Krillin, promptly exiting and closing the door, peering through the glass to observe the interior. Wukong approached the control panel, while Krillin, now clad in an orange martial arts uniform, remarked, "Wukong, Master Roshi spoke of the gravity room, but what is it truly like?" Uncle Krillin, wait a moment. Let me adjust it to 10 times the gravity." Son Wukong set the gravity to 10-fold, having long since acclimated during his training in the room of spirit and time. Krillin nearly collapsed under the pressure, while 10 times the gravity was not overwhelmingly challenging. It still required some time to adapt. "This is fantastic. The gravity room is incredible. Wukong, I never imagined you could think of such a brilliant invention," Krillin exclaimed, filled with excitement. This is all thanks to Aunt Bulma and Dr. Brief's assistance." Son Wukong waved cheerfully at Bulma outside the door. Bulma smiled and nodded, her gaze upon Wukong reminiscent of the youthful son Wukong from years past, evoking a sense of nostalgia for that time, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, when Son Wukong returned. Now grown and even more handsome, with a child of his own. What a mistake, Bulma thought as she returned below, gazing at the empty cabin, feeling a pang of disappointment and solitude to eye in the cosmos. A spherical spaceship descended upon a certain base, and within it, a figure clad in a blue combat suit appeared rather disheveled and in distress, sporting a tuft of upright black hair. It was Vegeta. An alien soldier, donned in a similar combat uniform, gasped in shock at Vegeta's pitiful state and hurriedly transported him to a medical pod. Kakarot! Vegeta seethed with hatred and resentment as he was submerged in healing liquid. As time passed, Vegeta emerged from the medical pod. His injuries from the battle on Earth now healed, he gazed at his hands, reflecting on the fruitful outcomes of his journey to Earth, having also learned a method to control his battle power. However, many things could not be mastered with mere observation. Vegeta! How utterly pathetic, a blue-skinned humanoid alien with spots sneered, unabashedly mocking Vegeta. I've heard you were thoroughly trounced this time. Raditz and Nappa are dead. Who possesses such formidable strength to vanquish a warrior race like the Saiyans? Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he brushed past the alien. Step aside, Kaiatsu. I have no time for your nonsense. Kaiatsu gripped Vegeta's shoulder tightly. A mocking grin plastered on his face. Listen, Vegeta. Lord Frieza is quite furious about your unauthorized excursion to Earth. Remove your filthy hands, Vegeta retorted, his voice colder than before. Kaiatsu felt a surge of anger rising within him and, with a forced smile, added, But Lord Frieza is magnanimous enough to forgive you because you discovered something of value. What? The Dragon Balls? Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, shaking off Kaiatsu's grasp. Thanks to you, Vegeta. Otherwise, how would Lord Frieza have learned about the Dragon Balls? This is all due to your fortunate discovery. Kaiatsu continued to taunt, relishing Vegeta's panic. Chapter 6. Arrival at Namek. What did you say, you scoundrel? Vegeta stormed out, snatching a scouter from an alien warrior as he passed, and boarding a spaceship. Now, Frieza was headed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta felt an overwhelming dread. If Frieza succeeded in obtaining the Dragon Balls and wished for immortality, he would forever be subservient to Frieza's commands. Curse it! The Dragon Balls belong to me. I will not allow you to succeed, Frieza! Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he piloted the ship towards Namek and the cosmos. A solitary spaceship drifted silently. Outside the gravity room, Krillin lay on his fixed bed, feeling somewhat despondent. Over 20 days had passed, and as training progressed, Son Wukong's potential and innate abilities began to manifest 100 times the gravity. Can Wukong, such a small child, truly handle this? Bulma expressed her concerns, glancing at the control panel displaying 100 times the gravity. For the past 20 days, aside from sleep and rest, Wukong had spent most of his time training within the gravity room. He'll be fine. Wukong possesses astonishing potential, far surpassing my own. After a period of despondency, Krillin quickly found solace. The gravity chamber's rigorous training was perhaps ill-suited for him, or rather, for Earthlings in general. Over the past month, he had managed to withstand a maximum of 40 times the normal gravity, which was evidently attributed to Gohan's Saiyan heritage. Suddenly, Bulma noticed that the gravity reading on the controller had reset to 0. Just as Gohan emerged from the gravity chamber, his clothes drenched in sweat, he intended to take a shower to refresh himself, balancing work and rest. After all, they had no senza beans or similar provisions at hand. Krillin then entered the gravity chamber, determined to challenge himself to 50 times the gravity, striving to acclimatize before their arrival on Namek. After changing into his pajamas, Gohan stepped out of the bathroom, acutely aware of his newfound strength, though uncertain of its extent. Even if Bulma had brought a battle power detector, it would be futile to unleash his full power aboard the spaceship. A careless misstep could lead to the destruction of the craft. A disastrous outcome indeed. How diligent you are, Gohan. You can now move freely under 100 times the gravity, truly worthy of being Goku's child, Bulma remarked, engrossed in a novel titled Galactic Patrolman Jocko, which he had brought along to alleviate boredom during the journey. Gohan, feeling somewhat fatigued, yawned and lay back on the bed, inquiring, Aunt Bulma, how long until we reach Namek? Without looking up, Bulma replied, We should arrive in about 2 days. 2 days? Gohan had initially planned to continue adapting to 110 times the gravity, but time was insufficient. Each increase in gravity required a more arduous adjustment period, and 100 times was already his limit. More crucially, with the turmoil on Namek, it would be wise to rest in these final 2 days to ensure his body and mind were in optimal condition. Bulma, feeling somewhat disinterested, closed her book, and asked, Gohan, compared to that Saiyan named Vegeta, who do you think is stronger now? After pondering for a moment, Gohan replied, I can move freely under 100 times the gravity now, but I still lack a clear understanding of my battle power aboard the ship. However, I sense that I have surpassed Krillin by a considerable margin. Yet I'm still very young, only 5 years old, and lack the combat experience that Vegeta and Krillin possess. If our battle powers are on the same level, I would undoubtedly be the one to lose. That I'm not entirely sure. Only a direct encounter will reveal the truth. However, I can indeed feel that I am much stronger than Uncle Krillin, Gohan responded with a smile. Closing his eyes, did I.S. Krillin strong? That's true, Bulma remarked lazily, stretching her figure to reveal her graceful silhouette. On the 34th day since leaving Earth, Gohan and his companions finally arrived at Namek from the cosmos. It appeared as a verdant planet, encircled by 3 stars, ensuring that Namek never experienced night. Its year consisted of merely 130 days, with gravity and air similar to Earth's. Gohan and Krillin quickly secured themselves and fastened their seatbelts as they traversed Namek's atmosphere. After a tumultuous descent, they began landing at an appropriate location. I'll check the atmospheric conditions of Namek, and I've also prepared oxygen. Bulma was about to continue when she noticed Gohan and Krillin had already exited the spaceship. Leaving her utterly astounded, Gohan murmured, Indeed, it resembles the place where Uncle Piccolo trains. Krillin sighed, Yes, it bears a striking resemblance to where we battled the Saiyans. Piccolo might feel a sense of calm in such familiar surroundings. Hey, you two have no sense of caution. How could you recklessly rush out like that? Bulma exclaimed in exasperation, startling both Gohan and Krillin. Sorry, Aunt Bulma. Let us hurry and find the Dragon Balls, Gohan quickly apologized. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which clearly displayed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. Point 4 were clustered together, while the other 3 were scattered in different directions. Indeed, the radar has picked up a signal. This is fantastic, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully grasping Krillin's hand in celebration. Uncle Krillin, Gohan frowned as he sensed numerous energies nearby, one of which exuded an oppressive and terrifying presence. Krillin also calmed himself, feeling an icy chill wash over him. There's an overwhelming amount of energy, and it's quite formidable. What's happening? Is it the Namekian's energy? Gohan quickly shook his head. No, one of those energies is incredibly powerful. I feel as though I can scarcely breathe in its presence. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed through the sky as a spherical spaceship sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blue vapor in its wake, prompting Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin to turn around. That spaceship, Bulma gasped in terror, her body trembling as tears streamed down her face. It's a Saiyan spacecraft. Gohan, we need to conceal our energies, or we'll be discovered. Krillin nearly shouted, drenched in cold sweat and visibly frightened, upon arriving at Namek. Gohan had already managed to suppress his energy, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, Indeed, it's him. The energy from that ship belongs to Vegeta. Hearing Gohan's confirmation, Bulma collapsed to the ground. I knew it. Gohan, do you think you could defeat that Saiyan? I sense that Vegeta's energy is significantly weaker than mine, but what troubles me more is the malevolent and immensely powerful presence accompanying it. Gohan replied, clenching his fists in frustration. Despite having gleaned this knowledge from the memories of a traveler, experiencing Frieza's energy firsthand was still terrifying. The traveler's memories indicated that Frieza possessed 3 more transformations. Chapter 7. The turmoil of Namek, even more terrifying than the Saiyans, were the formidable beings they sought. They were undoubtedly after the Dragon Balls. What should we do? This is dire. We must return to Earth. Bulma's makeup was beginning to run, and she was sweating profusely. Her boyfriend Yamcha, along with Ten, Kairatsu, and Piccolo, had all been killed by the Saiyans, and she knew how much effort it had taken to defeat Vegeta. Now, the prospect of an even greater threat loomed over them, causing her to reconsider. Krillin said, if he obtains the Dragon Balls, it will be disastrous. Bulma, you should inform Earth of the situation, leave the Dragon Ball radar behind, and return first. Gohan and I will stay to collect the Dragon Balls. What do you think, Gohan? After a moment of hesitation, Gohan resolutely looked at Krillin and Bulma, declaring, Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, you should go back. Leave the Dragon Ball collection to me to— Oh, Gohan, Krillin exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's determination. Bulma interjected, when you return, I will bring Goku. It will take about 2 months. Gohan. 2 months. That's over 60 days. I understand, Aunt Bulma. Uncle Krillin. You both should return. I will remain here. Gohan's youthful face showed no signs of wavering. He was entirely serious that Bulma's presence here would only lead to anxiety, and Krillin remaining could potentially result in the same fate as that of the traveler in his memories. Death was not a trivial matter. Who would wish for it? Moreover, Krillin was a dear friend of his father's, a comrade who had fought alongside him. Those who could easily push their friends and loved ones toward death were heartless beasts, and one could never know when they might turn on you as well. Krillin and Bulma exchanged glances, astonished by Gohan's resolve. Krillin was determined not to leave. Bulma, you should return first. This place will be left to Gohan and me. Bulma looked at Krillin and Gohan, her expression somewhat displeased. Don't underestimate a lady. Remember, you two arrived on Namek because of me. Otherwise, how could you two brutes have traversed millions of light years to get here? And Gohan, don't act so melodramatic at your young age. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show off. That wasn't my intention. Son Gohan lowered his head, his face flushed crimson from Bulma's teasing. With a slight smile, Bulma transformed the spaceship into a universal capsule for storage, carefully tucking it away. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, let us return together. Without this genius's assistance, how could the two of you possibly make it back? The Universal Capsule is a high-tech invention developed by Bulma's family business, capable of encapsulating desired items within a tiny capsule for ease of transport. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura approached, prompting the trio to turn their heads. A spherical spaceship, identical to the one Vegeta rode, streaked through the sky, leaving a radiant trail in its wake. Son Gohan remarked, another foreign presence has arrived. We are unaware of the current situation. Let us find a place to hide. Krillin, Bulma. All right, let us hurry. Krillin and Son Gohan grasped Bulma's arms, concealing their energy as they flew to a secluded valley, where Bulma promptly established contact with Earth at that moment, within the Turtle Hermit's abode on Earth. Master Roshi received Bulma's transmission. Upon hearing about the dire circumstances on Namek, he was genuinely alarmed. The reason they could communicate across millions of light years directly with Namek was due to the use of specialized cosmic waves, invented based on the original detector, so there was no need to dwell on how such distant communication was possible. After ending the call, Master Roshi hastily reached out to Son Goku that a month had passed since then, and the Senza beans cultivated by Karen had matured. After consuming one, Son Goku fully recovered. Meanwhile, in Bulma's home, Dr. Brief was modifying the spaceship left by Son Goku during his childhood visit to Earth. He expanded its original spherical design significantly, creating ample space for movement. Moreover, its propulsion system surpassed that of the previous Divine spaceship, allowing for a journey from Earth to Namek in approximately a week. It was also equipped with a gravity chamber, something Son Goku had long wished to try after hearing about it from Son Gohan, though it was not yet fully completed and required more time. On Namek, Vegeta emerged from his spaceship, tightly gripping a detector in his hand. That scoundrel Frieza dares to seek the Dragon Balls before me. The Dragon Balls belong to me. I can deal with the others. But facing Frieza head-on would guarantee my defeat. I must devise another way to obtain the Dragon Balls. Immortality and eternal life must be mine. After donning the detector, Vegeta observed the combat power readings, as well as directions and targets. These two... So, they brought Zarbin and Dodoria along. Suddenly, a spherical spaceship pierced the sky, heading directly towards him, causing Vegeta to furrow his brow. It's chilled. He truly is an oblivious fool. In a village on Namek, a figure sat languidly upon a hovering technological throne, possessing blood-red eyes and deep purple lips. The contours of his face bore 2 crimson streaks resembling blood tears, and he was adorned with defensive armor, a tail draped casually over the floating seat. Beside him stood 2 aliens, one of whom was the stout, pink, and diminutive Dodoria, while the other, exuding an air of refinement, was Zarbin, both loyal subordinates of Frieza. On the ground, numerous green-skinned Namekians lay lifeless, their bodies stained with purple blood, while the architect of this carnage remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the extinguished lives he had caused. A soldier held aloft a golden sphere the size of a basketball, crystalline and transparent, marked by 3 red stars. The very Dragon Ball that Son Gohan and his companions sought, that we have found it. Lord Frieza, though the soldier was fierce and brutal, he was of modest stature, respectfully presenting the 3-star Dragon Ball. Seated upon the hovering throne, Frieza expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. That leaves us with only 3 Dragon Balls remaining. Zarbin and Dodoria stood behind Frieza, similarly clutching 2 Dragon Balls each, the 7-star and 2-star Dragon Balls. The Dragon Radar indicated the location of 4 Dragon Balls, precisely where they stood. The turmoil on Namek persisted. And Son Gohan, through the memories of the traveler, learned of the unfolding events he had been diligently training, and the butterfly effect triggered by the traveler's recollections had begun to manifest distinct constants and variables on Namek. The soldier transferred the Dragon Ball to Dodoria for safekeeping, leaving Frieza in possession of 4 Dragon Balls. Frieza cautioned, "Take great care with that, Mr. Dodoria. Vegeta is also eager to acquire the 7 Dragon Balls." Meanwhile, the dashing Zarbin detected an energy signal with his detector, announcing, "Lord Frieza, Chilled has tracked Vegeta to this planet." Earlier, a powerful energy spike appeared, but vanished once Vegeta arrived. Son Gohan had concealed his energy before descending upon Namek, thus evading detection by Zarbin's device. Moreover, since they had previously agreed to remain on Namek to collect the Dragon Balls, the original discord among Bulma, Krillin, and Son Gohan had dissipated, preventing the destruction of their spaceship. "We shall investigate the area where the energy spike was detected. I believe we will soon uncover who it was," Frieza stated. "What concerns me is how to deal with that rebellious Vegeta." "Rest assured, my lord," Zarbin replied respectfully. "Chilled has already gone to handle him. Their strengths are evenly matched, and given their tumultuous relationship, they are unlikely to cooperate. It should pose no issue." With a thunderous roar, Chilled stepped leisurely from the spherical spaceship, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, you cannot escape now. I found you. With Lord Frieza's orders, I can kill you openly now." Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, responding with a sneer. "You think someone of your lowly caliber can kill me, Chilled? Don't make me laugh." "Haha, Vegeta, are your eyes blind? Look at your detector. My combat power far exceeds yours that I previously lacked a reason to strike. But today, I can finally relish in your demise." Chilled's laughter echoed as he and Vegeta faced off, the detector displaying Vegeta's combat power, inciting Chilled's mockery. With a swift motion, Chilled unleashed a fiery blast towards Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta leaped into the air and descended gracefully, while the flames detonated behind him, illuminating the sky and ruffling his spiky hair. "Humph," he scoffed, watching Chilled with disdain. "Your strength seems considerably diminished. You stand no chance against me now." Chilled displayed a cruel grin. "You claim I have no chance? Very well. Allow me to show you something impressive. I learned a rather intriguing technique during my recent trip to Earth." "Oh, is it a skill for rapid escape? That seems quite fitting for you." Vegeta, Chilled taunted. "Incorrect. It is a method of controlling combat power. Observe closely and let your detector register my current strength," Vegeta declared confidently. Vegeta unleashed his aura, allowing his full battle power to manifest on the scouter of Chi. Chi's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively took a step back, trembling as he observed the fluctuations in the scouter's readings. Control your battle power. This is impossible. You should be on par with me," he stammered. "What a fool you are. I've been continuously accumulating combat experience. Nearly perishing on Earth has only sharpened my skills. While you have been living a life of comfort beside Frieza, you are no longer my match. You dolt. This is my current battle power, Vegeta's reading sword, surpassing Chi's by a considerable margin." Chi was now stuttering. Drenched in cold sweat. 19,000, 21,000, 22,000. Suddenly, the scouter exploded, and at that very moment, the distant Sabor, who had been monitoring the readings, experienced a similar fate. "What happened?" "Sabor," Dodoria inquired, puzzled. Sabor replied it might be a malfunction. "The scouter just indicated that Vegeta's battle power has exceeded 22,000. 22,000? Haha, that must be a malfunction. Your scouter is an old model. It's time for an upgrade." Though Dodoria said this, he felt a twinge of unease as he activated his own. A newer model that could detect higher values. No, it can't be. Is my new model malfunctioning too? It's reading 24,000. Sabor gasped in astonishment. What? 24,000? Are you saying Vegeta's battle power has surpassed ours? Dodoria, slightly perplexed, responded, but his power should only peak at 18,000. Frieza, as calm as ever, remarked, this is hardly surprising. Vegeta has been battling on the front lines. He may have acquired new techniques on Earth or elsewhere. It's merely 24,000. The two of you together should still be able to defeat him. Sabor hesitated, asking, Lord Frieza, should we call the Ginyu Force? No need. The Ginyu Force is preparing to attack Yardrat. That place is crucial. Vegeta seeks the Dragon Balls, likely desiring the same immortality as I do. How foolish. Vegeta has never held me in high regard, recklessly venturing to Earth without orders, now attempting to defy me openly. Ha ha! Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma concealed themselves as several minions searched for them. Although they could easily handle these foes, the priority was to remain hidden and not reveal their energy, lurking in the shadows as opportunists. Is this Vegeta's aura? It feels so weak, Gohan mused, observing his own hands that Vegeta's fully unleashed energy allowed Gohan to gauge his own battle power. Gohan, you've adapted to 100 times Earth's gravity. You've surpassed us by leaps and bounds. Indeed, Vegeta is no longer your opponent. It's astonishing. Krillin marveled at Gohan's progress, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. The gravity training was evidently ill-suited for Earthlings. He still hadn't fully adjusted to 40 times gravity. Lagging far behind Gohan, Bulma looked at Gohan with wide-eyed amazement, exclaiming, Really? Is it true? Gohan, you're stronger than that Saiyan, Vegeta, now aren't you? That's wonderful. You must protect this lady. Gohan gently shook his head, his slender form now radiating determination. I'm sorry, Bulma. Allow me to gather the Dragon Balls. Aside from that terrifying individual, I fear no one but Uncle Krillin. Please ensure Bulma's safety, W. Gohan, you can't leave. Bulma gasped, her face paled. In such chaotic circumstances, Gohan's departure left her feeling utterly insecure. Bulma, if those people gather all the Dragon Balls, we'll have no chance as long as I avoid that dreadful person. It will be fine. Gohan took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, bidding farewell to her and Krillin. Then he swiftly dispatched the nearby, patrolling minions with a Kamehameha and soared toward a location indicated on the radar. Though still quite young, Gohan was far from foolish, drawing upon the memories of the time traveler. He devised a plan to seize the Dragon Balls, but first, he needed to leverage Vegeta's strength. Everything had changed now. Chapter 9. The thoughts of all parties. Vegeta's explosive battle power sent Chuyi's scouter into panic, flooding him with a desperate instinct for survival. Vegeta, please, let me join you. I have a brilliant idea. I can help you. I've always held a grudge against Lord Frieza. Chuyi, sensing the intensified murderous intent emanating from Vegeta, trembled uncontrollably, quickly adding, My proposal is sound. With my battle power combined with yours, we could easily defeat Sabor and Dodoria. Humph, what a pack of lies. You probably don't even believe yourself. The more I look at you, the more I despise you. Die. Vegeta's fury boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. Chuyi let out a final, agonizing scream in a desperate attempt at resistance, but the gap between their powers was insurmountable. Within a single exchange, Vegeta obliterated him, leaving only a gruesome explosion in the air. Dodoria's scouter detected the disappearance of Chuyi's energy, and he broke into a cold sweat at the thought of facing Vegeta's 24,000 battle power. It is true, Vegeta's 24,000 battle power just eliminated Chuyi. Frieza maintained his placid demeanor, remarking, It's merely the death of an inconsequential pawn. Now, let us seek the 5th Dragon Ball. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabor. Yes, Lord Frieza, Sabor and Dodoria replied respectfully. A minion, scanning the surroundings with a scouter, pointed toward a direction, stating, Lord Frieza, there are 10 Namekian signatures in that direction. Frieza replied, Understood. I hope the 5th Dragon Ball is in their possession. Everyone, proceed with caution. New competitors have emerged aside for Vegeta. Sabor noted, the soldiers searching that area have vanished. The enemies there are likely formidable. They can suddenly enhance their battle power, eliminating my scouts while concealing their energy, resulting in a mere reading of 2,000, only 2,000. then leaving it be poses no significant threat. However, if their attitude is unsatisfactory and they are discovered, eliminate them immediately. A battle power of 2,000 is inconsequential to me. To Frieza, they are merely pests, less significant than Sabor and T. This moment, Vegeta began to analyze the current situation and the circumstances that favored him, plotting his next move. Due to the Scouters, my actions have become known to them. Even if I approach them and defeat Sabor and Dodoria, I still cannot contend with that Frieza fellow. From their conversations picked up through the Scouters, I've learned that the Dragon Balls are ineffective unless all 7 are collected. With that in mind, I will locate one Dragon Ball first. When Frieza and his crew find the other 6, I will seize the opportunity to take them all at once. If I can successfully gather all 7 Dragon Balls, eternal life will be within my grasp, and defeating Frieza will no longer be a mere dream. Vegeta revealed a chilling smirk as he utilized a scouter to pinpoint the location of the Namekian reactions, deliberately avoiding Frieza and concealing his own energy as he sped towards his objective. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan harbored similar intentions, planning to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza once Vegeta had acquired them. His confidence stemmed entirely from the formidable power he now possessed. The earlier defeat of Chui had showcased Vegeta's full power, which had not instilled any sense of threat in Gohan. Instead, he perceived Vegeta as significantly weaker, lacking the palpable danger that accompanied Frieza, having gleaned from memories of Time Traveler about the impending events on Namek. Gohan had been relentlessly training. He had even visited the hyperbolic time chamber, yet his current strength was insufficient to remain there for an extended period as he once could, under the tutelage of Kame Sennin and Bubbles. He had mastered numerous techniques and learned to control his power. Over the course of more than a month on their journey to Namek, he had enlisted the help of Bulma's father, Brief, to construct a gravity chamber, and he had acclimatized to a gravity level 100 times that of Earth. Every ounce of effort had been dedicated to this moment, and Gohan was fully prepared. Moreover, Gohan's thoughts had become more intricate despite his tender age of 5. He had begun to grasp the nuances of strategy. During his earlier encounters where he had deliberately revealed his energy to eliminate the scout soldiers, he now understood that remaining undetected would be paramount to avoid Frieza's attention, as any slip could jeopardize Krillin and Bulma. The location he sensed aligned with Frieza's target, and as Gohan propelled himself towards the Namekian village, he deftly concealed his energy, a skill imparted to him by Bubbles. Before long, guided by the Dragon Radar, Gohan arrived at his destination, reaching a small Namekian village even before Frieza's cohort. Meanwhile, Krillin, hiding in a canyon, suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Alarmed, he realized that suspicious energy signatures were approaching from another direction. "Bulma, stay quiet," he urged, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Bulma hastily stowed away the specialized radar used for Earth detection, and the two pressed themselves against the transparent walls of the cave, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Oh, you think our position has been compromised?" Bulma whispered anxiously. Krillin gritted his teeth, responding, "I can't be certain, but hush." Bulma closed her eyes tightly, and Krillin pressed himself against the cave wall, both of their hearts pounding as tension gripped them. Suddenly, Frieza's group flew overhead, the sound of their passage echoing in the air before fading into the distance. Once they confirmed they were safe, Bulma slumped against the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. "Thank heavens, it seems they weren't looking for us," she managed a strained smile. However, Krillin remained visibly shaken, his body trembling at the memory of Frieza's presence, which had instilled a profound fear within him. "I sensed the individual Gohan mentioned among those who just passed. The moment I caught sight of him, I was paralyzed with fear. Oh no, this is bad. That direction is where Gohan just left. Their target is indeed the Dragon Balls. Bulma, Gohan is in danger. That terrifying being is far beyond our capabilities," Krillin exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Bulma, in a daze, approached the cave entrance, gazing helplessly at the crystalline green sky of Namek, which sent a chill through her heart. She yearned to leave this place, yet the image of Gohan's small, resolute figure, reminiscent of Goku in his youth, filled her with hope. "Don't worry, Krillin. Gohan is Goku's son. He will be fine. I will contact Earth immediately. Once my father completes the spaceship, Goku will reach Namek in about a week, and we will all be safe. Her unwavering faith in Goku gave her solace, as he had always been her pillar of strength. Right? Krillin nodded firmly, though a sense of discontent lingered within him. They were too weak and deeply concerned about Gohan's situation. Chapter 10. Acquiring a Dragon Ball on Earth. Within Bulma's home, Goku appeared anxious, clutching a bag filled with senza beans. After Master Roshi had informed him about the situation on Namek, worry had settled heavily in his heart. More importantly, the revelation of an enemy even stronger than Vegeta ignited a fervor within him. The thrill of battling a formidable foe was a Saiyan's delight, yet the desire to save his friends remained paramount. Mrs. Brief entered with a tray bearing freshly brewed hot coffee, her eyes squinting in a smile, her golden curls framing her fashionable attire. Wow, Goku, has your body fully healed? Oh, it's Bulma's mother. As you can see, by the way, has the spaceship I requested been modified yet? Goku inquired eagerly. His time in the hospital had been filled with impatience. I'm not sure, but it seems like they're still working on it, Mrs. Brief replied. Still working on it for over a month? This is terrible. Goku scratched the back of his head, contemplating his next move. Yes, in the courtyard. Come along, Goku. Mrs. Brief linked her arm with his, her warmth surprising him. She had always been this affectionate with Goku, both in his childhood and now, while her demeanor towards Bulma's current boyfriend, Yamcha, was markedly cold. I never imagined little Goku would grow up like this. Next time we should go out on a date, okay? She suggested, her voice sweet yet mature. But I have to go to Namek right now. Goku replied with a somewhat strained smile. You really are a busy person. By the way, I found a fantastic cake shop the other day. Thanks to you. If Earth were to perish, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it. She laughed. Yes, that's so. Goku chuckled as he and Mrs. Brief entered the courtyard, where Dr. Brief was still busy modifying the spaceship. The vessel resembled a gigantic sphere adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Far more impressive than the ship piloted by Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin. That Dr. Brief opened the spaceship's hatch, spotting Goku. It's you, Goku. Is the spaceship ready yet? Goku asked hurriedly. I heard it's almost done. Dr. Brief took a puff from his pipe. It's nearly complete. Come inside and take a look. Mrs. Brief smiled and waved her hand. I'll go fetch your favorite drink. Thank you, Goku replied gratefully before stepping inside the spaceship. Dr. Brief had transformed Goku's childhood vessel into a massive one, now equipped with a gravity chamber, bathroom, kitchen, and sleeping quarters. However, Goku, puzzled, asked, so what is left to finish? Dr. Brief explained, we just need to position the surround sound speakers. I've been struggling with that. Well, what? That is all that is left. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. That Dr. Brief, a connoisseur of sound, continued, to achieve the perfect audio experience, we must consider sound reflections and other factors. Goku, growing increasingly anxious, stomped his foot. The speaker placement doesn't matter. I need to leave for Namek immediately. I just received a call from Bulma. I have to hurry. Please, tell me how to operate the spaceship. Dr. Brief lifted his head to gaze at Son Wukong and inquired, very well, but do you truly not care about the position of the transmitter? The data has already been input into the computer. All you need to do is press a button, and in 6 days, you shall arrive at Namek. This is simply magnificent. I must depart at once. Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Wukong set off towards Namek, while at the same moment, Son Gohan arrived at the Namekian village ahead of Frieza and his cohorts. The leader of the Namekians appeared to be of middle age, and the shape of their dwelling closely resembled that of a spacecraft. Son Gohan raised his hands, addressing the Namekian, who glared at him with indignation, and quickly said, I am Son Gohan. Please do not misunderstand. I'm not like those villains. A Namekian of similar age to Son Gohan clutched the leader's pant leg tightly and retorted angrily, what difference does it make? Aren't we all here for the Dragon Balls? The Namekian leader, named Muley, appeared more mature and pondered the situation for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Young one, you are Son Gohan, correct? Is your purpose also the Dragon Balls? Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. His fists clenched with a sense of sorrow and determination. Yes, I hail from Earth. On Earth, my uncle Piccolo, like you, is also a Namekian and possesses Dragon Balls similar to yours. What? Earth has other kin? Elder Muley asked in astonishment. Indeed, but Son Gohan's fists tightened in defiance, tears welling in his eyes. The Saiyans invaded our Earth, killing Uncle Piccolo and many of my companions. Our purpose in coming to Namek is to resurrect our comrades. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of those fiends. Please, time is of the essence. They will arrive shortly. Trust me. The other Namekians turned to Elder Muley, awaiting his decision. Sigh, young Son Gohan. I hope what you say is true. Show me the Dragon Balls. The other Namekians looked at Elder Muley in astonishment. Elder Muley spoke solemnly. Give it to him. We stand no chance against those invaders. Ah, splendid. Rest assured, once I resurrect Uncle Piccolo, the Dragon Balls from Earth will also be revived, and we shall bring everyone back. Son Gohan exclaimed, leaping with unrestrained joy. Elder Muley paused for a moment before a relieved smile spread across his face. He turned to a young Namekian clad in a pinkish-purple robe, saying, Dandi Kuru, you should accompany him to meet the Grand Elder. What? Very well, I understand. Dandi, the Namekian who had just spoken in anger, and Kuru, another young Namekian dressed in red, prepared to follow. Shortly thereafter, an elder Namekian, appearing somewhat aged, brought forth a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball, glimmering with 6 red stars, and placed it in his son Gohan's hand. Son Gohan pulled out a pre-prepared bag. He smiled brightly and said, This is wonderful. As long as we secure one, those scoundrels will never collect the Dragon Balls. This is our chance. Thank you, Dandi and Karu. Let's be off. Farewell, Elder. Dandi and Karu waved goodbye to Elder Muley and the others, guiding Son Gohan towards the Grand Elder's location. Chapter 11. Diverting Disaster. The 6-star Dragon Ball, which was originally meant for Frieza, had now been seized by Son Gohan, and besides Dandi, he had also befriended another Namekian, Karu. Suddenly, while soaring through the sky, Son Gohan recalled something and exclaimed, Dandi, Karu, can you conceal your energy like I can? I'm sorry, but we simply cannot do that, Karu replied apologetically. The 3 youths quickly grew familiar with one another. This is bad. They have devices that can detect your energy. Karu, Dandi, we cannot go directly to the Grand Elder. Otherwise, we might lead the enemies right to him. Son Gohan descended onto a stretch of land, with Karu and Dandi following closely behind. Dandi asked nervously, Gohan, what should we do? After pondering for a moment, a flash of inspiration struck Son Gohan, and he smiled, saying, I have a plan. We shall divert the disaster. Divert the disaster. Dandi and Karu looked at Son Gohan in astonishment. Meanwhile, on another front, Vegeta flew forward with a detector in hand. There's a tremendous power, approximately 20 individuals. It cannot be mistaken. Frieza, the Dragon Balls will only be effective when all 7 are gathered. Now, if I hide them, you shall have no way to obtain them. With a swift motion, Vegeta landed in a Namekian village before Frieza and his entourage could arrive, seizing the opportunity. The Namekians in the village noticed Vegeta's arrival and sensed his malevolent intent. Where is your elder? I have come to collect the Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, revealing a cruel and sadistic smile as he tossed the detector aside to prevent Frieza from eavesdropping. What did you say? A young Namekian gritted his teeth, glaring at Vegeta. An elder, wielding a wooden staff, stepped forward and asked, I am the elder. Tell me, why do you seek the Dragon Balls? Vegeta, now impatient, said, The reason is of no consequence. Hand them over swiftly, or you may leave. I will never give them to you. You carry an aura of evil. The elder firmly rejected, despite the immense pressure Vegeta exerted. Then you shall perish, Vegeta taunted, arbitrarily deciding the fate of the Namekians and engaging in combat. With a single blow, Vegeta's fist shattered the skull of the last Namekian, brains spilling forth, their eyes bulging. A bunch of obstinate fools. Vegeta scoffed as he searched nearby houses, ultimately discovering a room containing the Dragon Balls. There he found the golden, transparent sphere embedded with 4 red stars, the 4-star Dragon Ball that I expected to search extensively. But it was right here, Vegeta sneered, lifting the 4-star Dragon Ball and tossing it into a nearby lake. Sinking the Dragon Ball means no one will find it. Only I shall know its location. Vegeta picked up the distant detector and donned it, leaving with a sense of triumph. This moment. He remained an adversary to Son Gohan and the others, completely unaware that they had arrived on Namek and ignorant of the existence of the Dragon Radar. There was a disparity of information between them, with only Son Gohan, equipped with the memories of a traveler, aware of much. Even now, his presence had begun to subtly alter the dynamics on Namek. In a flash, Frieza and his group arrived at the village, with Dodoria and Zarbin flanking him. The remaining soldiers encircled Elder Muley and the two Elder Namekians, erupting in fits of arrogant laughter. Dondi and Karoo had already left with Son Gohan, leaving only Elder Muley and the two aged Namekians. Elder Muley fixed his gaze on the 4 Dragon Balls held by Zarbin and Dodoria. Fully comprehending the situation, which solidified his belief in Son Gohan's words, I am Frieza, as you can see, I am collecting the Dragon Balls. Where have the others gone? According to our investigation, you should have 10 individuals, correct? Elder Muley resolutely replied, the other young ones have gone to tend to the fields. Only we elders remained. I will not hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Ho ho ho. Frieza emitted his signature laughter, and Elder Muley's words did not incite much anger in him. During the earlier collection of the Dragon Balls, he had come to understand just how tenacious the resistance of these Namekians was. Mr. Dodoria remarked something quite intriguing when we had slain the Namekian before, saying, indeed, King Frieza, the Dragon Balls can only be entrusted to recognized champions. Dodoria, with a mocking glint in his eyes, regarded Elder Muley and the others as if they were mere cattle awaiting slaughter. Frieza then stated, so we killed a Namekian and informed him of our intentions. Can you guess what happened after we took a life? A chill of dread coursed through Elder Muley and his companions. Death was an unbearable concept. Even though they knew that Gohan would eventually revive them, the stark reality of facing death instilled a profound terror. Frieza's words relentlessly provoked the already taut nerves of Elder Muley and the others, revealing many truths about the Dragon Balls. They were created by the Grand Elder, consisting of 7 orbs safeguarded by 7 elders. To acquire the Dragon Balls, one must outsmart or overpower the elders, or articulate a wish that earns their recognition as a worthy warrior. However, that elder refused to relinquish the Dragon Balls regardless of the circumstances, and in a moment of carelessness, I ended up killing him. Consequently, we spent considerable time searching for the first Dragon Ball, but the subsequent 3 were acquired with relative ease. Suddenly, 5 young Namekians returned, glaring furiously at Frieza and his entourage. You vile creatures! Frieza glanced around at the returning Namekians and noticed something amiss. 2 of the 8 were missing. Dodoria used a scouter to scan the area. Pointing in a direction, he reported, King Frieza, I have detected 2 weaker power levels, in addition to 1 with a power level of 2000.2000. Frieza's voice chilled slightly. Is this the individual who eliminated our scouting soldiers? Sabin was taken aback. Who is this unidentified individual? Some insignificant insect dares to thwart my plans. This is truly amusing. Dodoria, I trust you will bring me some satisfactory news. Fear not, King Frieza. I shall handle it personally. However, the one with only a power level of 2000 is merely an insect. I will bring him to you, with a cruel smile on his plump face. Dodoria handed 2 Dragon Balls to a subordinate and swiftly took off into the air after locating the target. Elder Muley, momentarily stunned, contemplated a countermeasure. More importantly, the direction of their departure diverged significantly from where Gohan, Dandy, and Karoo had left. Were they relying on those scouters to track us? Did Gohan intentionally lead them far off course? Elder Muley's gaze slowly shifted to the scouters worn by Sabin and the other soldiers. He realized escape was futile, but if he were to perish, he would at least strive to be of assistance. He had entirely come to trust Gohan's earlier words, viewing Gohan and the others as the salvation for the Namekian people. Chapter 12. Solar Flare approaches Gohan, sends 2 distinct auras approaching from different directions, both of which were not particularly strong, roughly on par with Vegeta. It seemed he had indeed fallen into a trap. One of the auras belonged to Vegeta. The plan is succeeding. Dandy, Karoo. Gohan stored the bag containing the Dragon Balls into a capsule and placed the Dragon Radar in his pocket. All right, Dandy and Karoo nodded, flying alongside Gohan, slightly reducing their speed to feign retreat. Meanwhile, the battle commenced on Elder Muley's front. The young Namekians surged forth, but Frieza's subordinates were utterly outmatched. However, against Sabin, they were no match at all. Now's our chance. Elder Muley's aura exploded as he soared into the sky, his power skyrocketing. Catching Sabin off guard, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, obliterating the scouters on the fallen soldiers. This unexpected assault ignited Frisia's fury, who remained seated in his hovering chair. "Ha ha! Now you can no longer track us. Ha ha! We Namekians shall not be extinguished." Elder Muley, appearing somewhat aged, roared with reckless laughter, emboldened by Gohan's prior arrival. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands." King Frisia, Sabin's handsome face twisted with rage as he set down the Dragon Balls, glaring menacingly at Elder Muley, the one who had just destroyed their scouters and jeopardized their mission. "Sabin, wait. Eliminate those young Namekians first. We still have use for this elder." Frisia's words snapped Sabin out of his anger-fueled haze. "Curse it." With a reluctant roar, he charged at the remaining young Namekians. Boom! The overwhelming disparity in power rendered the Namekians utterly defenseless before Sabin, their purple blood staining the ground as they gradually succumbed to silence. You fiends!" Elder Muley clenched his fists, seething with rage as he glared at Frisia and Sabin from above. "Why now? You should understand that resistance and escape are futile. You have destroyed our vital scouters. Hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation." Frisia's gaze bore into Elder Muley. "You will never acquire the Dragon Balls. You shall never succeed." Elder Muley's energy surged as his body swelled. Now unburdened by concerns for Dandy and Karoo, who had left with Gohan, he resolved to self-destruct and take Frisia down with him. Whoosh! Frisia's eyes emitted two crimson beams, striking Elder Muley directly. "Ah!" Elder Muley let out a harrowing wail as his body was seared. Collapsing before Frisia, lifeless, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, sending chills down the spine. Yet Frisia and his entourage remained as calm as water, entirely unfazed. Sabin flicked the purple blood from his hands and ordered the remaining soldiers, "Search this vicinity for the Dragon Balls and report immediately upon finding them." Frisia, observing Dodoria's departure, remarked, "If the Dragon Balls are not here, it is highly probable that the unknown individual has taken them. Rest assured, King Frisia, the opponent's power level is merely 2,000. Dodoria will undoubtedly catch up with them." Whoosh, whoosh! At that moment, Gohan, accompanied by Dandy and Karoo, soared through the air at high speed. "Don't let them escape." Dodoria bellowed, his voice a feral roar as he pursued them relentlessly. "Gohan, he's coming after us!" Dandy exclaimed in terror. "Yes, the timing is perfect. Vegeta is also on his way." "Dandy, Karoo, whatever you do, do not look back." Gohan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he turned to confront Dodoria, a massive pink figure before him. Humph! Dodoria was momentarily taken aback as Gohan placed his palms to his forehead, his youthful face devoid of the panic and fear he had anticipated. Solar flare! Buzz! A blinding radiance suddenly erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if burying everything in light. "My eyes!" Dodoria cried out in agony, covering his eyes, the searing pain lingering painfully. Gohan landed with Dandy and Karoo behind a mountain. Suppressing his energy as his vision returned, Dodoria, tears streaming down his face, trembled with rage. "Damn, cunning insect!" Boom! Suddenly, a key blast hurtled towards him, and Doria hurriedly dodged, breaking into a cold sweat. This was Doria's mechanical gaze directed forward, where the detector revealed a violent spike in combat power readings. However, it was already too late. Vegeta's fist struck heavily against Doria's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact created a vast crater in the earth, and Doria, trembling, managed to rise, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta cast a scornful glance at the hidden positions of Gohan, Dandy, and Karoo. Although Gohan had concealed his energy, Vegeta still sensed the presence of the two Namekians, as well as the readings on the detector. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, this was all part of Gohan's deliberate ploy, a silent struggle of wits between them. "Damn it, Vegeta!" "It's you," Doria exclaimed, though he appeared strong. His heart was filled with trepidation. "Ah, it's been a while, Mr. Doria. To think you could be brought so low by a few insects. How amusing," Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms disdainfully. Doria felt a surge of panic. Vegeta's combat power of 24,000 made him want to flee. He knew all too well that he was no match for Vegeta. You You attacked when I was unprepared, Doria accused. What can I say? You and Zarbon always lingered around Frisia, and I was merely waiting for you to act alone. Vegeta replied, discarding his detector and crushing it beneath his foot, his gaze fixed on Doria's own device. With Frisia absent, killing you is merely a formality. Besides, from the moment I began, all I could hear was your incessant barking. It appears the Namekian has destroyed Frisia's detector. Doria clenched his fists in fury. What did you say? A mere little Saiyan dares to speak such grandiloquent words. Vegeta gathered energy into a ki blast, obliterating Doria's detector. Doria, caught off guard by Vegeta's audacity, failed to react in time as his device was annihilated. Fortune favors me. Retrieving a new detector from Frisia's planet will take some time, and during this period, even if I approach you, you will remain oblivious. Doria instinctively took a few steps back, realizing the gap between him and Vegeta. What are you doing? Destroying my detector means you won't even know where Lord Frisia is on Namek. Vegeta sneered. After my battle with the Earthlings, I learned some of their combat techniques. Even without a detector, I can ascertain the locations of the Namekians and Frisia. I no longer require such devices. Besides, the Saiyan I fought on Earth possesses similar skills. What he can do, I can do as well. Did Vegeta mentioned the Saiyans, his eyes shifted slightly, recalling Kakarot, also known as Goku, the one he could never forget. Chapter 13. The Truth of Destruction. Boom. Doria opened his mouth, unleashing a robust ki wave aimed at Vegeta. Buzz. Vegeta swiftly leapt aside, evading Doria's attack, and delivered a powerful punch to Doria's abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to pour from his orifices. Doria, in utter disarray, clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground. Once you master this technique, it becomes deceptively simple. You, like Frisia, only perceive combat power as mere numbers. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't comprehend, though I was once the same. Doria, trembling, pointed a finger at Vegeta, recalling Gohan's earlier use of the solar flare. I see now. The child I was pursuing earlier is also an Earthling. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, wore a bemused smile. So, that combat power reading of 2,000 belonged to an Earthling. To think they have come to Namek as well. I wonder if Kakarot is here. Doria, struggling to stand, quivered. You have allied with Earthlings. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the direction where Gohan, Dandy, and Karu were hiding. After I eliminate you, Doria, I will also deal with those Earthlings, but you won't be around to witness. I see gathered energy for another ki blast. A manic bloodlust radiated from Vegeta. We Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. The mightier the enemy, the more formidable I become. I nearly perished on Earth, yet my strength has surged tremendously. This is the essence of our warrior race, the Saiyans. You, on the other hand, are overconfident, negligent in your training, and your mind is as rusty as an old relic. You are utterly unworthy. Wait a moment. Vegeta, if you spare me, I shall reveal a secret regarding planet Vegeta. Doria's eyes bulged in terror. What? Vegeta's ki blast remained intact as he interrogated. The secret of planet Vegeta? What could it possibly be? Just let me go, and I will tell you. Doria, still reeling from Vegeta's earlier blow, sought to buy time to recover and escape. Vegeta dissipated the ki blast in his palm, crossing his arms, and regarded Doria with a cold smirk. That depends on whether your secret is worth my time. Very well. Listen closely, Vegeta, Doria began. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteorite impact, as Frisia claimed. What did you say? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he gazed at Doria. Doria continued, because your race, the Saiyans, wielded such immense power, it was impossible for them to remain obedient as they once were. Subsequently, Frisia made the abrupt decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eliminate all Saiyans. However, Vegeta, you should be grateful to Frisia, for he recognized your potential as the Saiyan Prince, and chose to act while you were away from your home. Vegeta's countenance darkened, the truth striking him like a bolt of lightning. His lips pressed together in rage. They'd been serving under Frisia all along. Doria floated into the air, laughing. It seems this revelation has struck you hard. I must take this opportunity to report back to Lord Frisia. You seem to be mistaken. Doria, I care not for planet Vegeta, my father, or the lives of my comrades. However, the fact that you have manipulated me is something I shall never forgive." Consumed by fury, Vegeta's aura flared with intensity. Suddenly, a youthful yet somewhat unrefined voice rang out, and Gohan materialized behind Doria. In the astonished gaze of Vegeta, a golden ki wave erupted, obliterating half of Doria's body. Boom! There was no time for a scream. Innards and remnants of his lower half, along with an arm, fell to the ground, purple blood splattering everywhere. Gohan felt no discomfort in taking Doria's life, landing steadily on the ground to face Vegeta. His eyes were sharper than ever, with his bangs swaying in the breeze. "You dare to jump out like that? I never expected it would be you, little brat, snatching my prey, Kakarot's son, a hybrid Saiyan. It seems that after our last battle, your strength has grown considerably." Gohan regarded Vegeta with a cold gaze. "You should have kept the detector to see my current combat power." Boom! Gohan's energy erupted around him. A force so intense that Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he gritted his teeth, shielding his head with his arms. Dandy and Karu clung desperately to the grass, nearly swept away by Gohan's overwhelming energy. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been hiding alongside Bulma, sensed Gohan's sudden surge of power and was filled with disbelief. He hurried out of the capsule room Bulma had prepared, gazing in the direction of the commotion, murmuring, "Incredible! Gohan has surpassed me by so much. And that presence, it's Vegeta! Ha! I can't believe Gohan has grown so strong after adapting to 100 times gravity." At this moment, Vegeta was drenched in sweat, feeling a wavering resolve within him. But he feared not death itself, but rather the notion of dying in vain. That it was inconceivable. How could your power have surged so dramatically in such a short span of time? Though he lacked a scouter, Vegeta had assimilated some of the combat techniques from Earth. Despite his unfamiliarity, he could distinctly sense that Gohan's energy was now far superior to his own, having undoubtedly surpassed a significant threshold. Gohan, fueled by rage, clenched his fists tightly, remembering how his Uncle Piccolo had perished at the hands of these fiends. Regardless of what lay ahead, he harbored a profound disdain for them in his relentless pursuit of strength. Gohan had dedicated himself to rigorous training, all in hopes of locating the Dragon Balls to resurrect Uncle Piccolo and the others. "Ha!" Vegeta erupted into a boisterous laughter upon witnessing Gohan's newfound prowess. Feeling an overwhelming sense of joy, such was the nature of Saiyans. Endless potential coursed through their veins. Frieza trembled at the unfathomable might of the Saiyan race. Astonishingly, this young lad possessed such formidable strength, truly a testament to the hybrid vigor of Saiyans. "I am an Earthling, and my father and mother are also Earthlings, but we have no ties to you, despicable Saiyans," Gohan retorted defiantly. Both he and Goku identified themselves as Earthlings, having lived and grown on this planet. Vegeta lowered his hands, appearing utterly defeated. His overwhelming power rendered any combat experience futile, and escape was no longer an option. "Regardless of your resistance, the Saiyan blood within you cannot be denied, Kakarot's son. No. Gohan, is it? What do you intend to do with me? Will you slay your enemy?" Chapter 14. The 4-star Dragon Ball Wa. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes and nostrils bleeding profusely, barely clinging to life as he gazed at Gohan. So you want to kill me? Just as foolish as that Kakarot fellow." Vegeta mused weakly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Back on Earth, it was Goku who had prevented Krillin from delivering the final blow, allowing Vegeta to escape in a spherical spacecraft, thus preserving his own life. "Dandy, Karu, let us depart. It is now safe," Gohan declared, producing the Dragon Ball radar and examining the symbols displayed. "Gohan, you are incredible. You have defeated all these villains. Are we heading to the Grand Elder next?" Dandy and Karu gazed at Gohan with admiration, their eyes shining brightly. Gohan gently shook his head, pointing in another direction indicated by the radar. There is another Dragon Ball signal in that location, which coincidentally aligns with where Vegeta was earlier. Once we procure that Dragon Ball, we will regroup with Uncle Krillin and proceed to the Grand Elder together. Earlier, we overheard Vegeta and that pink, portly fellow discussing how Elder Muley and the others had destroyed their scouters. "Now, we need not fear detection as we fly at full speed," Gohan continued. "Elder Muley, Dandy, and Karoo said somberly, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Gohan no longer suppresses energy as he, along with Dandi and Karoo, soared forward with great haste, quickly arriving at a village inhabited by Namekians. The sight was harrowing. Over 20 Namekians lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies strewn about in a gruesome tableau. Purple blood saturating the earth. Dandi and Karoo collapsed to their knees, tears welling in their eyes. Did Vegeta do all of this? Gohan pondered grimly, horrified by the dismembered corpses and the sheer brutality of Vegeta. This left him questioning how Vegeta could possibly change in the future. I.S. the Dragon Ball here. Dandi, Karoo, be cautious. I must dive into the water to search for it. Gohan noticed a lake ahead. Fortunately, his Dragon Ball radar was waterproof, but he leaped into the water and ultimately discovered the hidden 4-star Dragon Ball at the lake's bottom. Now, Gohan possessed the 6-star Dragon Ball, 2 4-star Dragon Balls, while Frieza retained 5 Dragon Balls. Without dwelling on sorrow, Gohan swiftly moved with Dandi and Karoo toward Krillin's location. Sabo, accompanied by a group of minions, scoured the area following Dodoria's departure. They soon stumbled upon the unconscious, barely alive Vegeta, along with Dodoria's remains. This is Dodoria's corpse. Impossible. And Vegeta, what on earth happened? Sabo furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for a scouter, only to remember that their devices had been destroyed. What should we do? Lord Sabo, one minion inquired. We've searched the vicinity thoroughly and found no one else, reported the others upon returning to Sabo. Sabo pondered aloud. A battle power of 24,000 for Vegeta. Dodoria would never have been his match. Yet, here he lies injured. Could it be that someone with a mere 2,000 power level, like these Namekians, possesses the ability to conceal their true strength? The thought of an unknown entity with power surpassing even Vegeta sent a chill down Sabo's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. You two, carry Vegeta and return with me to Lord Frieza. The rest of you, meticulously search the Namekian village. Yes, Lord Sabo. The minions responded in unison. Vegeta, though unconscious and alive, possessed valuable information. And Sabo's unwavering confidence in Frieza's strength was why he chose to bring Vegeta back. Gohan returned to their hidden location with Dandi and Karoo. As Gohan's energy drew near, Krillin rushed out to meet him. Gohan, I'm so relieved to see you safe. I was worried sick when I saw a large group flying in your direction. Gohan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I sensed them too. They were equipped with scouters like Vegetas, making their movements quite cumbersome. But it's all fine now. I've located 2 Dragon Balls. Really? That's fantastic. Oh, these 2 are also Namekians, Krillin remarked, taking notice of Dandi and Karoo. After Gohan briefly introduced Dandi and Karoo, Krillin led the 4 of them to the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Gohan then recounted the events that had transpired, detailing their current objectives. While the journey had been overwhelmingly perilous. It had been intense, particularly since Gohan had obtained the 6-star Dragon Ball and the 4-star Dragon Ball hidden by Vegeta before Frieza's arrival. Wait a moment, Gohan, why did you spare Vegeta after defeating him? Why not eliminate him outright? Bulma questioned incredulously. Gohan explained, the situation on Namek is chaotic that we need the Dragon Balls. Frieza seeks them too, as does Vegeta. With Frieza already possessing 4 Dragon Balls, the more disorder there is, the more advantageous it is for us. Elder Muley sacrificed himself to destroy Frieza's scouters. This presents a golden opportunity that we must hurry to the Grand Elder. Indeed, Krillin and Bulma nodded in agreement, just as they finished gathering their belongings and prepared to depart. Bulma suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Gohan. I received some wonderful news from my father. He informed me that Goku is on his way to Namek and should arrive in about 6 days. Really? Is Dad coming too? That's amazing, Gohan exclaimed, elated. Despite having gleaned everything from the memories of the traveler, the news still filled him with immense joy. He felt so powerless against Frieza, who loomed like an insurmountable abyss, leaving him devoid of hope. Now, with the prospect of Goku's arrival, he felt a glimmer of strength, knowing he could vanquish Dodoria and Vegeta with relative ease. Yet, in the memories from the traveler, the Namek he envisioned was suffocating. A grim reminder of the dire circumstances, Bulma continued, my father mentioned that he has upgraded the spacecraft Goku used to travel to Earth when he was a child, and Goku is currently training in the ship. Just like you all, TLL be much stronger by the time he arrives. Dondi and Karu exchanged bewildered glances, their faces brimming with curiosity and confusion. They were eager to discover what kind of person Son Wukong truly was, and why Bulma, Son Gohan, and Krillin appeared so elated. Chapter 15. The Grand Elder of Namek's Son Gohan and Krillin supported Bulma, Dondi, and Karu as they journeyed to the current residence of the Grand Elder. In the past, during a meteorological anomaly on Namek, only the Grand Elder had survived, and it was he who had spawned all the Namekians through a unique process of laying eggs, as the Namekians lacked distinct male or female genders. At this moment, Son Wukong was aboard a spaceship en route to Namek. Having acclimated to 20 times Earth's gravity, he was now challenging himself to 30 times. Wukong, can you hear me? Wukong! A sudden voice startled Son Wukong, who exclaimed in delight, is that not Lord Kai? The North Kai, situated on the Kai planet, replied, indeed, it is I. Wukong. Are you currently traversing the cosmos? What is your purpose? Son Wukong elucidated the reasons for his journey to Namek, and the North Kai, initially unaware of the events transpiring there, began to pay attention upon hearing Wukong's account, still oblivious to Frisia's presence on Namek. The North Kai's reason for contacting Son Wukong was singular. After the demise of Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha, their physical forms remained intact, enabling them to continue their training. The four of them now wore the halo of death as they trained on the confined Kai planet, upon learning that everyone was currently honing their skills under the North Kai's guidance. Son Wukong was overwhelmed with joy, leaping in excitement. With the North Kai's permission, Yamcha placed a hand on his shoulder, engaging him in conversation. Wukong, how is everyone faring? Yamcha, it truly is you. This is wonderful, Son Wukong replied, brimming with delight. Yes, we encountered the deceased Kai, who urged us to come here. We all heard that you might have embarked on a quest to revive us by seeking the Dragon Balls in Piccolo's homeland. Yamcha stated, his tone somewhat complex at the mention of Piccolo's homeland. Piccolo, who had been standing with his arms crossed, turned slightly, his gaze subtly shifting. Son Wukong inquired, the four you mentioned, are the others Tien Shinhan, the Kai, and Piccolo? His voice resonated through the North Kai's telepathic connection, clear to all present. Yamcha clarified, no, it is Chaozu. Although he was obliterated, the Kai has restored his form. Wow, that's incredible. Amazing, Chaozu. This is fantastic, with all of you by my side. My courage has multiplied 100-fold. Son Wukong exclaimed, still unaware of the dire circumstances unfolding on Namek, where fewer than a handful of Namekians remained, all slain by Frisia and his cohort, along with Vegeta. Yamcha chuckled, we won't fall behind, Wukong, but the gravity here on the Kai planet is quite overwhelming. It feels as though my body is weighed down, making even running a challenge. Son Wukong responded, I understand. Though I am currently seated on a spaceship bound for Namek, I am still training. I have begun to adapt to even greater gravitational forces. By the way, Gohan recently received word from Bulma that he can now withstand 100 times the gravity. 100 times! How astonishing! Yamcha exclaimed, taken aback. Upon hearing of Son Gohan's newfound strength, Piccolo nodded in approval. Yet, Son Wukong's expression darkened as he solemnly remarked, only 5 days remain that if we do not grow stronger swiftly. We are doomed. Yamcha's smile faded as he asked, what is the matter? Has something occurred? Son Wukong explained, at that moment, I was already injured, prompting Gohan to venture with Krillin and Bulma to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. However, that Saiyan, Vegeta, also sought the Dragon Balls on Namek, and besides him, there are rumors of an even more terrifying entity, hundreds of times more powerful. What? The North Kai, Yamcha, and the others were left in utter shock at Son Wukong's revelation. The North Kai, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, remarked, of being hundreds of times stronger. Could it be Frisia? If that malevolent creature is also on Namek, it spells disaster. Gohan and Piccolo exchanged concerned glances. Son Wukong stated, I have not heard this. If Lord Kai knows, please inform me. I will immediately investigate the current situation on Namek. the North Kai declared, seeking the direction of Namek's location from the Kai planet to track Frisia's movements. On Namek, Son Gohan and his companions had completed their long journey and finally arrived at their destination, the residence of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's abode appeared quite secluded, situated atop a tower-like rock, nearly impossible to discover without specific guidance. Atop the mountain stood a structure, the dwelling of the Namekians. Dondi exclaimed with joy, "Here it is, everyone, we have arrived. The Grand Elder is just ahead." As they descended slowly, the house opened gradually, revealing a young Namekian with a stern expression, strikingly similar in appearance to Piccolo, leaving Son Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin momentarily stunned. Brother Dondi and Karoo called out in surprise. Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. Silently thinking, "He looks just like Piccolo." Naru spoke in a steady tone. "You have finally arrived, Dondi, Karoo." The Grand Elder is already aware of the situation. Karoo looked up and asked, "The Grand Elder has indeed foreseen this? Why does he not leave this place?" Naru shook his head and cast a deliberate glance at Son Gohan, saying, "The Grand Elder is quite aged and unable to move. He has long sensed his impending demise. We cannot persuade him to leave, so we can only quietly remain by his side to protect him. Please follow me. The Grand Elder awaits you." Dondi remarked, "I had heard the Grand Elder's time was drawing near, but I did not expect it to be so soon." The group followed Naru into the chamber, which bore a configuration akin to the spaceship of Son Gohan and his companions. After Krillin and Son Gohan assisted Bulma, they slowly ascended to the upper level, finally meeting the Grand Elder. Bulma gazed up in astonishment, her thoughts racing. So grand! Is this truly the Grand Elder of Namek? The Grand Elder exuded an aura of frailty. His breath faint, seated upon a stone chair with a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball resting beside him. "Welcome. You are the Earthlings, are you not? I must first express my gratitude for rescuing my children." Dondi and Karoo, the Grand Elder, spoke to Son Gohan, his voice steady yet imbued with a sense of ancient weariness. Chapter 16. The Barrier of Mental Strength. It is nothing. Grand Elder, we seek the Dragon Balls of Namek to save our companions, who have been slain by the Saiyans. Son Gohan directly articulated the purpose of their arrival on Namek. The Grand Elder kept his eyes closed, appearing utterly exhausted, as though his life was drawing to a close. "This wish is indeed noble. You are unlike those others. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekian people. It is disheartening that such a symbol of hope has attracted such calamity. My children have been nearly annihilated by those vile beings. It is truly unbearable." The Grand Elder's voice carried a weariness, lamenting the impending doom of his people once more. "How did you come to know of the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder inquired, directing his gaze towards Krillin, Son Gohan, and Bulma with curiosity. Bulma responded, "Because Earth also has Dragon Balls, Grand Elder." "What did you say?" The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded, adding, "Long ago, during a crisis on your planet, a Namekian fled to our Earth, and it was he who created the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder reflected, "Ah, I see now. That must have been the child of Katas, who miraculously reached Earth safely. How wonderful! That child was a genius, capable of creating the Dragon Balls at such a young age." Klin remarked. "He, along with our companions, was slain by a Saiyan named Vegeta." The Elder contemplated for a moment and replied, "Those Saiyans are formidable. It seems improbable that he could have been killed given his innate talents. Could it be that this Saiyan is a Super Saiyan?" "What is a Super Saiyan?" Bulma and Klin inquired, their expressions filled with confusion. The Elder then addressed Son Gohan. "Child, could you step forward?" Son Gohan nodded vigorously and approached the Elder. The Elder grasped Gohan's head gently, saying, "I beg your pardon, but may I glimpse into your past?" Gohan hesitated, wishing to refuse due to the memories of the traveler in his mind, fearing exposure. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that the Elder was different from the others, possessing a broad perspective that might offer him invaluable counsel. At merely 5 years old, his mind was still immature, and he had been striving diligently to navigate the memories of the traveler. "Elder, I agree, but there are many things I hope you will understand," he said, leaving Klin, Bulma, Dondi, Karoo, and Nailu perplexed, while the Elder exhibited a hint of confusion. Yet upon witnessing Gohan's past, understanding swiftly dawned upon him. Time passed, and after a considerable duration, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? Must one be devoid of any evil intent to become a deity? The emergence of two beings is the very reason for the birth of the evil Piccolo. Yet in this manner, the original potential and innate genius have been halved. Had he been restored to his former self, he would not have fallen victim to the Saiyan." Son Gohan exhaled deeply, and the elder surely sensed the traveler's memories. "Child, I comprehend your thoughts and have perceived your resolve. Your aspirations are not for malevolent purposes, and I commend your bravery in journeying here. Allow me to assist you." With that, the elder retrieved a Dragon Ball from behind him and handed it to Klin. They had now acquired 3 Dragon Balls, yet the elder's hand remained unyielding that a transparent aura enveloped Son Gohan. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt his physical strength gradually rising, and a new ability formed in his mind. Suddenly, the elder's voice resonated directly within Gohan's consciousness. "This is telepathy, my child. Your name is Gohan, correct? I apologize. I have seen those memories. This ability, the psychic barrier, is a gift from me to you. With it, you can conceal that memory deep within, forming a protective shield." Gohan responded with delight. "The psychic barrier. Thank you so much, Elder. Moreover, this technique can also ward off illusionary mental attacks." The elder continued through telepathy. "Next, I shall endeavor to unearth the powers within you yet to be developed. I recognize your intent. You are doing remarkably well, Gohan. Despite knowing the dangers ahead and lacking sufficient strength, you still possess the courage to advance, while that Saiyan named Vegeta has succumbed to tears out of fear of Frieza's might. But I am too weak that if I were stronger, I could remain in the hyperbolic time chamber longer and perhaps even train to become a Super Saiyan. Alas, that is not the current situation." Gohan responded with reluctance. "Gohan, you are already doing splendidly at your age. Achieving this level is commendable. Even the most mature adults may not surpass you," the elder stated, affirming Gohan's efforts on Namek. This recognition nearly brought Gohan to tears. Initially overwhelmed by the traveler's memories, he sought to alter the narrative he wished to avoid, not wanting his father, Sun Wukong, to bear the burden alone. "What is this? What are they doing?" As the elder delved into Gohan's potential and communicated through telepathy, Bulma watched with curiosity. The elder was still holding Gohan's head, and an indistinct aura was fluctuating. Nailu explained, "The elder is assisting Son Gohan in guiding and unlocking his untapped potential." Klin, puzzled, asked, "Untapped power?" Nyla nodded, silent but filled with concern as he observed the elder. Under a gravity of 100 times, Gohan's combat power surged, allowing him to easily overpower Vegeta. Now his strength continued to rise, as if he were undergoing a profound transformation. Suddenly, Gohan's aura erupted outward. The elder withdrew his hand and remarked, "You possess astonishing potential. Your future is unimaginable. Gohan, this is the utmost extent of my ability to help you tap into a portion of that potential." "Thank you, Elder," Gohan exclaimed, striving to control his newfound strength, gradually stabilizing his aura. "Incredible. Gohan has become even stronger. Perhaps that fellow named Frieza." Klin began to speak, but Gohan interrupted. "Uncle Klin, I apologize, but I am still far from Frieza's level. I can sense a more terrifying power within him. No, it can't be. Gohan, you are already so strong. How much more powerful can he be?" Klin forced a smile, bewildered. "That earthling named Klin, please step forward," the elder commanded, eliciting surprise and excitement from Klin. I have undergone extensive training that I fear my potential has long been exhausted. Moreover, Elder, will this not diminish your lifespan?" Klin inquired anxiously. The elder reassured him, "This is merely a means to guide your power. It will not affect my lifespan." With that, Klin set aside his concerns and approached the elder, ready for him to extract the latent potential within. Chapter 17. The Dragon Ball Struggle on Namek. Where there is no night, Son Gohan nearly lost track of time. He had no idea how long it had been to this moment. A small soldier on patrol stumbled upon a village destroyed by Vegeta, where one Namekian still clung to life, albeit weakly, akin to a flower in the grass. Consequently, Gohan and the others remained entirely unaware. The Namekian trembled and reached out, grasping the soldier's ankle. "Damn you!" So, it was indeed Vegeta. The soldier aimed his palm at the Namekian and unleashed a ki blast, mercilessly ending his life, before arrogantly soaring towards the spaceship. Frisia's spaceship resembled a colossal disk, featuring a vast interior and a circular corridor. Akin to a fully equipped industrial facility in the main lounge, Frisia gazed through a large window at the outside world, awaiting news from his subordinates, who had gathered 4 Dragon Balls and placed them here. Frisia, I have returned. Enter. Frisia turned as the door swung open, and Zarbon, along with 2 soldiers carrying Vegeta, stepped inside. Is this Vegeta? Haha. Zarbon, have you located the Namekian village? Frisia, now increasingly focused on the Dragon Balls, inquired. Zarbon shook his head. Responding, I regret to inform you, Frisia, that we have yet to find any trace of it. However, Dodoria has been slain, and Vegeta is gravely injured. It appears that mysterious individual possesses formidable combat strength, which is why I brought Vegeta back. I hope to ascertain the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure through him. Frisia declared, Well done, Mr. Sabo. Just now, we were unable to locate the Dragon Balls in that village. They must have been taken by those rascals. We don't even know what they look like. How infuriating! Frisia nearly shouted in frustration. He remained oblivious to the presence of Gohan and his companions, who were lurking in the shadows. This sense of being out of control left Frisia exceedingly displeased. Akin to a lump in his throat, Sabo instructed the 2 minions to escort Vegeta away. Vegeta was gravely injured, on the brink of death, and thus was placed in a medical chamber, where they needed to extract information from him. Suddenly, a soldier who had been searching the Namekian villages returned, brimming with excitement, and respectfully announced at the entrance, Lord Frisia, I have discovered a Namekian village. What? Sabo responded, somewhat astonished. The soldier continued, however, that village has already been attacked. I suspect it was the work of Vegeta. Moreover, I found a villager who was barely clinging to life, and I promptly dealt with him, but Frisia's gaze turned even colder, although his expression remained unchanged. Sabo, who frequently accompanied him, recognized Frisia's mounting anger. You killed the only witness, did you? Yes. The soldier replied nervously, yet he failed to comprehend his grave mistake. With a swift motion, Frisia's eyes emitted 2 beams of laser-like intensity. Striking the soldier, who let out a chilling scream as his body was charred to a crisp, blood splattering everywhere until he fell silent. I detest mindless fools, Frisia said. Sabo, contact Planet Frisia and request the Ginyu Force to come here, ensuring they bring a scouter. They should arrive in about 5 days. Sabo nodded vigorously, replying understood. The situation had reached a stalemate, with Krillin having unlocked significant potential under the guidance of the Elder, his strength now surpassing that of the pudgy fighter. Though still slightly inferior to Vegeta. On the Dragon radar, the 7 Dragon Balls were divided between the 2 factions, with Frisia having collected 4, while they possessed 3. What had initially been a chaotic scramble for the Dragon Balls had now turned into a tense standoff. Bulma lamented, What are we going to do? It's been such a long time. If we don't act soon, those villains will retrieve their scouter, and our location will be compromised. Gohan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, remained fixated on the Dragon radar, waiting patiently. Only the Elder was privy to Gohan's thoughts, which was quite an accomplishment for a 5-year-old. The Elder communicated telepathically with Gohan, saying, Gohan, relax your body and soul, and prepare yourself to meet the challenge in the best possible state. Yes, Elder, Gohan replied, his spirits notably low. The prolonged waiting was beginning to erode his confidence. Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Gohan, you're still too young. You have a long path ahead of you and many more challenges to face. Keep calm. The Elder's words gradually soothed Gohan. Gohan addressed the others. We cannot wait any longer. I will scout Frisia's spaceship. Wait for my return. Krillin, visibly anxious, urged, but Gohan, if Frisia spots you, it could spell trouble. Don't worry. I'm just going to scout that I've trained with Mr. Popo on controlling my ki, so even under their noses, their scouter won't detect me, Gohan assured with a smile. The Elder interjected, everyone should leave this place. Do not stay with this old man. Take the Dragon Balls with you. This is not a safe location. Once Frisia retrieves the scouter, he will find us here swiftly. Elder, Dandy, and Carrot exclaimed. Gohan and the Elder exchanged a silent understanding. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, Dandy, Carrot, find a place to hide. I'm going now, Elder. With no time for excessive sentiment, Gohan picked up the Dragon radar and flew toward Frisia's spaceship. In less than a minute, he arrived at his destination. Spotting Frisia's circular craft, carefully stowing the Dragon radar, Gohan concealed himself, realizing he was likely less than 10 kilometers away from Frisia, a perilous position indeed. The Vegeta's energy was indeed present, slowly recovering, if that were the case. There was hope. Vegeta, you must perform as impressively as you did in the memories of the time traveler. Gohan exhaled a sigh of determination, waiting for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the spaceship, a soldier stood outside the medical chamber, watching Vegeta regain consciousness. With such severe injuries, recovery will take a considerable amount of time. That I hope you pull through. Vegeta, if you don't regain consciousness, Lord Frieza will surely blame me. Yet, even if Vegeta did awaken, it was likely that Lord Frieza would send him back to hell immediately. Please don't add to my troubles, Vegeta. Suddenly, the soldier stared in horror as Vegeta opened his eyes, a blinding light emanating from him, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the entire ship. In the lounge, Sabo, reporting on his tasks, exclaimed in astonishment. What was that explosion? Could it be Vegeta? Frieza and Sabo quickly exited the lounge, racing down the corridor toward the medical chamber. Inside, Vegeta had shattered the medical pod, standing triumphantly over the soldier, who was still damp from the healing liquid. You underestimated my recovery abilities. Now Vegeta sensed Frieza and Sabo's approach, pointing his palm at the damaged medical pod. Boom! A resounding explosion rocked the ship, nearly causing Frieza and Sabo to lose their footing. It's clearly coming from the medical room, Sabo growled. When they arrived, they saw that Vegeta had blown a massive hole in the medical chamber, revealing the Namekian landscape beyond, with thick black smoke lingering. This is bad. He has escaped, Sabo noted, gazing at the gaping hole and the sight outside. Frieza, his voice low and measured, said, What did you just say? Hurry, Sabo, we must pursue him. We cannot let Vegeta get away. He cannot have gone far. However, Vegeta was still concealed within the spaceship. The hole he had created had misled Sabo and Frieza into believing he had fled. As they were deceived by Frieza's cunning, Vegeta felt a sense of triumph. Excellent. Frieza is here. What a fool he is to be so easily tricked. Though he had betrayed Frieza, Vegeta was once a subordinate and was well acquainted with the ship's internal structure. He swiftly made his way to Frieza's lounge, where 4 Dragon Balls, each the size of basketballs, shimmered enticingly. Dragon Balls. Splendid. They are all mine. Frieza, your reign is about to conclude. Vegeta cackled triumphantly. He recalled a Dragon Ball he had previously hidden in a lake near the Namekian village. With these 4, he now possessed 5. Meanwhile, Sabo was outside searching for Vegeta's trail, prompting a mocking smile from Vegeta within the ship. Go ahead, keep searching outside. Not only have I healed my wounds, but you've also unwittingly delivered 4 Dragon Balls into my hands. However, I cannot take them all at once without being tracked, and there's no time to ponder further. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta prepared himself. With a ki blast, he shattered the viewing glass to Frieza's quarters, then grasped the Dragon Balls and hurled them forcefully out of the ship. In mere seconds, all 4 Dragon Balls flew out, followed by a ki wave that obliterated the spaceship's internal systems before he made his escape. The Dragon Balls were finally within reach. At this moment, Son Wukong was both astonished and elated. He had finally awaited this moment. From within his embrace, he produced a cloth bag, and from a considerable distance, he began to collect the Dragon Balls that Vegeta had cast away. 1, 2, 3, 4, each being carefully stowed within the bag. He then transformed it back into a universal capsule, concealing his ki to prevent detection by Vegeta. Although he bore no fear, he understood that prolonging the situation would only serve him better. This was his devised plan. Initially, he had intended to wait for Vegeta to escape with the Dragon Balls before approaching, seizing the opportunity while Vegeta battled with Zabu, playing the role of an opportunistic fisherman. However, after a prolonged period of silence, Son Wukong began to doubt whether something had gone amiss on Vegeta's end, leaving him in a state of tension. That it was only after being prompted by the Elder that he adapted and responded accordingly. As for the possibility of Vegeta escaping alone, he reasoned that he could still take advantage of the chaos created by Vegeta to acquire the Dragon Balls. Being relatively young, he had previously been rather rigid in his thinking, but now Son Wukong had learned the art of flexibility, just as Son Wukong was stealthily departing with the Dragon Balls Vegeta had discarded. Vegeta himself had escaped the confines of the spaceship, observing Zabu in a state of impotent fury. Cursed wretch! Where could that scoundrel have hidden this time? Frieza, could it be that he has retreated into the spaceship once more? I must hasten to find him. Vegeta gradually melded his form into the waters of the lake, realizing that if he were to fly away directly, he would soon be pursued by Frieza and his minions. Even if he flew at great speed, Vegeta was acutely aware of the disparity between his power and Frieza's. The recent act of snatching food from the jaws of danger, coupled with the present circumstances, was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to detection and subsequent demise. While submerging beneath the water, he evaded Frieza's pursuit, healing his wounds and augmenting his strength, even pilfering 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. That little Saiyan brat, this time I shall make you regret sparing my life. Beneath the water, Vegeta clenched his fists in exhilaration, recalling the moment when Son Wukong had injured him, the overwhelming gap in power leaving him utterly defenseless. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the precious bounty he had fought so hard to seize had been snatched away by a clever little cat with a third-person perspective, and even the Dragon Balls he had hidden were now located by Son Wukong, using the Dragon Ball radar. Inside the spaceship, Frieza seethed with rage, while Zabu knelt before him, silently accepting the reprimand. How utterly infuriating! You have caused me a monumental blunder, allowing Vegeta to escape while also losing 4 Dragon Balls to him. He cannot possibly carry all 4 Dragon Balls and flee in one go. I shall search the interior of the spaceship, and you shall conduct a thorough search outside. Zabu promptly replied, Yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza warned, You had best be aware, Mr. Zabu. Should you fail to bring Vegeta back, you know the consequences. Yes, I shall depart immediately. Lord Frieza. Zabu hastily exited through the breach created by Vegeta, seeking traces of his quarry. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his underwater search, moving swiftly and finally, feeling a considerable distance between himself and Frieza, emerged from the lake, gasping for breath. After shaking off the droplets from his body, he searched his surroundings for an extended period without success. Perplexed, with the force I exerted, the Dragon Balls should have fallen nearby. Why are they nowhere to be found? After much contemplation, he glanced around the nearby lakes, pondering, could it be that I accidentally dropped them into the water? However, it is also possible that my unfamiliarity with Namex terrain led to them falling in. I suppose I must dive back into search once more. Chapter 19. The Death of Zabu, as Vegeta submerged in the water to search for the Dragon Balls. Zabu was simultaneously scouring the area for Vegeta. Damn it! Where on earth could that rascal be hiding? If only I had a detector, I would not be compelled to search so arduously. Suddenly, Zabu recalled the direction in which Vegeta had discarded the Dragon Balls and began to search intently along that path, pausing to examine any concealed mountains or valleys before continuing his flight. Vegeta, having searched the lake bottom for an extensive period, grew increasingly impatient. Nothing here, nothing there. These waters harbor no peculiar fish that could have swallowed the Dragon Balls. What on earth is happening? Why have the 4 Dragon Balls I cast away vanished? However, fate did not grant Vegeta the luxury of contemplation, as he suddenly sensed a formidable power approaching his direction. Zabu, is that you? Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he emerged from the water, suspecting that Zabu had taken the Dragon Balls for himself. Little did he realize that Son Wukong, possessing a third-person perspective, had intercepted the 4 discarded Dragon Balls. Upon reaching the shore, Vegeta did not hide. Instead, he flew directly at Zabu, who was busy searching for him. Zabu, upon spotting Vegeta, was taken aback, recalling the previously detected power level. The once handsome visage of Vegeta now appeared grotesque, resembling a lizard, with his body swollen and misshapen. If I could, I would truly prefer not to appear this way, as it defies my aesthetic. Zabu's grotesque transformation revealed a more sinister grin, his mouth gaping wide. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his composure. I did not expect you to possess such a transformation. However, it does not seem particularly formidable. You are truly unsightly, Zabu retorted coldly. You, Vegeta, have truly ignited my wrath. However, fret not. Lord Frieza wishes to capture you alive. If you willingly divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, perhaps Lord Frieza will spare your life. Zabu, you are far too naive. Had this been the old me, I might have been no match for you, but now, I have returned, and I am not the same. But Zabu's words momentarily stunned Vegeta. If Zabu had not found the Dragon Balls, then where could they possibly be? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled the time when Son Wukong had grievously wounded him, plunging him into unconsciousness during their encounter on Earth. To his astonishment, over a month had passed, and Son Wukong had grown so powerful. Could it be that the Dragon Balls were seized by that little brat? Did he intentionally spare my life? But no, that cannot be. That little brat is as loathsome as Kakati. It must be a mere coincidence. During my unconsciousness, they could not have remained idle. First, I harbored some doubts regarding whether Son Wukong had intentionally allowed his opponent to escape. However, reflecting on the time spent on Earth, I recalled how Son Wukong had spared him, thus placing both Son Wukong and Son Wufan in the same paternal category. Moreover, Vegeta's suspicion that Son Wufan had taken the Dragon Balls proved to be correct. Nevertheless, at this moment, Sabo was not granting him much time for contemplation. With a resounding shout, Sabo unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta deflected the energy blast with both hands, sending them crashing into the distant ground. He then propelled himself towards Sabo at high speed, marking the commencement of their battle, which was sensed by Son Wufan, Krillin, and others. After accumulating a certain level of experience, Saiyans, upon returning from the brink of death, emerge even stronger, their latent potential bursting forth. Their fighting prowess only increases with each confrontation, a testament to their warrior heritage. Having sustained severe injuries from Son Wufan earlier, Vegeta's subsequent healing further augmented his strength. Despite Sabo's transformation and full exertion of his power, he was no match for Vegeta. It wasn't long before Sabo found himself at a disadvantage, gradually allowing Vegeta to gain the upper hand. Frustrated by this outcome, Sabo let out a final, defiant cry as Vegeta unleashed a devastating energy wave, reducing him to ashes. With the Dragon Balls now absent, it appeared they had been taken by that little brat. Son Wufan. However, I am no longer the same as before. I shall make you all understand what it truly means to be the Prince of Saiyans. Furthermore, Kakarot killed Sabo, and this surge in power has greatly bolstered Vegeta's confidence. He was determined to exact a fierce revenge, for he is the Prince of Saiyans, unable to reconcile the fact that a mere half-breed Saiyan, alongside Son Wukong, could stand on par with him. A true Saiyan prince. Simultaneously, aboard the spaceship, Frieza lounged in the lounge, while his minions scoured the entire ship in vain for Vegeta's whereabouts. Trembling as they stood behind him, Frieza gently swirled the wine in his glass, exclaiming, "This is taking too long. What on earth is Sabo doing? Given his absence, he has either fled or been slain. That I should have brought the Ginyu Force from the outset. They would be far more useful than you fools." One of the minions hastily responded, "Yes, Lord Frieza. Regarding the report from Frieza Planet, the Ginyu Force has set out some time ago and will arrive shortly." Frieza took a sip of his red wine, his thoughts consumed not by Vegeta, but by the unknown adversary that it had been so long. Yet we still do not know who they are, that we must investigate immediately. Lord Frieza. The minions, sensing Frieza's growing ire, fled in a panic to dispatch a portion of their ranks. Frieza glared at the picturesque landscape of Namek, utterly frustrated, as he gathered energy into his fingertips, unleashing destructive energy blasts upon the planet's surface. Meanwhile, Son Wufan was regulating his energy, scanning the Dragon Ball radar as he soared towards Krillin's location. Suddenly, a red energy blast from Frieza hurtled toward him, compelling Son Wufan to halt abruptly as it whizzed past and detonated in the distance. The ground of Namek trembled violently. Cold sweat trickled down Son Wufan's brow as he mechanically turned around, sensing multiple attacks resonating across the planet. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. Upon sensing danger, he swiftly descended as a red energy blast whizzed overhead, landing not far from him. Frieza appeared quite agitated. Naturally, for the propulsion engines of his spaceship had been destroyed, rendering it immobile. Observing Frisia's current state, Vegeta felt a twinge of satisfaction, but he quickly regained his composure. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. He could only seek out the Dragon Balls to obtain immortality if he hoped to defeat Frisia. Yet now, it seemed that little brat had likely secured them. What was he to do? At the same moment, Son Wukong was preparing to engage in rigorous training under a gravity of 100 times that of Earth's, a level that Son Wufan could eventually adapt to. In just a few short days, he had escalated from 20 times to 100 times the gravity, given that Son Wufan's body had yet to fully develop at the tender age of 5. He required a gradual approach, taking an entire month to acclimate to the intense gravitational force. Chapter 20. The Ginyu Force. While Son Wukong continued his training aboard the spaceship under 100 times gravity, Namek was rocked by relentless tremors, the result of 4 Dragon Balls being seized. The atmosphere was thick with tension as energy blasts rained down upon the planet's surface. That moment, Son Wufan was drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping Frisia's attack. That was close, he thought. After acquiring all the Dragon Balls, I became so engrossed that I nearly forgot about Frisia. His martial arts uniform clung to him, soaked in perspiration. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up to see 5 spherical spaceships piercing through Namek's atmosphere. Is that the Ginyu Force arriving already? Snapping back to reality, Son Wufan glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, relinquishing control of his energy as he sped towards Krillin and Bulma's current location. After Son Wufan departed, Krillin, Dandy, Karlu, and Bulma had left the Grand Elder's home, seeking refuge in a secluded valley. Unfortunately, they were discovered by Frisia's patrolling minions. However, with Krillin present, these minions were no match for them and were swiftly defeated. Dandy, visibly worried, remarked, "Wufan has been gone for quite some time. Is everything truly all right?" Krillin shook his head, reassuring her, "There's no need for concern. Wufan's strength has surpassed ours by leaps and bounds. As long as he doesn't confront Frisia directly, he will be just fine. Even against Vegeta, he need not fear." Suddenly, a noise echoed through the sky, reminiscent of an aircraft slicing through the air. Carlo pointed to the 5 spherical ships above, his expression filled with dread. "What are those?" Bulma's face drained of color. "Are those spaceships similar to Saiyan ships? Has Frisia's reinforcements arrived?" The energy emanating from them was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding that of Vegeta. A point one of the presences was almost on par with Wufan's. "Damn it, where's Wufan now? I can't sense his energy at all." Krillin clenched his fists, frustration evident in his voice. Carlo added, "If we can't sense him, it also means that Frisia and his minions likely cannot detect him either." Suddenly, Son Wufan's energy flared up, startling Krillin. "I can feel it. That's Wufan's energy. He's coming our way." Dandy and Karlu excitedly clasped hands with Bulma, gleefully exclaiming, "Wonderful! Wufan is safe. This is such great news." In the distance, Vegeta also sensed Son Wufan's energy, yet his true focus was on the approaching Ginyu Force, causing him to break into a cold sweat. 5 of them. There's no mistake. It's the Ginyu Force. Frisia has actually summoned them. This is disastrous. I don't have a single Dragon Ball. I'll become a target for Frisia. Vegeta let out a furious roar, his long-held desire for eternal life now seeming utterly unattainable. Furthermore, the Ginyu Force had brought along the latest model of detection devices, and no matter how he concealed his energy, it would inevitably be discovered. Damn it. This is infuriating. That wretched little brat. Vegeta pursued Son Wufan with all his might. Given the current circumstances, he saw only one path forward: to ally with Son Wufan against the Ginyu Force. Though he was reluctant, with no hope left for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta felt a sense of despair at the thought of facing the notorious Ginyu Force. Not to mention the even more terrifying Frisia. Son Wufan, sensing Vegeta's pursuit behind him, also contemplated the possibility of an alliance. The Ginyu Force, alongside the formidable Frisia, who had achieved a terrifying combat power exceeding 100 million through 3 transformations, posed a significant threat. Having previously restrained his energy to remain hidden, he now saw no need to do so. Flying at full speed, Son Wufan quickly reached his destination, spotting Krillin, Dandy, Karlu, and Bulma, along with 3 Dragon Balls the size of basketballs. "Great, Wufan, you're safe," Bulma exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I've also acquired the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. Son Wukong nodded, exchanging no more than a few words of pleasantry, after returning the Dragon Radar to Bulma. He opened a capsule, revealing a black cloth bag containing 4 Dragon Balls. The assembly of 7 Dragon Balls elicited a mix of astonishment and joy from Bulma, Krillin, and the others, as they had not anticipated that Son Wukong, after such a lengthy absence, had managed to reclaim 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza's domain. Vegeta, he is coming, Krillin exclaimed, startled at that moment. Frieza had arrived outside his spaceship. Seated upon his hovering chair, 0.5 spherical spacecraft descended from the sky, crashing down before him and stirring a cacophony of noise that at last. The Ginyu Force has arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Frieza declared, his excitement palpable as the dust settled. Each spherical vessel left a massive crater in its wake. The hatches gradually opened, and 5 men clad in battle uniforms ascended slowly, aligning themselves neatly before Frieza. The Ginyu Force has finally arrived. Frieza beamed with delight. The Ginyu Force comprised 5 members, with Captain Ginyu leading the team, followed by Jis, Berta, Guldo, and Goku. They executed a series of elaborate, almost artistic poses in front of Frieza, culminating in a synchronized movement. However, the absence of any accompanying music rendered the display awkward, causing a momentary pause in Frieza's demeanor until a chilling breeze swept by, prompting a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Despite having witnessed such theatrics numerous times, he was still taken aback that I've been waiting for you for too long, he remarked, clearly indicating that this galactic tyrant wielded more than just sheer power and terrifying tactics. Jinyu's body was a pale purple, adorned with 2 black horns, and equipped with the latest model of a scouter. He respectfully addressed Frieza. Thank you for your warm welcome, my lord. May I inquire about the nature of our mission? I understand we have had to cancel our assignment to Planet Yardrat. Frieza responded, that ungrateful traitor, Vegeta, stole my Dragon Balls and fled. Vegeta, Ginyu questioned, puzzled. One of the team members, a robust man with a pineapple-like hairstyle named Berta, scoffed. Which Saiyan are you referring to? I've heard he fancies himself a formidable warrior, yet in reality, he possesses no strength whatsoever. Meanwhile, Guldo, a diminutive figure resembling an infant, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Frieza's words. His green body, coupled with the unsettling eyes protruding from the sides of his head, gave him a rather repugnant appearance. Has that Vegeta truly betrayed Lord Frieza? Chapter 21. An alliance with Vegeta, strangely enough. That fellow's battle power seems to be increasing exponentially. Moreover, aside from Vegeta, there's another individual on this planet who is also vying for the Dragon Balls, Frieza said, his voice laced with frustration as he expressed disdain for this unwelcome third party complicating matters. Ginyu pressed a button on his scouter, stating, our device has pinpointed Vegeta's location. He is currently moving at high speed, albeit from a considerable distance. Furthermore, there is another with a power level of 32,000 and several others with mere hundreds, along with one whose strength barely exceeds 5. Is Vegeta intending to join forces with them? Berta, a tall member with blue skin, laughed heartily. Have they formed an alliance? Ginyu inquired. Lord Frieza, how shall we deal with these individuals? Frieza coldly replied, eliminate them. Splendid. We can hardly wait to tear them apart. Guldo boasted with pride. Frieza, glancing at Ginyu, cautioned, be exceedingly careful. Those individuals possess means to manipulate their battle power that I understand. We shall entertain them thoroughly. Ginyu assured. Unlike his 4 colleagues, Guldo appeared burdened with trepidation, haunted by unpleasant memories of his past encounters with Vegeta. Jis, a man with red skin and white long hair, held out a packaged box to Frieza. My Lord Frieza, this is the scouter you requested. Thank you for your efforts. After receiving the scouter, the Ginyu Force prepared to embark on their mission, their eagerness palpable as they put on a grand display before Frieza, causing more perspiration to bead on his brow. With a swift motion, the Ginyu Force launched towards their target, speeding towards Son Wukong and his companions. Simultaneously, Son Wukong, aboard a modified spacecraft, was a mere 20 minutes away from Namek, having concluded his training just the day before. Unbeknownst to him, a dire situation loomed on Namek. Awakened by the alarm, he refreshed himself and made ready for arrival. Vegeta, upon reuniting with Son Wukong, beheld the 7 glimmering Dragon Balls. It was evident that the 4 he had previously discarded had indeed been intercepted and seized by Son Wukong. Son Wukong, you must sense the approach of the Ginyu Force, correct? They're heading this way, Vegeta stated. Krillin, perplexed, responded, the Ginyu Force? Indeed, Son Wukong affirmed, his expression serious. That I captured one of Frisia's soldiers and extracted information about the Ginyu Force, including Ginyu S and a short, rotund individual S special abilities. Vegeta paused, a cold smirk gracing his lips. How intriguing! It seems we, the warrior race of Saiyans, have much to offer. That I am a human, Son Wukong retorted. Vegeta had no time to debate this point, shifting his focus. I sensed your power earlier. It should not be so feeble. Have you reined it in? Son Wukong nodded gravely. Ginyu possesses a rather troublesome ability. Moreover, that short fellow has a unique power that must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, if they unite, we will be at an even greater disadvantage. The short fellow, Guldo, though inherently weak, possessed a most peculiar ability, the power to manipulate time. The longer he could hold his breath, the longer he could freeze time. Additionally, he had the capability to immobilize his enemies completely. Jinyu's signature move allowed him to swap bodies, and his strength had surpassed a staggering 100,000. The more formidable his opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Which was why Son Wukong was compelled to restrain his own power. He had attributed his knowledge of being a transmigrator to an unnamed soldier of Frisia, crafting a plausible narrative that left no room for suspicion. Now, apart from the Grand Elder of Namek, no one else was privy to his secret. You speak of Guldo, do you? You're quite well informed. However, Son Wukong, do not forget, aside from the Ginyu Force, there is Frisia. You must have sensed the terror he embodies, Vegeta warned, crossing his arms as he regarded Son Wukong, casting a glance at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. Bulma boldly challenged, and what are your intentions? The Dragon Balls will never be yours, Dandy and Kalu, bolstered by Son Wukong's presence, echoed in unison. That's right. You cannot lay claim to the Dragon Balls. What do you intend to do? Vegeta, Son Wukong inquired, his voice steady. Vegeta flashed a wicked grin. To defeat Frisia, one must wish for immortality through the Dragon Balls. Though it is begrudging, your potential is astounding, even if you currently lack experience. Immortality could compensate for that shortcoming. Son Wukong was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Even Bulma, Krillin, Dandy, and Kalu widened their eyes in disbelief, as if the revelation had shaken Son Wukong to his core. Son Wukong finally regained his composure, exhaling in disbelief as he realized Vegeta was earnest. Yet he could only lament his own youth, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Krillin came to, stating, I see, because Son Wukong is Goku's son, and Goku is a Saiyan like him. Son Wukong steadied himself, shaking his head in resolute denial. That is impossible, Vegeta. You fail to grasp that the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls cannot exceed the capabilities of their creator. Even if you were to wish for immortality, it would not manifest in the manner you envision. True power is the ultimate determinant of everything. Son Wukong gently caressed the small vial nestled within the collar of his shirt, contemplating silently. Even if immortality were truly attained, it would not be without means of restraint. I have long since prepared for every eventuality. What did you say? Vegeta, lacking the familiarity with Dragon Balls that Son Wukong and his companions possessed, found himself momentarily dazed upon hearing Son Wukong's words. Could it be that his immortality could not be realized through the Dragon Balls? Uncle Krillin, once we summon the Eternal Dragon, immediately resurrect Uncle Piccolo. As long as Uncle Piccolo is revived, the Supreme Kai will follow suit, and the Dragon Balls of Earth will restore as well. That we shall handle this. Son Wukong and Vegeta turned their gazes forward. As the Ginyu Force approached them with haste, I understand, Wukong, you must exercise caution. Once we conclude our battle here, we shall come to assist you. After stowing the Dragon Balls in a cloth bag, Krillin departed with Bulma, Karu, and Dandy, leaving the battlefield to Son Wukong and Vegeta. Chapter 22. The battle power of Son Wukong. As Krillin and his companions left, the Ginyu Force arrived, landing before Son Wukong and Vegeta, erupting into raucous laughter. Here they come, Son Wukong and Vegeta stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the 5 adversaries. Some pesky flies still wish to flee, chuckled Rickwam with a menacing grin. That if you wish to harm others, you must first contend with me. In an instant, Son Wukong appeared within the Jinyu Force's line of sight, his cherubic face resolute. The battle power reading on the scouter came into view, prompting Jinyu to exclaim, "So the one with a power level exceeding 30,000 is this little brat? Hey kid, are you still nursing? Huh? You fools, you look like a bunch of genetic failures," Son Wukong retorted unabashedly. "You little brat. How dare you speak to us that way? Do you know who we are? Captain, kill this little brat." The Jinyu Force was nearly driven to madness by Son Wukong's insults. With each skirmish, their temperament had shifted. The Son Wukong of old would never have dared to speak so boldly. Indeed, a bunch of genetically mutated failures. Vegeta laughed heartily. Finding Son Wukong increasingly to his liking, he recalled their initial encounter when they had been enemies. Back then, Son Wukong had been timid, cowardly, and unwilling to fight, a stark contrast to the warriors standing before him now. Quickly dispatch this brat. If the Dragon Balls are not here, they must have been taken by those fools. Let us not linger too long. Vegeta, Lord Frieza ordered us to capture him alive, Jinyu declared with a sinister smile, addressing his subordinates. Understood, Captain. The other members cast malevolent glances at Son Wukong, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. Son Wukong, maintaining his composure, replied, "Who told you the Dragon Balls are in their possession?" "What?" Jinyu quickly raised his hand to halt his subordinates. "Oh, they aren't with them. Then they must be with you. Hand over the Dragon Balls. And perhaps I may spare your life. Patience. Those who wait shall receive great rewards." Son Wukong extended his right hand into his collar, retrieving a small vial, and placed it before him, eliciting bewildered expressions from the Jinyu Force and Vegeta alike. "A small vial? What can a mere vial accomplish?" Vegeta questioned, puzzled, yet recalling Son Wukong's prior actions. He stood aside, vigilant against the Jinyu Force, particularly the troublesome Good. Veins bulging, Jinyu seethed, "You little brat, you dare to toy with me?" "I'm not toying with you. I merely spoke the truth. And indeed, I have a splendid gift for the Jinyu Force." Son Wukong's gaze sharpened, exhaling a breath of determination. The current state of the Jinyu Force could not be likened to his memories of one-on-one confrontations. To deal with Good required some finesse. Vegeta interjected, "Hey Wukong, I'll ask you once more. That Kakarot fellow, he truly hasn't he arrived on this planet?" Son Wukong shook his head, stating, "Not yet, given the time." "He will arrive soon," Vegeta replied. "He should hurry. Though he is insufferable, his presence would certainly aid us. How does your strength compare to Jinyu's?" Son Wukong responded, "His power exceeds mine, but the others pose no threat." "Step aside. I must first eliminate the biggest nuisance." Vegeta and Son Wukong distanced themselves, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they focused on Good, whose time-stopping ability was formidable, while curiosity about Son Wukong's next move lingered. "Magic Sealing Wave." The youthful voice resonated through the air, sudden and swift, as a green whirlwind of energy enveloped Good, leaving even Jinyu momentarily stunned. Ugh! Good, sensing the world spinning, held his breath, freezing time in an instant. With a crash, he plummeted to the ground, and despite the pain, he remained breathless as the green whirlwind surrounded him, sending chills through his body. Vegeta, Jinyu, and the others were rendered immobile by the cessation of time. "You bastard, damn you!" Good seethed inwardly, his gaze fixed on Son Wukong, who stood firmly, arms raised before him as he approached Son Wukong. He could no longer contain himself, inhaling deeply, and in a moment time resumed its normal flow. He hurled a powerful punch at Son Wukong's abdomen. Buzz! The anticipated impact never came. Son Wukong's form dissipated like a phantom in afterimage. Good's last thought echoed as Son Wukong executed a lateral kick, striking Good's stout form with tremendous force, shattering him. Good's lifeless head met the ground beneath Son Wukong's foot, staining the earth with his purple blood. From the moment he unleashed the magic sealing wave until now, excluding the time Good had stopped, only 2 seconds had elapsed. By the time Jinyu, Vegeta, and the others regained their senses, Good had already fallen beneath Son Wukong's might. This is the afterimage technique taught to me by Master Roshi. That little trouble has finally been dealt with. Son Wukong breathed out, having executed an incomplete magic sealing wave, creating an illusion to deceive Good. The magic sealing wave was exceedingly taxing on one's energy. And even in its incomplete form, Son Wukong felt his stamina depleting significantly. Yet, there was no other choice. The Jinyu force was not the solitary adversary he remembered, but rather a collective threat. Thus he expended energy to eliminate the troublesome Good. No, it's impossible. This brat possesses a battle power of 100,000. Jinyu exclaimed, retreating in astonishment. In a bid to swiftly dispatch Good, Son Wukong had unleashed his full strength, no longer concealing his true power. 100,000 battle power? It cannot be. Vegeta gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief. Through rigorous training under 100-fold gravity, Son Wukong's strength had developed from feeble to overpowering the likes of Vegeta, Zarbin, and Dodoria. Yet the exact measure of his might remained unclear. Following further enhancement from the Elder Namekian, Son Wukong's strength now reached 100,000. The disparity in strength between him and Goku, despite the same training conditions, was attributed to the gradual adaptation Son Wukong underwent over the month. While Goku had suffered numerous injuries, recovering from near-death experiences with the aid of senzu beans. In contrast, Son Wukong had no such luxury. Hence, even with the same gravity training, he found himself inferior to Goku. Chapter 23. The Dragon's Ascendance. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, after the Jinyu force had departed, Frieza donned the latest scouter. Surveying the surroundings. The scouter indicates the presence of 2 Namekians in that location. Could it be the Elder Namekian? Frieza once again shifted his focus, unleashing a staggering power of 100,000 battle units. Whose might could this be? It appeared that Jinyu and his compatriots were encountering some difficulties. Come here. Frieza beckoned to a subordinate aboard the spacecraft, who quivered with trepidation at the sight of his master. I'm about to step out. Ensure the safety of the spaceship. If you cannot manage such a trivial task, you may as well forfeit your lives. Yes, Lord Frieza, the soldier replied, straightening up hastily, in a swift motion. Frieza propelled himself towards the location of the Grand Elder, his speed remarkable, leaving only Nail by the Elder's side to guard him. The situation dire. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with a cacophony of explosions. Gohan was locked in combat with Jinyu, Jis, and Berta, while the pineapple-headed Ricoum faced off against Vegeta. The sound of fists slicing through the air echoed continuously as Gohan soon revealed a weakness. Dealing with Jinyu alone proved troublesome, let alone contending with 2 others in unison. Suddenly, Jinyu seized the opportunity and landed a heavy blow to Gohan's abdomen, eliciting a cry of agony from him as intense pain washed over him. Making the world spin, Ricoum executed a flying kick, striking Vegeta in the chin, leaving him momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and retaliated. The clash of fists continued, Ricoum's imposing physique moving with surprising swiftness. Like Gohan, Vegeta found himself unable to mount a defense. Gohan spat a mouthful of crimson blood, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater as he gasped for breath, his body succumbing to exhaustion. It hurts, every cell in my body aches. Am I angry? I detest these fiends, yet why can I not unleash the fury I remember? Is it because I have gained reason? Gohan pondered, reflecting on how rationality hindered him from unleashing his full power as he once had in his memories. Krillin, are you not ready yet? Gohan clutched his arm, trembling as he struggled to rise, a stream of blood trickling down his cheek, his gaze resolute as he faced Jinyu, Jis, and Berta. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chi-Chi, who had been residing at Bulma's house awaiting news, suddenly felt a tightening in her chest. Gohan, please be safe, she exclaimed, hastily retrieving her cup, her anxiety mounting, unable to find solace as she prayed for her son's safety to Chi-Chi. Do not worry. Goku has arrived and will surely be fine. Master Roshi reassured her. Mrs. Brief approached with a gentle smile, asking, Mrs. Goku, would you care for a cup of coffee? Thank you, Chi-Chi replied politely, though her appetite had vanished, the feeling of dread overwhelming her, as if she were on the verge of losing something precious. Krillin, Destined, and Bulma had gathered the Dragon Balls in a nearby clearing. Gohan and Vegeta are already engaged in battle. We must hurry, or Gohan's efforts will be in vain. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, Krillin called out to the 7 Dragon Balls beneath him. Yet the anticipated scene of darkness and the dragon's emergence did not materialize. Carrot interjected, the Dragon Balls from Namek require the Namekian language to summon ... Then let us hasten. Gohan may not last much longer. Krillin urged Destined and Carrot. Understood. Destined positioned his hands toward the Dragon Balls, invoking the Namekian incantation, and the orbs began to glow with a golden luminescence. Boom! A thunderous clap resonated as the sky above Namek grew dark, and a colossal figure emerged, soaring into the heavens. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, appearing even more formidable than its Earth counterpart. Crash! Gohan and Vegeta were unceremoniously tossed together like refuse, as Jinyu, Berta, and Ricoum laughed maniacally. Not yet. It is far from over. Gohan struggled to rise, his purple attire soaked and matted with blood, his gaze sharp and filled with rage. He could vanquish others. Yet Jinyu remained an insurmountable challenge, especially with Jis and Berta aiding him. Suddenly, the world darkened. The once clear skies of Namek were enveloped in shadow. It worked. The Eternal Dragon has finally appeared. Gohan felt a surge of excitement as he beheld Purunga soaring skyward, his heart filled with joy. Is that the Eternal Dragon? Does it relate to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta mused, his expression shifting as he contemplated the phenomenon, aware that he lacked a deep understanding of the Dragon Balls and their summoning rituals. What is that? Jinyu and his companion stared, bewildered by Purunga's arrival. This is bad. The Dragon Balls! Berta! You quick! Go now! Jinyu shouted. Understood. Berta darted away at lightning speed, racing toward Krillin's location. With a fierce burst of energy, Gohan unleashed a powerful attack towards the distance. What? No! Berta's anguished scream echoed as he found himself isolated, having previously coordinated with Jinyu and Jis in their ambush against Gohan. Boom! Berta was obliterated, his form reduced to mere dust by the golden energy wave. Another one bites the dust, Gohan murmured weakly, collapsing to the ground, the exertion of that last attack draining him entirely, leaving him unable to lift a finger. Truly the hybrid of our Saiyan lineage. Well done, even in death. You fight to the end. Vegeta laughed as he witnessed Berta's demise. I am human. Gohan managed to retort, his voice faint. Jinyu, now seething with rage, had witnessed the deaths of both Guldo and Berta. You wretched brat, I will tear you to shreds. Jinyu's energy flared ominously, that very moment. Frieza, having arrived at the Grand Elder's location, observed the sudden darkness enveloping Namek. Why has it turned dark? He queried. His brow furrowed in confusion. The Elder's position was far removed from Gohan's battle, akin to the distance between the northern and southern hemispheres, rendering him unaware of Purunga's emergence. Could this unprecedented phenomenon be related to the Dragon Balls? Frieza pondered, immediately directing a blast of energy at the Elder's dwelling, creating a breach through which he beheld Nail and the weakened Elder. So you are the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Chapter 24. The arrival of Goku. Simultaneously, a massive spherical spacecraft descended from the heavens, unnoticed by Jinyu and his allies due to the commotion surrounding Purunga. As the hatch slowly opened, Goku gazed out at the darkened sky and the distant sight of the soaring Eternal Dragon. Momentarily dazed that the Eternal Dragon of Namek, Gohan and Krillin succeeded. Didn't they? How wonderful! However, Goku's smile began to fade as he sensed the overwhelming energies around him. Such powerful auras. Gohan. Without delay, sensing Gohan's faint energy and the presence of many formidable forces nearby, Goku propelled himself forward at high speed. I am on my way, Gohan. Hold on. I shall show you the fruits of my training. Jinyu, Ricoum, and Jis unleashed a combined energy attack towards Gohan and Vegeta. With their eyes closed, Gohan and Vegeta awaited their inevitable demise, having reached their limits, unable to evade the assault from Jinyu and his associates. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, and a crimson energy enveloped Son Wukong's body as he activated the Kaioken ×2. Positioning himself in front of Son Gohan and Vegeta, effortlessly deflecting their energy blasts with a wave of his hand. The imagined demise of his father, Kakarot, was nowhere near, as Son Gohan and Vegeta opened their eyes to behold a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with the character for Wukong standing before them, intercepting the final lethal strike. Gohan, I have arrived. My apologies. Here, quickly consume this senza bean, Son Wukong said, revealing a familiar smile as he gently placed a senza bean in his son Gohan's mouth. With a crunch, Son Gohan's wounds healed instantaneously, restoring him to peak condition, and he sprang upright with a vigorous motion. What? Vegeta and the others stared in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Hey, wasn't that kid on the brink of death just moments ago? Bess asked, incredulity etched upon his face. Jinyu and Raikum exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Son Wukong, observing the stoic expression of Vegeta, then turned to Son Gohan and inquired with a hint of curiosity. How did Vegeta sustain his injuries? He was wounded by that pineapple-headed foe. Despite my relentless training and the Elder's assistance in unlocking my potential, I still couldn't best that purple-skinned adversary. Not only that, but Jinyu teamed up with 2 others to overwhelm me. After I seized an opportunity to eliminate one, I was utterly spent. Thankfully, you arrived, Father, Son Gohan replied, his eyes gleaming with hope as the shadow of despair lifted, and the tension in his body dissipated. Indeed, Father will not allow these scoundrels to go unpunished, Son Wukong said, adjusting Son Gohan's collar. He then turned his gaze towards Vegeta, perplexed up by the way, Gohan, why was Vegeta also injured like you? Shouldn't you all be on the same side? Much has transpired. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we have temporarily allied, Son Gohan began to explain, but was interrupted as Son Wukong gently placed his hand on his head. Gohan, there's no need to elaborate further. I have discerned the situation myself. Through a probe of Son Gohan's mind, Son Wukong grasped the entirety of the events, though he could not uncover the details regarding the mental barrier that safeguarded the memories of the traveler. Ah, I see. Well done, Gohan. Bulma, Krillin, and the others are unharmed. And as for Frieza, Son Wukong smiled. Yes, Father, but be cautious. The enemy's capabilities, Son Gohan began, shaking his head, but was silenced by Son Wukong's understanding smile that I'm already aware. Gohan, you acquired intelligence from a soldier, did you not? Son Gohan nodded shyly, a hint of guilt crossing his face as he averted his gaze, clearly aware that his father had perceived several inconsistencies. Though your memories may be fragmented, I trust you. Gohan, do not burden yourself, Son Wukong reassured him. Actually, Father, you could know as well. When we return, I shall reveal the truth, Son Gohan stated. Indeed, Gohan, you have grown remarkably strong, Son Wukong said, producing another senza bean and handing it to Vegeta. Vegeta, consume it at once. Understanding the implications upon witnessing Son Gohan's recent recovery, Vegeta swiftly ingested the senza bean to my body. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at his hands. Feeling rejuvenated. 1 senza bean remains, Son Wukong declared, passing the pouch to Son Gohan while casting a steely glare at Jinyu, Raikum, and Bess. Father, allow me to confront that white-haired scoundrel. He has been ambushing me all along, Son Gohan asserted, placing the pouch within his garment, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Bess. Very well, leave Jinyu to me. I will be vigilant of his techniques, Son Wukong responded, focusing on Jinyu. With Son Gohan, resurrected from the brink of death, he had now surpassed Jinyu in strength, but Bess and the others he had slain previously were even more despicable and infuriating. Vegeta regarded Son Wukong with a tumultuous heart, the waves of shock crashing within him. It cannot be. It cannot be. Kakarot and Son Gohan. How they both grown so powerful. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta recalled the lore among the Saiyans, that a Super Saiyan was a prodigy who appeared once every millennium, a pinnacle that no warrior could surpass. If the legend holds true, it should be I who becomes the Super Saiyan. Why, that lowly warrior Kakarot and that half-breed Son Gohan. How infuriating, Vegeta seethed. Nevertheless, his immediate target was Raikou. Newly revived from the brink of death, his strength had surged dramatically, rendering the pineapple-headed Raikou no longer a match for him. The dragon soared through the sky as Krillin eagerly made the first wish, only to discover that each wish could resurrect but one person. He thus opted to fulfill Son Gohan's earlier wish to revive Piccolo. Dandy, speaking in Namekian, conveyed the wish to the dragon Porunga, while the inhabitants of King Kai's planet kept a close watch on the events unfolding on Namek. The halo above Piccolo's head vanished, signaling his revival. "Piccolo, you are back." Krillin and the others succeeded. Yamcha and the others exclaimed in delight as they beheld Piccolo's form. "Gohan, Piccolo." Piccolo expressed concern, placing a hand on the back of North Kai. Observing the situation on Namek in the Earth's sacred realm, the Supreme Kai was also revived due to Piccolo's return, causing Bubbles to become exceedingly excited. Everything seemed to be heading toward a favorable outcome. Yet on Namek, Son Gohan and his companions were about to face an even graver crisis, as the absence of the Dragon Balls incited Frieza's wrath, spiraling into chaos. And all of this, instigated by Son Gohan, a butterfly whose wings set in motion far-reaching consequences. Chapter 25. The final battle approaches at this moment. Frieza glowered at the Elder and Nail, slowly speaking. "Namek has no dark skies. What on earth is happening?" The Elder replied, "It is because someone has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, thus thwarting your intentions." Frieza's fists clenched tightly, blood oozing from his purple hands due to overwhelming anger. Damn it, damn it. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's fury erupted, enveloping everything around him in a violent aura. The immense pressure causing Nail to break out in a cold sweat. The Elder telepathically communicated with Dandy. "Dandy, quickly make the second wish. Instruct Porunga to unlock all of the latent powers of Son Wukong and Son Gohan that they are currently unable to access." Piccolo, who was communicating via North Kai, intended to head to Namek to fight, but upon hearing the Elder's telepathic message, he was momentarily stunned. North Kai, realizing the implications, smiled. "I understand now. The Elder wishes for Goku and Gohan to be able to withstand Frieza. Is that correct? But wouldn't such a wish harm their foundations?" Piccolo posed a question that many were eager to know. North Kai elucidated. "It pertains to the power they are currently unable to utilize. This wish is akin to the Elder's ability to unlock strength, and it will not harm their foundations. Previously, when the Elder attempted to unlock Son Gohan's strength, he could only extract a portion. Both Goku and Gohan had undergone extensive training and experience, enabling them to fully unleash their capabilities. North Kai had been discreetly observing everything on Namek, comprehending the Elder's intentions, which were to have the Eternal Dragon utilize the Elder's power to excavate the strengths of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. "Understand, Elder," Dandy responded hastily, using Namekian to convey the second wish to the Dragon Pun. At this juncture, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Son Wukong faced Jinyu, Bess, and Raikou simultaneously. "You scoundrel, perish!" Ultimate Flash, Vegeta unleashed a ferocious golden energy wave from his palms, obliterating Rikuum to the point that not even a trace of his corpse remained. With the activation of the Kaioken ×2, Son Goku's power surged beyond that of Captain Jinyu, especially with the insights gleaned from Gohan regarding Jinyu's techniques, leaving Jinyu with no opportunity to counter. Ultimately, Goku eradicated Jinyu with a Kamehameha wave. The circumstances had shifted dramatically. Tensions were high with Frieza, the formidable adversary, looming nearby, and time was of the essence. Thus, Goku had no intention of holding back or sparing anyone, nor did he allow the opponent to execute their body-swapping technique. Gohan faced off against Bess, who was previously no match for him, let alone now. Had Bess not been lurking behind Jinyu for a surprise attack, the outcome would have mirrored that of the earlier encounter with Berta. With a single energy wave, Gohan pulverized Bess into dust. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan stood united. The Jinyu force had been dealt with, leaving only Frieza and his minions. Gohan's fist cracked ominously. Suddenly, the energy emanating from Gohan and Goku surged explosively, startling Vegeta. "What is happening?" Vegeta exclaimed. astonished as he observed the increasing power radiating from Gohan and Goku, which far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, on Namek, the Elder's earlier fury had subsided, and Frieza regained his composure. Well, there exists a place known as Earth, which also harbors wish-granting Dragon Balls. That a sudden spike in energy readings startled Frieza, as his advanced scouter detected the escalating power of Goku and Gohan, ultimately reaching its threshold and exploding. What? How can two individuals possess such overwhelming power, surpassing even the latest model of the scouter? Frieza's gaze shifted to the Elder, his expression darkening as he realized. Ah, so it is because of the Dragon Balls. But since there are Dragon Balls on Earth, your usefulness has come to an end. The Elder's crimson eyes glimmered with a flicker of insight. As Frieza obliterated the Elder and Nail along with the house, a shower of sparks erupted, and the towering rocks crumbled. The formerly darkened sky returned to daylight, albeit with a chilling brightness. Frieza emerged from the smoke, landing firmly on the ground. That if their power exceeds 1 million, this situation is rather precarious. It has been some time since I assumed my final form. I shall engage these fools in my original state. Frieza clenched his fists, his aura beginning to shift as he shed his armor, power surging and causing debris to float in the air around him. With the Elder's demise, the dragon wave dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls, once the size of basketballs, transformed into mere white stones. Bulma, bewildered, inquired, "What is happening? We haven't even made our 3rd wish yet. How could the dragon vanish?" Destined and Kuririn knelt helplessly, tears welling in their eyes. The Elder, he has passed, Kuririn stated gravely. No, Nail's energy has also vanished. Frieza, it was Frieza who realized we summoned the dragon and killed the Elder and Nail. Suddenly, Namek trembled violently, causing Bulma to lose her footing and fall to the ground. "What is going on? I detest being on this planet," she exclaimed, rubbing her aching backside while lamenting that Frieza's power is still escalating. How can this be? It was already absurdly strong. Kuririn clutched his head, gripped by fear, feeling utterly useless during their time on Namek. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta sensed Frieza's rising energy, causing them to break into a cold sweat. This is impossible. It is true. Frieza can still amplify his power. Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Is this a one-time ascension to his final form? Gohan thought, glancing at his father, Goku. Although his power had significantly increased, Goku's prowess had grown even more, at least doubling Gohan's combat strength. However, he was merely 5 years old, and his experience and training paled in comparison to Goku's. The ultimate battle against Frieza was imminent, if they could endure this trying moment. A brighter future awaited. Gohan wiped the blood from his lips, his martial arts GI tattered, while Vegeta's battle suit bore similar wear, with only Goku's attire remaining intact. Chapter 26. Frieza's final form. The tremors on Namek ceased as Frieza transitioned into his final form, shedding much of his embellishments, appearing more subdued. The purple skin on his head, shoulders, chest, wrists, and ankles presented a simpler visage, yet his power was incomparably greater than before. "Those bastards!" Frieza exclaimed as he propelled himself forward at incredible speed, his velocity causing the landscape to shatter and the seas to churn. He recalled the scouter's detection of 2 Namekians and flew with all his might. "Not good, Dad. Frieza is heading towards Uncle Kuririn," Gohan exclaimed, racing toward Kuririn's location. Goku followed closely, urging, "Let us hurry, Gohan." As Gohan and Goku departed, Vegeta stood momentarily dazed, his mind tumultuous, especially with the overwhelming strength of Frieza's final form extinguishing any desire to confront him. Why did Kakarot and his child suddenly grow so much stronger? Could be due to the Dragon Balls. Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn it, Kakarot has surpassed me by such a margin. Yet, against Frieza, I would still be defeated. What should I do? Vegeta felt the unfathomable depth of Frieza's aura, compounded by his history of servitude under Frieza, stripping him of the courage to battle. Furthermore, Gohan's memories of a time when Frieza had utterly crushed him resurfaced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Vegeta. That's right, Gohan mentioned resurrecting Piccolo, the Namekian on Earth. This means the Dragon Balls on Earth have returned. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you'll be torn apart by Frieza right here. I shall return to Earth. Even if the Dragon Balls cannot grant me eternal life, they will surely allow me to defeat Frieza. I refuse to remain here awaiting my demise at his hands. Vegeta observed Goku's ship departing Namek at high speed, realizing that Frieza had always been his greatest concern, followed closely by Kakarot. The power Frieza unleashed now led Vegeta to believe victory was unattainable. With Gohan and Goku racing toward Kuririn to face Frieza, escape seemed impossible at that moment. Kuririn sensed Frieza's rapid approach, his heart racing at the unimaginable power drawing nearer. Frieza is coming this way. Kuririn trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Goku and Gohan arrived, standing before the group. Goku, thank goodness you're here, Bulma exclaimed, leaping onto Goku's back, tears streaming down her face. Goku smiled gently, saying, Bulma, I'm sorry for worrying you that a fierce battle is ahead. Gohan, Kuririn, take Bulma and the others to safety. I brought a ship. Leave this to me. Boom. Before Gohan or Kuririn could respond, a voice echoed through the sky as Goku's spherical ship ascended, departing from Namek. Gohan's jaw dropped in astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, What happened to the pride of the Saiyan prince? Who is this thief stealing our ship? Bulma eagerly chimed in, Exactly. Vegeta is nothing but a spaceship thief and a scoundrel. Krillin remarked, Aren't we still aboard the spaceship? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Bulma quickly nodded, producing a universal capsule and unveiling a vessel that resembled a beetle, which she then set down on the ground. Krillin, Bulma, Kakarot, and Dandy boarded the spaceship in succession. However, Gohan remained motionless, standing steadfastly beside Goku. Dad, I know my strength pales in comparison to yours, but yours is also insufficient to match Frieza. I must stay behind. To me and Mom, you are the most important. I won't be a burden to you. Gohan's dirty little face was filled with determination. His tattered purple martial arts uniform, akin to Piccolo's, bore the scars of previous battles. All right, Gohan. After a moment's contemplation, Goku smiled and called out to Krillin, You all must leave quickly. Gohan, Dandy, and Kakarot whispered among themselves, their gaze fixated on Gohan. Okay, be careful, Goku and Gohan, Krillin urged, as the four of them entered the spaceship. Bulma hurriedly took her place at the controls, and with a command, the vessel ascended slowly into the sky. Don't even think about escaping. You bunch. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the horizon as Frieza, with his fingers aglow in purple light, furiously aimed at Goku, Gohan, and the newly launched spaceship, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of violet energy. Danger! Quickly evade! Sensing the peril, Goku and Gohan darted aside, yet Frieza's Earth splitter cleaved the spaceship in two. Kakarot, caught in the middle of the beam, was instantly bathed in a shower of purple blood as the vessel was split apart. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving no time to react or mourn. A thunderous boom followed. The purple crescent of light severed Namek in twain as the waters of its lakes cascaded through the fissure and the divided spaceship crashed to the ground, creating a deafening roar. Goku and Gohan stared in astonishment, drenched in cold sweat, mechanically turning their heads to observe Frieza, who descended leisurely to the ground. Haha, I never expected you fools to provoke me so foolishly. I could never have dreamed the situation would unfold like this. Unforgivable, I shall not spare any of you. I will slaughter you one by one, so you may comprehend the terror of Frieza. Clenching his fists, Frieza bellowed in rage at Goku and Gohan, his menacing demeanor sending a chill down Gohan's spine. Meanwhile, Krillin and Bulma crawled out from the wreckage, the spaceship completely obliterated. Ugh, what on earth just happened? Bulma lamented, feeling as though her insides were about to burst. Had she not been buckled in, the outcome could have been dire. Kakarot and Dandy wept for Kakarot, who lay split in half, his eyes wide open in shock, having perished at the hands of Frieza before he could even comprehend his fate. I'm sorry, Dandy, but now is not the time for sorrow. We must leave this place, or we will hinder Goku, Krillin insisted. Right? Dandy wiped his tears and glared fiercely at Frieza. Aha! I didn't expect that one of those Namekian brats would still be alive. But where is Vegeta? I don't see him. Has that Saiyan prince fled? Frieza sneered, having failed to notice Vegeta. Chapter 27. Goku versus Frieza. So, you are Frieza. You look quite different from what I imagined. You seem rather diminutive. Goku remarked coldly, positioning himself protectively in front of Gohan and the others. That Frieza's attention shifted to Goku, surprise flickering across his face. You seem somewhat familiar. Ah yes, you are the Saiyan who made a last stand against me on planet Vegeta. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Frieza recalled that the Saiyan who had defied him was named Bardock, Goku's father. Goku exchanged a glance with Gohan, subtly gesturing behind him. Gohan understood immediately and quietly retreated to join Krillin. Bulma and Dandy, is that really Frieza? Bulma trembled uncontrollably, her body quaking with fear, unable to stand upright. Gohan wrapped one arm around Bulma's waist, handing a black bag to Krillin. Hurry, we must leave, Uncle Krillin and Dandy. Take the other Dragon Balls with you. I'll leave this to my dad. All right. Krillin and Dandy swiftly gathered the petrified Dragon Balls into the bag and followed Gohan as they vacated the battlefield. Leaving Goku and Frieza to confront each other. With their means of escape destroyed, Frieza allowed them to depart, reveling in the prospect of torturing them at leisure. Ha, Saiyan, you should have followed Vegeta's example and left sooner. But he won't escape for long. Besides Namek, Earth also possesses Dragon Balls. Before I fulfill my wish for immortality, I shall ensure you Saiyan monkeys understand the terror of Frieza. Boom! Boom! Frieza and Goku collided, causing the ground to tremble as dust erupted, the air, ground, and sea fracturing under their might. The waves surged, and the sound of explosive impacts echoed through the atmosphere, moving at speeds beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. The primitive creatures of Namek instinctively sensed danger and began to flee in all directions. Bulma, being an ordinary human, could not fathom the battle between Frieza and Goku, having endured so much together. She felt like a burden, trapped in Gohan's embrace. The spaceship is destroyed, and Goku's vessel was taken by Vegeta. What are we to do? Bulma despondently voiced once Gohan laid her down on solid ground. There is still a way. Uncle Piccolo has been revived. King Kai, can you hear me? Gohan called out urgently. King Kai had been monitoring the situation on Namek, and upon hearing Gohan's voice, he promptly responded through telepathy. I hear you, Gohan. That's wonderful, King Kai. Then Uncle Piccolo must have been revived as well. Gohan inquired with concern. Piccolo grasped King Kai's shoulder, replying, Gohan, I have returned. You've grown stronger. I sincerely regret not being able to fight alongside you. Frieza's power is such that, even at my peak, it may be futile. Gohan, do you have any plans? Gohan nodded resolutely and replied, Since Uncle Piccolo has returned, the Supreme Kai must also be back. King Kai, quickly contact the Supreme Kai to use Earth's Dragon Balls to resurrect those Namekians killed by Frieza and Vegeta. If we do that, the Grand Elder will also be revived. Then we can use the Namekian Dragon to grant our final wish and return us all to Earth. Gohan articulated his strategy. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, Yes, if that happens, not only will those Namekians be revived, but we will all be saved. Gohan, you truly have a plan. King Kai responded promptly, Understood. I will contact the Supreme Kai immediately. You all must hold on. Piccolo added, Stay strong, Gohan. All right. Gohan's gaze fixed ahead, clearly observing the fierce clash between Frieza and Goku. Goku's form radiated a fleeting red aura, barely managing to cope even with the Kaioken X10. Krillin remarked, Honestly, I can no longer see Goku and Frieza. Their speeds are too rapid, their powers entirely beyond our dimension. Gohan remained silent, still grappling with the bewilderment of Vegeta's escape, prompting him to sift through his memories of the otherworldly traveler. It seemed that Vegeta's actions on Namek indeed aligned with his behavior. In those memories, Piccolo had attempted to flee during his battle with Frieza, but was intercepted. Moreover, he realized that they were not particularly familiar with one another, and could easily become adversaries. With clarity restored, Gohan turned his full attention to the scene before him, where Goku's tattered clothing revealed a blue shirt beneath. Super Saiyan, concentrating my power in my back. Is my strength insufficient? Gohan attempted a different method of transforming into a Super Saiyan, but found it utterly ineffective. Whoosh, Frieza and Son Goku swiftly distanced themselves, locking eyes as they faced one another. Frieza appeared somewhat disheveled, having sustained injuries, Yet Goku's wounds were far more severe. With a light pat to brush off the dust from his attire, Frieza remarked, "You seem rather capable, don't you? Aside from my father. You are the first to have sullied me. This is my first experience of such exhilaration. I never anticipated encountering a Saiyan of your caliber, so distinct from those foolish ones of the past. It would indeed be a pity to extinguish your life. What say you? Would you consider joining us? I shall overlook the matter of the Dragon Balls." Frieza extended an invitation to Goku, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Goku offered a faint smile, replying, "I'm afraid that is impossible. I have never encountered an adversary as formidable as you. The thrill is invigorating. Ah, how oblivious you are, son Goku. Next, I shall allow you to fight me with both hands." "This is a special privilege," Frieza said nonchalantly, placing his hands behind his back while his tail swayed gently, striking the ground with a resounding thud. Goku assumed a combat stance, weighing the pros and cons. He had discerned during their previous engagement that Frieza was incapable of sensing ki like they could. Is that so? The outcome is still uncertain. If that is how you wish to proceed, I shall not hold back. With a sudden burst, Goku propelled himself forward, causing the ground beneath him to crater from his immense power. Frieza leapt backward, his tail and feet colliding with Goku's punches and kicks, generating a cacophony of rapid strikes. Before long, Frieza seized upon a flaw, ensnaring Goku's neck with his tail and tightening his grip. "Ah!" Goku cried out in agony, desperately clutching at Frieza's tail in an attempt to break free. Frieza, observing Goku's struggle, emitted a triumphant laugh. Chapter 28. 20-fold cooking, damn it. Why can't I break free? Goku roared in frustration, biting down on Frieza's tail. Gah! Frieza suddenly shivered from the pain, his body jolting as he quickly retracted his tail, inspecting the bite mark with a hasty puff. Seizing the moment, Goku landed a powerful punch to Frieza's face, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks that left Frieza momentarily reeling. In retaliation, Frieza struck Goku with a fierce blow, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku smirked. "Didn't you say we wouldn't use both hands?" The courtesy period has ended. Frieza's crimson gaze bore into Goku as he replied, "I must thank you for your advice. You truly are strong. Few possess your tenacity. However, I am growing weary of this battle. It is time to bring it to a close. I shall ask you once more, would you consider working under me? It would be a shame to kill you." Unfazed, Goku responded, "That is out of the question, Frieza. I will never engage in such heinous acts. I anticipated your refusal. You are even more obstinate than those Saiyans that don't say I didn't give you a chance. You now have but one path left, and that is to die." A gentle breeze stirred, causing Goku's black hair to flutter. Unmoved by Frieza's threat, he declared, "You speak too soon. I have yet to be defeated by you. Even if you still possess power, even if we account for your previous techniques. As long as I unleash 50% of my strength, you shall be reduced to cosmic dust," Frieza proclaimed, extending his 5 fingers toward Goku. A bead of cold sweat formed on Goku's brow as he chuckled. "You overestimate yourself. If you wish to deceive, you must have a reasonable basis for it." Frieza spread his arms wide, his tail arching behind him, feet positioned before one another, head slightly bowed, eyes wide open, embodying the very image of a descending monarch in a signature stance. "Let us wait and see. To be honest, I haven't exerted myself like this in quite some time." With a thunderous roar, Goku enveloped himself in a crimson aura, instantly invoking the 10-fold Kaioken, colliding with Frieza in a cataclysmic clash that sent them soaring from the ground into the sky and then crashing down upon the ocean surface. Frieza's speed and power were overwhelming, rendering Goku powerless against the relentless onslaught. With a resounding thud, Frieza exploited another opening, delivering a crushing blow that sent Goku crashing to the ground. The torrential barrage of ki blasts rained down upon him like a deluge, leaving Goku no chance to retaliate, even with the 10-fold Kaioken at his disposal. 20-fold Kaioken. The red aura surged violently, and Frieza's ki blasts were instantaneously repelled. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in shock as Goku formed a flower-like stance with his hands at his waist. Whizzing sounds filled the air as the ki blasts, launched by Goku, scattered across Namek, prompting Gohan and others to evade the impending danger. Yikes! Bulma screamed sharply as Gohan lifted her, glancing around in terror at the continuous explosions. Once they landed safely, Bulma remained shaken, having narrowly escaped the explosion's mushroom cloud, a harrowing experience for an ordinary person. Is it not over yet? I truly wish to leave this place, Bulma lamented, her voice tinged with distress as she turned to Gohan. Gohan shook his head, saying, "Gathering the Dragon Balls takes time. If we are successful, it should be dark by now. The Namekians have not been revived yet. Let us wait a bit longer." Krillin and Dandy returned, narrowly escaping the scattered ki blasts that had nearly claimed their lives. Uncle Krillin, Dandy, please protect Aunt Bulma. Father is currently at a disadvantage. I must assist him. Gohan sensed Goku's ki expanding once more, likely having invoked the 20-fold Kaioken, indicating that things would become even more complicated. I'll join you. Though my combat power may not match yours, I can still contribute, Krillin said, clenching his fists in determination. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan nodded. Very well. Uncle Krillin, let us proceed together. Dandy, ensure Aunt Bulma's safety. With a swift motion, Gohan and Krillin soared into the distance, leaving Dandy and a frightened Bulma behind. Goku glared at Frieza, his palm coalescing with a blue ki wave. For Gohan, for Chi-Chi, for the future of Earth, and for all the people of Namek, I will not allow you to win. With a resounding roar, he elevated his ki to its peak, unleashing the full power of the 20-fold Kaioken. Regardless of whether you possess half your strength or if you speak lies or truth, I will bring you down. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged toward Frieza with incredible speed and a wide reach, leaving no opportunity for him to evade. Frieza's hand pressed firmly against the Kamehameha, his expression contorted in pain as he bellowed in fury, clearly struggling to contain the overwhelming force. With a thunderous explosion, sparks erupted into the sky, engulfing even the light itself in a cataclysmic display. The violent tremors nearly sent Krillin flying, but Gohan held him steady. The 20-fold Kaioken was a tremendous strain for Goku, pushing him to his limits. As the sparks dissipated, Frieza's palm, which had been pressed against the Kamehameha, suffered burns, and numerous injuries marred his body. Goku's 20-fold Kamehameha had only inflicted minor wounds on Frieza. Is this really happening? So he was telling the truth. He has only used half of his power. Goku gasped, his breath becoming labored and erratic. Frieza internally cursed. That was a close call. Why does this Saiyan possess such formidable power? Curse Saiyan! In an instant, Frieza appeared before Goku, his fury palpable. That last move hurt quite a bit. You wretch! With a resounding clash, the battle raged on. Frieza moved with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku crashing violently to the ground. Goku, trembling, managed to rise to his feet, pondering his predicament. The 20-fold Kaioken had already pushed his physical limits. It was evident that he had overexerted himself. It appeared that his only recourse was to utilize the Spirit Bomb. Slowly raising his hands, Goku gritted his teeth, focused intently on Frieza, and began to gather energy for the attack. Frieza halted his advance, observing Goku's raised hands, and inquired, "What are you attempting to accomplish?" Chapter 29. Gathering the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb was a technique passed down from the North Ko to Goku, capable of absorbing the life force of all living things, plants, insects, humans, and animals, transforming it into a sphere of energy to be unleashed as an attack. However, the time required to gather energy for the Spirit Bomb was extensive, leaving Goku vulnerable. At this moment, he had unwittingly exposed all his weaknesses to Frieza. Merely absorbing the energy from this planet would not suffice to defeat Frieza. He needed to expand his absorption range. All the energy from the nearby planets around Namek. Lend me your strength. Goku realized that the energy he was drawing from Namek was insufficient. Thus he broadened his scope. Frieza, unable to sense the energy, regarded Goku's actions with a smirk, remarking, "What peculiar thoughts are you harboring? Yet, given your faltering physique, I find it hard to believe you can accomplish anything significant." With a sudden burst, Frieza charged towards Goku, the ground shattering beneath him as he clenched his fist. Out of nowhere, a swift figure rushed in, and Goten delivered a fierce kick that sent Frieza flying. "What?" Frieza flipped midair and landed on the ground. Fixing his gaze on Goten, "Oh, it was you, little brat, who previously thwarted my plans." "Goten, what are you doing here? Get away. You stand no chance against him," Goku exclaimed anxiously, visibly exhausted. Goten retorted, "Dad, leave this part to me." With a surge of energy, Goten unleashed his full power and charged at Frieza. "Da-da. So you are Goten, his son," Frieza remarked with interest, casually evading Goten's strikes as if they were mere childish play. A powerful knee strike connected with Goten's chest, causing him to cough up blood and feel several ribs crack, leaving him momentarily dazed. Goten, Goku, and Piccolo, who had been watching from King Kai's planet, instinctively shouted. Yet, Goten, with unwavering resolve, clung desperately to Frieza's knee, blood dripping onto the ground, mingling with the red dust, reminiscent of a dreamlike crimson rose. Impressive tenacity for a little brat. "I will relish torturing you before your father," Frieza sneered, eyeing Goku with sadistic pleasure. With a swift motion, Frieza struck Goten's head with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind like a long, red rose. "Are you not finished yet? How infuriating! You must hurry. Share your energy with me," Goku screamed internally, desperate to rush over. Goten struggled to rise, placing his palms at his waist to gather dark green energy, his eyes fixed firmly on Frieza. Unafraid, Frieza approached leisurely, taunting, "Ah, so stubborn. You truly have no idea of the terror that I embody. That I know more than anyone," Goten replied, his tender voice filled with determination. Frieza paused, taken aback by Goten's resolute gaze, and memories flooded back to when he had obliterated planet Vegeta, where King Vegeta and his elite warriors had once dared to oppose him. It was absurd to think that Saiyans could unite against him. When confronted, they had been filled with dread, only to be annihilated. "I detest that look in your eyes." Returning to the present, Frieza saw nothing resembling the fear he desired in Goku, and Goten, "I fear you not. Upon my arrival on Namek, I resolved to face anyone without trepidation. Even you, Frieza, no matter how golden your skin may become. Prepare yourself for the universal shockwave palm." With a furious shout, Goten concentrated 2 streams of dark green energy in his palms, ensnaring Frieza within them. Electric arcs coursing through the air, inflicting pain upon Frieza. "Let me go, you wretched brat," Frieza howled in agony, trapped by Goten's attack. Indeed, that is Master Roshi's universal shockwave palm. It is remarkable that Goten has mastered this technique. Goku observed with a sense of pride, intensifying his energy absorption as the spirit bomb continued to grow on King Kai's planet. Yamcha, alongside Piccolo, Ten, and Kairatsu, watched intently. "This is fantastic. Goten is employing Master Roshi's technique," Yamcha exclaimed, recalling the first time he, Goku, and Krillin had witnessed it during the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Well done, Goten." Piccolo could not suppress a smile. "Indeed, wonderful. And look, Krillin is also joining the fray," Tin added. Meanwhile, on Namek, Frieza struggled violently against the binding energy, his eyes bloodshot with rage, realizing he had underestimated Goten's resolve. "Krillin, act now," Goten shouted urgently. Krillin, clad in an orange martial arts gi similar to Goku's, stood atop a mountain peak. Raising his hands high as a golden ring appeared, spinning rapidly with razor-sharp edges. "Well done, Goten. Now receive my energy blade." Krillin hurled the energy blade towards Frieza, ensnared within Goten's universal shockwave palm. "How dare you!" Frieza bellowed, his body swelling with power, an overwhelming aura erupting that momentarily startled Goku. This Frieza's true power. "Get back, Goten." Although Goten sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Frieza, unleashing his full might, effortlessly broke free from Goten's hold, directing a lethal beam of energy at Krillin, shattering his energy blade and piercing through Krillin's right chest. Too swift for him to react, Krillin clutched his wound, collapsing helplessly to the ground, gravely injured but alive. At that moment, Frieza seized Goten by the hair, lifting him effortlessly and snarling, "You dare inflict pain upon me, little brat. This is my return gift." A faint red energy sphere enveloped Goten, immobilizing him entirely. "This is bad. Stop, Frieza!" Goku cried out, remembering the potency of that very technique, and knowing Goten lacked the strength to escape its grasp. Chapter 30. The malice of Frieza. Frieza cast a fleeting glance at Goku. Akin to a child playing with a toy, relishing the sight of Goten struggling within the crimson, transparent sphere. With a swift flick of his tail, he struck Goten's head with the force of an iron rod, rendering him momentarily unconscious and sending him flying. Frieza then accelerated towards Goten, catching him just before he hit the ground and delivering a crushing elbow strike to his lower back. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Son Gohan lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. His vertebrae had been shattered by Frieza. His body fell uncontrollably, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground, and the oppressive force binding Son Gohan dissipated simultaneously. Son Wukong glared at Frieza with fury, his rage nearly palpable on King Kai's planet. Yamcha voiced his frustration. "Damn it, I can't bear to watch this any longer." Wufan and Wukong are battling on Namek, while Wufan's companion, Piccolo, clenched his remaining fist until it bled. Gritting his teeth, King Kai, equally anxious, wondered aloud whether the Supreme Kai and the others were still not back. If they delayed any longer, Wufan and the others would surely perish at Frieza's hands. Meanwhile, Wufan lay unconscious on the ground, suffering from overwhelming agony. Ha ha ha. "I will deal with you first, little monkey, and then take care of your father," Frieza proclaimed, raising a finger to conjure a fiery, explosive blast, gathering at his fingertip and slowly ascending. This very move had once annihilated planet Vegeta. Son Wukong looked up in astonishment at the successful formation of the colossal spirit bomb, its radiant glow prompting Frieza to instinctively lift his gaze. What is that?" Frieza trembled as he beheld the enormous spirit bomb, its diameter exceeding 50 kilometers. Suddenly, Krillin shouted, having miraculously healed from his previous wounds. Alongside Dandy, they swiftly assisted the unconscious Wufan in escaping. "Thank you, Krillin, Dandy." Wufan's weak voice barely reached them. Though curious about Krillin's sudden recovery, they had no time to ponder as Son Wukong hurled the spirit bomb towards Frieza. Frieza's emotions swung like a pendulum. Before he could recover from the shock of the enormous spirit bomb, he saw the revitalized Krillin. Above him, the massive spirit bomb was descending with tremendous force. The explosive blast capable of obliterating planets collided with the spirit bomb, creating a cataclysmic explosion that left no room for resistance, crashing down upon Frieza. "Damn it!" Frieza roared, his body battered by the spirit bomb's impact, while the ocean waves recoiled from the colossal force, scattering crabs in their wake. Son Wukong immediately dropped to the ground, while Dandy shielded Wufan. Krillin instinctively protected Bulma. The explosive force resonated throughout the skies, plunging the world into darkness as seawater and debris were violently expelled. Son Wukong and the others had underestimated the spirit bomb's destructive power, their bodies flung uncontrollably as a tempest of wind, rain, and dust pelted them mercilessly. Time lost meaning until the light gradually returned to Namek, revealing a vast depression at the ocean's center, where water continuously surged in, as if the recent events were merely a dream. Amidst the debris, Krillin and Dandy swam to the shore, supporting the unconscious Wufan. "That was close. Dandy, hurry and tend to Wufan. His life force is fading rapidly." Krillin urged. "That I know," Dandy replied, placing his hands over Wufan's chest as his antennae flickered with a gentle glow, enveloping Wufan in a soothing aura. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged from a mound of sand, feeling as though her body might disintegrate. "Why must a homebody like me endure such suffering?" she lamented, brushing off the sand that clung to her, her face smeared with dirt. Suddenly, Bulma noticed a glimpse of an orange martial arts uniform partially buried in the sand. Wukong. Ignoring her own condition, she rushed over, using her delicate hands to clear the debris until she uncovered the exhausted Son Wukong. "Cough, cough, Bulma," he spluttered, spitting out sand, having sustained considerable injuries from his battle with Frieza. Bulma helped him to his feet, her previously frantic heart now calmed by his presence. "Wonderful! Wukong, you truly are incredible. You defeated the terrifying Frieza." Frieza was indeed a formidable opponent. "Bulma, have you seen Wufan?" Son Wukong asked anxiously, recalling Wu Fan's near-fatal encounter with Frieza. Daddy, a familiar, youthful voice called out, bringing a smile to Son Wukong's tense face. Wu Fan, now rejuvenated, soared through the air alongside Krillin and Dandy. Upon landing, Krillin exclaimed, "Wukong, Bulma, thank goodness everyone is safe." Dandy, "Thank you." "Yes." Dandy nodded vigorously and approached Son Wukong, extending his hand to commence healing. Feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, Son Wukong joyfully remarked, "So that's it. You healed Krillin earlier, right?" "Thank you so much. It was nothing. We finally avenged those fallen Namekians by defeating that wicked villain," Dandy replied, brimming with excitement. Unlike Krillin and Bulma, Wu Fan remained vigilant, sensing a significant increase in his power after his near-death experience. However, he still could not transform, indicating that he was not yet strong enough. Suddenly, a familiar and overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. Son Wukong, Krillin, and Wu Fan turned to see Frieza standing atop a small hill, his tail blown off by the earlier spirit bomb, radiating malice. "Bulma," she gasped, turning to see that Frieza had survived, her heart plummeting into despair. "No." Frieza raised his finger, and a death beam pierced through Dandy's head in an instant. "Stop it, Frieza!" Son Wukong roared, fury igniting within him as he witnessed Dandy's demise. He felt utterly defeated, having failed to vanquish Frieza even with his last resort. "The spirit bomb, ha. Now, you will never have another chance. I shall savor torturing you, and you will be next, little bald one." Frieza's gaze fell upon Krillin, who was on the brink of despair, a mad smile spreading across his face. Chapter 31. Super Saiyan, be careful, Gohan exclaimed, pushing Krillin aside with all his might, his frail form utterly at the mercy of Frieza. "Why rush to your demise?" "Little brat," Frieza gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Gohan. "Gohan, stop! Frieza, cease this at once." Chilling dread enveloped Goku, filled with rage, helplessness, and bitterness as he could only watch Frieza mercilessly snatch life after life before him. "Father!" Frieza clenched his fist tightly, and in an instant Gohan, suspended in midair, was obliterated, blood splattering upon Goku's face, still warm to tea that moment. Krillin, witnessing Gohan being killed before his very eyes, was paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by anger and a profound sense of inadequacy. Loathing himself for his weakness, Bulma, too, was aghast, her face drained of color. Just moments ago, she had been chatting with Dandy and Gohan, and now they lay lifeless before her, the fleeting nature of life plunging her heart into a darkness akin to hell. "Ho ho ho, little bald head, it's your turn now," Frieza proclaimed with a triumphant grin, pointing a finger at Krillin. "Unforgivable, unforgivable! How dare you take Gohan from us?" The heavens trembled, lightning crackled, and the surrounding debris stirred as Goku's fury surged, his hair and eyes morphing in a tempestuous display of power. Ea! At last, like a beast unleashed, Goku's form transformed dramatically, his once ebony hair turning to gold, his emerald eyes ablaze with rage, destruction, and a primal instinct for annihilation, culminating in his ascension to Super Saiyan. Krillin and Bulma stood in awe, captivated by Goku's radiant golden aura, indelibly etched into their memories. Goku, filled with hatred, glared at Frieza, urgently addressing Krillin. "Krillin, while I still retain my sanity, take Bulma and hide at once." "Goku," Krillin called out, dazed, while Bulma, her trembling form now calmed, beheld Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, as if a divine warrior had descended, an image she could never forget. "Krillin, I implore you, hurry and leave. Do you hear me? I can barely control myself." Goku's thunderous roar snapped Krillin and Bulma back to reality. "Understood, Goku," Krillin said, lifting Bulma into the air as they fled, her gaze lingering on Goku, her expressive eyes shimmering with emotion. "Impossible. Aren't Saiyans meant to transform into gorillas?" Frieza questioned, his brow furrowed, unnerved by Goku's transformation. Meanwhile, Krillin was engulfed by conflicting emotions. The memory of Gohan pushing him aside haunted him, tears welling in his eyes, his heart aching. "Why, Gohan, Why save someone as worthless as me? He cried in anguish. With a heavy heart, Krillin landed with Bulma on level ground, far from Goku and Frieza on Earth. In Bulma's home, Chi-Chi trembled, an unsettling feeling washing over her, as if her heart had suddenly exploded. The coffee she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Mrs. Goku, what's wrong? Is the coffee displeasing? Bulma's father, Mr. Brief, asked, noticing Chi-Chi's distress. With tear-filled eyes, Chi-Chi sobbed, Gohan is in trouble. Something must have happened to Gohan. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Goku has already reached Namek. They will all return safely. Ox King reassured her, that's right, Goku and the others will definitely come back. Master Roshi quickly added, on King Kai's planet, the sight of Dandy and Gohan falling victim to Frieza's wrath filled the air with sorrow. Gohan is dead, King Kai lamented. But why has Goku's hair turned golden? Yamcha, filled with melancholy, inquired as he noticed Goku's transformation. There's no mistaking it. He has become a Super Saiyan, King Kai confirmed. Indeed, Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan, and perhaps Frieza may no longer be his match. Yamcha, Katsu, and Piccolo stared in astonishment at King Kai. Quickly, informed the Supreme Kai to alter his wish. With Gohan now deceased, we must wish back those slain by Vegeta and Frieza. Piccolo urged. Yes, I will contact the Supreme Kai right away to amend the wish. King Kai declared, shifting his focus from Namek to Earth, explaining the dire situation to the Supreme Kai and the Dragon Ball collector, Popoed, I am truly enraged. Frieza. On Namek, Goku, now a Super Saiyan, glared at Frieza, consumed by fury, intent on ending his life. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him shattered as he moved at blinding speed, appearing before Frieza before he could react, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling through the air. As Frieza soared back, Goku instantly materialized above him, fists clenched tightly, driving Frieza into the ground, creating a massive crater and splintering the earth further. Suddenly, a crimson flash erupted, sparks igniting the sky as Frieza burst forth from the pit. Hovering before Goku, Saiyan, you wish to accuse me of indiscriminate slaughter, do you? Is it not true that your kind has slain countless lives in the past? That is why you were obliterated. Goku's demeanor was eerily calm, his emerald eyes devoid of emotion, cold and ruthless. Frieza, upon hearing Goku's retort, erupted in a mocking laughter. Ho ho ho, it was I who annihilated them. I simply found those monkeys intolerable. Ho ho ho. Goku's fists tightened, his deep voice brimming with lethal intent. Now, it is my turn to bring you to justice. Justice? Ha! Frieza, even in your delusions of grandeur, you should know your limits. You cannot defeat me, even if you have truly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza sneered, his confidence unshaken. Goku's smile turned sinister. Ah, ah, ah. Flames gathered in his palms, a relentless barrage hurled at Goku. Frieza's aura now chaotic, his breath heavy, the immense pressure from Goku overwhelming him, far removed from his earlier composure. Chapter 32, Death and Resurrection. The battle between Goku, now a Super Saiyan, and Frieza raged on, their clash transcending boundaries, the desolate homes of the Namekians crumbling under their ferocity. Yes, the fight dragged on. Frieza's mental state began to unravel. Who? What are you? A trembling Frieza questioned, his sanity fraying as he glared at Goku. Goku's expression remained austere. Did you not recognize me long ago? I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. I came here solely to defeat you. Originally possessing a heart that cherished peace, I have now awakened as a legendary warrior, a Super Saiyan Son Goku, driven by rage. His final words nearly erupted into a roar, as the very terrain of Namek transformed under the intensity of their battle. Although Vegeta absconded with the spaceship that Goku had brought, reducing their potential for dialogue, Goku, now a Super Saiyan fueled by wrath, embraced his Saiyan identity and resolved to harness this power to vanquish Frieza. The clash was fierce, and Krillin's mind was haunted by the recent memory of Gohan sacrificing himself to save him. At that moment, Bulma found herself no longer afraid. The image of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, spurred by fury, resonated in her thoughts, an indelible mark. Strangely, she felt that the Namek, millions of light years from Earth, was no longer so detestable. Suddenly, a cataclysm began. Magma erupted as Frisia seized an opportunity to obliterate Namek's core. However, fearing the repercussions of his own destruction, he refrained from annihilating the planet outright. The countdown to Namek's explosion loomed ominously. A scene reminiscent of apocalyptic tales in movies and novels, now vividly unfolding before their eyes. Krillin hurriedly guided Bulma to safety as the Earth belched forth molten rock, flowing over the surface and into the rivers, while seawater surged in a deluge. Many of Namek's primitive beings began to take their own lives, yet most scrambled for survival, though where could they flee? Meanwhile, as the titanic battle raged on Namek, Bobo on Earth finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. With the invocation of the incantation, the eternal dragon of Earth materialized. The once bright sky turned dark, and those at Bulma's home in West City, including Master Roshi, swiftly understood that someone had summoned the dragon. Even Chi-Chi, who had been consumed by despair, ceased her weeping upon witnessing the ominous sky. The appearance of the dragon signified that Goku and his companions had succeeded, prompting an exclamation of joy from Master Roshi. Indeed, Chi-Chi, look, the summoning of the dragon indicates that Piccolo has been revived. Goku and his friends truly triumphed. Chi-Chi's swollen eyes shimmered with a ripple of emotion. Her heart filled with longing and blessings for her family, drifting into the boundless, starry sky. The hazy darkness obscured his view, and a familiar call echoed in his ears. Is this hell? It is so dark. The sensation of death is quite unpleasant. However, altering Uncle Krillin's fate of dying a second time is a relief. I wonder if Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan! Gohan! Wake up! The call grew clearer until Gohan abruptly opened his eyes, finding Dondi and Karu gazing at him with astonishment. Wonderful! Gohan, you have finally awakened. Gohan sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings, a scene of vibrant flowers and chirping birds, with lush green meadows beneath a familiar blue sky that left him momentarily dazed. Are we in heaven? Still disoriented from his brush with death, a gentle breeze filled him with serenity as he inquired of Dondi and Karuta. No, Gohan, you have been revived. Not only that, but we all have come back to life. We have succeeded, Dondi exclaimed anxiously. That's right. We are on Earth now, safe and sound, Karu added. Suddenly, a bright light caught his attention, resembling a mirror. Upon closer inspection, Gohan realized it was Krillin, who, along with Bulma, was rushing towards him. Krillin embraced Gohan tightly, tears streaming down his face. Thank goodness, you are back. Thank you for saving me. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, is this Earth? Have I truly returned to life? Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of detachment, a painful yet enlightening recognition of his experience with death. Cough, cough. Your condition does not appear optimal. Elder Guru, supported by Nail and Elder Muri, approached, having sensed Gohan's unusual state. Krillin released Gohan, his expression tinged with alarm. Is something wrong with Gohan? My condition is not ideal. Elder Guru. After dying, I felt such tranquility, a profound stillness, as if I knew nothing at all. Gohan sensed a significant surge in his power, resurrected from the brink of death. He pondered whether dying once more and being revived might elevate his strength even further. Elder Guru, perceiving Gohan's thoughts, sought to guide him before his last breath. He could not bear to witness a gifted child veer towards self-destruction. All things possess a spirit, child. You are still too young. Such thoughts are perilous. Elder Guru spoke with his final breath. Gohan nodded, partially understanding, until a sudden thought struck him. What about my father? How is he? In Frisia? After a moment of contemplation, Bulma explained the situation. Gohan had been unconscious during the chaos, unaware of everything that transpired until now. Goku had altered his wish and fought Frisia to the end on Namek. However, circumstances differed greatly. Goku had discovered the spherical spaceship left by the Ginyu Force, and, with the attention of King Kai and others, escaped Namek, now traversing the cosmos. King Kai was monitoring Goku's situation closely. A sense of relief washed over Gohan. This outcome was indeed fortuitous. All the Namekians who had perished were revived, and Vegeta had stolen Goku's spaceship, likely en route to Earth within a few days. Yet a shadow of sorrow loomed. Elder Guru had passed away, and Elder Muri would succeed him, but a palpable atmosphere of grief enveloped the Namekians, with Dandi and Karu weeping inconsolably. Gohan, too, shed tears, mourning the elder's passing, who had left this world smiling, having ensured the survival of his people. Chapter 33. The pursuit of knowledge on King Kai's planet. Piccolo emulated Goku's past journey, departing King Kai's realm via Snake Way, while Yamcha and Kaiotsu remained behind to train. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others found themselves in an unknown locale, where Bulma had already contacted her father, Brief, who would soon arrive. Indeed, Earth is the best, and the Dragon Balls on Namek could even revive someone repeatedly. Kaiotsu could even come back. Bulma stretched, reflecting on her surreal experiences on Namek. Frisia's terrifying visage still haunting her thoughts. Gohan's purple martial arts uniform was tattered, rendering him indistinguishable from a beggar as he conversed with Dandi and Karu. I had no idea I had been revived by the dragon. If I had known, I would have loved to see Dad thrashing Frisia, Gohan expressed angrily. Karu interjected, on Namek a year equates to 130 days. By then, not only will your father return, but others will be revived as well. Yes, Kaiotsu will return too. Gohan's gaze sharpened as he contemplated Vegeta, who had not adhered to the memories of the traveler, but instead seized the chance to escape with the spaceship. The future Vegeta might change, but for now, he remained a villain. Gohan doubted whether the Vegeta from the traveler's memories was even the same as the one he knew, struggling to envision him eventually marrying and having children with Aunt Bulma. Destiny is a distant path, Gohan mused. Vegeta will undoubtedly come to Earth. With Dad off on Yardrat, if I can become a Super Saiyan before he arrives, he will surely be no match for me. I refuse to believe that this prince on horseback can soar into the sky. Suddenly, a sound pierced the sky, and a large orange aircraft swooped down. Bulma exclaimed with joy, "It's my father and the others." Elder Muri chuckled, "I apologize for the disturbance, Miss Bulma." During this time, the moment the airplane descended, a voice filled with a weeping tone pierced the air. "Gohan, my Gohan," exclaimed Chi-Chi, dashing towards Son Gohan. Mother Son Gohan lowered his head slightly. Casting a glance at Krillin, Bulma, Dend, Elder Mu and others, then quickly shook his head, signaling them to refrain from revealing the tragic fate he suffered at the hands of Frisia, particularly to his mother Chi-Chi. Prior arrangements had been made, and everyone nodded gently in agreement, assuring not to disclose the grim news. Moreover, witnessing Chi-Chi's current state, hearing that her son Gohan had perished would likely cause her to faint. A mother's worry knows no bounds. Gohan, now only 5 years old, had been away for over a month, and this journey had taken him far beyond mere miles, directly into the cosmos, upon seeing Gohan's disheveled appearance. Chi-Chi burst into tears. "Oh my, how did your clothes get in such a state? Who have you been fighting? My Gohan is turning into a delinquent." "Hey Mom, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly all right," Gohan reassured her by the way. "Mom, I want to introduce you to my good friends I met on Namek, Dend and Kakarot." Gohan gently extricated himself from Chi-Chi's embrace and introduced them. After releasing Gohan, Chi-Chi stood up and looked towards Dend and Kakarot. At that moment, Dend and Kakarot appeared somewhat shy, akin to children visiting a friend's house and encountering their parents. "Hello, Gohan's mom. My name is Dend. I am Kakarot." Chi-Chi's expression darkened slightly as she glanced around at the Namekians, murmuring, "Two little Piccolos and a whole bunch of Piccolos. Don't be afraid, Mom. The Namekians are like deities, a peaceful race in pursuit of friendship and kindness." Gohan quickly interjected, while Dend and Kakarot remained at a loss. The unforgettable turmoil caused by the nearly world-destroying Demon King Piccolo lingered in the air. The reason Satan could deceive so successfully was that humanity had exhausted all means against the Demon King, employing armies, advanced weaponry, and even poison, yet to no avail, leaving a sense of despair. Following Chi-Chi, Gohan and the Ox King returned to the Capsule Court Mountain. Once home, Gohan changed into a new purple martial arts uniform. "Gohan, you've missed a month of school, and you have a lot of catching up to do. During this time, you must make up for your studies. That I do not oppose your martial arts training with Goku. But academics are equally important," Chi-Chi said, holding a stack of learning materials taller than herself. Gohan, preparing to practice, weakly replied, "But I've already completed my middle school curriculum." Chi-Chi smiled. "Much of this knowledge cannot be learned in school. It was given to me by Bulma's mother. Bulma's mother?" Gohan exclaimed with curiosity about the books. The Briefs family, renowned inventors, surely provided complex materials. Dimensional space, astronomical celestial physics, temporal particle computation formulas. These concepts were entirely different from anything he had encountered before. And Gohan stared at Chi-Chi in astonishment. With a gentle and sweet smile, Chi-Chi said, "To be honest, Gohan, I do not want you to learn martial arts just to fight others. However, since this is your choice, I will not stand in your way. Combining martial arts with scholarship, I believe our Gohan will undoubtedly become a remarkable literary warrior." "Yes, I will." "Thank you, Mom," Gohan exclaimed, excitedly placing the books in his room and eagerly picking up the one on dimensional space. Space is a form of material existence relative to time, a boundless essence with finite spatial relativity and numerical extension. Wait. Gohan suddenly snapped back to reality, tossing the dimensional space book onto the bed. "I must focus on my training and strive to become a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. That's right, Vegeta might arrive on Earth at any moment. Now is not the time to be learning these things." Gohan shook his head vigorously and dashed out of the room. Chi-Chi was seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show, while her father, the Ox King, was out hunting. Gohan, like Goku, had quite the appetite. Gohan, you're out. Are you going to pick flowers? The bathroom is in your room," Chi-Chi queried, observing Gohan hurriedly putting on his shoes. No, Mom. That guy Vegeta stole the spaceship Dad took. He could arrive on Earth at any time. I need to prepare for my training, and we'll be back before dinner." After stepping outside, Gohan soared into the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon under Chi-Chi's watchful gaze, arriving at the place where he once trained with Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 34. Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes? Beneath the azure sky lay a landscape reminiscent of Namek, with valleys and mountains. At the age of 4, Gohan was taken by Piccolo to train here, marking the beginning of his transformation and battles against the Saiyans. "Gohan." Suddenly, a deep and steady voice resonated behind him, causing Gohan to instinctively create distance, turning to face the source while gathering a ki blast in his palm. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed with joy, dissipating the energy in his hand. "Gohan, you've grown stronger and have completely surpassed me," Piccolo remarked, retracting his fist after testing Gohan's reflexes, satisfied with his response. "What brings you here, Gohan?" Piccolo inquired with curiosity. Gohan's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy as he explained. "Uncle Piccolo, this trip to Namek made me acutely aware of my weaknesses that I do not wish for my father. Mother, were you to vanish from my sight. Therefore, I must grow stronger and become a Super Saiyan like my father." Piccolo felt a sense of pride in Gohan's development. He no longer required prodding and was now training independently. "I witnessed everything that transpired on Namek from King Kai's planet. Gohan, as long as you are willing to train, with your innate talent, I believe no one will be your match in the future. Whether it be me or Goku." Piccolo's praise was genuine, having seen Gohan's potential firsthand. Gohan said bashfully, scratching his head. Piccolo adopted a fighting stance, and the two gracefully descended upon a mountain peak, preparing for battle. "Gohan, let me see your progress during this time. All right, Uncle Piccolo, you better be careful." In an instant, Gohan vanished, appearing behind Piccolo, executing a flying kick aimed at Piccolo's shoulder. So fast. Piccolo's pupils dilated as he extended his arm to catch Gohan's short leg. "Ah!" Gohan shouted, and as Piccolo grasped him, he leveraged the grip to kick at Piccolo's chest. Piccolo was sent flying several hundred feet, crashing heavily to the ground. As Gohan landed, he utilized the ground to propel himself towards Piccolo, seamlessly executing a series of movements that previously would have been impossible for him. The training on Namek had filled the gaps in his experience. He had never been able to perform such fluid actions before. Piccolo flashed a wicked grin, stabilizing himself before swiftly kicking up his leg to strike Gohan. Due to Gohan's small stature, he became a harder target amidst the aerial assault. Whoosh! Gohan's figure vanished like a phantom. As Piccolo's eyes widened in realization, he felt a gentle touch at the back of his neck, Gohan's hand lightly resting there. "Ha ha ha! Uncle Piccolo, how about that? I win," Gohan cheered, landing on the ground in past sparring sessions with Piccolo. He had never emerged victorious, yet now he had triumphed in mere seconds. Impressive, Gohan, that it seems your strength is not just in power, Piccolo remarked, turning to gently pat his neck, lowering his head and smiling at Gohan. Of course, it's all thanks to your teachings, Uncle Piccolo. Son Wukong's son, with his hands placed firmly on his hips, exuded an air of pride. Suddenly, Piccolo's fist came crashing toward him, yet Son Wukong was already anticipating the move. He deftly leaped backward, spreading his legs apart, and seized Piccolo's arm, using the momentum to execute a swift shoulder throw that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground. Uncle Piccolo, I knew you would resort to that technique. I won't fall for it again. I was prepared for you, Son Wukong declared, extending his hand to help Piccolo up and brushing off the dust from his clothing. That's the spirit. Maintain that focus. Wukong, and never let your guard down, Piccolo encouraged with a smile. I could never abandon my training, nor would I forsake my studies. After glimpsing the memories of the traveler, I can no longer allow my father, Son Wukong, to face such threats alone that I cannot remain sheltered beneath his protection while danger lurks. The trials on Namek have passed, but as for the future threats of Cell, Majin Buu, and the God of Destruction, I must strive even harder in my training. A week had nearly elapsed since their return from Namek, and on this day, Son Wukong was training alongside Piccolo and Krillin when he sensed a familiar, yet formidable energy emanating from the cosmos. Is that Vegeta? He really has come to Earth, Krillin exclaimed, his face paling. Although Son Wukong had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan in recent days, he was confident he could hold his own against Vegeta. Being so close to achieving that final step, Piccolo inquired, Wukong, do you think you can contend with Vegeta? It should be manageable, but we mustn't underestimate him. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, let us go together. All right, Son Wukong soared in the air, with Piccolo and Krillin following closely as they headed toward Bulma's residence in West City. That a spherical spaceship pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, gradually descending towards the surface. As its speed diminished, the Namekians residing with Bulma instinctively looked up, recognizing the familiar aura that caused some of them to clench their fists in indignation. Recalling their demise at Vegeta's hands, that Bulma's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The spaceship signified that Vegeta had indeed arrived on Earth. Mrs. Brief, tending to her flowers, called out in delight, Oh my! The spaceship thief has come. As the ship was about to land, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin arrived just in time. Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo. Bulma felt a surge of confidence upon seeing Son Wukong's arrival. While the other Namekians smiled and waved at him, Piccolo and Nail exchanged glances, both resembling one another. Due to Son Wukong's influence, Nail had not merged with Piccolo as he had in his previous memories. And he was still alive. He looks just like my brother Nail, Dandy and Karoo exclaimed, glancing at each other in surprise. With a hum, the spaceship landed, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing a figure that left Son Wukong. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others in utter shock. Bulma couldn't believe her eyes. Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes? Vegeta, equally astonished by the gathering, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. These individuals were meant to have perished on Namek at Frisia's hands. How could they be here on Earth? More importantly, he never expected his current attire to be witnessed by them. Chapter 35. The Hunted Woman. The reason Vegeta wore Goku's outfit was that his previous battle gear had been rendered nearly tattered, barely more than a bikini in its state. Furthermore, Goku's outfit, a complete set gifted by King Kai of the North, bore a striking resemblance to his own. Vegeta had intended to find a suitable replacement as soon as he arrived on Earth, never anticipating that Son Wukong and the others would return and see him in such a predicament. What a social disaster! Krillin couldn't contain his laughter, prompting Bulma, Mr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and Son Wukong to join in uproarious laughter. Gradually, even the other Namekians succumbed to the infectious mirth, with Piccolo managing a faint smile. And oh, laughing, you fools. None of you are allowed to laugh. Vegeta bellowed in frustration, regretting that he had donned Goku's clothes at all. Especially in front of Goku's acquaintances, he longed to find a crevice to hide in. Bulma, tears of laughter streaming down her face, waved her hand dismissively. So, wandering prince, what brings you to Earth? Seeking the Dragon Balls, I presume? Vegeta scanned the surroundings, noting the Namekians he had slain, and inquired, "How did you return? That scoundrel Frieza let you live, and these Namekians, how is it possible?" Son Wukong replied solemnly, "We were revived using the Dragon Balls of Earth. And as for Frieza, he has been defeated by my father." "What did you say?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Vegeta shouted, marching toward Son Wukong. Bulma, displeased, retorted, "Humph. What do you know? Goku is currently on Yarrat, but unfortunately for you, this thief missed witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan." "What? Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? You Earthwoman, stop joking. Do you even know what a Super Saiyan is? The odds of 1 in 1,000 possessing that potential. Kakarot, that low-class warrior, how could he possibly be a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta declared, gesturing to himself with arrogance. "If anyone were to become a Super Saiyan, it should be the Prince of the Saiyans, me. Ha! You, a mere thief of a spaceship, could never compare to Goku. He could defeat you with a mere finger. Even that villain Frieza was bested by him." Recalling the moment on Namek when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan filled Bulma with exhilaration, a feeling akin to a drowning person spotting the shore or a desperate soul seeing the dawn. As she observed Vegeta's continued disbelief in Goku's strength, Bulma raised her middle finger at him in disdain. The notion of Kakarot becoming a Super Saiyan was difficult for Vegeta to digest. He believed Bulma's words, for otherwise, Frieza would never have shown mercy. Yet he struggled to accept this reality. After a long silence, Vegeta turned to Son Wukong and asked, "What does a Super Saiyan look like?" Krillin stepped forward to explain, golden hair, emerald eyes, and an uncontrollable rage. Son Wukong remained unaware as Krillin recounted that unforgettable scene. "Vegeta, do you still seek the Dragon Balls? I must inform you that it is futile. They are currently in a cooling period and cannot be used for another year. If you desire a battle, I am ready to oblige." Son Wukong unleashed his full aura, having grown even stronger since his resurrection. His power having taken a significant leap forward, but Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, reluctant to accept Son Wukong's newfound strength. "Humph. I have no interest in battling you, but I can oblige if you insist, Kakarot-san." Vegeta's gaze fixed on Son Wukong. The atmosphere grew tense, with neither side genuinely wishing to engage in combat. Ultimately, it was Bulma who broke the silence. "You should take off Goku's clothes. I find it quite unsettling to see you in them." Vegeta was infuriated by Bulma's words, his temper flaring. "Shut your mouth, you insufferable Earth woman. Do you think I wanted to wear Kakarot's clothes? If my battle suit hadn't been nearly destroyed during the fight with the Ginyu Force, I would never have donned his attire. And is Kakarot limited to just that one outfit? How vexing." Vegeta temporarily stayed behind, yet he did not reside at Bulma's house. Each time Bulma beheld him, she was reminded of the moment he donned Goku's attire, causing her to erupt into a fit of laughter. Now, with a dark expression, Vegeta clutched a capsule house and a few sets of clothes as he departed, seeking a place on Earth to train. Many days had passed since then. He was currently clad in an entire ensemble of black casual wear, which appeared quite fashionable. If he were to don sunglasses, he would undoubtedly resemble a stylish Saiyan elder. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the gravity chamber aboard the spaceship was present. Otherwise, he would not have chosen a train in the outskirts of North City, where the landscape was dominated by rugged mountains and desolate wilderness. He had been training there for several days without encountering a single soul, relishing the solitude and pride of his Saiyan existence. The transformation of Kakarot into a Super Saiyan left Vegeta in a state of confusion. With Frieza's demise, the goal he had pursued for so long had vanished. While he felt a sense of resentment regarding Kakarot's ascension, he simultaneously experienced a flicker of joy at Frieza's downfall at the hands of their Saiyan-kin. If Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan, then, as the Prince of all Saiyans, I shall not be outdone. I am determined to uncover what sets this Earth apart. Upon learning from Dandy about the granted wish, Vegeta lost interest in the Dragon Balls as a means to enhance his power. It was evident that even without the Dragon Ball's guidance, Gohan and Goku would eventually reach such heights in their battles. The Grand Elder had merely made that second wish for the sake of caution. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle interrupted Vegeta's musings that, in a place like this, there are still people. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he ascended to the mountaintop. Surveying the source of the noise below, a striking woman with short purple hair was riding a motorcycle in a desperate escape, dressed in a green short-sleeve top and orange jeans, exuding an air of competence. Adorned with a pair of red, fingerless gloves, behind her trailed 3 metallic robots, their abdomens emblazoned with a red double triangle symbol, within which lay 2 white characters. The anxious expression on the woman's face betrayed her disbelief. Impossible! The Red Ribbon Army was supposed to have been dismantled by that little demon with a tail. How could they still possess the capability to hunt me down after all this time? Chapter 36. The Vengeful Undead, the Red Ribbon Army, a name that even the somewhat oblivious Goku would not forget, was once infamously notorious. The pursuing robots emitted mechanical sounds. Target identified. Violet, locking on. The sound of gunfire erupted as they unleashed a barrage of bullets. This woman, known as Violet, had once held the rank of colonel within the Red Ribbon Army. When Goku had obliterated their headquarters, she seized the opportunity to escape with their treasury. As a prominent colonel, Violet was undoubtedly among the elite of humanity. Twisting the throttle, she accelerated with all her might, deftly maneuvering around the rugged terrain. As bullets struck the ground and sent dust flying, boom. One of the robots soared into the air, its engine igniting 2 jets of flame as it relentlessly pursued her. Observing the chaos, Vegeta remained impassive. Showing no inclination to intervene, bang, bang, Violet drew her pistol and fired at the pursuing robots, each shot proving futile against their metallic exteriors. With a snarl, she holstered her weapon and accelerated forward. Suddenly, one of the robots opened a cannon, launching a missile towards Violet on her motorcycle. What? Violet gasped, pushing herself to the limits of her speed. Though she narrowly avoided the explosion, the shockwave sent her tumbling to the ground, scraping her arm against the unforgiving earth, leaving a trail of blood. In that moment, she felt as though darkness had descended upon her. Raising her head, she beheld the enormous shadow of a giant purple robot looming before her. A low hum filled the air as the glass cockpit opened automatically, revealing that the controls had been on autopilot, managed by computer. Long time no see. Colonel Violet, a voice echoed from within, sending chills down her spine. "ITSU. Dr. Gero, I can't believe you still remember me after all these years." The computer's voice was imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Violet swallowed hard, struggling to her feet while clutching her bleeding arm. "Dr. Gero, why are you pursuing me? If this is about my escape, I have nothing to say. You fled just like I did, didn't you? Or is it money you seek?" "Humph, I'm not here for that, Colonel Violet. I require your services. The Red Ribbon Army needs you back. Your skills are invaluable." Dr. Gero extended an invitation to her. Violet was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "The Red Ribbon Army still exists? I thought it had disbanded after Goku destroyed the base." Upon hearing Goku's name, Vegeta's interest was piqued, and he continued to eavesdrop, surprised to catch wind of matters concerning Kakarot. Dr. Gero's voice brimmed with hatred and madness. "The Red Ribbon Army has been resurrected solely for the purpose of exacting revenge on Goku." Revenge? Violet's complexion paled as memories flooded back of that little boy with the tail, wielding a red staff, single-handedly dismantling their armed forces. Though she had escaped with grace, the recollection filled her with dread. Why did such extraordinary individuals exist in this world? No. Dr. Gero, you must be joking. I will not consent to pursuing revenge against Goku. Violet's expression was one of defiance. Anticipating her response, Dr. Gero's tone turned icy. "If you refuse, your fate is sealed, Violet. You know too much about the Red Ribbon Army's secrets. You must it is better to stand against me than to oppose that monster, Goku." In a flash, Violet retrieved a grenade from her pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the cockpit just as the glass enclosure began to close. She hastily shielded her head and ducked for cover. Boom! Fortresses are often first breached from within. The robot's control system was instantly obliterated, and the glass cockpit shattered, leaving only a smoking wreck on the ground. Panting heavily, Violet gazed at the pile of scrap metal that was once the robot, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, that sense of safety was fleeting. She was still not out of danger. As long as she remained alive, Dr. Gero would undoubtedly continue his pursuit. What should I do? That old man won't let me go. I know too many internal secrets of the Red Ribbon Army, but opposing Goku is unthinkable. Violet mused, propping up her motorcycle. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the terrifying thought. Right? I can seek out Goku for protection. He defeated Demon King Piccolo, and I heard in news recently that he was the one who vanquished the aliens that invaded Earth. With that realization, a smile spread across her face, her earlier worries dissipating. If I inform him about the Red Ribbon Army, he will surely protect me. Yes, that's the plan. But how could she find Goku? Violet pondered for a long moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Of course, Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation in West City, is Goku's friend. If I find her, I will surely find Goku." Just as Violet revved her motorcycle, preparing to head towards West City, a key blast whizzed past her, striking a massive boulder. Bang! The rock shattered, and Violet's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more. In an instant, she drew her gun, flicked off the safety, and swiftly turned to face her assailant. Vegeta flashed a devilish smile. "Hey, Grenade girl, were you just hoping to find Kakarot to protect you?" Violet was incensed by Vegeta's taunts. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she kept her pistol aimed squarely at him. Though a sense of panic began to creep in her mind, her exterior remained steadfast and unyielding. "You insufferable punk, you've been eavesdropping from the very beginning. Are you not the alien who invaded Earth? And who is Kakarot? I mean Son Goku, Son Goku." Violet recognized Vegeta through the television news, his extraordinary prowess having previously piqued her interest, and she instantly grasped the severity of her predicament. However, surrender was simply out of the question. "Put away your toy, Grenade woman. I am not the same as this useless scrap of metal." Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, his demeanor radiating an air of haughty superiority, upon hearing that Violet sought Kakarot. He made his move. Chapter 37. Resurrection. Violet secured her gun, her sapphire eyes fixed intently on Vegeta. "No, you should have been defeated by Son Goku." Her accusation struck Vegeta like a dagger, causing him genuine distress. "That Kakarot, I will surely defeat him. He may transform into a Super Saiyan, but as the Prince of Saiyans, I too will attain such power." "What do you know, Grenade woman?" Vegeta's frustration boiled over. How could a mere woman express anger the likes of him? An alien warrior? Violet found his sudden ire perplexing, but soon realized it was provoked by her words. Yet she had no intention of apologizing. Vegeta felt another stab of annoyance. Why did everyone constantly mention Kakarot? That shameless woman and this grenade-wielding girl. Why did I even intervene to stop this Grenade woman? He pondered, recalling how he lost his composure whenever Goku's name arose, even during his time on Namek. Such thoughts plagued him. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta looked earnestly at Violet and said, "Do not seek Kakarot. Allow me to protect you, Grenade woman. That I am the Prince of Saiyans, and one day I shall surpass that lowly warrior." Violet felt as though she had been struck by lightning. With her arms crossed defensively, she regarded him with skepticism. "Are you jesting, you alien? Just moments ago, you threatened to blow me up, and now you wish to protect me?" "I would feel far safer with Son Goku." That Vegeta's frustration flared, as he unleashed a key blast that detonated against a distant mountain, shattering it into fragments before Violet's astonished gaze. "Grenade woman, I have warned you. Do not pursue Kakarot. I will safeguard you." Violet nodded like a chick pecking a grain, her eyes devoid of luster as despair enveloped her. She envisioned a grim future filled with the kind of scenarios typically reserved for cinematic dramas. Contemplating a life of misery that brought her to the brink of tears. It's over. It's over. I never imagined escaping Dr. Gero only to be abducted by an alien. Woe is me. Instead of enduring a fate worse than death, perhaps I should take matters into my own hands. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Violet transformed her motorcycle back into a universal capsule and followed Vegeta. If she sensed even the slightest hint of danger, she would not hesitate to end her own life, refusing to grant Vegeta any satisfaction. Though she was not a delicate flower, she certainly belonged to the category of beauties. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, who had been observing from the temple, was struck dumb with shock upon seeing Vegeta accompanied by Violet, a revelation that astonished him after a year of contemplation. "Is that really Vegeta?" He murmured in disbelief. Yes, the 130th day arrived. Gohan, Chi-Chi, King Kai, Master Roshi, Oolong, Pure, and others gathered at Bulma's home, and even Vegeta brought Violet along. Initially apprehensive, Violet soon discovered that aside from a hint of aloofness, Vegeta did not treat her poorly. She found comfort in cohabiting with him, especially given her culinary skills that improved their meals. Vegeta's opinion of her was far more favorable than that of Bulma, who had previously mocked him. "Who is that woman?" Bulma asked, astonished. "Has Vegeta found a wife? She is quite beautiful. Should I also consider marriage?" Krillin remarked, filled with envy. "Goodness, this is chaotic," Gohan exclaimed, inadvertently using a phrase learned from the memories of a traveler. Frustrated, he clutched his head, realizing the disarray. According to the traveler's memories, Vegeta was supposed to be with Bulma. Who is this sudden violet-haired woman? Determined to reorder his recollections, Gohan resolved to revisit the traveler's memories, having only skimmed the main plot previously. "Hello, everyone. My name is Violet," she greeted the group politely. "Hello, Gohan, Krillin." They returned the greeting as Dandy summoned the dragon. The once bright sky darkened, and Shenron soared into the heavens. "For my first wish, I wish for Son Goku to return to Earth," Dandy declared in Namekian, but his wish failed, for Goku had rejected the call. This outcome left everyone dumbfounded, aside from Gohan, who had already anticipated it. Vegeta appeared contemplative. Though the Arcosians were not formidable fighters, they possessed unique abilities. Vegeta felt he could no longer remain on Earth waiting for Kakarot. His gaze fell upon the modified spaceship, and new ideas began to form in his mind. "What on earth is Goku doing?" Chi-Chi voiced her discontent. Master Roshi teased. "I see now. Goku must be afraid of his wife, hence his reluctance to return. Who would have thought a Super Saiyan could fear a woman?" "Ha ha! Shut up, you lecherous old man," Chi-Chi retorted, delivering a firm elbow to Master Roshi's head. Elder Muley suggested, "In that case, we can wait for the next summoning opportunity. Let's use this chance to revive your companions." "Thank you so much, Elder Muley," Bulma exclaimed with joy. Subsequently, wishes were made to revive Yamcha and Kaido. After a heartfelt reunion, Shenron vanished, and the sky regained its original brightness. Suddenly, a piercing sound split the air as the spaceship ascended slowly, breaking through the atmosphere and venturing into the cosmos. "That thief! He stole the spaceship again," Bulma fumed. Violet stood in shock, watching the vessel disappear without a trace. "I didn't even get on board." "Wait, wasn't he supposed to protect me? What kind of prince abandoned a lady?" Curious, Bulma asked, "Miss Violet, how did you come to know Vegeta?" "Oh, that's a long story. But when will Son Goku return? I have matters I need to discuss with him." Violet sighed, her expression heavy with concern. Chi-Chi, ever vigilant, inquired, "What do you want to speak with my husband about?" Violet, having no ulterior motives towards Goku, simply felt a greater sense of security with him. "I have information regarding the Red Ribbon Army that I must share with Son Goku. However, since you're all his friends, I can discuss it with you as well, but you must promise to protect me first." The Red Ribbon Army, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong, Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma exclaimed in unison, the latter group having encountered the army firsthand, aside from Gohan and Chi-Chi. Chapter 38. The departure of the Namekians in Bulma's home. Mrs. Brief cheerfully served coffee and drinks to everyone, while Violet recounted her encounter with Vegeta and the reasons for being pursued by Dr. Gero. Once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, she possessed vast internal knowledge, leaving Gohan in a state of disarray. Upon reevaluating his memories, he confirmed there were indeed details about Violet. Had it not been for Vegeta's training in North City, it was likely that Violet would have been silenced by Dr. Gero. Krillin asked, "Is the research on the androids still ongoing?" Piccolo, scrutinizing, remarked, "Androids, huh? What could a mere Earthling possibly create that could rival Frieza?" Bulma wholeheartedly concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed! Goku has now transformed into a Super Saiyan, having even defeated the tyrant Frieza. The Red Ribbon Army is but a relic of the past." Videl reflected on the recent sight of Vegeta's training and compared it with that of Android 8, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her. Gohan then inquired, "Aunt Videl, do you know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is hidden?" Videl felt a sharp pang in her heart at the realization of her advancing age. "I am unsure of the precise location, but it lies somewhere in North City. After the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated by Goku, Dr. Gero sought funding for his research and was featured in a scientific magazine. She replied. Gohan fell into deep contemplation. His initial intention had been to defeat Dr. Gero swiftly to resolve the crisis, but he soon abandoned that thought. His strength was insufficient, and androids 17 and 18 had likely already been developed by this time. Moreover, he yearned for battle. His previous encounter with Frieza was a far cry from his current circumstances. Feeling a growing fervor within, Gohan gazed intently at Piccolo and implored, Uncle Piccolo, please guide me in my training. I aspire to become a Super Saiyan before my father returns. Very well, Gohan. Piccolo responded with a reassuring smile, for he had also made considerable progress during their training together. Chi-Chi, about to voice her thoughts, instead sighed in resignation. As a mother, she truly wished to spare her child from a life of violence. However, Gohan understood the balance, diligently managing both his studies and training. Be sure to return before dinner. Gohan. Chi-Chi gently patted Gohan's shoulder with a tender smile. I will. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tin, everyone should join us. Gohan invited the group. Tin and Kairatsu exchanged glances and replied, Not just yet, Gohan. We need to head back and review some things. Yamcha added, I've been away for quite some time. While I would love to train with you all, I have much to discuss with Bulma. Krillin appeared somewhat bashful, his cheeks tinged with color. I'm sorry, Gohan, Piccolo, but I probably won't be able to train with you for a while. I have a date. His voice trailed off toward the end. Bulma looked on in astonishment. What? A date? Krillin, you actually have a girlfriend? Tin, Chi-Chi, and the others regarded Krillin with wide-eyed surprise. Yes. After the events on Namek, I decided I wanted to get married. I met a lovely girl through a matchmaking service. And though we're not married yet, I feel like a shy young lad, Krillin confessed, his bashfulness evident. Yamcha laughed heartily. That is fantastic, Krillin. Don't forget to invite us to your wedding. I'll be sure to help out. Thank you, Krillin replied, gratefully. Congratulations poured in from Chi-Chi, Gohan, Dandy, and others, while Gohan felt a peculiar sensation within, and Piccolo remained his usual stoic self, offering no comment. After escorting his mother Chi-Chi home, Gohan resumed training with Piccolo. Along the way, he pondered Krillin's current girlfriend, particularly the fact that she had been found through a matchmaking service, which sent a shiver down his spine. This feeling stemmed from the memories of a previous life, lingering even after the individual had vanished completely, and Gohan sensed the remnants of disdain for Krillin's girlfriend from those memories. As time passed, 130 days went by to Bulma's residence. The eternal dragon Purunga soared into the sky once more, with Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma present. Dandy asked Gohan, Gohan, do you have any wishes to convey to Purunga? We have 3 wishes, and we only need to reserve the last one for ourselves. I am immensely grateful. Dandy, please tell Purunga that we all wish for good health. Gohan urgently replied, as he had been deeply concerned about his father, Goku, and his viral heart condition. Good health? Krillin inquired curiously. Dressed sharply in a suit, clearly enjoying the thrill of romance, Gohan nodded earnestly. Yes, I worry about Dad off-planet, and Mom was ill not long ago. Understanding Gohan's intentions, the others smiled in appreciation. Dandy communicated Gohan's wish to Purunga in the Namekian tongue. After a moment of silence, Purunga responded, One wish can only grant one person good health. What? Is it really so rigid? We're not asking for the resurrection of the dead. Krillin remarked in confusion, his frustrations with the Namekian dragon apparent. Elder Muri stepped forward and said to Gohan, In that case, Gohan, for the first and second wishes, let your father and mother gain good health. We are all fine. Krillin raised a strong arm, smiling, I've never been sick. I am perfectly fine, Gohan. Thank you all, Dandy, I appreciate your help. Gohan expressed his gratitude. Dandy made the first 2 wishes on behalf of Gohan to Purunga, then for the third wish to find a planet suitable for Namekian habitation. With tears in their eyes, Dandy and Karuto bid farewell to Gohan and Krillin. The Namekians departed from Earth, arriving at their new homeland. Gohan began to intensively pursue his training to become a Super Saiyan. Determined to achieve this transformation before his father, Goku, returned. Chapter 39. The Catalyst transformation training continued, and in addition to his rigorous regimen, Gohan dedicated a small portion of his time to studying. The monotony was both tedious and mundane. Yet, Gohan persevered. Having glimpsed a potential future through the memories of a past life, he refused to remain complacent, indulging in peace while neglecting his training and relying solely on his father. Goku point one morning, after breakfast, and assisting Chi-Chi in tidying up the dishes, Gohan picked up a book on dimensional space and settled onto the sofa. Suddenly, he felt an unusual pressure and instinctively sat upright. Glancing behind him to find that his tail had grown back. Grasping his fluffy tail, Gohan was struck by inspiration, a spark igniting in his mind. He longed to experiment with it in the future. And even if it were a mere illusion, retaining the tail would not be a loss. Chi-Chi returned to the living room, just in time to witness this spectacle, her expression one of astonishment. "Your tail, Gohan. It's grown back. Shouldn't you remove it? It could be quite inconvenient for school." Gohan shook his head, wrapping the tail around his waist. "This is a part of me. I think I'll keep it." "Mom, didn't Dad have a tail when he was young, just like me?" "Indeed, if you prefer to keep it, Gohan, then let it remain." After Chi-Chi attained a state of robust health, the wrinkles on her face vanished, and her skin appeared as delicate as that of a newborn. Moreover, this so-called healthy body was even more vigorous than Sun Wufan had imagined. For instance, if she accidentally sustained a cut that bled, it would heal swiftly. In summary, there was an abundance of remarkable traits, and Sun Wufan was profoundly curious about the condition of his father, Sun Wukong. The book Widk Engji provided Sun Wufan with significant inspiration. He often embraced it during his leisure moments to read. As time progressed, Sun Wufan placed the book in his room and soared into the sky to commence training with Piccolo, only to return at dusk. Anger was merely a precursor. However, lacking guidance and opportunity, Sun Wufan was far from experiencing the profound, despair-fueled rage akin to that of Sun Wukong on Namek. About half a month passed in such a manner. And on this particular day, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Krillin gathered together for training. The azure sky bore witness to the leisurely drifting of white clouds. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a small boy with a tail soared through the clouds. Exuding a transparent white aura, 4 individuals trailed closely behind him. Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha, who teamed up to confront Sun Wufan. As Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha coordinated to restrain Sun Wufan. Tianjin Fan, hovering above, formed a trumpet shape with his hands before his mouth. With a resounding shout, he unleashed an assault on Sun Wufan below. The prepared Yamcha quickly dispersed, while Sun Wufan took the full brunt of Tianjin Fan's kikaho, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dust billowed as Sun Wufan rose to his feet, his hands and feet adorned with red, circular rings. Weights meticulously prepared by Piccolo, each weighing a ton. Yamcha conjured 2 Kiko balls, a technique of his own invention, which, although later learned by Sun Wukong and Krillin, were now cast towards Sun Wufan under his control. Whoosh, whoosh. After emerging from the crater, Sun Wufan swiftly evaded, but Yamcha's Kiko balls detonated within the crater, igniting a fierce explosion. Krillin, who had been waiting for Sun Wufan, suddenly stepped in front of him, emitting a blinding light that compelled Sun Wufan to instinctively close his eyes, the searing pain causing him to gasp in shock. In an instant, Piccolo arrived, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent Sun Wufan hurtling away. With anguished cries, Sun Wufan collided with several mountains before coming to a halt, his purple martial arts uniform tattered and his body battered. Incredible! Even with 4 tons of weight, he could endure under our relentless assault for so long, Tianjin Fan praised. Sun Wufan wiped the blood from his lips and smiled at them, saying, "Uncle Tianjin Fan, had this been a real battle, I would have perished long ago. Just like earlier, had Uncle Piccolo unleashed a Mekanka Sappo, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Understanding the value of self-reflection is essential for growth. Making mistakes is not dreadful, but failing to correct them despite knowing is." Sun Wufan, now 6 years old, comprehended self-reflection, and it had been over half a year since the events on Namek. Piccolo used his magic to remove Sun Wufan's weights. I feel so much lighter now." After stretching his limbs, Sun Wufan exhaled a breath of relief. Having battled fiercely while bearing 4 tons of weight, shedding it now made his body feel invigorated. As a warm current flowed through him, "I wish to try once more," Sun Wufan said. slowly descending from the sky, followed closely by Piccolo and the others. Krillin inquired, "Wufan, do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Son Wufan nodded, a bright smile adorning his face. "Indeed. This time, I shall attempt to concentrate my power in my back and unleash it through fury, a rage that ignites." Suddenly, the surrounding debris and dust began to levitate as Son Wufan's energy surged. Clashing mightily, Krillin's eyes widened. He had witnessed Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek, and the Son Wufan before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that moment. With gritted teeth, Son Wufan released a primal roar, his aura erupting forth, scattering the rubble. His hair, tail, and eyebrows transformed to a golden hue, while his eyes gleamed an icy green, devoid of any emotion that he had succeeded. After relentless training and exploration, Son Wufan had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Hee, is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Indeed, it feels as though I can command everything. The wicked grin he wore sent shivers down the spines of Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi, who had been spectating. Yamcha nervously swallowed, glancing at the markedly altered Son Wufan. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? Why has Wufan changed so dramatically? Son Wufan calmed the tumultuous emotions within him. The mentality that accompanied this surge in power was troubling. Akin to a beggar who suddenly won the lottery, eager for the world to know. This was reminiscent of Vegeta upon first becoming a Super Saiyan. Son Wufan recognized this mindset as flawed, and aided by the memories of the traveler within him, he resisted the intoxicating allure of his newfound strength, refraining from allowing it to cloud his judgment. Gradually acclimating to the state of a Super Saiyan, Son Wufan reverted to his base form. Chapter 40. The quest for vengeance. After enduring arduous and monotonous training, Son Wufan finally achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He recalled his yet-to-be-born younger brother, Sun Wuqian, feeling an unexpected pang of envy. Despite not being able to fly, he could still become a Super Saiyan, with his training seemingly out of order. Nevertheless, even after attaining this transformation, Son Wufan remained diligent in his practice. As time steadily passed, it had been over a year since the events on Namek, and at Bulma's residence, Oolong, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Zyrolon were gathered together with Bulma. Bulma sported a voluminous, explosive hairstyle and donned a red plaid bodycon dress, exuding an aura of fashion. Yamcha took a sip of juice, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him. In the sweltering heat, he felt utterly at ease. Peaceful days truly are delightful. Bulma glanced at Zyrolon and remarked, "Vegeta left you all alone. How irresponsible of him. He promised to protect you, yet he vanished for over 6 months." Zyrolon forced a smile, replying, "I sincerely apologize for being such a bother during this time, and thank you for providing me with a job and shelter here." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, "Not at all. It's an honor to have you as our security chief of the Universal Capsule Company." "No, Bulma, you are far too gracious that I owe you my gratitude for keeping me safe from Dr. Gero's pursuit." Zyrolon and Bulma had developed a close sisterly bond. Zyrolon, once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, managed tens of thousands, hence Bulma's comment about her being underappreciated. Suddenly, the sound of a piercing rush filled the air as a spherical spaceship descended from the sky, landing gently on the ground. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, "Vegeta has returned. He must have gone to search for Wukong in space. I wonder if he found him." Bulma scoffed. "He probably returned because his fuel is running low." Huh. The hatch opened, and Vegeta emerged, momentarily looking at Zyrolon before shifting his gaze to Yamcha and the others, asking, "Has Kakarot returned? Did you not find him?" Bulma inquired in surprise. Vegeta did not respond, staring at his hands, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon learning that Sun Wukong had not returned. However, Yamcha's next words stirred a tempest within him. Why the way? "Vegeta, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Yamcha questioned. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, stating, If that lowly warrior Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, then as a prince of the Saiyan race, I certainly can as well. Once I achieve that transformation, I will undoubtedly surpass that lower-class warrior." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Yamcha expressed his disappointment, saying, "So you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet?" Gohan has managed to achieve that during your absence from Earth. Right after Vegeta's pupils widened in shock, his voice rising in intensity as he turned to Yamcha, demanding, "What did you say? You're telling me that Kakarot's son, Son Gohan, has also become a Super Saiyan? That's impossible." Yamcha shrugged his shoulders innocently, secretly relishing Vegeta's distress. After all, Vegeta had been slain by the being known as the Vegetable Man, leaving behind a world-renowned masterpiece that a small act of revenge seemed hardly unjustifiable. That moment, Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, and Chaozu were all present. After Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his personality drastically changed, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Gohan himself. He should be at home studying right now. Fuming with anger, Vegeta was unwilling to accept that his rival Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan before him. And now even Son Gohan had surpassed him. This father-son duo had both eclipsed him. "Your attire is rather rancid. You haven't changed it in quite some time. You should take a shower and change your clothes." Violet suddenly approached Vegeta, pointing at his current outfit. Her call snapped Vegeta back to reality, and as he gazed into Violet's earnest eyes, he fell silent and followed her, feeling an unusual calmness wash over his previously agitated heart. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others watched in astonishment, wondering if they were witnessing a mirage. Oolong exclaimed, "No way, is that guy Vegeta actually obeying?" Puer remarked, "It seems there's a connection. Vegeta and Violet seem more reliable than Krillin. We have been trying to persuade him nonstop, hoping that Krillin can finally awaken to reality." Yamcha shivered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Initially, the first encounter was tolerable, but once one calmed down, it became evident that Krillin's girlfriend had significant issues. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, saying that fool Krillin, no matter how we advise him, he remains stubborn, and he even got angry with us. Maybe after he gets himself hurt, he'll finally come to his senses at Tbowsy Mountain. During the midday hour, Son Gohan was engrossed in a book that a closer inspection would reveal that he was studying material typically learned in middle school, as the 6-year-old Gohan had already begun his middle school curriculum. The books that Kiki had brought back from Bulma's house were proving quite beneficial, although there were many concepts that Gohan struggled to grasp due to insufficient study time. He was determined to integrate scholarly pursuits with martial arts, and he was serious about it, not merely speaking casually. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Gohan to drop his book. "Frieza, he really isn't dead?" he gasped, recalling the memory of King Cold, Frieza's father, as noted in the memories of the traveler. Gohan had no time to retrieve his book. He hurriedly changed into his purple martial arts uniform, barely managing to inform Kiki as he flew out of the window towards the designated location. "Has the time come already? Frieza has returned to Earth for revenge, and I wonder if Trunks will appear as well." Given the uncertainty of what changes may arise, Gohan pondered anxiously. As he flew at high speed, he soon spotted Krillin, who was clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Krillin appeared somewhat haggard, his smile strained, lacking the joy he once exhibited in love. "Gohan, you've come too," Krillin said, his demeanor exuding a sense of numb fatigue. "Uncle Krillin, what happened?" Gohan hesitated to inquire, fully aware of the underlying reasons, yet Krillin seemed trapped in his predicament, suffering as a result. "I'm fine, Gohan," Krillin replied, forcing a smile as he maintained silence. Together, they flew at high speed, gradually reuniting with the others. Chapter 41. The mysterious girl. Upon rejoining the group, Son Gohan's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Vegeta. Vegeta grunted, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and yellow trousers, casting a dismissive glance at Gohan while raising an eyebrow at the newly sprouted tail that Gohan had regrown. After having his tail severed by Yachirobe, it had never regrown, leading Vegeta to suspect that the rotund figure had tampered with something to seal it. Yamcha soon arrived with Bulma, and upon landing, he set her down while maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Gohan looked at them in disbelief and asked, "Uncle Yamcha, Aunt Bulma, what is going on?" "After my revival, we amicably parted ways," Yamcha stated with a calm demeanor. Bulma nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, even when we were together, we remained distant from one another. Rather than being embroiled in such entanglements, it was better to separate." Yamcha remained silent, reflecting on how, after their breakup, Bulma had completely changed, while he remained the same. Gohan cradled his head in his hands, feeling overwhelmed by the chaos of events that had unfolded, realizing that it diverged significantly from the memories of the traveler. The once minor character Violet had resurfaced, now entangled in an inexplicable relationship with Vegeta. "Look out!" Piccolo's sudden shout brought everyone back to the present as a massive flying saucer descended through the atmosphere. "Indeed, it's Frieza. Gohan, how do you feel? Can you handle this?" With an air of nonchalance. Gohan nodded. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm fine. Neither Frieza nor this unfamiliar aura poses a threat to me." Hearing Gohan's words instilled confidence in the others as they advanced forward. Vegeta cast a lingering glance at Gohan. His fists clenched in frustration over his own weakness, feeling infuriated that he, the Prince of Saiyans, had been surpassed by Kakarot and his Son. As the spaceship's hatch opened, a colossal figure emerged, followed by Frieza and a throng of small henchmen equipped with scanners. "So this is Earth?" Frieza mused, lowering his gaze at the planet. His massive stature dwarfing Frieza, he bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form, with a bull-like head and towering height exceeding 2 meters. "Father, this is where that Super Saiyan resides. That I shall annihilate everyone on this planet, leaving that Super Saiyan in utter despair upon his return. What a delightful prospect," Frieza declared with venomous hatred. The figure referred to as father was named King Cold, Frieza's progenitor, who had come to Earth with his son for vengeance against Goku. King Cold crossed his arms, observing the Earth with great interest. "This planet appears rather beautiful. It could fetch a high price." Frieza, meanwhile, had undergone significant changes since the explosion of Namek. Though he had survived, he was left barely clinging to life, with numerous injuries replaced by mechanical enhancements. "You two, leave no survivors. Kill anyone you encounter on this planet." "Yes, Lord Frieza." The two henchmen replied with bloodthirsty smiles as they departed. Suddenly, a swift light flashed, and in a moment of shock, the onlookers beheld as the two henchmen were brutally dismembered, their limbs severed before they even comprehended their demise. The sound of a sword being sheathed echoed, and a stunning young girl appeared before Frieza and his entourage. The girl had shoulder-length black hair and captivating blue eyes that turned cold. She wore a red vest over purple attire and matching purple jeans, accentuating her figure, with a sword slung across her back. "Who are you?" Frieza inquired, taken aback. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you just declared your intention to eliminate everyone on this planet, correct?" Her voice was calm and steady to ha ha ha. "Indeed. However, it seems you are not particularly bright." Frieza's gaze towards the young girl was rife with disdain, tinged with a hint of anger. The girl retorted dismissively, "Are you speaking of yourself? Reduced to this pitiful state, yet you dare to come to Earth and seek your own demise. I am well aware of your affairs." "Frieza and Kurder." Frieza chuckled in surprise. "Oh, what an honor it is. I never imagined my name would echo all the way to such a remote place. However, it seems you are yet unaware of the terror I embody. I know that you will perish here. Your fate is sealed in my hands. Frieza, regardless of the hue you dye your hair, death shall forever be your ultimate conclusion." That a wicked smile graced the girl's lips, her aura surging dramatically, causing all the scouters held by the minions to explode. "This is impossible. Could she also be a Saiyan?" Frieza stared in astonishment at the girl's transformation, the familiar scene reminiscent of the events on Namek. Cold sweat trickled down Kurder's face, while the minions trembled in fear at that very moment. Gohan and his companions, who were flying towards them, sensed the sudden surge of immense power. Krillin exclaimed, "This energy, it resembles what we felt on Namek." Could Goku have returned? Gohan quickly shook his head. "No, it's not possible. Though she may be a Super Saiyan, her power far exceeds mine." Piccolo gritted his teeth. "Let us move closer to ascertain the situation. Everyone stay cautious and conceal your energy. We do not yet know who we are dealing with." A murmur of agreement passed among the group as they masked their presence and descended carefully to the ground, wary of detection at this juncture. The girl's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her long golden hair stood erect, and her emerald eyes, devoid of emotion, bore into the stunned Frieza and his minions. The surrounding atmosphere crackled with arcs of energy, a testament to her formidable power. "While I need not transform into a Super Saiyan at this second level to deal with you, It is only in this manner that you shall comprehend your own folly. Frisia was utterly paralyzed by the girl's explosive might, and Kurter felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The girl slowly drew a sword from her back, its blade radiating a golden aura. This is the second transformation of a Super Saiyan, an elevation beyond the initial state. How would you prefer to meet your demise? Frisia seethed. Cursed be the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. I'm the Cosmic Emperor, the sovereign of this universe. Do you understand, you insolent monkey? Attack. Dispose of this wretched creature. He pointed at the girl, vehemently commanding his minions. The minions, mechanically staring at Frisia, quivered in terror as Kurter stammered. Frisia, my lord, please, charge, Frisia bellowed, spewing saliva in his rage. The minions, though terrified, reluctantly advanced. The girl's sword glimmered with a deep green light, shimmering with terrifying arcs of energy, and she casually flicked it towards her target, unleashing a wave of energy. Universal cataclysmic strike. A resounding boom echoed as the green energy burst forth, engulfing a multitude of minions in its wake. The charged scent wafted through the air, causing Frisia and Kurter to instinctively recoil, their voices caught in their throats as the minions were reduced to mere ashes, dissipating like black snowflakes in the breeze. Frisia and Kurter roared in fury, charging at the girl. Die! Frisia's fingers coalesced into a beam of death, relentlessly bombarding the girl. However, the golden aura surrounding her shattered Frisia's assault effortlessly. Just as she prepared to strike, a key blast suddenly pierced Frisia's chest, caught by the girl's astonished gaze as Kurter had launched a surprise attack. Daddy! Frisia was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Mechanically turning to face Kurter, whose cruel expression ignited a tempest of rage within him. He had never anticipated that his own progenitor would be the cause of his demise. The girl remained silent, her emerald eyes coldly observing the spectacle of Frisia and Kurter turning against one another. With a thunderous explosion, Frisia's body was obliterated by Kurter's attack. Had it not been for the ambush, Kurter would never have had the opportunity to eliminate Frisia. With a thud, Kurter knelt before the girl, bowing deeply in submission. I apologize. My unworthy child has provoked your ire, and I have taken care of him. Please forgive me, my lady. The girl's chilling indifference toward emotions was unnerving, and her murderous intent deepened, revealing that Kurter posed a greater threat than Frisia ever did. Releasing the sword into the air, the girl elegantly sheathed it, producing a melodious sound. Kurter, feeling a sense of relief, yearned to flee from this place, vowing never to return, eager to resume his life as a carefree sovereign, while simultaneously cursing Frisia for his thirst for vengeance that led him back to this forsaken locale. In a flash, the girl raised her hands, dispensing with unnecessary words. Just as Kurter relaxed, he was suddenly engulfed by a robust golden key wave. No, he cried out in anguish as the magic flash obliterated him into ashes, then relentlessly struck the disc-shaped spaceship, erupting with a cacophony that reduced it to mere fragments. The powerful shockwave tousled the girl's golden hair, and in less than a minute from the start of the conflict to Kurter's demise, it was all over as the dust settled. The girl returned to her original form, her aura calming, her once piercing blue eyes now gazing at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. What? Gohan, Piccolo, and the others who were advancing suddenly sensed the vast energy dissipating. What just happened? Frisia's energy has vanished, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, quickened his pace, eager to uncover the truth. If this were indeed the time traveler Trunks, he could not possibly be this powerful. Significant discrepancies began to unfold. As the group arrived, they beheld the stark reality. Yamcha gaped, pointing at the girl with black hair and blue eyes. Who is that girl? Did she defeat Frisia and the others? Is she a Saiyan too? Tin asked gravely. Vegeta swiftly countered, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The only remaining Saiyans are myself, Kakarot, and the half-breed Gohan. There are no others. Gohan, his mind a whirlwind, was utterly befuddled. Only 6 years old, he was overwhelmed. It's changed. It's changed. This ISNT Trunks. It's an unknown girl, and she wields a sword just like him, yet she's far more powerful. Suddenly, Gohan's gaze fixated on the sword the girl carried, and an electric jolt surged through his mind. Piccolo, look! The sword she carries, ISNT that the one you gave me. Back then, Gohan was merely a weeping child. Witnessing the demise of Goku and Raditz, training with King Kai, and evolving due to Piccolo's guidance. Dressed in the same orange outfit as Goku, but adorned with the emblem of magic, he bore the sword as a memento. The sword that the girl possessed mirrored the one Gohan had kept, and in that moment, he began to profoundly question the identity of this black-haired girl before him. Piccolo's mouth hung agape, recognizing the truth as well. Indeed, it is. But who is she? Yamcha felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl before him. Suddenly, as though a light had flickered in his mind, a bold idea took root in his heart. Yet, without confirmation, he dared not speak, fearing he might be mistaken, for the resemblance was striking, compelling him to draw associations. Could it truly be? Yamcha pondered internally. Krillin remarked, no matter who she is, her identity as a Saiyan is undeniable. The energy she just unleashed was reminiscent of Goku and Gohan transforming into Super Saiyans. It's something I will never forget. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt a surge of resentment upon hearing Krillin's confident assertion. First, Kakarot and his son had transformed into Super Saiyans, and now, an unknown Saiyan girl had suddenly appeared. More importantly, she too could transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, already vexed by his own inadequacy, found himself challenged by the emergence of another who surpassed him. Chapter 43. The girl's name towering mountains loomed, a gentle breeze caressing the girl's long hair, and no need to hide any longer. I have known of your presence all along. Come out, she called, her gaze shifting towards Gohan and the others, offering a friendly wave, her demeanor strikingly different from when she faced Frieza and Cooler. Startled, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others felt a tightening in their chests. How had they been discovered? They had suppressed their energy completely. Krillin looked to Piccolo and Gohan, asking, what should we do? Should we reveal ourselves? Gohan shrugged, responding helplessly. It doesn't seem like she's trying to deceive us. That girl is far stronger than we are. Whatever her intentions, we cannot stop her. The girl playfully waved her hand again, saying, everyone, come along. I know you have many questions, and once Mr. Goku returns, I will clarify everything. With that, she flew slowly toward a point in the sky, deliberately allowing Gohan and the others to follow. What should we do? She wants us to follow. Krillin asked the group. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, clenched his teeth and pursued her, with Gohan, Piccolo, and then Tien Shinhan and a reluctant Krillin trailing behind. Just as Yamcha was about to take off, Bulma grabbed him, exclaiming, hey, I want to go too. Yamcha, don't leave your ex-girlfriend behind. Why are you coming along? Yamcha replied, exasperated. Hurry up. They're leaving, Bulma urged. Yamcha, resigned, wrapped an arm around Bulma's shoulders and lifted her into the air. His expression somewhat awkward, stealing a glance at Bulma. His suspicions grew stronger. Could it be? Yamcha thought uncertainly. The group followed the girl to an open area strewn with rocky debris. After landing, she retrieved a box from her crimson vest and pulled out a universal capsule. Tossing it to the ground, a refrigerator filled with drinks materialized before them. The girl gestured cheerfully, saying, everyone, since Mr. Goku won to be back for a while, please help yourselves to the drinks. As she mentioned Goku, she coughed lightly, as if feeling a bit awkward. Then I want to hold back. Bulma declared boldly, striding towards the fridge. Oh, I see my favorite. I want some too. Gohan exclaimed, rushing forward, completely oblivious to the girl's gaze upon him. Thank you, big sister, Gohan said, taking his favorite drink, which he rarely had at home, as his mother Chi-Chi often admonished him about the health risks of sugary beverages. Puffed. The girl, upon hearing Gohan's words, inadvertently sprayed her drink all over Bulma's face, choking on her laughter, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stared in shock. Hey, that is so messy. How could a girl be so uncouth? Bulma retorted, wiping her face with a handkerchief, clearly displeased. Ignoring Bulma, the girl focused on Gohan, saying, let us avoid calling me big sister. I see you've grown a tail. Gohan realized his faux pas. Having uttered the term out of habit, smiling, he replied, yes, it has indeed grown, but you're a Saiyan too. Where's your tail? The girl shook her head gently. It's different for me, though I share Saiyan blood. I was born without a tail. Unlike you, that's so. Gohan recalled the Saiyans from Universe 6, who also lacked tails. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Chaozu soon arrived, while Piccolo and Vegeta stood aloof, arms crossed, silently observing. Bulma, noticing the girl as Crimson Vest, felt an inexplicable warmth towards her. Have we met before? And why are you being so cold to me? She inquired, adjusting her damp clothing with curiosity. Once Mr. Goku returns, you'll find out, the girl replied, casting a frosty glance at Bulma before crouching down to converse with Gohan. Her eyes wide with surprise, she asked, can you transform into a Super Saiyan already? Gohan nodded vigorously, smiling, yes, but I'm not as powerful as you. That energy you released earlier far surpassed mine. The girl smiled brightly, responding, your potential is far greater than mine. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Vegeta stepped forward, hands on his hips. His voice serious. Who are you? How do you possess such formidable power? The only Saiyan should be me, Kakarot, and this half-breed, Gohan. There should be no one else. You cannot possibly be a Saiyan. Who are you? The girl stood up, appearing somewhat distressed, her blue eyes glancing at Vegeta. Suddenly, everyone froze, including Gohan, who stared blankly, while Vegeta's hair stood on end, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the girl appeared behind him without him noticing. Her light melodic voice dripped with playful sarcasm, her calm gaze devoid of any ripple. Uncle Vegeta, why are you so impatient? Didn't I say I would tell you everything once Mr. Goku returns? You. When did you become so fast? Vegeta shivered, realizing that even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, she had easily overpowered him. How much more did he need to train to breach the barrier of Super Saiyan? Sensing the wary glances from the others, the girl sighed, releasing Vegeta and retracting the refrigerator. I will reveal my origins when Mr. Goku returns, but for now, I can share my name. I am Bra, 16 years old. My goal is to become the strongest Saiyan girl in the universe. I love training and playing with teddy bears for the person I admire the most. I cannot disclose it just yet. Upon hearing her name, Gohan's eyes widened in shock, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This was the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma, as per the memories of the traveler. But why did Bra have black hair now? What on earth had transpired? Chapter 44. The return of Goku, as everyone awaited Goku's return. The earlier conflict between Bra and Vegeta had momentarily subsided. Vegeta sat alone on a stone, contemplating that had it not been for waiting for Goku, he would have already departed for training. Gohan reclined on a larger stone, gazing at the sky, feeling utterly bewildered, still reeling from Bra's revelation. It was only upon hearing her name that he noticed the striking resemblance she bore to Bulma, especially her large eyes. But why did she have black hair? What had gone wrong? Was the arrival of this girl linked to the absence of Trunks due to the future androids? The voice of Beulah brought Gohan back to reality. He sprang to his feet, asking, "What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? You seem troubled." It because of Beulah. Despite Piccolo's seemingly aloof demeanor, he was genuinely concerned about Gohan's well-being. Gohan nodded earnestly, casting a glance at Beulah, who was perched atop a stone block over a meter high, her legs playfully swaying as she gazed at him. Upon meeting Gohan's eyes, she flashed a sweet smile and waved gently. However, for reasons unknown to him, Gohan felt an unsettling aura emanating from Beulah's smile, as if it harbored a predatory intent. Mechanically nodding, he was now certain that Beulah was indeed Bulma's daughter, as her eyes and facial structure bore a striking resemblance. Yet he could not fathom why Beulah seemed so detached from her mother. Suddenly, a sound like tearing fabric resonated through the sky, prompting everyone to look up. That Dad's energy. It's back, Gohan exclaimed with delight. A spherical spaceship descended from the heavens, soaring overhead before landing heavily on the ground, creating a thunderous roar. Dust swirled around them, and unable to contain his excitement, Gohan was the first to dash toward it, with Krillin and the others following closely behind. "Wait for me! Take me with you!" Bulma called out anxiously, before reluctantly rushing after them alone. Beneath the crater, the spherical vessel resembled the small spacecraft used by Frieza and his ilk during the explosion of Namek. Goku had seized the opportunity to escape aboard a ship left by the Ginyu Force. As the hatch slowly opened, Goku, who had been absent for a year, emerged before the group, clad in a white shirt, black armor, and a white belt, his lower half adorned with red trousers. Upon seeing the jubilant crowd, Goku appeared somewhat taken aback. "Why are all of you here?" he questioned. Gohan, bursting with excitement, nearly leaped into the air. "Welcome back, Dad!" Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu cheered in unison. "This is wonderful. Goku is really back." Goku took to the sky, floating down gracefully, his expression rife with confusion as he inquired, "How did you know I was coming back?" Bulma gestured toward Gohan, saying, "It was this girl. She informed us of your arrival." "Who is she?" Goku asked slowly as he floated closer to the edge of the crater, preparing to descend, having never encountered this girl before. Beulah looked up, her gentle smile radiating warmth. "Dad." "Welcome back." Silence fell over the crowd, with everyone except Yamcha utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Even Vegeta and Piccolo were no exceptions. Goku, momentarily at a loss, soon shuddered in disbelief, exclaiming as he plummeted from the sky, landing in the crater with a thud that caused his clothes to become soiled. Leaning against the spaceship, he pointed at Beulah. Incredulity etched on his face. "What did you just call me?" Beulah, unfazed by her appearance, beamed, "Dad, there are some things that are better kept under wraps. I will explain everything to everyone gradually." As she reigned in her smile. Beulah stood before them, her presence almost ethereal. Suddenly, with a hum, her hair, eyebrows, and eyes transformed into a striking purple, standing on end like a super Saiyan, radiating an eerie energy that sharpened her gaze, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. This was Beulah's self-destructive form, differing somewhat from Vegeta's transformation in the manga, as Vegeta's transformation lost its eyebrows and bore a face resembling Super Saiyan 3 Goku, while Beulah's appearance was more akin to that of a Super Saiyan. Yet, none of this existed in Gohan's memories as a time traveler. His recollections ended at the Tournament of Power, leaving him oblivious to the events concerning Moro. "Destruction barrier," Beulah commanded, raising her palm as a violet energy shield enveloped everyone. Once everything was settled, she clapped her hands lightly and smiled. "Now, we need not fear eavesdroppers." Turning her gaze to Gohan, she teased, "I am your sister, not your elder sister, you know." Gohan stiffly nodded, pondering the peculiarities surrounding Beulah. Though he could not gauge her current power, it was evident that she far surpassed any Super Saiyan transformations. Yet, how could she possess such strength and traverse time to arrive here? Goku emerged from the crater, gazing at Beulah in astonishment. "You are my child? That is impossible. I only have Gohan with Chi-Chi." He paused, pondering, "By the way, did you take down Frieza and his minions? I initially suspected it was Gohan." Piccolo and Vegeta perked up, their curiosity piqued. Beulah, still sporting her purple hair, explained, "I am from over 20 years in the future, having traveled here using the time machine my mother built, Dad." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, with Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Goku's jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Krillin suddenly regained his composure, as if uncovering a critical detail, and asked, "Wait, Beulah, since your mother built the time machine, it means your mother is—" Beulah nodded, glancing at Bulma. "Correct, my father is Goku, and my mother is Bulma. I will be born in approximately 4 years." To that moment, both Bulma and Goku appeared petrified. Yamcha, nodding in understanding, remarked, "I suspected as much. That I never thought Bulma would end up with Goku." Gohan, looking utterly distressed, felt tears welling up at his eyes as he gazed up at his father, his voice trembling. "How could this be? Dad, how could you betray Aunt Bulma? You really have become a scoundrel." Chapter 45. A shocking change in the future. Gohan was on the verge of tears, prompting Goku to snap back to reality. "No, that's impossible. Gohan, don't cry. There's no way your dad would do something like that. If Chi-Chi finds out, she'll be furious. This can't be true." Goku quickly crouched down, attempting to wipe away Gohan's tears. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. How could this happen? A girl named Beulah appeared, claiming to be his and Bulma's daughter, when he had only Gohan with Chi-Chi. "Oni-chan," Beulah's sweet call sent shivers down Gohan's spine. What are you going to do? Gohan instinctively shielded Goku with his own body. Adopting a protective stance as he eyed Beulah and Bulma warily, a flicker of disdain crossed his expression as he regarded the woman he once called Aunt Bulma, now unable to address her as such. Bulma, equally troubled, grappled with her feelings. She had harbored significant affection for Goku, and the memory of him transforming into a Super Saiyan lingered in her mind, intensifying her feelings. Yet, Beulah's revelation left her in a state of shock and fear. Wait, Beulah, since I am your mother in the future, why do you seem so distant toward me? Bulma, regaining her composure, asked with a hint of hurt. Beulah responded, surprised, Mom, do you think I'm being distant? You are. Bulma retorted, frustration seeping through her voice. With a gentle smile, Beulah replied, I'm sorry, Mom, I was just startled by Oni-chan calling me sister earlier. Krillin observed the peculiar atmosphere among Bulma, Goku, Beulah, and Gohan, muttering, I can't shake the feeling that this situation is quite strange. 10. Kaiatsu and Yamcha all nodded in agreement. Piccolo queried, Beulah, if you traveled from the future using your mother's time machine, why reveal your identity now? If Goku never ends up with Bulma, wouldn't you cease to exist? Upon hearing Bic's words, Son Wukong turned his gaze towards Bra as well. Indeed, if the Trunks from the memories of the traveler was cautious and fearful of revealing his identity, how could this Bra so brazenly expose her own? With her thumb resting on her chin, Bra explained, time and space possess a multiverse nature. The fact that my father and mother in this timeline are not together does not affect me, as we do not exist on the same temporal plane. Bulma pondered aloud. Is this a time paradox? Bra, if that is the case, what compelled you to traverse time and space to this world? Bra's large, glistening eyes brimmed with tears, silencing everyone and instilling a profound heaviness in their hearts. The universe is vast, comprising 12 universes, and we reside in the 7th. The revelation regarding the 7th universe was so astounding that it momentarily stunned Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. However, Son Wukong's astonishment turned to incredulity as he realized that Bra, having come from the future, possessed such extensive knowledge. What had transpired in the future? Bra continued, at the apex of the 12 universes reigns the Omni King. One day, the Omni King obliterated 8 universes, leaving only the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th intact, thereby extinguishing any hope of resurrecting you. The Dragon Balls vanished from the Omni King's grasp as well as she spoke. Bra broke down in tears, throwing herself into Son Wukong's arms. The sound of the young girl's sobs was heart-wrenching, tightening the chests of those present, and no one doubted Bra's identity, especially Son Wukong, who understood from the traveler's memories that the Omni King harbored intentions of annihilating 8 universes. Had it not been for his father, Son Wukong feared the Omni King would have acted without hesitation like that moment. Son Wukong felt a piercing anguish as Bra's tears soaked his shoulder, and he gently patted her back. With all hope of resurrection lost, Bra, what is truly happening? Does this mean that in the future, we all perish? Son Wukong's voice trembled with urgency. Bra lifted her head from Son Wukong's embrace, wiping her tears gently, and explained to Son Gohan, in 10 years, Oni-chan will be ambushed and killed by an android known as Majin 21, who will also steal your powers. Then my father, Uncle Vegeta, and eventually everyone will be slain by Majin 21. The Dragon Balls on New Namek will be destroyed as well. Majin 21, an android? Son Gohan interjected, certain that there had been no mention of any such android in the traveler's memories. Was this an unforeseen alteration? Bra nodded softly and continued. Majin 21 is an android created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. 3 years from now, 2 androids will emerge on a small island in South City, wreaking havoc and absorbing life energy to feed an ultimate android called Cell. It's all so chaotic. My head can't take it, Krillin lamented, clutching his head in exasperation. Son Wukong asked in disbelief, the Red Ribbon Army? The same one I defeated? Vegeta recalled what Violet had mentioned, and Tien Shinhan and Piccolo shared similar thoughts. They had yet to fully comprehend Bra's revelations. Bra took a deep breath and reassured Krillin. Perhaps I have made things too complicated. Let me explain slowly. Although the Red Ribbon Army was dismantled by my father, one of its key figures, Dr. Gero, survived and escaped, driven by a desire for revenge against my father. He secretly continued his research on androids. Among them, the ultimate android cell is a product of multiple gene recombinations, possessing the cells of my father, Oni-chan, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Vegeta 3 years hence. On a small island in South City, one of the two androids will be Dr. Gero himself, who, in pursuit of immortality, transformed himself into an android and will initiate widespread destruction to provide Cell with life energy to consume. At that time, facing Oni-chan's overwhelming strength, Cell, transformed into his perfect form, will prove no match for us, and together we will defeat the Red Ribbon Army, achieving 7 years of peace. As Bra spoke, her anger simmered. Filled with resentment towards Dr. Gero, desiring nothing less than his utter annihilation. Little did they know, Dr. Gero had left behind a contingency plan, the new Majin 21 android, who would become one of the key reasons for the complete eradication of Hope. Chapter 46. The girl's departure. Bra paused, allowing everyone to digest the weight of her revelations, each piece of information detonating like a bomb in their minds, including Son Gohan, who bore the traveler's memories. He confirmed that there was no record of the android, Majin 21, implying it was an unknown entity. However, Bra's mention of Majin reminded him of Majin Buu. Did these two have any connection? As Son Gohan pondered, he suddenly found himself uncontrollably lifted into the air, with Bra embracing him, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her excitement palpable as her breaths quickened. Hee, I never imagined Oni-chan was so adorable as a child. So chubby. I truly miss you all. Let me hold you. I can't breathe. Son Gohan struggled desperately, still only 6 years old and oblivious to why Krillin was casting envious glances at him. He felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. Bra, release Gohan. He seems distressed, Son Wukong called out. Hearing her father's words, Bra glanced at the squirming Son Gohan, playfully sticking out her tongue before letting him go. Once on the ground, Son Gohan gasped for breath, narrowly escaping a near-fatal encounter. Bra had proven to be exceedingly troublesome, and he regretted ever feeling sympathy for this future sister, who had nearly smothered him. I'm so sorry. Oni-chan, I was just too excited. But you probably don't understand all this yet, right? As Bra seemed poised to pounce again, Son Gohan quickly hid behind Son Wukong and Piccolo, feeling overwhelmed. Piccolo raised his head, having grasped the implications of Bra's story and understanding the need for the protective barrier. Likely to guard against Dr. Gero lurking in the shadows, Bulma suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Wait, if we find Dr. Gero now and eliminate him, wouldn't that resolve the android situation entirely? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, responding, Humph, no one is permitted to act recklessly. 3 years from now. If you lack confidence in your abilities, do not come forward. Kakarot, you are no exception, understood? Son Wukong chuckled and nodded. Indeed, I am curious about the androids from the future. I thought I had seen the last of formidable foes after Frieza, but now I feel my blood boiling with excitement that I feel the same. 3 years from now, we shall meet at our destination. Tien Shinhan declared, brimming with warrior spirit. Bulma felt exasperated. You guys, how can you act so recklessly? Did you not hear Bra's warning? This is a catastrophic crisis. Bra placed a comforting hand on Bulma's shoulder and said, Mom, I'd advise you against such actions that Dr. Gero has androids 16, 17, and 18, 3 incredibly powerful androids that you cannot contend with at present. They are merely sealed away by Dr. Gero due to their refusal to comply with him. Son Wukong was taken aback, asking incredulously, Are they that strong? Bra nodded gravely, asserting, Indeed, they are formidable, beyond your current capabilities. If you all teamed up, you still wouldn't stand a chance against even one of them. It would be prudent to use this time to enhance your skills. That on May 12th, 3 years from now, around 10 in the morning, on a small island southwest of South City, you must stop Dr. Gero from transforming into androids 19 and 20. How intriguing. This is truly fascinating. Vegeta clenched his fists, laughing with excitement. I never imagined such beings existed on this planet. Kakarot, what do you think? I, too, am eager to battle them. Brah, what can you tell us about this 21? Son Wukong revealed a faint smile, yet he did not forget the matters of great importance. Bra remarked, Initially, Android 21 was not in her Majin state. She is an ultimate fusion android surpassing Cell, capable of preying on living beings to acquire energy and grow indefinitely, much like us humans. However, after consuming a cell from a creature known as Majin Buu, the originally docile android 21 developed a terrifying evil persona within her, hence becoming Majin Android 21 at that time. I was able to defeat Majin Android 21, thanks largely to the assistance of Android 21 herself, which allowed me to barely overcome her. Bra then turned to Gohan, who was hiding behind Son Wukong and Piccolo, and stated, "Back then, the power of Majin Android 21 was hardly a match for Oni-chan and Dad. She was only slightly stronger than Uncle Vegeta. As long as we remain vigilant, it should pose no issue." Vegeta, feeling disgruntled, muttered under his breath, "This is indeed Cockroach Child. This family is infuriating. I never expected to be caught in the crossfire." Being compared by Bra, with her hands clasped behind her back, Bra cheerfully declared, "I've said what needed to be said. Dad, Oni-chan, Mom, and all the uncles, I must take my leave. Time travel is not permitted. I'm only allowed to pilot the time machine to this point due to Master Kess's plea." Master Kess? Gohan was momentarily taken aback, intending to delve into the memories of the time traveler later, as there were many details he had not scrutinized closely. Bra then produced a universal capsule. Tossing it down, and a spherical glass-covered spacecraft materialized, equipped with 4 energy pods resembling projectiles. Indeed, it was the time machine Bra had traversed through as the purple protective shield was retracted, revealing the vessel in its original form. She entered the cockpit after the glass dome opened. Through the transparent cover, Bra gazed at the waving crowd, tears welling in her eyes, her heart laden with reluctance. "Dad, Oni-chan, Mom, even with my warning about being cautious of Majin Android 21, the Omni King will still annihilate 8 universes, and the God of Destruction of Universe 7 is yet another incompetent individual." Sigh. With a heavy heart, Bra piloted the time machine out of sight, knowing that the Omni King, positioned at the pinnacle of the 12 universes, would obliterate 8 lesser universes, and Universe 7 ranked second to last. Thus, as Bra departed, her mood was exceedingly somber. The others remained in a state of shock for a considerable time. Eventually, Piccolo crossed his arms and addressed everyone. Those lacking confidence should not show up 3 years from now. It will be detrimental to the group if they drag us down. Ha! Are you talking about yourself? Vegeta sneered, unfazed as he glared at Piccolo with an audacious demeanor. Tien Shinhan suggested, "Let us gather around 10 a.m. on May 12th 3 years from now. We can wait for them an hour early." Agreed. I too feel my blood boiling. Everyone, let us give it our all. Yamcha, still fervent about his martial arts, exhibited an enthusiastic spirit. Only Krillin appeared somewhat apprehensive, sharing Bulma's desire for stability. However, upon hearing Bra mention the more formidable android 16, 17, and 18, he dismissed such thoughts. Androids in 3 years? Gohan mused internally, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Like Vegeta and Son Wukong, he felt an overwhelming surge of adrenaline, a fervor for battle, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan, intensifying that craving. Chapter 47. Time to learn to drive. It turned out that in the time traveler's memories, Trunks had transformed into Bra, leaving everyone in a prolonged state of astonishment. Vegeta, hands in pockets, inquired of Son Wukong, "Kakarot, you must have learned some formidable technique from planet Adetra, right? You couldn't have returned empty-handed. Though their combat power is not strong, they possess many unique abilities." "Indeed, that's correct. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I couldn't learn more techniques," Son Wukong replied. "As of now, I have mastered instant transmission." He then demonstrated the technique to everyone. After sensing Master Roshi's energy, he instantly vanished, returning with Master Roshi's sunglasses, leaving Tin, Yamcha, and others utterly speechless. This technique is so practical. Gohan recalled a book on dimensional spaces, prompting him to begin studying and refining his martial arts that a master leads you to the door. Cultivation is up to the individual, whether it was Krillin, Yamcha, Tin, or others. After achieving significant progress, they each delved into their martial arts. For instance, Krillin developed the Keyblade, Yamcha the Spirit Ball, and Tin, originally of the Crane School, subsequently innovated techniques like the solar flare, a four-way fist, and Kamehameha for his father, Sun Wukong. Surely no one believed him to be merely a brute. In the time traveler's memories, he had neglected his martial arts due to academic obligations. But now he was a different being. Krillin, when you return, please return these sunglasses to Master Roshi, Sun Wukong said, handing them over with a smile. Understood, Krillin replied coolly, donning the sunglasses and flashing a victory sign at Gohan, his bald head lending an amusing air to the gesture. Meanwhile, Bulma remained quietly in the corner like an ostrich, stealing glances at Sun Wukong, before quickly averting her gaze. The bra's sudden revelation from the future made her instinctively wish to avoid Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had been married to Chi-Chi for a long time and had children. She was the interloper in another family, and frankly, she felt ashamed to face Chi-Chi. The group dispersed, each going their own way. Along the path, Sun Wukong invited Piccolo. Piccolo, would you like to train with me and Gohan? I need someone equally strong for sparring to progress more rapidly. Sure, but don't underestimate Gohan. He is also transformed into a Super Saiyan now. Piccolo's words astonished Sun Wukong, who exclaimed, "That's incredible, Gohan. You can transform into a Super Saiyan at will now." "Yes, Dad, it's all thanks to Uncle Piccolo and everyone who helped me train. I've finally broken my limits and become a Super Saiyan." Gohan replied, scratching his head with a grin. Sun Wukong then asked, "That's fantastic, Gohan. How have you all fared in my absence?" "Everyone is well, Dad. How about you? Have you felt any changes in your body? I made a wish with the Namekia Dragon Balls for you and Mom to be healthy." Gohan eagerly queried. After pondering for a moment, Sun Wukong nodded. "Oh, that's it. Indeed, for a while, I felt much more at ease and comfortable. Thank you, Gohan. As long as Dad, Mom, and everyone are safe, that's all that matters." Gohan joyfully responded. Upon returning home, the moment Chi-Chi laid eyes on Sun Wukong, tears of joy streamed down her face, and their embrace was filled with warmth. However, upon hearing about the androids in 3 years, Chi-Chi's expression fell, and she glanced at Gohan. Gohan quickly reassured her mom, "Don't worry, my studies won't fall behind. As you can see, aside from literature papers requiring personal interpretation, I scored full marks in everything else." Chi-Chi smiled gently. Mom knows Gohan is exceptional and has done very well, but her gaze then shifted to Sun Wukong, her tone laced with mild discontent. "Why do enemies seem endless? Why can't our family live in peace? Why? Her voice, nearly a venting outcry, brimmed with frustration. Sun Wukong calmly replied with a smile, "Chi-Chi, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, but I will win. After it's all over, let us go to the beach as a family." "Really? Dad, are you truly going to take us all to play?" Gohan looked up with eager anticipation. "Yes, it's a promise," Sun Wukong declared with a victory gesture and a smile. Chi-Chi, her face alight with excitement, cradled her chin in her hands, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Our family could drive together, enjoying the roadside scenery until we reach the beach. Wukong, you should learn to drive. What do you think? Alas, if one could traverse the skies in flight, would that not be a swifter means of travel?" Following this, 3 years hence, the artificial being Sun Wukong gently scratched his head with a finger and chuckled. Chi-Chi, somewhat vexed, retorted, "Nay, you have not witnessed the harmonious scene of that couple on the neighboring mountain, joyfully driving together. I find myself envious beyond measure. I envy this society. Those without a driver's license are scarce, and it appears you are the last of them, Wukong." Sun Wukong then directed his gaze towards Piccolo, who leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the exchange, and remarked, "Piccolo has none either." Piccolo, taken aback by his unexpected involvement, widened his eyes and angrily questioned, "What need have I for such a thing?" Chi-Chi looked at both Sun Wukong and Piccolo and declared, "Thus, you two shall not enroll in the driving school in the city tomorrow. I believe this is an excellent opportunity for both of you to learn societal norms." "What?" Piccolo, bewildered by his unwarranted inclusion, protested, for he had come to train alongside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hastily waved his hands, saying, "Wait a moment, Chi-Chi, why must you be so abrupt?" Chi-Chi, arms folded and resolute, asserted, "In any case, you two are to set aside your training starting tomorrow and pursue your driver's licenses." I shall contact Bulma immediately to assist in expediting your licenses, that if you refuse, I shall withhold your meals, understood? The final raised voice left no doubt of her authority as the matriarch, startling Piccolo, who stiffly nodded in agreement with Son Wukong. Petus. Author's note. To those who have not read the original Dragon Ball and choose to refute me with obscure knowledge from elsewhere, I find it difficult to express my sentiments towards you. If you prefer to criticize, you would be better off reading the original work instead. I have perused your previous comments, and it is evident you have never engaged with Dragon Ball, merely offering baseless critiques. It is quite exasperating, yet at least you are not among the mindless trolls who indiscriminately disparage. Chapter 48. Driving Training Class. Wait a moment. Mother, you mentioned Bulma? Before Son Gohan could finish his sentence, Chi-Chi delivered a stern reprimand. Gohan, have I not instructed you to be polite? You ought to refer to her as Aunt Bulma. Addressing her by her name is quite rude. You comprehend how much Aunt Bulma has helped you. She has provided you with books and assisted in your studies. Otherwise, how could you balance martial training with your education? Son Gohan yearned to express his desire to sever ties with Bulma. Yet upon witnessing the disappointment etched on Chi-Chi's face, he swallowed his words. Ultimately, he could only utter a single phrase, I'm sorry, Mother. There will be no next time. A relieved smile graced Chi-Chi's face. Recognizing one's errors and seeking to amend them is a virtue of great significance. I shall promptly contact Bulma to discuss the matter of Wukong and Piccolo obtaining their driver's licenses. With that, Chi-Chi hummed softly as she entered the house, engaging in a lengthy phone conversation with Bulma, for there exists an unspoken bond among women. On the other end of the line, Bulma had just returned home and was taken aback by Chi-Chi's call. The thrill of secrecy quickened her heartbeat, especially upon seeing Bra, which elicited a mix of resistance and unexpected anticipation. However, upon hearing that Son Wukong and Piccolo wished to acquire their licenses, Bulma's interest was piqued. She envisioned the two of them navigating the process with utmost caution, certain it would lead to chaos. The following day, Son Wukong donned a vibrant red short-sleeve shirt paired with blue long trousers, while Piccolo was clad in full battle attire, yellow top, deep blue pants, and purple arm sleeves, complete with a sun hat to obscure his identity. As Son Wukong surveyed the expansive driving test site, complete with a designated asphalt road, he mused, is this truly the driving training class Chi-Chi mentioned? It's quite large, yet so desolate. Piccolo, his irritation palpable, snapped, honestly, training with you has proven to be quite unfortunate. What does this have to do with me? Son Wukong sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, apologizing, I'm sorry. Chi-Chi's personality is simply like that. In any case, once we secure our licenses, we can resume our training. Piccolo chuckled. That is indeed the only option left. Yet the strength of that earthling capable of silencing a Super Saiyan should not be underestimated. Kakarot, Vegeta, clad in a black tank top and trousers that showcased his muscular physique, called out. Son Wukong, astonished, exclaimed Vegeta, what are you doing here? Humph Bulma, that shameless woman, has been blabbing about your endeavor to obtain a driver's license. I thought I would come and see for myself. I had not anticipated you would engage in such a frivolous pursuit. Vegeta said, arms akimbo, looking down at Son Wukong with a sardonic smile. Son Wukong, still in disbelief, remarked, what a surprise, Vegeta. Your attire today. Regaining his composure, he took in Vegeta's outfit, noting it was indeed a training uniform. Though it felt distinctly different, Vegeta flashed a devilish grin. Just like you, I am here to acquire a license, Kakarot. Let us race to see who can obtain their license first, shall we? Piccolo's shoulders sagged in exasperation. What was it with this peculiar competitive streak of the Saiyan Prince? Oh, splendid, Vegeta! I feel a surge of enthusiasm. Let us settle this once and for all. Son Wukong, driven by an intense desire to compete, found himself intrigued by the forthcoming training. After a brief period, Bulma, Bra, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, Yamcha, Violet along, and others arrived. Even Tianjin and Jiaozi showed interest. Son Wukong pointed at the gathering and exclaimed, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Master Roshi, why is everyone here? At that moment, Chi-Chi appeared in a stunning red chi-pao, her graceful figure accentuated by her flowing hair, which framed her fresh-faced beauty. Despite foregoing cosmetics, she rivaled the urban elegance of Bulma, possessing a pure and clean aura, qualities Bulma could never embody, even when riding on the flying Nimbus alongside Son Wukong. Master Roshi, sporting sunglasses, chuckled, "Hee hee, I heard Wukong was here to take his driver's test, so I thought I would drop by." Krillin, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight, added, "Wukong, I never expected you to pursue this." Son Wukong, smiling, inquired Krillin, "Are you joining us?" "No, I already have my license," Krillin replied, scratching his head. Bulma addressed the group. "This driving school is the finest in West City, frequented by many prominent individuals. The instructors here are top-notch. I have reserved the entire venue for you, Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta, so you can train here without worry." Son Gohan discreetly distanced himself from Bulma, not wishing to see her at 6 years old. He understood the complexities of right and wrong. The situation with a third party felt entirely unjust. Previously, he had affectionately referred to her as Aunt Bulma, but now his disdain was palpable. Bulma, aware of Son Gohan's animosity, felt somewhat helpless, knowing she harbored impulsive feelings towards Son Wukong, leaving her conflicted about how to proceed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and 3 graceful female instructors arrived, causing Master Roshi and Oolong to swoon. One of them, clad in a white lace short skirt and a red t-shirt, with fair skin and a rosy complexion, introduced herself. "Mr. Piccolo, I am Jia, your driving instructor for this period, and I look forward to working with you." The other 2 ladies positioned themselves before Son Wukong and Vegeta, respectively. The instructor for Vegeta exuded youthful exuberance, with a curvaceous figure and a slim waist, her long wavy burgundy hair radiating allure. "Mr. Vegeta, I am Yu Hui, your driving instructor for this period, and I look forward to working with you." Before Son Wukong stood a coach who radiated beauty, surpassing all others with an enviable physique, perfectly sculpted with curves that accentuated her form. Each subtle movement she made was akin to a delicate dance, her oval face framed by a complexion as pure as white jade. Her thin lips and gentle demeanor exuded an aura of tranquility, while her hazy, autumn-like eyes evoked a sense of affection in those who beheld her. "Greetings, Mr. Son Wukong. I am Fu Xiaozhu, the gold medal coach here, and I will be your driving instructor. I shall do my utmost to assist you in mastering the art of driving. I look forward to your guidance." "Hello, I eagerly await your instruction." Son Wukong responded politely, distinct from the aloofness of Vegeta and Piccolo. Outside, Son Gohan rested his chin on his left hand, gazing in astonishment. "So, this is indeed a driving lesson." Chapter 49. The fruits of 2.5 years of training, the reverberating roar of engines filled the air as under the coach's direction. Piccolo, Son Wukong, and Vegeta commenced their journey on the road. With the guidance of Coach Jia, Piccolo quickly grasped the skills, his mind sharp and alert, soon accelerating with confidence, casting a proud glance towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. "How absurd! Is that a smirk I see?" Vegeta exclaimed, flooring the gas pedal, his heart racing as he pursued them at full speed, much to the alarm of Yu Hui. No. Vegeta, step on the brakes. I can't take it. It's too fast." Yu Hui shrieked, her body trembling as she fastened her seatbelt, eyes wide with fear. "Ugh, what a nagging woman." "It's just a brake." Vegeta paused, puzzled. Shouldn't it be the brake pedal? With that thought, he flung open the car door and planted one foot firmly on the asphalt, leaving a deep, long mark on the road, all while Yu Hui looked on in horror and disbelief. "Danger!" Mr. Wukong quickly turned the steering wheel. Fu Xiaozhu, seated in the passenger seat, could no longer maintain her usual calm demeanor and shouted urgently. Son Wukong looked at Fu Xiaozhu, incredulous. "You want me to steer? Really?" Fu Xiaozhu urged him. "Yes, quickly. We're about to crash." With focused determination, Son Wukong gathered his energy into his palm and, under Fu Xiaozhu's astonished gaze, swiftly sliced the steering wheel to the side, playfully handing it over to her. "It's done." Fu Xiaozhu and Son Wukong exchanged wide-eyed looks as they collided with Vegeta's car, which had been halted by the brake pedal. Vegeta's shoe had worn down to its sole, and, as he unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to inquire about the situation, he was unexpectedly propelled out of the car. Dazed, just before hitting the ground, he managed to brace himself with his hands and executed a backflip to land gracefully. "Bravo, Mr. Vegeta!" Yu Hui applauded, having remained securely buckled and thus spared from the same fate, witnessing Vegeta's impressive maneuver. Vegeta, now on the ground, furiously shouted at the rear-ended Sun Wukong. Embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head. My apologies, Vegeta, truly sorry. Your shoe. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's footwear and struggled to suppress his laughter. How dare you criticize me, Kakarot? Vegeta pointed at the steering wheel in Sun Wukong's hands, his voice filled with fury. Fu Xiaozhu, regaining her composure from the shock, appeared flustered, trembling as she said, Mr. Wukong, with your driving skills, you will need to wait 3 more years before obtaining a license. That won't do. I don't have that much time. I must continue my training and grow stronger to face the androids that will appear in 3 years. Sun Wukong insisted fervently. Fu Xiaozhu tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. Confusion evident in her expression. Training? Androids? Oh, I see. Are you preparing for a movie? Piccolo, driving confidently past Vegeta and Sun Wukong, undercoached by GS instruction, maneuvered the car with both steadiness and speed. Ha! 2 fools. Coached by Jia clapped in approval. Excellent work. Mr. Piccolo, I believe you will soon acquire your driving license. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Observers from a distance wore expressions of astonishment. Chi-Chi and Ji Luo were visibly worried. While Bulma sighed, I knew this would happen. Fortunately, I reserved the venue in advance. As time passed, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong gradually mastered driving under their coach's guidance, eventually transforming their driving lessons into a thrilling race. Ultimately, the trio acquired their licenses, concluding the driving course, and the mundane routine of training resumed. Once more, 2.5 years later, each individual had immersed themselves in rigorous training. On this day at Baozi Mountain, a youth with light golden hair, clad in a purple martial arts uniform, sat quietly in a chair, engrossed in a book. Calm and serene, his typically sharp green eyes appeared softer. This young man was Son Gohan, who cautiously extended a finger to turn the fragile page, fearful of damaging it with too much force. Be careful. Be careful. I must be more cautious. Son Gohan swallowed nervously, gently flipping the page. Gohan, come out for dinner. Chi-Chi's call made Son Gohan's heart race, and in a moment of distraction, he lost control of his strength. Oh no. Ryup. Watching the book he had inadvertently torn in half, Son Gohan felt tears welling up. Maintaining the power of a Super Saiyan in a normal state is truly challenging. He carefully placed the torn book on the bed, already patched with tape numerous times, managing to balance his studies and martial arts. Gohan, dinner is ready. Chi-Chi gently knocked on the door again. Coming, Mom. The door is unlocked. Son Gohan carefully descended from his chair and approached the door. Upon opening it, Chi-Chi spotted the book, now in 2 pieces, and gazed at her son's golden locks with a sigh. Oh dear, you've torn another book, Gohan, but it's all right. I'll help you tape it later. Now come eat. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. Son Gohan quickly apologized. In the dining hall, the family of 3 enjoyed breakfast together. Son Wukong, sporting his characteristic black spiky hair, now found that Son Gohan had surpassed him in strength. He was currently in a state often referred to as Super Saiyan full power. Books were fragile, and Son Gohan struggled to control his strength, often tearing them, while his appetite was considerable. A lavish breakfast was mostly consumed by Son Wukong and Son Gohan. While washing dishes with Chi-Chi, Son Wukong turned to glance at Son Gohan on the sofa and chuckled. Gohan, you've surpassed me now. Hee, but don't let her guard down. I won't fall too far behind. Don't let me catch up to you. No way. I won't let you overtake me too much. Dad, I'll become even stronger. And when that time comes, don't be left too far behind. Son Gohan replied, playfully scratching his nose at Chi-Chi, looked at Son Gohan, and said, Gohan, maintaining your current state is to better control your power. With that in mind, why not take some time to relax? Over the past 2 years, you've been training tirelessly with Wukong and Piccolo. Or studying. You haven't truly taken a break, have you? Chapter 50. The resumption of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully, realizing his mother, Chi-Chi, was right. He had indeed been training with Son Wukong and Piccolo. Or studying. Even in his Super Saiyan full power state, he spent most of his time reading, never having gone out to have fun. In that case, Gohan, let's all go out together today and have some fun. Son Wukong suggested with a smile. Sounds good. But where should we go? Son Gohan pondered. Suddenly, a news report played on the television. After years of hiatus, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held once more. Gathering martial artists from across the globe, with a champion set to receive a $5 million prize. The World Martial Arts Tournament is being held again. With a look of astonishment, Son Wukong exclaimed. Chi-Chi, with a bashful expression, covered her face and said, "Those were truly nostalgic times. I never imagined that the World Martial Arts Tournament would be held once again." Son Gohan, fully aware of what his mother Chi-Chi was referring to, recalled that it was during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament that his parents, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi, first crossed paths on the tournament stage. His mother Chi-Chi had impressively fought her way into the top 8. Quite unlike that shameless, scheming contestant Lan Fong. Time was of the essence. The artificial humans had already begun their mischief. "Dad, Mom, why not take me to see it live? I'm quite curious about the place where you both fell in love." Son Gohan asked with a cheerful smile. "Oh dear, how annoying. What are you saying, Gohan?" Chi-Chi said, her face still hidden in her hands, feeling bashful whenever she recalled those daring moments from the past. At the same time, she felt a pang of annoyance, remembering how Son Wukong had treated their marriage as if it were merely a delightful indulgence. Son Wukong, chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "Well, a decision is a decision. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament is still quite far. The three of us will ride the Kinto-1 together to our destination as the yellow clouds soared through the sky." Son Gohan nestled in his father's embrace, while Chi-Chi wrapped her arms around Son Wukong's. The harmonious family descended from the Kinto-1 upon sighting the tournament venue. This time, the World Martial Arts Tournament marked its 24th iteration. Having been interrupted after the 23rd due to the chaos caused by Piccolo, it was only now that the event resumed. How nostalgic! I can hardly believe how much this place has grown. Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on a large tree. Memories of their reunion in the rain flooded back, and it felt as though ages had passed since then. "Are you Wukong?" Suddenly, an exclamation caught the attention of the trio. They turned to see a blond man, donning sunglasses and a suit, looking at Son Wukong with palpable excitement. "It's you." Son Wukong pondered for a moment before recognizing the man as the host from several previous World Martial Arts tournaments. The blonde host, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I never expected to see you again. Mr. Wukong, are you here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Son Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile. "I'm afraid I can't participate, as I'll be battling some rather formidable artificial humans." "Artificial humans? Do you mean the likes of the Demon King Piccolo?" the blonde host asked, his face filled with concern. After a moment's thought, Son Wukong responded, "That's likely the case. However, Piccolo has since changed for the better. I've never encountered these artificial humans before, so I can't say for certain what they're like. Nevertheless, they are quite powerful, and we have been diligently training to face them." Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, the host felt reassured and turned his gaze toward Chi-Chi and Son Gohan. "Is this your child? Mr. Wukong, has he dyed his hair?" Son Gohan shot a silent glance at Chi-Chi, who was stifling a laugh. His mother had remarked that his appearance made him look like a delinquent, and now the blonde host echoed that sentiment. Moreover, with those sunglasses, he could still see the color of Gohan's hair. Son Wukong chuckled and shook his head, understanding his son's plight. Harnessing his energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura shimmering around him left the blonde host in awe. "This is a Super Saiyan, a transformation of ours. This is my and Chi-Chi's child. His name is Son Gohan." Once he reverted to his normal state, Son Wukong introduced Gohan to the blonde host. "Hello, Uncle," Son Gohan responded politely. "Hello, Gohan." The blonde host regained his composure and smiled warmly. "With everything that happens around you, I would no longer be surprised. It's a pity that after Piccolo's disruption of the tournament, it has not been held again. I was hoping to see you compete in the arena. Miss Chi-Chi, Mr. Wukong, and Mr. Gohan, why not join me for lunch? My treat. Rest assured, there will be plenty." The blonde host cheerfully addressed Son Gohan with respect, not underestimating him due to his age. "Really? Thank you, host. Wow. I've heard the food here is exquisite," Son Gohan exclaimed. "Thank you, Uncle," Dad, Mom, may I explore a bit? Son Gohan looked around with eager eyes, yearning for adventure. After all, at just 9 years old, he was still a child, often confined to reading or training at home. Chi-Chi nodded with a smile and said, "Sure, but do be careful, don't forget about lunch with your uncle." "I won't forget. I'll be back soon," Son Gohan said, dashing off. Without his father and mother by his side, he felt liberated, stretching his arms as he sprinted down the street. I could see this moment. The World Martial Arts Tournament venue still appeared modest compared to the grand-scale scene in the Buu saga from the memories of the time travelers. The asphalt road had few pedestrians and vehicles. As Son Gohan gazed at the towering buildings around him, his initial excitement began to wane. Suddenly, sensing an imminent collision ahead, he spotted a man with an explosive hairstyle whose eyes widened in shock. Just as the man was about to speak, Son Gohan, maintaining his speed, performed a somersault over the man's head. As he ran, he looked back and smiled. "Sorry for startling you. Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye," the man replied mechanically, his hair a wild mess, complemented by a beard and dressed in a brown training outfit with white pants. The World Martial Arts Tournament truly attracts exceptional talents. I never expected that kid, who seems around the same age as Biddy Lee, would be so agile. Haha, splendid. It appears my training still falls short. Satan, I must win the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The man clenched his fists, motivating himself. Chapter 51. Gathering Son Gohan continued to run, planning to explore a bit more before returning. Strange, that explosive-haired man looked so familiar. Was he a participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Not having paid attention earlier, and considering the man's weakness, Son Gohan failed to recognize Satan. Unconsciously slowing his pace, he noticed that the surroundings appeared somewhat desolate. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament had resumed, it was nowhere near the grandeur of previous editions. Furthermore, following the events involving the Demon King Piccolo, many exceptional martial artists had retreated into seclusion, allowing individuals like Satan to seize the championship title. Had he participated in earlier tournaments, he likely wouldn't have even made it to the top 8. The sky was clear, and the weather was splendid today. Son Gohan lost track of time and eventually found himself in a spacious park. There were many children his age playing joyfully, some accompanied by their parents. Perhaps this is the life my mother Chi-Chi hopes for us as a family, Son Gohan thought, understanding his mother's wish for a peaceful and happy family life. Suddenly, he noticed a couple painting on the lawn, dressed impeccably in suits. Approaching with curiosity, he saw the husband skillfully painting his wife against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. The wife, with wavy brown hair and adorned in a light yellow dress, paused in surprise upon noticing Son Gohan. "Wow, your painting is incredible. It looks just like a real person," Son Gohan exclaimed in awe. The husband exuded a refined and intellectual aura. His wife looked at Son Gohan and curiously asked, "Are you here alone, little one?" Son Gohan shook his head, replying, "No, my dad and mom are chatting with an uncle. I just came out to play. Your parents are quite irresponsible. How can they allow such a young child to be outside alone?" The wife said, her tone tinged with disapproval. Son Gohan earnestly defended, "No, absolutely not. My dad and mom are the best in the world." The husband and wife exchanged glances and laughed. "Mira, if we ever have a son, he might just look as sturdy as him." Phew. There are children around, and we finally have some time to relax. Why say such things? The wife playfully chided her husband. The husband embraced his wife's slender waist and said, "If it's a girl, we'll name her Paris. What do you think?" Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, tilted his head at the tender age of 9. He was unable to comprehend the complexities of the world around him. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. "I apologize, uncle and aunt, for interrupting your moment. I must return home for a meal," he politely addressed the couple. "Is your home nearby?" the man inquired, slightly bowing his head as he regarded Son Gohan. "Not at all. Uncle. My home is located at Baozi Mountain, which is quite a distance away. Farewell." Son Gohan then took to the skies with his flight technique, leaving the couple in astonished silence as he vanished into the distant horizon. "Did I just imagine that?" Bartis, the man, questioned, bewildered. "Did you see that, Bartis?" His wife, Malaz, pressed him. Bartis shook his head, affirming, "No, it was real. That child is certainly no ordinary person." Melaz then asked, could he be participating in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament? Perhaps. After all, this world is filled with extraordinary individuals, like the one who once vanquished the world-destroying Demon King Piccolo and saved the planet, Son Wukong. Since then, he has mysteriously disappeared. That boy might be akin to those reclusive masters, Bardis speculated, displaying a measure of insight. Melaz, however, expressed skepticism. But the Demon King Piccolo, isn't that just a tale to frighten children? How could anyone possess the power to obliterate a city with a mere slap? Alas, it is all true, Melaz. I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to witness such remarkable beings. It is a pity I did not inquire for his contact details. Bardis lamented. Melaz consoled him. Our Bardis group is a significant sponsor of this World Martial Arts Tournament. That golden-haired boy is surely participating, that we will have the chance to meet him again soon. Yes, I suppose that is all we can hope for, Bardis replied with a gentle smile as he gazed in the direction where Son Gohan had departed to tea that moment. Son Gohan remained blissfully unaware of the couple's musings. Meanwhile, astonishing events were unfolding in various places. The golden-haired host, well aware of Son Wukong's appetite, ensured that the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal. Before parting ways, Son Wukong and the host exchanged contact information, and the family then rode the flying Nimbus back home. As for the couple who were so engrossed in their display of affection, Son Gohan had long since forgotten them, as they were merely strangers encountered along the way. This excursion had indeed proven to be of great benefit, easing the restlessness that had plagued Son Gohan's heart. Seated in his room, he casually flipped through the pages of a book, and everything seemed to progress in a systematic manner. Time swiftly passed until that fateful day arrived. Awakening, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi passed through the hall while washing up, only to notice that Son Gohan's shoes were absent from the entrance. "Where is Gohan?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing towards her son's room, forgetting to knock in her urgency. The bedding was neatly folded and appeared untouched, the bed cool to the touch, and the purple martial arts uniform in the wardrobe was conspicuously missing. Evidently, Son Gohan had departed early. "Wukong, Gohan is gone," Chi-Chi said, filled with worry. Son Wukong, with his muscular physique on display, furrowed his brow. After sensing Son Gohan's energy, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi, Gohan is merely outside training. There is no cause for concern. He will return shortly. Really? Wukong, please go fetch Gohan. It is time for a meal, and soon you both will be battling those artificial beings. You must be well fed to confront your enemies effectively. Chi-Chi admonished, clearly displeased. Understood. I will be right back, Son Wukong declared, teleporting to find Son Gohan. Awakening early, Son Gohan had grown excited at the prospect of the impending battle against the androids. Troubled thoughts had kept him from sleeping soundly, and even reading had become impossible, prompting him to step outside for some exercise. Upon returning, he sheepishly explained his absence, took a shower, and after having breakfast, he set off with Son Wukong and Piccolo towards the southern capital. On a small island just outside the southern capital, the Z fighters gathered atop a mountain peak. For the past 3 years, each of them had undergone rigorous training to prepare for the confrontation with the androids. Before arriving at the valley, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin had already awaited their arrival. Observing Krillin's troubled expression, Son Wukong inquired, "Krillin, why do you look so dejected upon our first meeting? We are about to engage in battle against unknown monsters. How can one be cheerful under such circumstances?" "Unlike you, I am not a Super Saiyan," Krillin replied, his voice tinged with resignation as he felt increasingly overshadowed by Son Wukong and Son Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan's tail, which he had previously wrapped around his waist to avoid complications, became visible. The hue of his tail matched his hair, a soft golden color. "Gohan, are you also a Super Saiyan?" Tien asked in astonishment. Yamcha added, "I can't sense any of the typical ferocity associated with a Super Saiyan from you." Son Gohan smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the form of a Super Saiyan. I can now control its power at will." With that, he transformed back into his ordinary black-haired and black-eyed self, calm and natural. Despite the transitions between forms, there was no noticeable upheaval among Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. "Impressive, Gohan," Krillin remarked with a bittersweet smile, realizing that Gohan's mastery had rendered the distinction between Super Saiyan and normal state nearly non-existent. Such control was a feat understood only by those seasoned in battle. Son Wukong chuckled. While I too can maintain my Super Saiyan form, I cannot reach the level of control that Gohan has achieved. He has far surpassed me, that I still have much to learn. Without Uncle Piccolo and my father, I could never have progressed so rapidly, Son Gohan said, scratching the back of his head, looking somewhat bashful. Suddenly, Son Wukong noticed something amiss. Strange. Where is Vegeta? With his personality, he wouldn't miss this. Yamcha replied with a laugh. Vegeta will be along shortly. You all are unaware, but he is now with Bulma, and they have a son named Trunks. Vegeta and Bulma together? How enviable. I too wish to find a partner who is neither too beautiful nor too plain, but rather someone who understands me deeply. Krillin lamented, revealing the scars of past heartbreak. Having experienced the trials of love, he understood that devotion often led to disappointment. Son Gohan smiled at Krillin reassuringly. Do not worry, Uncle Krillin. You will surely find someone even better than Marin in the future. Your future spouse will be beautiful, gentle, and kind. The mention of gentleness. Son Gohan recalled Android 18, and although he was still quite young and had little understanding of romantic matters, he had seen how many admired her through the memories of the traveler. While she might not embody the essence of gentleness, the admiration she garnered suggested she was indeed remarkable. Krillin, observing the earnest expression on Son Gohan's youthful face, felt a pang of nostalgia for the memories of the Namekian planet. Gohan, when you grow older, you will understand my troubles. You're still too young to grasp the complexities of adulthood. For now, enjoy your carefree childhood without worries. Worries, Son Gohan thought, recalling the chaotic memories of the traveler. How could one be devoid of troubles? A myriad of issues loomed large, and unless one became powerful enough to dictate their fate, threats were omnipresent. Suddenly, the sound of a flying machine echoed through the sky as Yajirobe arrived, piloting the craft to deliver the Senzu beans. Son Gohan had inquired beforehand, and the Senzu beans accumulated by Karin over the past 3 years had finally been delivered. After conversing briefly with the group, Yajirobe departed, as his temperament and strength did not lend themselves to direct combat. Standing atop the mountain, Piccolo, Ten, and the others surveyed the city below. Odd, despite the time that has passed. Why have we yet to sense any formidable energy? Yamcha, filled with perplexity, exclaimed. Suddenly, a wave of energy struck the aircraft piloted by Kurobe. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the area as Sun Wufan pointed towards the sky, urgently calling out, "Look! There!" The two figures in the air glanced at them before descending into the city. They emitted no discernible presence. Not even a glimpse of their appearance could be seen. Krillin stood at the edge, gazing at the city below, drenched in cold sweat. Upon sensing Akirabi's energy, Son Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that Akirabi was unharmed, since we cannot sense them through energy. Let us search with our eyes, suggested Piccolo. Son Wukong tucked a Senzu bean into his clothing and stated with determination, "All right, everyone, split up to search, but do not linger in battle. Once you discover anything, notify the group immediately. Krillin, you should check on Akirabi. He should be alive." Krillin nodded emphatically. With a swift motion, the group dispersed throughout the city. However, after they separated, Son Wufan concealed his energy and stealthily trailed behind Yamcha. The androids possessed no energy signature, rendering them undetectable. Son Wufan recalled from the memories of the traveler that Yamcha had previously fallen victim to a surprise attack by the androids, which was why he chose to follow him discreetly. On an asphalt road, two figures moved with mechanical precision. Point one, a short and stout individual adorned with golden earrings and a cap bearing the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, had skin so pale it was alarming, with circular rings in his hands capable of absorbing energy. This was Android 19. The other, an elderly man with skin resembling gnarled wood, was Android 20, who also wore golden earrings and a long black hat marked with the same insignia. Android 19 gazed at the passers-by with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. Yamcha, who had been exploring nearby, halted in his tracks. Son Wufan, who had been following him discreetly, also heard it. "Someone is screaming," Yamcha exclaimed as he rushed towards the sound, with Sun Wufan stealthily in tow, ready to act. Chapter 53. Confrontation having just slain a few individuals and absorbed their life energy. Android 20's computer detected an unknown energy approaching point 19. They're the human with an exceptionally high energy level heading our way. Android 19 responded, I've also detected the same energy source. The opponent has surpassed human limits. And there's another human. Android 20's age face remained expressionless as he remarked, It appears to be a police officer. The one who surpassed human limits must be our target, Sun Wukong. As Yamcha arrived, he found the streets littered with the bodies of numerous fallen humans. This must be the work of the androids. How despicable. But where are they? Yamcha surveyed his surroundings, utterly failing to detect their presence. From atop a distant high-rise, androids 19 and 20 looked down at Yamcha with cold indifference. Wait, this isn't Sun Wukong. The data does not match. This human is likely Yamcha, with a probability exceeding 96%. Android 19 stated. Regardless of his identity, we can still harvest more energy. Shall we engage? Android 20 said. Suddenly, their computer detected a surge of intense energy rushing toward them at high speed. The target's energy signature far exceeds that of Yamcha. Android 19 exclaimed in astonishment that it's already upon us. In Android 20's line of sight, a golden figure raced forward. Yamcha, still searching the surroundings, froze. That energy signature. Is Wufan? Is he coming this way? On the rooftop, androids 19 and 20 leaped into the air, transforming into the Super Saiyan form of Sun Wufan, whose figure flickered and gradually vanished from their view. That was a mirage technique. Where are they? Yamcha also noticed the two flying figures in the sky. How could they just disappear? Android 19 wondered, perplexed by the sight of Wufan's fading image. Point 19. Be careful. Quick dodge. The target is behind you. Android 20 shouted. After using the mirage technique to deceive his foes, Sun Wufan seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, his golden aura surging through him. With a sweeping kick, Sun Wufan delivered a powerful blow to Android 19's corpulent frame. The resulting explosion resonated throughout the sky, leaving Yamcha and Android 20 in a state of shock. Simultaneously, the other Z-fighters noticed the commotion and sensed Sun Wufan's powerful aura, immediately grasping the situation and rushing to his side. Android 19 was obliterated by Wufan's strike, instantaneously defeated. As energy surged around him, Wufan's golden hair stood on end, his light green eyes sharper than ever, and even in Super Saiyan form, he wasted no excess power. Impossible, he just killed 19 in one blow. Android 20's expression was one of disbelief, completely contrasting his earlier stoicism. You must be Dr. Gero. I've seen your photo in magazines. So, this is the notorious androids finally revealing themselves. Sun Wufan said, fixing his gaze on Android 20. Android 20, momentarily taken aback, responded, How curious. Where did you learn that we are androids? And your appearance suggests you anticipated our arrival here. Although the traitor, Violet, knows some secrets of the Red Ribbon Army. He could not possibly know our movements. Now tell me, why is that? If you wish to know, ask with your strength. Dr. Gero, Sun Wufan retorted coldly, Dr. Gero has long since perished. What remains now is Android 20, inheritor of his vengeful will, immortal and unyielding. With a swift motion, Yamcha soared into the air, standing alongside Sun Wufan. Before Yamcha could inquire, Sun Wufan was quick to ask, Uncle Yamcha, did you hear that scream just now? Yes, but how did you detect them, Wufan? Yamcha questioned, puzzled that as I approached, I deliberately concealed my energy. Upon spotting their Red Ribbon Army insignia, I launched a sudden attack, Sun Wufan explained. Those words were articulated convincingly. Concealing his lies had become second nature. He glanced down at the city below, palms directed at Android 20, stating, Fighting here could endanger the residents. We need to relocate this battle to an uninhabited area. A resounding shout echoed through the clear sky as Sun Wufan unleashed his energy, forming a powerful gust of wind that surged from all directions, propelling Android 20 away. Yamcha struggled to maintain his balance against the force, while the other approaching Z-fighters quickly steadied themselves. Wow! Is that Wufan? What is he doing? Son Wukong gritted his teeth, managing to remain grounded against the wind. The strong gust kicked up dust in the city, prompting girls in skirts to instinctively clutch at their garments to prevent exposure. Atop the mountain, Krillin, supporting a Kairabai, beheld the spectacle below as the wind swirled throughout the city like a raging tide. Leaving them both utterly dumbfounded, that Wufan's energy. Has he already detected the androids? Krillin wondered anxiously for their friends. After conferring with the Kairabai, he dashed toward Sun Wufan's location once the wind subsided. Once the gusts calmed, Sun Wufan propelled himself forward at high speed. The previous technique he executed was known as the Ki cannon. Its name was inconsequential, as its destructive power was minimal. What mattered was his ability to control the airflow and send the target flying. Yamcha, awestruck in the air, marveled, incredible. He sent that android flying. Truly the son of Wukong. As the turbulent wind subsided, a multitude raced towards the scene, with Krillin being the last to arrive, sensing Gohan's energy ahead. Piccolo turned to Yamcha and inquired, "That individual must have been dealt with by Gohan, correct? What transpired?" Yamcha replied with a smile. Addressing everyone, Gohan was concerned that the battle might affect the city, so he blew the enemy away. By the way, he has already eliminated one android. That's so? We can't let Gohan handle everything alone. Let's hurry and catch up, so he can leave one for us, exclaimed Goku, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring towards Gohan. Goku, wait for us! Krillin and Yamcha swiftly followed, with Piccolo and Tien Shinhan joining them in their rapid flight. Chapter 54. Energy exchange. The cerulean sky awaited the rain, while I awaited you. On a desolate isle. A youth clad in a purple martial arts uniform suddenly appeared, standing tall and erect. His golden hair stood on end, unruffled by the winds, and his piercing light green eyes gazed skyward. A powerful sea breeze swept in, accompanied by tumultuous waves, as towering surges of water rushed forth with a fierce hurricane. The air was filled with chilling screams, as Android 20 was propelled into view by the storm, crashing heavily before Gohan with a thunderous roar. The rain-like wave cascaded upon the island, creating a mist that shimmered under the sunlight, forming a rainbow. Emerging from the deep crater, 20's tattered clothing revealed a face filled with terror as he locked eyes with Gohan. As the water droplets fell and the rainbow arched across the sky, the isle returned to tranquility, broken only by 20's furious declaration. With a 97 similarity to the data, you are Gohan. The son of the target, Goku. How infuriating! With a surge of energy, Gohan advanced without hesitation, leaving a footprint in the ground. Not underestimate the androids. 20's eyes glowed crimson as yellow beams shot forth. The grass beneath him quivered slightly, leaving a faint imprint, while 20's attack missed, splashing harmlessly into the distant sea at a colossal wave, soaring thousands of meters, erupted skyward as Gohan evaded 20's strike, using the momentum to propel himself directly in front of 20. What? With that thought, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to 20's face, leaving a deep indentation where his fist had struck. Had it been a mere human, that blow would have shattered their facial bones. As 20 fell upon a nearby hill, dust and debris scattered, and the cacophony of crashing waves quieted. Gohan surveyed his hands, marveling at his newfound reflexes. Such fluidity was beyond his previous capabilities. He would have likely braved that strike head-on before, or perhaps taken flight to create a wide arc. This was the fruit of his training, a testament to his growth in combat experience. Even if he were to face the Ginyu Force now, he would perform far better. No longer a mere target for their assaults. 20's visage revealed mechanical circuitry, his exterior shattered by Gohan's blow, sparks flickering ominously within it. It was as though he felt no pain at all. The sea breeze tousled Gohan's hair. Gohan, have you not realized? I have absorbed your power, 20 taunted, lightly brushing his injured face. Gohan clenched his fists at his waist, adopting a battle stance. Even if you have absorbed my energy, it is but a drop in the bucket for me, Android 20. So, it was 19 that you dispatched earlier. Show me what you are capable of, and do not make it easy for me to end you. Prepare yourself, 20 shouted defiantly as he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts toward Gohan. Gohan thrust his palm forward, forming a transparent energy bubble that absorbed the incoming waves of energy like a dragon drinking from a river. What? My attack was absorbed. 20 gasped, stumbling back in disbelief. Gohan gazed at the shimmering energy bubble in his palm, pulsating with golden chaotic energy, forming small whirlpools as he slowly turned his gaze toward 20. Experience the taste of your own attack. Gohan hurled the energy bubble at 20.20, extended his palm, attempting to absorb Gohan's technique with his energy absorption device. Just as the bubble was about to make contact, a glint of realization flashed in Gohan's cold, green eyes. The bubble burst, and the absorbed energy exploded outward, engulfing 20 before he could react. The sky darkened as a vast wave of energy enveloped the heavens, causing Goku and the others, who were approaching from afar, to gasp in astonishment. What is that?" Krillin exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had he been caught in such a wave, he would have been obliterated. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Gohan's energy remains largely unchanged, but this attack, it's undoubtedly the enemy's. Such an indiscriminate force is beyond Gohan's usual capabilities. It seems he has truly created that technique." "That technique? Could it be that Gohan has devised a powerful new move?" Yamcha asked Piccolo, astonished. Goku chuckled. "He did it. Gohan's newly created technique, energy exchange, utilizes his own energy to create energy bubbles, successfully absorbing the opponent's attacks and converting them into his own energy, doubling the return. I never expected him to succeed. Gohan has truly merged scholarship with martial arts. Astounding. Is such a thing truly possible?" Tien marveled, contemplating how Gohan had already become an exceptional martial artist. The group, including Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin, could scarcely fathom the heights Gohan would reach in the future. "Let us hurry," Goku urged, propelling himself forward, with the others hastily following towards Gohan's location. At that moment, Gohan stood resolute, his golden hair billowing in the sea breeze, gazing at the now disheveled android 20, whose exterior was ragged, revealing the metallic skeletal structure beneath. The cap on his head was torn away, exposing a grotesque view of his brainstem through a layer of dark glass. Gohan had developed the energy exchange technique with the future in mind, anticipating a time when adversaries would wield strange powers, including self-destructive abilities. Crafting this move was no simple task. The energy conversion required precise design. If the absorbing bubble was too weak, it would shatter under attack. If too robust, it would merely function like a ki blast. From a practical standpoint, Gohan was pleased with its effectiveness, though it had its drawbacks. During the absorption process, he was rendered immobile, a veritable target, and if his opponent's power significantly exceeded his own, the energy bubble would be incapable of withstanding the assault. Yet, perfection was a rare commodity, and Gohan felt content with his current abilities. Clearly, 20's energy absorption device had its limits. He had not fully absorbed the return attack, resulting in his current pitiful state. Chapter 55. The Awakening Command with a Swift Motion. Piccolo, Tien, and Goku landed on the ground, arriving in quick succession. Gohan's gaze softened, and he smiled. "You're all so slow, everyone." My apologies, Gohan. May I leave this android to Dad?" At this moment, Son Wukong appeared in the guise of Super Saiyan, his face adorned with a playful smile. Although the battle between Son Gohan and Android 20 had only just begun, a mere minute had elapsed since their clash. Son Wukong's eyes were filled with disdain as he recalled how he had thwarted the ambitions of the Red Ribbon Army to conquer the world. A dream that Dr. Gero had harbored for revenge against him, intending to reclaim dominion over the globe. This what a synthetic human looks like. How tragic, Yamcha observed, recalling Android 20's former appearance. His skin was marred with decay, and his brainstem was exposed. Suddenly, Vegeta arrived in a flash, donned in a blue battle suit. He had been covertly monitoring the situation and, though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Son Gohan had surpassed him significantly. While he progressed, Son Gohan was advancing at an astonishing rate. Vegeta, Son Wukong, Krillin, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Kakarot, it seems that becoming a Super Saiyan is not solely reserved for you and your son." Boom! Dark clouds of the sky billowed as Vegeta created a massive crater beneath him, with golden hair and green eyes. He too had become a Super Saiyan. "This is unbelievable," Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta. He can transform into a Super Saiyan too. A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, whose Super Saiyan form exuded an intense rage, contrasting with the calm demeanor of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Kakarot, I am trembling with excitement. The moment to defeat you and reclaim my title as Prince of the Saiyans is drawing near. Son Wukong smiled and replied, Yes, Vegeta, I will engage you in battle, but not just yet. Once these troublesome matters are resolved, feel free to challenge me as you wish. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, his eyes burning with madness as he focused on Android 20, who was already reduced to scrap by Gohan's hand, yet still dared to stand. Vegeta's resolve hardened as he charged towards Android 20, the Saiyan blood coursing through him, igniting a fierce desire for combat. Hey, Vegeta, he's my target, Son Wukong exclaimed in bewilderment. Son Gohan gently shook his head, his aura tranquil and restrained. Father, let Uncle Vegeta handle this. According to Bra, there are even more formidable androids to come. There's also the unknown Android 21, who isn't even recorded in the memories of time travelers. Son Gohan mused that, based on Bra's description, this android had absorbed the powers of Majin Buu, possessing abilities akin to his. However, even without Majin Buu's strength, Android 21 was likely stronger than Cell. According to Bra, Android 21 was the ultimate fusion android created on the foundation of Cell. For reasons unknown, Son Gohan felt no fear towards this enigmatic Android 21, but rather a surge of excitement. His blood boiled at the thought of battling this unknown entity, spurring him to become even stronger. The clash between Vegeta and Android 20 swiftly reached its climax. Having been severely weakened by Son Gohan, Android 20 was caught off guard when Vegeta seized the opportunity to shatter his energy absorption device. In a cataclysmic explosion, Android 20 was obliterated, falling victim to Vegeta's might. In that fleeting moment before the explosion, Android 20's eyes glowed crimson as he transmitted his final command through his internal computer, yet none present took notice that in an undisclosed research facility outside the North City, a petri dish began to swell rapidly as conduits pumped energy into the mass within. Gradually, an unknown life form resembling an insect took shape, adorned with irregular black spots, its face somewhat humanoid, equipped with wings and a tail. Finally, as the energy was fully absorbed, this mysterious being opened its eyes. Crash! The creature's fist struck the glass of the petri dish, shattering it as the liquid spilled across the floor. Not yet sufficient. How can I awaken before reaching my complete form? More energy is required. Did something happen to androids 19 and 20? This unknown entity was none other than the ultimate fusion android, Cell, aware that Android 20 could not escape. He had utilized his internal computer to issue a final command, liberating all the androids, seeking vengeance against Son Wukong, perhaps. But then again, isn't that a worthy goal? A life without purpose is dreadfully dull. Cell mused, observing his hands as the residual fluid dripped onto the ground. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed above, startling Cell. That's 17 and 18. He pondered, a sinister grin forming as he realized that Android 20 had indeed met his demise. Awakening these formidable beings. Looking at his own hands, Cell contemplated the possibilities. Indeed, Android 17 and 18 are based on human modifications, designed as perpetual energy sources that, if I absorb just one of them, I could evolve into my complete form. Excitement coursed through Cell as he gazed at his hands, initially intending to launch a surprise attack. However, sensing numerous powerful auras approaching, he reconsidered. These energies must belong to Son Wukong and his companions. It seems I cannot engage them directly. I shall resort to stealth to hunt. Opting to forego the immediate absorption of androids 17 and 18, Cell recognized his need for energy, maintaining his composure as he concealed himself, prowling towards scattered humans to feed. Above, the doors of two cryogenic chambers marked with the numbers 17 and 18 burst open with tremendous force, releasing a male and a female. Android 17, a youth with long black hair and a scarf, adorned with golden earrings, surveyed the surroundings with indifferent blue eyes. Android 18, a girl with similarly long hair, clad in a blue vest and checkered long shirt, exuded an aura of cold detachment, her demeanor forbidding as she absorbed the situation. understanding the unfolding events through the computer's directives to that old coot Dr. Gero is finally dead. It seems we are free now, Android 18 remarked with disdain. Boom! With a look of disgust, Android 18 unleashed energy blasts, obliterating the research facility in a spectacular explosion that filled the valley with a fiery display. Calm down, 18, Android 17 chided, a faint smile gracing his lips as they landed on a nearby hill. Watching the ruins of the research facility billow black smoke into the sky. Such volatility. Now that Dr. Gero is gone, we are liberated. What are your plans, 17? Android 18 inquired, brushing off the dust that clung to her attire with mild irritation. After a moment of contemplation, Android 17 replied, in our newfound freedom, we must have a purpose. Otherwise, life would be rather mundane. Perhaps our goal should be to eliminate Son Gohan. What do you think? You don't intend to follow that old man's orders. Do you? Android 18 retorted coldly, her disdain for Dr. Gero evident. Not at all. Android 17 reassured her, it's merely a goal. But don't you find it intriguing to discover what kind of being could elicit such hatred from Dr. Gero? Indeed, I am curious. But do you know where Son Gohan resides? Android 18 countered. Perhaps not, Android 17 mused, surveying the devastation wrought by Android 18. Dr. Gero had dispatched insectoid robots to monitor Son Gohan's every move, gathering extensive data on him, including his residence. I wonder if we can still retrieve that information. Why search for that when we could simply create chaos in the city and attract his attention? He will come for us, Android 18 suggested, her tone dismissive of the need for caution. The inky black smoke lingered stubbornly in the air, utterly ravaged by number 18, who was known for her meticulous cleanliness and had proposed alternative solutions. Number 17 nodded gently, resignedly stating, very well, I shall heed your counsel, number 18 replied. It seems someone is approaching. She glanced over, her mind racing with several energy signatures soaring towards the horizon. Oh, has our presence been detected? Could it be that Son Gohan has arrived? How delightful. No longer will we need to expend time searching for him. I wonder what manner of man he is. According to the data, he even possesses a tail. Number 18 lightly brushed her golden hair, styled in chic bob, and felt a curious intrigue towards Son Gohan, a figure so despised and detested by Dr. Gero. A gentle breeze tousled number 17's dark locks. Time had passed significantly, and Son Gohan had likely changed from the records. Yet, the fact that the loathsome Dr. Gero harbored such intense hatred towards him suggested that defeating him would indeed be a considerable achievement. After addressing the threats posed by number 19 and number 20, the group soared towards North City, the air growing increasingly frigid, prompting Krillin to shiver. It is quite cold. Indeed, the North is known for its chill. He remarked, hang in there, Tien Shinhan advised. I feel the cold as well. We shall arrive shortly. Piccolo grunted, humans are truly bothersome. Son Gohan turned to Vegeta, inquiring, Vegeta, how far is Dr. Gero's laboratory that Videl mentioned? I do not know, Vegeta replied. Videl merely stated it is located in a valley outside North City, but the precise location remains a mystery. Gohan smiled faintly, suggesting, now that Dr. Gero is deceased, those androids remain in the lab. We can take our time to locate and eliminate them. Gohan, I absolutely will not permit you to do that, Vegeta interjected coldly upon hearing Gohan's words. Gohan silently regarded Vegeta, while Son Gohan echoed, I share the same sentiment. If we do not confront those formidable foes, it would be a regrettable oversight. Moreover, they have not committed any heinous acts that it feels unjust to simply eradicate them that I understand. Fathered, I would never indiscriminately slay them. Perhaps those androids, free from Dr. Gero's control, are not as malevolent as number 19 and number 20. Gohan responded, discreetly glancing at Krillin. Vegeta, seemingly struck by a thought, looked at Gohan with a sly grin, asking, hey Gohan, are you perhaps frightened by the so-called Majin number 21 android? It is understandable. After all, you're still just a child under 10. Piccolo, Son Gohan, Yamcha, and the others also turned their attention to Gohan, who had not previously considered the implications of his youth. Gohan did not refute this. Every life harbors a primal fear and wariness of the unknown, and the memories of the traveler contain no information regarding the number 21 android, heightening Gohan's vigilance, especially with Bra's prior warnings. I do feel fear, but I'm not utterly terrified that I wish to battle the Majin number 21 android, to personally defeat her, Gohan declared earnestly. Suddenly, Yamcha pointed toward a rising plume of black smoke in the distance. That is in a mountainous region, Piccolo noted gravely. Could be Dr. Gero's laboratory. Have those androids awakened? Krillin speculated. Awakening would be preferable. Let me, Super Vegeta, shatter them into scrap metal, and then it will be your turn. Kakarot, Vegeta revealed a wicked smile, unabashedly expressing his intentions. Piccolo gestured towards a mountaintop. Look over there. There are two individuals. Who are they? Gohan gasped, having never seen them before. Those are the androids, number 17 and no. 18, but where is number 16? According to the traveler's memories, were they not supposed to appear together? Gohan pondered, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected circumstances that it was evident that he could not sense their energy. Were these two indeed androids? He wondered if they were the ones Bra had mentioned, that Piccolo's expression was serious. We should descend and inquire. Perhaps they possess information about the number 21 android. Son Wukong glanced at Gohan with concern. Very well, Gohan nodded, and together they descended, landing before number 17 and number 18 to Chapter 57. A diverging temporal path at last. You have arrived, Son Wukong exclaimed. Number 18 lightly tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear. Her gaze fixed intently on Son Wukong, completely disregarding the others. Number 17 echoed her sentiment, remarking he appears rather impressive, does he not? Indeed, it is Son Wukong, with a 99% match to the data. Number 18's voice was alluring and melodic as she stated. 99% is quite high. Dr. Gero's data collection was remarkably thorough. Son Wukong pointed at them, having overheard their previous conversation at number 18. Are you truly the androids number 17 and number 18? Surprised, number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. Oh, it is indeed an honor. The illustrious Son Wukong recognizes us, number 18 replied, crossing her arms. Gohan stepped forward, asking, number 17, number 18, are you the only ones here? Where are androids number 16 and number 21? Are they not with you? 16, 21? Number 17 and number 18 looked at Gohan with puzzled expressions. I know about number 16, but what of number 21? Have you heard of her, number 18? Number 17 questioned. Number 18 replied nonchalantly. I have no knowledge of her. Dr. Gero never mentioned a number 21. That has he truly created a new type of android? Gohan pressed on. But where is number 16? Surely he is not absent from your company. Desperate for answers, Gohan felt a growing urgency, as the traveler's memories indicated that number 16 should have been with no. 17 and number 18. Child, you are quite perplexing. According to the data, with a 95% similarity, you must be Gohan, but why would number 16 be with us? Number 17 countered. Gohan found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with the realization that perhaps his presence had led to this timeline's significant divergence. However, Piccolo and the others remained oblivious to any doubts. They had previously discussed the trio of number 16, number 17, and number 18. Piccolo placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, stating gravely, it appears that due to Bra's intervention, the timeline has deviated, resulting in number 16's disappearance. Gohan suddenly understood. Forgive him, for at the tender age of 9, he had truly done his utmost, also considering number 18 and Krillin's presence, which had clouded his realization. With Piccolo's reminder, Gohan grasped that it was not the timeline that had strayed too far, but that the timeline he inhabited was indeed the true primary timeline from the traveler's memories. What is the true primary timeline? It is akin to the instant recall of the traveler's memories. Trunks' future, filled with despair, is the genuine trajectory of events, wherein Son Wukong succumbs to a viral heart disease. While number 16, introduced by Trunks, belongs to a parallel timeline. Just as now, Gohan sensed a malevolent and destructive aura emanating from number 17 and number 18, embodying the archetype of androids that revel in chaos and destruction. In the timeline prior to Bra's journey, number 16, number 17, and number 18 emerged together, suggesting a different developmental trajectory. one likely altered by Trunks' interference in the traveler's memories. These misaligned timelines evoked sympathy in Gohan as he glanced at Krillin. The malevolent number 18 might not be able to coexist with him. As for the timeline Bra inhabited, it likely followed a more conventional course. Number 18 noticed the tail sprouting from Gohan's back, a playful glint entering her eyes as she smiled faintly. "A tail, is it? Gohan, you have a tail as well? Quite impressive. Son Wukong, what of your tail?" The tail was long since removed. Son Wukong, with a face full of perplexity, remarked, "This number 18 is undeniably attractive, yet she appears somewhat peculiar. What a pity. He could have been a far more charismatic man. However, killing you will provide a greater sense of accomplishment." The malevolent smile on number 18's face grew ever more seductive, her laughter sending chills down the spines of Krillin and Yamcha. This number 18 is truly a psychopath. The thoughts of Yamcha and Krillin aligned perfectly. Vegeta, observing the indifference with which they regarded him, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his fists clenched tightly as he stepped forward. His aura surged, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. With a scornful smile, he said, "Oh, I see. You intend to kill Kakarot, do you?" Number 17, somewhat intrigued, replied, "Your demeanor has changed. According to the data, there's a 91% similarity to Vegeta." "Ah, it's not merely my demeanor. You cannot kill Kakarot because you will perish at my hands first. I am now Super Vegeta." Vegeta clenched his left fist, then pointed his thumb at himself, wearing a somewhat smug grin. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged faint smiles. Number 17, hands on his hips, regarded Vegeta and said, "It seems that excessive pride is a characteristic of Saiyans. Is Goku the same? Those who overestimate themselves, lacking in ability yet eager to play the hero, seldom live long." "Shut your mouth. Just a heap of scrap metal. How dare you speak to me like that? Kakarot, none of you should intervene. I want them to die without a complete corpse. Who among you will die first, that arrogant brat or the woman? Or shall I eliminate you all in one breath?" Vegeta seethed with rage, his fists trembling at number 17's taunts. He, too, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet these androids continued to speak of Goku, disregarding him, the prince of all Saiyans. Son Wukong's expression shifted slightly. After Piccolo's reminder, he now understood that number 17 and number 18 were malicious and truly capable of murder. He quickly exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta, these androids are not right. They are entirely different from the previous number 19 and number 20. Vegeta coldly interrupted, "Be quiet, Gohan. This is my battle. Even if I perish, it is none of your concern. Now, who will face me first? That insufferable brat? Or the woman? Or shall I simply obliterate you all? How amusing. An arrogant fool. Let me take care of this. By the way, that child named Son Gohan. Can you also transform into this dazzling form? Will your fluffy tail turn golden as well?" Number 18 stepped forward, playfully lifting her bangs, her interest in Vegeta seemingly waning. Gohan took a step back, fear evident as he covered his tail. "Why do you keep staring at my tail? You woman?" "Humph." Number 18 teased, "If you want to turn me into a woman, I would be more than willing." With a mocking laugh, she lightly tiptoed forward, then with great force, launched herself towards Vegeta, initiating the battle. Chapter 58. The cold and ruthless number 18, what cruel words. Yamcha and Krillin felt a shiver run down their spines. This android number 18 is wicked. Swish, swish, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed in the air as the battle between No. 18 and Vegeta ascended from the ground to the sky. Vegeta's attacks were fierce and precise. Yet number 18 strikes were even more brutal, aimed at delivering fatal blows. The spectators, including Gohan, followed the movement with their gazes. Boom! A mountain peak shattered as Vegeta and number 18 briefly separated, eyeing each other. "Pa!" Vegeta spat out blood, a trickle staining his lips. He had lost a round, struck by number 18's uppercut to the chin that a mere human would have likely met their end with such a blow. While number 18 remained unscathed, her cool and indifferent expression igniting Vegeta's fury. "Now that my warm-up is complete, I must warn you. I will not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Moreover, you are not truly a woman. You are merely a pile of scrap metal that a golden aura surged around Vegeta as he maximized his power, charging toward number 18. Swish. Number 18 vanished in an instant, appearing behind him. Swiftly seizing his arms and forcefully pressing her knee into his back, forcing him to the ground with a pained cry. You call me scrap metal? Heh, I'm not like the number 19 you encountered before. And as for your claim that I'm not a woman, can you even enter if I were to spread my legs? Number 18's smile grew increasingly sinister as she tightened her grip, attempting to tear Vegeta apart. Agony surged through his body. Vegeta's light green eyes blazed like fire. Ultimate flash. With Vegeta at the center, his energy surged and expanded, a blinding light seemingly consuming everything around. Ah, everyone scatter! Son Wukong and the others quickly dispersed at number 17, having dodged the explosion's radius, remarked with a smirk, Vegeta's strength has far surpassed the recorded data, yet this is all he can muster. A radiant beam of light erupted, obliterating the nearby valleys and leaving a desolate expanse in its wake. The people in the city of North Capital stared in shock at the spectacle before them, the buzzing as the sparks dissipated and the dust settled. Vegeta gasped for breath, his cold green gaze fixed on number 18. Number 18, though unharmed, appeared somewhat disheveled. Her purple vest was torn, revealing the black and white checkered shirt beneath, alongside her jeans, which bore numerous rips, exposing her fair skin. You wretched creature, was that your full strength just now? How infuriating to have sullied my clothing. Whoosh! Number 18 vanished from Vegeta's sight, and before he could comprehend, she reappeared beside him, her long leg delivering a powerful kick to his left arm. Wah! Blood mixed with saliva spewed from his mouth as number 18 shattered his left arm, fracturing it in a manner inconsistent with any living being. Bang! Not yet finished. Number 18's fist struck Vegeta's left arm mercilessly, blinding him and sending him crashing to the ground, his energy dissipating as he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta. Son Wukong's pupils contracted in shock, and the others stood dumbfounded, ready to rush in, only to be stopped by number 17. Number 17 mocked. Did you not hear Vegeta say that if you intervened, I would join the fight, Son Wukong? Number 18's stunningly beautiful face contorted with rage, madness shining in her eyes as she bent slightly, her delicate yet pale hands gripping Vegeta's head fiercely, her fingers embedding themselves into his skin. Amidst Vegeta's cries of anguish, number 18 lifted him effortlessly. He, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, I will slowly crush your skull, and if your indomitable will allows you to remain conscious, perhaps you will be fortunate enough to witness your own brain matter, resembling bloody tofu. Number 18's wicked laughter sent chills through the onlookers. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's tragic state, instinctively covered his own head, feeling a terror that was hard to fathom. This woman intended to crush Vegeta's skull alive, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Cease your actions. Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, had his hair, eyebrows, and tail transformed into a radiant golden hue. While his pale green eyes exuded a chilling intensity, he swiftly kicked 17, who stood in his way, sending him flying. Utilizing the ground for leverage, he instantaneously appeared before 18, delivering a powerful kick to her face. The exquisite features of 18 contorted due to the impact, propelling her backwards into the remnants of shattered earth, creating a significant crater at the very moment Gohan struck. Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, tossing a senzu bean to Krillin before instantaneously appearing before 17. Though silent, Krillin grasped the urgency and swiftly moved into action. Vegeta, with a blurred consciousness, recognized the diminutive golden figure, feeling a mix of displeasure and complexity. Had Gohan not intervened, he would have certainly faced destruction at 18's hands. His pride shattered once more. Krillin and the others suppressed their discomfort from 18's earlier actions and quickly approached Vegeta, feeding him a senzu bean. Once consumed, his injuries healed, and his strength returned. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glanced at the re-emerging 18, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, I must rely on such things again." Piccolo observed Gohan and Wukong with a sense of resentment, feeling increasingly powerless. igniting a crucial decision within him as he lifted his gaze to the heavens, realizing it was time to reclaim his completeness. 18 tenderly rubbed the scars on her face. Gohan lacked the tenderness of youth, being merely 9 and still physically undeveloped, devoid of any naive sentiments. He struck her face without hesitation. Gohan, did your parents not instruct you against striking a lady? I do not know and have no desire to understand you individuals. You are entirely unlike the 17 and 18 I am familiar with. I shall show no mercy. I intend to unleash my full power to eliminate you without granting any chances. Previously, due to Krillin's influence, Gohan had maintained a watchful stance, unwilling to disrupt the bond between Krillin and 18, despite knowing her malicious nature. However, the sight of 18 now was far removed from the memory of the 18 who had married and borne children with Krillin. Gohan, unburdened by inner turmoil, resolved to deny any opportunities to 18 and intended to unleash his full strength to obliterate her. Chapter 59. The City of Vanished Humans. It was frigid, exceedingly cold. Though the region experienced the normal 4 seasons, most of the time was enveloped in chill that a gust of icy wind swept past 18 and Gohan's golden locks. Oh, even your fluffy tail has turned golden. You appear far more formidable than Vegeta, 18 teased, lifting her golden locks, as if amused by a delightful spectacle. That Gohan's gaze sharpened, and without uttering a word, he forcefully propelled himself toward one so swift. 18's beautiful eyes narrowed, and by the time she comprehended, Gohan's fist slammed in her abdomen, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her body, distorting her features as saliva mixed with blood spilled from her mouth and nostrils. The artificial enhancements of her body allowed 18 to recover swiftly, though the pain lingered, her blue eyes turning crimson, filled with a newfound ferocity. Retreating a few steps to increase the distance, she conjured energy blasts that relentlessly surged toward Gohan. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Gohan's figure danced amidst the barrage of energy blasts, closing on 18 and forcing her to continuously retreat. Damn little brat! 18 leapt backwards, her energy blast continuing to rain down. With her infinite energy, she paid no heed to the consumption of her power. If one were to liken her to anything, it would be an unending artillery platform. In that moment of pause, Gohan seized the opportunity. Stamping his foot on the ground, leaving a clear imprint as dust erupted around him, he propelled himself into the air, appearing behind 18. Boom! His fist struck with tremendous force against her lower back, causing her lithe form to lurch forward, blood spilling from her lips. Gohan, oblivious to the notion of chivalry, recognized that this 18 was not the one he knew and prepared to end her life. Moreover, Gohan was aware of Cell's existence and sought to conserve energy for that confrontation, aiming to eliminate 18 with minimal expenditure. Senza beans were a precious resource, and he wished to use them judiciously. Rumble Point 18 crashed heavily to the ground, creating a vast crater beneath her. Gohan raised his hand, a golden aura coalescing, and hurled a powerful Masenko. As the dust settled, 18, still reeling from the previous impact, was struck directly by Gohan's energy blast. The potency of the Masenko far surpassed that of a regular energy blast, sending a shower of sparks into the air, creating a mushroom cloud that pierced the sky, the reverberations causing the earth to tremble. Having consumed a Senza bean and observing from the sidelines, Vegeta gaped in astonishment. That little brat Gohan has improved significantly since his days on Namek. Vegeta held Gohan in high regard, recognizing his potential, and acknowledged the Saiyan blood coursing through him, while he considered Son Wukong to be the opponent he most desired to challenge. Gohan, with his hands poised in a Kamehameha stance at his waist, directed his gaze toward the quivering 18, gathering a blue aura, came, just as he was about to unleash the Kamehameha to obliterate 18. Son Wukong suddenly appeared before him, causing Gohan to pause in surprise. Son Wukong had adapted to the full power of his Super Saiyan form, perhaps slightly weaker than Gohan at that moment, yet not by much. Moreover, in terms of age and accumulated combat experience, he surpassed Gohan. Unless their power disparity was vast, it was hard to determine who was stronger. 17 had been defeated by Son Wukong, his youthful demeanor now absent, utterly defeated, and if not for Wukong holding back, he would have perished. The Kama Gohan had been gathering remained intact, while 18, lying in the crater, appeared utterly drained, her once crimson gaze returning to its original blue, gritting her teeth as she trembled, staring at Son Wukong and Gohan, more desolate than 17 to Dad. "Why are you stopping me?" Gohan inquired, his pale green eyes cold and devoid of emotion. "Tisich, Kakarot, I knew it would come to this," Vegeta muttered, crossing his arms and averting his gaze. Krillin glanced at Piccolo and Vegeta before quietly addressing Tin and Yamcha. "Everyone, it seems that 17 and 18 might also become good like Piccolo and Vegeta." Yamcha nodded in agreement, recalling how they had all begun as foes, only to evolve into friends. He believed these two androids could follow a similar path. Tin, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the city, emptying his mind to focus entirely on the energy signature emanating from North City. He sensed that life forces were gradually diminishing, their numbers too great for him to ignore. "Piccolo, Krillin, have you all noticed? Many life forces in the city are vanishing." "What?" Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo turned their attention to Tin. Detecting the energy from North City, Yamcha, drenched in disbelief, broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down his spine. "No, it's impossible. How could a large city like North City only have so few people?" "What on earth is happening?" Tien replied solemnly, "I don't know, but it likely has a significant connection to the androids." "Androids again?" Krillin felt a wave of unease wash over him, fully aware that Dr. Gero's intentions had always been to destroy Son Wukong, a fixation that had persisted since the creation of Android 8. The purpose of all subsequent androids was to eliminate him. After pondering for a moment, Piccolo stated, "Damn it, while I am reluctant to accept it, our strength is insufficient to intervene in this conflict. Once Gohan and Wukong resolve their confrontation, we shall move forward." Vegeta remained still, his fists clenched in frustration. Refraining from uttering any unnecessary words, he transformed into a radiant streak of light. Soaring across the sky, defeated by Android 18, he found a semblance of calmness. He needed a place to reflect quietly. Krillin stood, stunned, gazing in the direction where Vegeta had vanished. Piccolo remarked, "Let him take some time to himself. The pride of the Saiyan Prince has been shattered by Android 18. I in the sky." Gohan and Goku, both in their Super Saiyan forms, faced Gohan's concerns. Goku replied with a smile, "They haven't committed any heinous acts." Gohan, I apologize for interrupting you. Let us grant them a chance for redemption. Chapter 60. The Hidden Cell Dad. Redemption requires them to be worthy individuals. They lack humanity. Gohan exclaimed anxiously, "I and the memories of the traveler." Trunks' future was rendered a hellish nightmare due to the actions of androids 17 and 18. But the cruel and tyrannical demeanor of Android 18 contrasted starkly with the person Gohan had once admired. He questioned whether this Android 18 could truly be with Krillin, that if she lost a game one day, would she not crush Krillin's skull, as she had done to Vegeta? Gohan, I apologize. Let us give them a chance. 17 and 18 are unlike other androids. They were once human, merely transformed by Dr. Gero. They too are victims. If they truly engage in wrongdoing, I will intervene, Goku said, his demeanor serious as he looked at his son. Android 18 shakily stood up, gritting her teeth. Though Goku's words stirred a ripple of emotion within her, she maintained a defiant exterior. Goku, do as you please, but do not play the hero. Android 17 and I have bombs implanted within us. If I maximize the bomb's power, none of you will survive. Bombs? Android 18's proclamation shocked Piccolo, Krillin, and the others. Gohan chuckled lightly, dissipating the command energy he had gathered, and slowly descended before Android 18. Goku followed suit, landing with an expression of resignation. Self-destruction. Dad, you see, they have no regard for your kindness. The most effective way to resolve this issue is to eliminate the threat. Gohan recalled the words of the one he admired from the traveler's memories and spoke to his father. Gathering a transparent bubble of energy in his palm, aimed at Android 18, that if she self-destructed, his technique could absorb the energy generated in an instant. Android 17 approached with a calm demeanor. Hands on his hips. 18. Stop this. That we've just escaped from that old man. Dr. Gero, we are free now. I don't want to end my life like this without experiencing this world. Android 18 remained silent, observing Gohan's cold expression. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, His aura had changed dramatically. Had Goku not intervened, Gohan's prepared Kamehameha would have obliterated her. Humph. Android 18 let out a dissatisfied scoff, her pride evident as she turned away, indicating her agreement with Goku's words. Goku returned to his normal state, reassuring Gohan. Gohan, see. Android 18 has agreed not to destroy the city. Let us give him a chance. All right, I'll trust you, Dad. Gohan relinquished the transparent bubble, reverting to his usual demeanor, appearing youthful and innocent, contrasting sharply with the fierce Super Saiyan he had just been. Seeing the dispute conclude, Piccolo interjected, Goku, Gohan, we sensed a massive amount of energy dissipating in the city of North Capital. The situation is far from resolved. There are unknown androids wreaking havoc. Gohan and Goku focused on the distant North Capital, their expressions turning grave as they broke into a cold sweat. This cannot be. Such an energy signature in a large city like North Capital, which should house millions. What is happening? Goku realized only then, having previously concentrated on 17 and 18 to Gohan, felt a chill sweep over him. A wave of dread coursing through his body. Is it Android 21 or Cell? Which android is it, Dad? Uncle Piccolo, we must hurry. If we wait any longer, the people in the city may be slaughtered. With a whoosh, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and darted toward North Capital, urgency propelling him forward. Gohan, wait. We are worried, Piccolo called out as Goku raced after Gohan, transforming into a Super Saiyan along the way. Neglecting the current matters concerning 17 and 18.10, Yamcha and Krillin followed closely behind. Android 18 tilted her head, puzzled and curious, so, just like that, we are let go. Who exactly is this Android 21? There's no record of such a being. And Cell doesn't seem like a fake either, I don't know, Android 17 replied nonchalantly. That Gohan looked extremely anxious about Android 21. It must be something significant. Point 18. Are you feeling better? We possess infinite energy. We merely exhausted ourselves temporarily. After a brief rest, I'm already feeling much improved. What do you intend to do, 17? Of course, we should investigate. Given their anxious demeanor, that entity in the city must be formidable. What do you think, 18? 17 smiled, inquiring. Android 18 crossed her arms defiantly and asked, Do you still wish to assist them? Humph, that little Gohan just wanted to kill us. You still want to help them? Just the thought of accompanying them seems entertaining. Besides, if Goku and the others are killed, there will be no one to restrain us, right? 17 grinned. Humph, even in death, Goku should perish at our hands. Point 17. Let us go and see just what kind of foe we are dealing with. Android 18 and 17 took to the skies, following the others toward North Capital, where the sun shone brightly, yet the city remained eerily cold. After androids 17 and 18 destroyed Dr. Gero's lab, Cell had fled in the shadows to North Capital. Exploiting the confrontation between Gohan, Goku, and the two androids, he began to devour the inhabitants of this vast city. His agile tail siphoning life after life to to date, he had consumed 3/4 of the city's population. What had once appeared grotesque and brutish was now becoming increasingly refined, inching closer to his perfect form. Sensing the energy signatures of Gohan and Goku, Cell was convinced of the righteousness of his actions. He suppressed his urge to devour, allowing 17 and 18 to distract attention while he moved stealthily. Even in his perfect form, he knew he could only contend with one opponent at a time. Facing both Goku and his son simultaneously would spell disaster. Clearly, the power of his perfect form alone was insufficient. Cell calculated his strength, his singular goal being the annihilation of Goku, the very reason for his creation. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught his ear, a delivery truck. With Piccolo's cells within him, his hearing was acute. Hey, why are there so many clothes scattered on the highway? And where are all the vehicles? The shops, the squares, there's not a soul in sight. What on earth is happening? Something feels off. We should leave quickly. Chapter 61. Former friends, a supply truck, laden with the hopes of villagers, arrived in the vast city of North Capital to procure goods. Due to the long journey, entering the city was always a challenge, so the villagers would compile their shopping list and pass it to the village chief, who would then venture to North Capital to make bulk purchases. On the truck, a man named Abba, robust and towering, donned a blue winter coat and bore a scarred face. Though intimidating in appearance, his warm smile revealed a kind-hearted nature. Beside him, a girl named Sino, with striking red hair and delicate features, wore a bright yellow down jacket. Her large, terrified eyes surveyed the desolate streets of North Capital, her fear palpable in the stillness. A.S. Abba turned the truck at an intersection. Preparing to leave the city, a sudden crash echoed through the air. ABA suddenly slammed on the brakes. The truck was not one of those colossal vehicles, and the emergency stop was executed quite well. However, even with her seatbelt fastened, Sinuo, seated in the passenger seat, was jolted forward violently, her head colliding with the windshield. Ouch, that hurts. ABA, why did you suddenly hit the brakes? Sinuo exclaimed, her hands clutching her already reddened forehead. Tears brimming in her eyes. Wearing a look of utter grievance, ABA's gaze was heavy with concern. Blocking their path ahead was Shalu, a being whose life form was distinctly different from that of ordinary humans, instilling a sense of dread in Sinuo. What is that monster? Sinuo felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Even with the air conditioning on, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. After momentarily diverting his gaze from Sinuo, Shalu turned his attention to ABA. Watching the two of them alight from the vehicle with keen interest, I never expected that you, the outdated android number 8, would still be alive. ABA was taken aback. It had been so long since he had heard such a designation from the mouth of this creature. In disbelief, he asked Shalu, "Are you also an android?" Sinuo, recovering from her fright, looked at Shalu with astonishment and queried, "An android? That's impossible. Didn't T. Yukon destroy the Red Ribbon Army? How could there still be androids?" Judging by how you address him, it seems you are also a friend of Son Yukon. However, I have no record of you. Number 8, I intend to absorb the life force of this lovely girl. Will you stop me?" Shalu retorted to ABA, his demeanor filled with playful malice, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. ABA positioned Sinuo protectively behind him, his expression one of vigilance as he regarded Shalu. "If you wish to harm Sinuo, you must first contend with me." "What can you, an obsolete model of an android, possibly do?" Shalu taunted, striding towards them with a unique, powerful gait, each step resonating like a death knell, stirring the air with suspense. Sinuo, hidden behind ABA, felt her anxiety escalate, beads of cold sweat forming as she clenched her hand in her pocket. The sound of Shala's footsteps made her heart race to the brink of bursting as Shala's tail swayed closer. At a certain distance, Sinuo cried out, "ABA, duck!" ABA was momentarily startled but obeyed Sinuo's command. Bending down as if bowing in that instant, under Shalu's astonished gaze, Sinuo raised a handful of lime powder and unceremoniously hurled it into Shala's eyes. A searing pain engulfed Shala's vision, prompting him to scream in agony as he shielded his eyes. "It hurts! My eyes! You filthy beast, you wretched bastard! My eyes! How could you throw lime powder? What a vile trick! That wretched woman! Indeed, none of Son Wukon's friends are simpletons. Your name is Sinuo, right? Just you wait, I will not let you off." Shalu, having underestimated Sinuo, focused solely on ABA, anticipating to eliminate him before absorbing Sinuo's life force. He did not foresee the significant setback he would encounter. The sensation of lime powder in his eyes was akin to having them seared away. Bam! Temporarily blinded, Shalu crashed into a street lamp, aimlessly stumbling about in search of water, oblivious to Sinuo and ABA. Sinuo pulled out a self-defense handgun, only to be swiftly restrained by ABA, who urged he is not an opponent to be dealt with by firearms. "Sinuo, we must flee." Understanding, ABA and Sinuo quickly boarded the truck, accelerating on the asphalt road towards the outskirts of the city. Just moments ago, both had been utterly terrified, their hearts racing at the prospect of facing Shalu. Bam! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Shalu barreled through a clothing store, eliciting sharp screams from those inside. "The monster is coming! Motai, the monster is here! Run!" The cacophony of panic reached Shalu's ears. Igniting his rage, having just suffered a significant loss at Sinuo's hands, the people in the store became his outlet for vengeance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Though he could not see, he could hear and sense the beams emitted from his fingers, claiming one life after another, until only 2 remained. Achoo! Shallow heard a sneeze, followed by a hail of bullets directed at him. Bam! 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 You monster, get out of my way! Shallow had intended to dispose of this individual, but halted, sensing a sudden shift in energy in the preceding sneeze. Even though I cannot see you now, a sneeze changes your form. You must be the launch you recorded in the data. Huh. I never expected to encounter another friend of Son Wukong. You know Wukong? Who are you? A woman clad in work attire brandished a handgun, her golden wavy hair cascading elegantly, her exquisite features devoid of fear. Who am I? My name is Shallow, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero to eliminate Son Wukong. Shallow boasted proudly, his eyes still tightly shut, fingers brushing against the wall, remnants of lime still clinging to his visage. Launchi's eyes widened. An android? That's impossible. Didn't Wukong destroy the Red Ribbon Army? How could you still exist? Shallow had entered a restroom, turning on the faucet to wash his eyes, his thoughts racing. Launchi seized the motionless Motite, who had been paralyzed with fear by Shallow, as this was her workplace. Boss, come with me. Exiting the shop, she tossed a universal capsule, and with a puff of dust, a high-powered flying motorcycle materialized. Launchi hurriedly mounted it and started the engine. Motite climbed on behind her, his shop now wrecked by Shallow's rampage, requiring extensive renovations. Yet compared to his own life, those concerns were trivial. His other employees had perished at Shallow's hands. Where are we going? Launchi, of course, to find Wukong and inform him about Shallow. Someone is out to kill him. Virum. The motorcycle sped down the asphalt road, Launchi and Motite racing towards the outskirts at full throttle. Chapter 62. Reunion with an old friend. Bam. Shallow's fist smashed the faucet open, a powerful torrent of water cascading into his eyes, the searing sensation mingling with tears. Lime in the eyes must never be rubbed, as the corrosive nature can inflict severe damage. The urgent remedy is to flush the eyes with copious amounts of water. Many are unaware that water cannot be used to cleanse the eyes, leading to significant delays and leaving irremediable injuries, often too late by the time they reach the hospital. However, as a Supreme Fusion-type Bow android, Shallow required no further treatment. After approximately 10 minutes of water flowing over his eyes, the burning sensation began to dissipate. Shallow lifted his head to behold his reflection in the mirror. The droplets cascaded down, and as he parted the water droplets on the mirror, the visage staring back at him appeared increasingly human. His eyes moist and bloodshot, the water glistening on his form rendering him somewhat disheveled. That damned woman. The mere thought of the incident stoked Shallow's fury, his fists clenched tightly. Sinuo, I will tear you apart. Exiting the shop, he stepped onto the street, fixated on Son Wukong as his primary target, with Sinuo now his second. Just as he prepared to pursue them at full speed, Shallow sensed a multitude of presences converging towards the city, causing him to pause. What? Son Wukong and his companions are coming. Have 17 and 18 been killed? After weighing the pros and cons, Cell realized that his current strength was laid bare before them. Merely an offering. Moreover, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan possessed exceptional power. Abandoning the notion of eliminating Sinnoh, Cell swiftly moved to the side, racing towards the seaside of North City if he were to fly. He would undoubtedly expose himself to the gaze of Son Wukong and the others. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation with them. He needed to change cities to hunt anew. Son Gohan and his companions hastened towards North City. According to Bra's description, this ultimate bioengineered android cell was vastly different from the one in the memories of the traveler, i.e. those memories. Cell required the consumption of Android 17 and Android 18 to attain his perfect form, whereas the cell Bra spoke of needed only to absorb sufficient life energy to achieve completeness. A being in whom Dr. Gero had placed great hopes. The disappearance of so many people in North City led Son Gohan to suspect that Cell was behind it, yet he yearned to find Android 21. The unknown was the most distressing and terrifying. The existence of 21 left Son Gohan unsettled, especially since Bra had mentioned that he had perished at her hands. With heightened senses, Piccolo suddenly noticed a situation below. A medium-sized truck was accompanied by a particularly swift hovering motorcycle. There were people down there, hastily speeding, evidently fleeing for their lives. Piccolo, having previously learned to drive alongside Son Wukong and Vegeta, understood a thing or two about speed. The others glanced down as well. And upon recognizing the familiar figure riding the motorcycle, a shiver ran through everyone except Son Gohan. It was Launch. It truly was her, Krillin uttered in disbelief. Yamcha glanced at Tianjin Han, who was rendered speechless, filled with bitterness, and exclaimed, "How could she be in North City? We must go down." Their encounter with Launch occurred when Son Wukong and Krillin were training under Master Roshi, who had made a request of them, to bring back an adorable girl. After some twists and turns, dragging Krillin along, Son Wukong and Launch rode the flying Nimbus to Master Roshi's house. Following the battle with the Saiyans, Tianjin Han and Kairatsu had perished, leaving Launch heartbroken and wandering until she unknowingly arrived in the frigid city of North City. Launch, Launch! The calls from the skies resonated as the golden-haired Launch, riding her hovering motorcycle, felt these voices were strikingly familiar. Even after many years, she could not forget those voices. Wukong, Tianjin Han has come back to life. Piccolo is alive too. No, wait, Piccolo died. Shouldn't the Dragon Balls have vanished? Am I dreaming? With excitement, the blonde Launch leaped from her vehicle, landing on the solid asphalt and exulting with her hands raised in joy. Sitting behind her, Morty was still in shock, bewildered by the sight of a person flying. Upon witnessing Launch jump from her motorcycle, he was rendered speechless. "I haven't even dismounted. I haven't gotten out yet." Morty let out a piercing scream as both he and the motorcycle hurtled uncontrollably towards the roadside barriers, plunging into the deep ditch by the drainage, leaving the hovering motorcycle idling beside the barriers. On the truck, Aba and Sinno also heard the familiar shouts. Aba leaned out of the window and saw the descending Z fighters, one figure stirring a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Even after many years, he could not forget. "Wukong! It's Wukong!" Aba exclaimed with excitement. "Wukong, where is he?" Hearing that name she longed for, Sinno momentarily forgot the hatred brought by Cell, her once dim eyes sparkling anew. "He is flying in the sky. Though he's grown, I could never forget him." That Aba parked the truck by the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and together they rushed out, standing on the asphalt, calling out in unison. "Wukong! Wukong! We are here!" Sinno jumped with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even in the face of the life and death moment with Cell, she had not shed a single tear. Upon hearing the calls, Son Wukong turned his gaze, his pupils dilating in excitement as he waved back joyously. "It's Aba and Sinno." "Hi, Sinno. Aba." Son Gohan, momentarily bewildered, questioned, "Who are these two?" The 17th and 18th androids, following behind, were equally astonished. That is unmistakably Android 8. The data indicated he was destroyed alongside Miss Ritha by Son Wukong. "Wasn't it?" Android 18 inquired. Son Wukong turned back, explaining, "Not at all. After Aba and I rescued the village chief, he chose to stay in the village and live among the residents." Live together? Android 18 gazed downward, observing Aba's rugged exterior transform into a warm, cheerful smile, his bright blue eyes shining as they reflected Son Wukong's orange-red silhouette, which appeared infinitely magnified in her eyes. Chapter 63. The world has changed upon hearing Android 18's words. Son Gohan finally recognized who these two were from the traveler's memories. Having endured years of cold weather, their location indeed matched that of the remote village. He had not anticipated encountering them alongside Launch. Sinno pulled out a silk handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the lime off her hands as she dashed towards them, her excitement palpable. As everyone descended, golden-haired Launch swooped in like a swallow, embracing Tianjin Han. "That it's not a dream. It truly isn't. You have come back to life. How wonderful. Tianjin Han, everyone is still alive." Tears streamed down Launch's cheeks, dampening Tianjin Han's attire. An array of emotions surged within Tianjin Han, a warm current flooding through him, leading him to instinctively embrace Launch. "I'm sorry, Launch." After crying for a while in Tianjin Han's embrace, Launch stepped back and, glancing at Yamcha and Piccolo, asked curiously, "How did you all come back to life? Didn't the Dragon Balls disappear when Piccolo died?" Tianjin Han looked at Son Wukong and Son Gohan, letting out a soft sigh laden with countless helplessness and regret. Launch, after he died, Gohan, Krillin, and Wukong went through many trials. I will slowly share everything with you. time truly is a formidable force. The girl, amidst the icy expanse, had rescued a boy on the brink of freezing to death. With great effort, she brought him home, saving him from the clutches of death. Though the hot water and bread she provided were humble, the boy devoured them with delight, acutely aware of her family's dire circumstances, thus eating far less than before. The villain in the tower captured their village chief. Upon learning of this, the boy brandished his magical staff and rushed to the tower, rescuing the chief from the villain's clutches. However, he soon returned, shivering from the cold, and, after donning warm clothing, he wielded his staff, bravely storming the tower, defeating outdated models of the Terminator androids, terrifying ice monsters, and even a playful purple-clad ninja. Eventually, he made a companion, rescued the village chief, and demolished the tower. The boy departed, embarking on a new journey, unaware that he had left an indelible impression on the heart of the youthful girl. Even after a long time, she could not forget that boy and rejected the pursuits of others in the village, waiting patiently, even beyond the age of marriage. The girl longed to see that boy again, to convey her feelings to him. After many years, they were reunited, yet everything had changed. The boy she once knew had now become a father, and the secret longing she had harbored for years came to a silent end. Though Sinnoh felt a pang of sorrow within, she wore a smile as she conversed with Son Wukong and the others. Even grown, Son Wukong's essence remained unchanged. He was still the boy she had once known. "I can't believe Wukong is already married." "Wukong, you must have quite an appetite. Your wife must be quite troubled every day." Chi-Chi indeed has it tough. She doesn't tea like me or Gohan fighting with others outside. I have never set a good example for Gohan. Son Wukong lowered his head to gaze at his side, where Son Wufan stood, and with a smile, he spoke. Sinuo harbored feelings for Son Wukong. Not only Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo, but even a mere 9-year-old Son Wufan could perceive it, his eyes sparkling with light, much like Bulma's. Son Wufan was taken aback to discover that, apart from Bulma, there was someone else who cherished his father. Son Wukong. The gaze of one in love is unmistakably different. Son Wufan then turned his attention to Android 18, who was engaged in conversation with Android 17 and Abba. The two were quite curious about the archaic android. No. 8, and their discussions predominantly revolved around Son Wukong. Son Wufan keenly sensed that at times, Android 18's gaze would drift toward his father, Son Wukong, mirroring Sinuo's own. "Why has it come to this? I am deeply sorry. Uncle Krillin, I have ruined your fate," lamented Son Wufan, tears welling in his heart, yearning to cry out, feeling utterly crushed within. What had he done wrong? Time had deviated entirely from what Bra had foretold. The butterfly effect had manifested far too drastically. Krillin remained oblivious to these matters and was unaware that Son Wufan was on the verge of tears after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend. Marin, he sought a kindred spirit, a gentle and considerate young lady, and as for her appearance, he was merely content as long as she was not unattractive. Initially, he was filled with curiosity about Sinuo, but he soon reined in his thoughts upon realizing her fondness for Son Wukong, which stirred a pang of jealousy within him. The mere thought of his previous girlfriend, Marin, who could be so indiscriminate, left him envious. Why do all these gentle, beautiful, and caring girls gravitate towards Wukong? When will I ever encounter someone like that? Krillin sighed inwardly, filled with envy for Son Wukong's romantic prospects, of course excluding Bulma and Android 18 from his contemplation, as he referred to Chi-Chi and the present Sinuo. After reminiscing, Sinuo and Blonde Lanchi elucidated the circumstances in the city, with Lanchi cautioning Son Wukong to be wary of an entity named Cell, a bioengineered android that roamed the city, consuming people. They had both escaped from it. Son Wufan hastily inquired, "Cell? Aunt Lanchi, did you see anyone else besides him?" Lanchi shook her head. "No, just that one monster, but when I saw him, he had his eyes closed, and there was lime powder around his eye sockets." "Lime powder?" Son Wufan tilted his head, his youthful innocence momentarily failing to comprehend, and the others were equally perplexed. Sinuo pulled out a small pouch filled with lime powder from her pocket and addressed everyone. "That monster tried to eat me, so while he was distracted, I threw lime powder in his eyes. This is quicklime, enough to incapacitate that creature. Afterward, and I hurriedly fled the city and found you all." The unexpected method of throwing lime powder in the eyes astonished Sun Wufan and the other Z fighters, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Though they had yet to see Cell's form, with androids 17 and 18 leading the way. They estimated Cell's strength could not be significantly weaker, surely surpassing Frisia. Sinuo, seemingly a frail woman with no apparent strength, according to Radit's words, had a battle power barely scraping 5. Sun Wufan suddenly recalled words spoken by a character he admired from the memories of his past life. Those who underestimate the strength of women will surely suffer great losses. Chapter 64. Sun Wufan's decision at this moment. Sun Wufan felt a deep sense of regret. Why had he not brought some lime with him during his time on Namek? If even Cell could be fooled. Frisia would be considerably weaker and equally arrogant. Lacking the ability to sense ki during battle, he had truly learned a valuable lesson. Even the seemingly weak ant can bite when provoked. Sun Wufan thought back to Sinuo's audacity in traversing the icy wilderness alone, daring to bring home a stranger with an odd tale. Who else would dare such a feat? For instance, when Bulma first encountered Sun Wukong, she did not hesitate to draw her gun. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's extraordinary resilience, he would have perished from the car crash or the gunfire. Sun Wufan held a favorable impression of Sinuo, far surpassing Bulma and Android 18, even though she harbored feelings for his father. Sun Wufan felt no animosity towards her. She was gentle, gracious, and stunningly beautiful, her actions decisive and clean. Apart from her family's modest means, she had hardly any flaws. Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, along with Android 17 and 18. Soared into the city. Sun Wukong, Sinuo, Ba, Lan Shi, and Tianjin Han had much to discuss. Should any danger arise, they would elevate their ki to the maximum, and Sun Wukong would instantly teleport to their aid. Initially, Android 18 had little desire to join, but her clothing, nearly ruined from her earlier battle with Sun Wufan, led her to seek a deserted shop upon arriving in the city to change her attire. She donned a white short-sleeve shirt layered with a black vest. Adorned with a pearl necklace around her neck, black gloves on her hands, and deep-colored jeans. Android 18's fashion sense was quite commendable, her style reminiscent of the new attire from the memories of the traveler. Android 17 also sported a new outfit. The group dispersed in search of information, and Yamcha inadvertently stumbled upon a store ravaged by Cell, the interior stained with blood, overflowing water from the restroom, and the concrete walls marred with gaping holes. Krillin ultimately gleaned news about Cell from a survivor in the North City, who relayed that Cell had fled, jumping into the sea. Upon receiving this information, Krillin quickly conveyed the news of Cell's escape to everyone, gathering them to explain the situation before rejoining Sun Wukong, Tianjin Han, and the others outside the city to discuss the current circumstances. His escape is truly unfortunate. Sun Wukong remarked with a rueful smile, scratching the back of his head. Android 18, with her hands in her pockets, stood by the roadside when she suddenly noticed something, a man trembling as he crawled out of a deep ditch. With a smirk, Android 18 observed Sun Wukong and the others still engrossed in discussions about Cell. Seizing the opportunity for mischief, she lightly lifted her foot and, unnoticed by the others, kicked the man squarely on the head. As the man raised his head, he found a foot descending upon him. After struggling to escape the trench, he was knocked unconscious by Android 18's kick and slid back down the slope into the water. Mission accomplished. Android 18 stifled a laugh, continuing to stand casually with her hands in her pockets, feigning ignorance about the incident, as if nothing had transpired. Sun Wufan raised his head and declared his resolution to the group. "Father, I intend to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more for training." "What?" Sun Wukong and Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Tianjin Han, perplexed, inquired, "The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that?" Sun Wukong elaborated. "The hyperbolic time chamber is a unique, overlapping space distinct from the mortal realm, where time flows differently that a year spent inside equates to merely one day outside." Yamcha's eyes widened in surprise. "Such a place exists." Sun Wufan nodded earnestly before heading to Namek. "I entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Roshi. At that time, I was too weak to remain there for long. The Earth is vast, and if Cell is hiding, we would never find him. His goal is the same as that of Android 18 and the others, to eliminate my father. Thus, Until he possesses absolute confidence in his strength, he will surely remain hidden. Upon hearing Son Gohan mention her, Android 18 pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance, but her expression softened as she glanced at Son Gohan, relieved to see he was unfazed. Krillin, feeling helpless, remarked, "Are we really just going to let him run rampant out there?" He postulated that Cell must have sensed the key of Wufan and Wukong, which likely dissuaded him from direct confrontation. However, he was unaware that they still possessed the hyperbolic time chamber. Once Cell re-emerged, he would face a Wufan and Wukong who had undergone rigorous training within, and once they resolved the issue with Cell, they could use the Dragon Balls to revive those who had perished. Piccolo's mind was clear. After Son Gohan decided to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, he quickly grasped the situation at hand. Gohan, possessing the memories of Time Traveler, had a unique frame of reference. Thus, a direct comparison between the two was utterly impossible. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo was correct. Cell would only dare to reveal himself if his power surpassed both mine and Dad's. "Dad, let us enter the time chamber together to train. I wish to grow stronger, and we must both transcend the Super Saiyan form so that Cell can no longer act with impunity." "All right, Gohan, but before we head to the time chamber, we should inform your mother beforehand. Or else Chi-Chi will worry," Son Goku replied with a smile. "Okay, Dad," Gohan responded. Iba cast a worried glance at Sino, and before he could speak, Sino interjected, "Goku, do your best. I believe you'll defeat that monster. If you win, make sure to come back to the village and tell us." "Yes, I certainly will. Farewell, Sino and Iba," Son Goku said. Oblivious to Sino's true intentions, he summoned the flying Nimbus, allowing the golden-haired Ranchi to sit atop it. And they all soared away, disappearing into the distant horizon on a vast, empty asphalt road. The young girl's gaze lingered, unable to shake off the moment, while the boy remained as carefree as ever. Iba stood quietly by, not uttering a word. After some time, the girl revealed a faint smile. "Iba, let us depart. Since Cell has left, we should return and restock our supplies before heading back to the village." Iba took the driver's seat and turned to Sino, saying, "Sino, you saw that monster as well. He won't let you go easily. Staying close to Goku and the others is your safest option." Sino gently shook her head, her bright eyes filled with determination. "Iba, you heard them. Once Goku and the others defeat Cell, they will use the Dragon Balls to revive those who were killed. If I join them, I would only be a burden and might even become a hostage. As long as Goku and the others defeat Cell, everything will be fine. That I believe in them." Sino did not wish to be a nuisance to Son Goku and Son Gohan, nor did she want them to be distracted by her presence. Chapter 65. Suppressed emotions. The setting sun painted a picturesque scene as a group made their way back. Piccolo was the first to soar towards the Divine Temple, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, accompanied by Ranchi, headed towards the Kame House, aligning with Son Goku and Son Gohan. Krillin kept glancing back, his heartstrings tugged by Sino's every move. She was beautiful, charming, loyal, gentle, considerate, and understanding. Although her attire was somewhat bulky, he estimated her figure was not dissimilar to that of his ex-girlfriend. This was precisely the type of girl he desired. Aside from her modest background, he could find no other flaws. She embodied the qualities he yearned for in a potential spouse. Yet regrettably, such a girl had long since given her heart to another. "Stop staring, Krillin. She's already far away. If you truly like her, go after her. If you don't say anything, how will she ever know your feelings?" Yamcha chided Krillin. Son Gohan also perked up, listening intently to AS with the memories of the time traveler. He had long since grown numb to them. With Android 16 gone and the non-existent Android 21, he thought, let things unfold as they may. As long as he grew stronger, he would not fear them. Krillin chuckled wryly. Who wouldn't like a girl like that? "Yamcha, don't you feel anything?" "Of course I do. But Sino is not comparable to the girls I've encountered before," Yamcha replied. After his breakup, he felt no reservations and frequently frequented lively districts. He had dallied with various women, yet he would never pursue a homebody like Sino. That would be truly disgraceful. Son Gohan glanced at his father, Son Goku, and said, "Aunt Sino has made Cell suffer greatly. He will undoubtedly seek revenge on her." "What?" "Sino and Iba are in grave danger." Son Goku's mind raced, and it dawned on him. Yamcha said, Indeed, Goku, you didn't realize that Sino doesn't want to burden you or distract you. That's why she asked us to deal with Cell first before you go to her. Goku, don't forget about this, I understand. We will definitely deal with Cell. Son Goku affirmed with a nod, feeling the weight of Sino's intentions settle heavily in his heart. Achoo! Suddenly, Ranchi, sitting atop the Nimbus, sneezed, aside from her personality shift. Even her appearance had changed, revealing the gentle, blue-haired Ranchi. Ah, it's the Nimbus. Goku, Thin, it's you. Long time no see. Blue-haired Ranchi greeted everyone with excitement, sitting comfortably on the Nimbus. Son Gohan looked on in curiosity, witnessing the transformation of two different Ranchis. How on earth could this happen? Why did a sneeze change her entirely? The golden-haired Ranchi was fiery and bold, while the blue-haired Ranchi exuded softness and grace upon reaching a fork in the road. Son Gohan, Son Goku, and the others bid farewell, swiftly moving towards Baozi Mountain, while the rest headed to the Kame house. With smoke curling from the chimney, Son Goku and Son Gohan landed in front of their home. Hee, Gohan, are you hungry? Chi-Chi has already prepared dinner for us. Yes, Son Gohan clutched his stomach. It had been a long day filled with events from South City to North City. Now back home, the sun was nearly setting. After dinner, they would need to enter the time chamber for training. The door swung open, and Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and beaming with joy. Welcome back. You must be starving. Bulma, Goku, Gohan, you're back. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Son Gohan's joyful expression instantly soured, his gentle gaze sharpening into a glare. Bulma also walked out of the kitchen, similarly clad in an apron, wielding a spatula. She peered out, cheerfully calling, "Everyone, welcome back. Gohan, Goku, have you dealt with the androids?" Son Gohan remained silent, his face cold as he changed into his slippers and lightly entered the bathroom to wash up, ignoring Bulma entirely. The android situation was not fully resolved. There was still Cell lurking somewhere, and they had no idea where he was hiding. Bulma, what brings you to my home? Son Goku asked curiously. Bulma replied with a smile. Chi-Chi and I are learning how to cook. So I came over today. By the way, what do those androids look like? I'm really curious. I initially intended to come see them, but this morning I had a sudden urge to learn cooking with Chi-Chi. After washing up, Son Gohan emerged from the bathroom, his face filled with discontent. Aunt Bulma, why do you want to go with them? Do you want those ruthless, cruel androids to kill you, or do you want them to capture you and use you as leverage against us? Gohan. Chi-Chi and Son Goku were taken aback, not expecting him to suddenly become angry. Bulma, noticing the seriousness etched on Son Gohan's face, teased, Gohan, I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart. If you keep acting like this, you might find it hard to attract girls in the future. Who cares about that? Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his voice booming, causing Bulma's heart to momentarily skip a beat. His light green eyes glared coldly at Bulma, and the surrounding air crackled with energy as Son Gohan's anger surged. That what's so special about girls? Are girls so exceptional that they can cause trouble at will? Can they be thoughtless, disregarding the situation and time, and then morally bind me? Aunt Bulma, is it so that girls can do as they please? Gohan. Son Goku's gaze sharpened, but then a smile of pride crept onto his face. He had sensed Son Gohan's power spike, albeit only for a fleeting moment, as he was on the verge of surpassing Super Saiyan. Those androids were completely unaware of their energy, and they could appear at any moment. Not to mention the unknown Android 21, who could endanger all of them, killing me, you, and everyone else, destroying the Earth, Namek, 8 universes, and everything. Tears welled in Son Gohan's eyes as he turned away, leaving everyone with a lingering silhouette. Dad, I can train alone now. With Cell lurking outside, we cannot both enter the time chamber at the same time. I will go first. Son Gohan has once again donned his shoes. Gohan, wait a moment. We haven't eaten yet. Let's have our meal first. Chi-Chi called out hurriedly. Mom, I'm not hungry. You all can eat. I'm heading to the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Gohan replied as he pushed open the door. His light green pupils coldly regarded a stunned and vacant Bulma. In a chilling tone, he stated, Aunt Bulma, you are even more insufferable than Android 18 individuals like you, born into wealth, inherently believe themselves superior, thinking that everyone in the world should adore you. In reality, those who do are merely seeking something from you. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. I could see that moment. Son Gohan was still in his Super Saiyan form, swiftly flying towards the sacred world of the Kai, arcs of electricity flickering ominously around him. Chapter 66. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber again as the heavy sound of the door closing echoed. The three of them finally regained their senses. It was the first time Bulma had encountered someone speaking to her in such a manner throughout her life. Son Goku, still reeling from Son Gohan's unexpected growth, observed Bulma and said, "I apologize, Bulma. Gohan has been under immense pressure lately, especially after learning about Android 21, and he has devoted more time to training." Bulma gently shook her head. Had it been in her childhood, she would have argued fiercely with Son Gohan, insisting on her point even in the face of unreasonable claims. Whenever the men around her learned of her status and appearance, they invariably wore expressions of delight. Realizing this, Bulma turned her gaze to Son Goku, who was entirely different from the rest. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Chi, with a worried expression, remarked, "Ever since that Bra arrived from the future, Gohan has been in a constant state of anxiety. It's truly concerning." Son Gohan soon arrived at the temple. His surprise, besides Piccolo and Bubbles, Android 17 and 18 were also present. Piccolo questioned, "Gohan, why have you come alone? Where's Goku?" Son Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan state, but lacking the earlier ferocity, replied, "Dad and I cannot enter simultaneously. If Cell were to act unexpectedly, it would be disastrous." "That makes sense. That cunning fellow Cell is hiding because of you. Gohan, are you planning to enter the time chamber?" Piccolo asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yes, indeed. By the way, where is the Supreme Kai? Your energy seems to be absent." "Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan began to cover his mouth upon seeing Bubbles, who looked dejected and incredulous. During his time away, Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai. Piccolo explained, "Even if I revert to my original state, my strength will be comparable to that of Android 17, and I fear I still fall short against Cell. There's no need to worry about the Dragon Balls. I've already discussed it with Bubbles. Once Goku arrives, we will use instant transmission to go to New Namek and find an Namekian capable of creating Dragon Balls to assume the role of Supreme Kai." After the fusion with Piccolo, the Dragon Balls on Earth returned to their original stone form, and Piccolo pondered preparations for the aftermath of Cell's actions. Standing at the edge of the temple, Android 18 gazed at the moving clouds, unable to see anything, and curiously inquired, "How does that Bubbles person observe the world below?" "There's nothing but clouds," Bubbles explained to Android 18. "Only those who inherit the position of Supreme Kai can observe the situation below from this temple." "What is it that you wish to see? Did the Supreme Kai ever spot Cell?" Son Gohan, having reverted to his ordinary state, softened his gaze and curiously asked Piccolo. Piccolo shook his head, saying, "This Supreme Kai noticed something unusual in the north. But Cell has consistently concealed his energy. Unless he reveals himself, we cannot track him down. Is that truly the case? Uncle Piccolo, how about we enter the time chamber together? You can guide me. I believe we will progress more swiftly." Son Gohan asked eagerly. While he could train alone, having company would provide mutual support, accelerating their training. Piccolo smiled slightly and replied, "Sure, Gohan, but don't underestimate me." Son Gohan scratched the back of his head and followed Piccolo towards the entrance of the time chamber. At that moment, Android 18 wore a regretful expression, a sickly flush on her cheeks as she giggled. "What a pity. It must be getting late. I thought I could see Goku's home from here for a live broadcast." Son Gohan turned his head mechanically, appearing fierce, but Piccolo effortlessly lifted his small frame. "Evil android, what do you intend to do? Are you plotting something against my dad?" "I knew it. You want to kill him." "Android 18, stay away from my dad." "Uncle Piccolo, let me go. I want to teach her a lesson. Dad only said not to kill her, not that I couldn't hit her. I will give her a good lesson. This evil android is inhumane, shameless, and has no regard for decency. Gohan, enough of the ruckus." Piccolo sighed, exasperated, as he opened the door to the time chamber and turned to face the now giggling Android 18. "And you, Android 18, enough of your antics. Keep yourself in check," he admonished. "Uncle Piccolo, let me go, let me go. I want to teach her a lesson. This wicked android has no humanity. Uncle Piccolo, please let me go." Son Gohan protested, squirming like a monkey in Piccolo's grasp as they entered the time chamber together. Android 18 emitted a light, melodious laugh. Her cheeks flushed as she quivered with excitement, exclaiming, "How adorable! That fluffy tail is so lively. I wonder if I can enter after spreading my legs." Son Gohan, Bubbles, maintaining a calm demeanor, instinctively distanced himself upon hearing Android 18's words, breaking into a cold sweat. Evil and inhumane. This Android 18 is truly wicked. Bubbles thought frantically, glancing at the nonchalant Android 17, who had his hands in his pockets, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Tibaze Mountain, in Son Goku's home. After a hearty meal, Son Goku felt inexplicably drowsy. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep, while Chi-Chi and Bulma stood nearby. Bulma held a special petri dish, her face filled with determination. Chi-Chi gently urged, "Bulma, are you truly certain about this? Your child will grow up without a father from the moment of birth. Indeed, I have made my decision that I will not interfere with your family. This is my choice, and I will raise Bra well, ensuring she becomes an extraordinary warrior like Gohan." Bulma resolutely stated. Bulma's choice of artificial genetic cultivation was a path of no return. Son Gohan would not accept her, nor would Chi-Chi, and Son Goku was even less likely to betray her. She would wait. Her persistence in this sentiment could only be proven with time. Initially opposed, Chi-Chi, knowing that Bra had traversed time from the future, felt a twinge of sympathy. Bra was fortunate. She had acted swiftly to win over Son Goku. Goku had once expressed his fondness for Bulma, albeit in a verbal trap, but it could be considered an agreement. With Gohan absent, "Bulma, I ask you one last time. Are you truly resolved to proceed with this?" "I have decided and will not regret it," Bulma answered firmly. Chapter 67. New name Ek. Upon waking in the early morning, Son Goku felt groggy. As he prepared to rise, he found a soft figure nestled in his embrace. Chi-Chi. Her hair tousled, appeared gentle and radiant, her eyes slightly opening. "Good morning, Goku." "Good morning, Chi-Chi. Why did I sleep so soundly?" Son Goku lamented, rubbing his head. "You've been working too hard, Goku, busy with the matters concerning the androids." "Wait a moment. I will prepare breakfast for you," Chi-Chi replied, planting a gentle kiss on Son Goku's lips before rising. As they had grown into an old married couple, Son Goku smiled faintly upon getting up. Gohan had been in the time chamber for quite some time now. He was likely well past the Super Saiyan bottleneck by now. In the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly, elevating his energy to its peak. With a resounding roar, his golden hair and emerald eyes transformed as he ascended to Super Saiyan, his aura expanding relentlessly. The surrounding air crackled with arcs of electricity, and his seemingly frail frame swelled with power. His golden locks elongated while the fur on his golden tail bristled, as if charged with energy. Clad in a purple martial arts uniform, he exuded an air of ferocity and madness. A cold smirk graced the corners of Sun Wufan's mouth as he gazed at his hands, embodying a further evolution of the Super Saiyan form, Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo had long since discarded his weighted clothing, shaking his head at Sun Wufan's appearance, and remarking, "Wufan, this state is still insufficient to command the power of this transformation. You are far from ready. Your youth leaves you lacking in experience." Sun Wufan reverted to his normal state. After entering the time chamber, he had swiftly attained Super Saiyan 2, yet he struggled to wield this immense power at will. The transformation imbued him with a chilling coldness, clouding his judgment with the negative effects that accompanied Super Saiyan 2. The exhilaration that accompanied the transformation often left a Saiyan in a heightened state of combativeness, and Super Saiyan 2 intensified this madness. Ultimately, his youthfulness and inexperience necessitated further training and discipline. "Uncle Piccolo, let's continue our training." Sun Wufan inhaled deeply, steadying his tumultuous emotions. He resolved to train until he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will. "Very well, Wufan. I'm ready." Piccolo smiled, pleased with Wufan's determination, and they resumed their training. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong teleported to the sacred world of the Kais, where he found Yamcha, Krillin, and Tianjin preparing everything. "Oh, 17 and 18, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. 18 casually flipped her golden hair, teasing, "What? Am I not welcome?" "No, it's just a bit surprising," You've changed your outfits, Sun Wukong noted, observing how different 17 and 18 appeared compared to before. His thoughts had been preoccupied with a 8, Sinor, Lanchi, and Cell the previous day. Point 18 feigned hurt, but understood Sun Wukong's nature. With a playful twirl, she said, I changed before we parted yesterday. Seems I must give you a personal fashion show for you to notice. What do you think? It suits you well, though it feels a tad strange, Sun Wukong mused, scrutinizing 18 and 17. What is strange about it? 18 questioned, glancing at herself, and then at 17, unable to identify any oddity. Sun Wukong, resting his chin on his thumb, pondered aloud. It just feels odd. Point 18, you and 17 are both androids like an 8, right? If so, why do you feel different from him? 18 displayed a pout of discontent. 17 carefully explained, 18 and I are different types of androids compared to a 8 that we were originally human, modified to have unlimited energy, slow aging, and minimal sustenance. Just a bit of water suffices. Point 18 fixed her striking gaze on Sun Wukong. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of mischief. Not only that, I can bear children just like a normal human woman does, so, Sun Wukong, how about we conduct an experiment? You'd understand the differences between me and A8 better. Sorry, I misspoke. I always thought you were like an 8, a robot, Sun Wukong said, scratching the back of his head, disregarding 18's provocative remark. Bobo interjected, addressing Sun Wukong. I have something crucial to discuss. The Kai has now merged back with Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have reverted to stone. What? This complicates things. What about those who were killed by the androids? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Bobo replied, before merging with the Kai, Piccolo had already devised a plan to go to New Namek and find an Namekian capable of creating Dragon Balls to assume the role of our new Kai on Earth. Right, this resolves the Dragon Ball issue. Splendid. I'll go searching. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, concentrating to sense the target's energy necessary for teleportation. After a considerable time, he chuckled helplessly. I can't find it. The distance is too far, and I have no direction. The others exchanged incredulous looks, utterly dumbfounded. Fear not. I will visit King Kai. You must know the way to New Namek. With that, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, arriving at King Kai's domain. Under King Kai's guidance, he finally sensed New Namek's energy and teleported there. Elder Muri regarded Sun Wukong with surprise, although they had never met. The Namekians were all aware of his legendary status for defeating Frisia and saving their race. After Sun Wukong introduced himself, he was warmly welcomed by the Namekians. He had not anticipated such hospitality, thinking it would be akin to his conversation with Piccolo. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong explained his need for a Namekian skilled in creating Dragon Balls to serve as Earth's Kai. Chapter 68, The Transformation of Sun Wufan Dandi. Elder Mori called, directing everyone's attention to two small Namekians, resembling Sun Wufan in age. Dandi and Karu. It's been ages, Sun Wukong waved excitedly. He had met Dandi and Karu during his previous visit to Namek. Karu eagerly approached, exclaiming, Long time no see. Mr. Wukong. Dandi appeared shy, echoing Elder Mori's sentiments. Elder Mori chuckled, Mr. Wukong, I shall refrain from further introductions. Dandi is a dear friend of your son Wufan and Mr. Krillin. Since arriving here, he has missed Earth and Wufan dearly. His talent is remarkable, and he will undoubtedly make a competent Kai. Impressive, so young and already capable of creating Dragon Balls that I look forward to working with you. Dandi, Sun Wukong remarked. No, the pleasure is mine. Mr. Wukong. Dandi responded, shaking hand with Sun Wukong before bidding farewell to Elder Mori and the other Namekians. They then teleported to King Kai's planet, where Sun Wukong introduced Dandi to North Kai before teleporting back to the sacred world of the Kais. Dandi, Krillin exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Bobo smiled gently. Is he the new Kai? Indeed, he is Dandi. Do not underestimate him due to his youth. His abilities are exceptional, Sun Wukong introduced proudly. Dandi, spotting familiar faces, exclaimed, Long time no see. Krillin, where's Wufan? Is he not here? Bobo explained, a formidable enemy has emerged on Earth, so Wufan and Piccolo have gone to train. They will return shortly. Point 18's azure eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sun Wukong, is this the little Piccolo you brought from Namek? Can he really create those wondrous Dragon Balls? His name is Dondi, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Dondi nodded seriously, addressing the group. It will take approximately 100 days to complete the Dragon Balls. 100 days? Is it truly so lengthy? Sun Wukong asked incredulously. Dondi nodded, then suddenly brightened. However, if we were reviving the previous dragon model from Earth, it could be done immediately. Really? Bobo once assisted the Kai in crafting the dragon model. Bobo confirmed eagerly. Krillin added, if everything proceeds smoothly, can it grant 3 wishes like the Dragon Balls on Namek? Yamcha continued, is it possible for one wish to resurrect many individuals? For instance, could those artificial beings be brought back to life? Dandy replied, that would require some initial adjustments. However, under such circumstances, only 2 wishes could be granted. Tianjin Han inquired, is that all that can be done? Sun Wukong smiled and said, very well. Dandy, let's proceed with that. Bobo produced the crafted Shenron model and placed it upon the ground. Just as Dandy was preparing to cast the spell to recreate Shenron, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open, drawing everyone's attention with the sound of approaching footsteps. Oh, Gohan and Piccolo have returned so soon. Has it only been a little over a day? Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. Tianjin Han crossed his arms protectively and gazed at the door, stating, Gohan must have grown significantly stronger. Number 17 approached number 18 and whispered, 18, you know Gohan has always wanted to fight you. Are we not leaving? After his training, Gohan will undoubtedly become much stronger. I fear Sun Wukong may not be able to contain him. Number 18, hands on her hips, cast a glance at Sun Wukong, her eyes glimmering with newfound intensity, and remarked, at most, he might just give me a good beating. Besides, when Gohan emerges from his training, his fluffy tail will surely have even more vitality. Observing number 18's demeanor, number 17 chose not to pursue the matter further. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and Piccolo and Gohan emerged, closing the door behind them. Gohan had visibly grown taller. After spending over a year within the chamber, his black hair had lengthened, cascading past his neck, as there had been no opportunity for haircuts inside. He donned a matching purple martial arts uniform with a red belt, while Piccolo sported his weighted gear. I'm back. Although time has not been short outside, it has been over a year since I last saw you all, Father. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Han, Mr. Bobo, number 17, number 18, Dandy, it's been too long. Gohan greeted everyone with a beaming smile, momentarily leaving them speechless. Number 18 approached suspiciously, circling around Gohan and questioning, Gohan, you're actually greeting me. I recall you wanted to fight me before. Gohan scratched his head sheepishly and replied bashfully, my apologies. Number 18, please don't take it seriously that I was just saying that in jest. I truly am sorry. Please forgive me. The change in Gohan was palpable. He appeared more mature and composed than before, yet the pressure of the environment had forced a mere 10-year-old child to grow up far too quickly. Such a complex feeling. Number 18 glanced at Gohan's fluffy tail, no longer teasing him as she once did, her eyes shining with a hint of admiration, and lightly punched him in the chest. Perhaps I was a bit excessive. Gohan, I apologize. Giggling, Gohan smiled, his gaze falling upon the Shenron model encased in a glass dome, exclaiming in surprise, Dandy, are you planning to resurrect Shenron? Indeed, Gohan, it's been a long time since we last met. Congratulations on your emergence. How has your training been? Have you grown stronger? Dandy joyfully inquired, embracing Gohan. Of course, I've become stronger, but it must remain discreet for now. That villain cell is still lurking around, and I fear that if I unleash my energy, he will resurface, Gohan responded. Yamcha expressed his astonishment, stronger than a Super Saiyan. That's excellent. We need not worry about Cell. If he dares to show himself, he will certainly meet his end this moment. Sun Wukong scrutinized Piccolo, resting his chin on his thumb, and after prolonged contemplation, finally spoke, God Piccolo. Piccolo's expression was one of utter disbelief, nearly causing him to stagger at Sun Wukong's remark. Just call me Piccolo. I was originally one with the Supreme Kai. Number 18 turned to Sun Wukong, her hands on her hips, saying, you have some nerve, Sun Wukong. Ha ha. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I sincerely apologize. Now, I must pay Vegeta a visit. Training together in the hyperbolic time chamber will yield faster results. Gohan, the outside world is in your capable hands. Rest assured, Father, Gohan replied with a calm nod, displaying a marked improvement compared to his pre-training self. Chapter 69. Return to the laboratory in the midst of towering mountains and flowing waters, with the wind howling fiercely. Vegeta, clad in a blue battlesuit, stood motionless at the edge of a cliff. Recalling the events that had transpired with great reluctance, he felt an inkling of the future of the Super Saiyan. After suffering a complete defeat, the self-respect and pride he had regained upon transforming into a Super Saiyan were shattered once more by number 18. Had it not been for Gohan's timely rescue, he might have already perished. With a sudden whoosh, Son Wukong appeared behind him. Vegeta cast a swift glance over his shoulder and said, "Do not interfere, Kakarot. If you've come to mock me, feel free to laugh at your heart's content." "Oomph, do not say that, Vegeta. I know of a remarkable training location where, while only a day passes outside, an entire year transpires within the Supreme Kai's temple," Son Wukong replied, looking earnestly at Vegeta. Vegeta turned to face him, his temperament having shifted from initial Saiyan ferocity to a more composed demeanor as he asked, "Is that true? Join me. I intend to train alongside you." Now that Gohan has emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he has surpassed the barriers of a Super Saiyan. Training together will expedite our progress. Son Wukong extended his hand in invitation. Vegeta scrutinized Son Wukong, who appeared remarkably calm, his attitude markedly different from before, and replied, "Surpassed the barriers of a Super Saiyan. His latent potential has always been astounding." "Very well, Kakarot, I shall enter that chamber with you. But let me in first. You should know that you have always been my ultimate goal." Son Wukong responded, "This time, the enemy cannot be faced alone. Besides the ever-lurking Cell, there is also the 21st android that Brahm mentioned, along with the missing 16th android. You're aware of this, right? You will regret this." "Kakarot," Vegeta retorted, gripping Son Wukong's shoulder as they both instantaneously transported to the temple. All present in the temple turned to see them arrive. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan had indeed grown taller, and his demeanor appeared more mature. Vegeta, with intent, remarked, "Oh, Gohan, it seems you have truly become much stronger. You truly are a hybrid with Saiyan blood. I wonder if you possess the confidence to defeat that unknown 21st android?" Gohan chuckled lightly and replied, "I cannot say for certain. Only upon encountering her will I understand her strength. If the time comes, I will give it my all." Vegeta, taken aback by Gohan's response, noted that in the past, Gohan would have vehemently defended his Earthling identity, passionately asserting his determination not to let 21 succeed. Life forms adapt to their external environment, and Gohan was no exception. This was what maturity entailed. Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber first, and before Son Wukong followed, he turned to Gohan and smiled, saying, "I leave the outside world in your capable hands, Gohan." "Yes, don't worry, Father," Gohan nodded with a smile. As the door to the hyperbolic time chamber closed, Gohan turned to everyone and declared, "Let us first collect the Dragon Balls. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Han, Uncle Krillin, I entrust the gathering of the Dragon Balls to you." "Rest assured, Gohan, leave it to us," Yamcha responded with a victorious gesture. Krillin looked at Gohan, puzzled, and asked Gohan, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" "I, along with Uncle Piccolo and number 17 and 18, need to revisit Dr. Gero's laboratory. There may still be some clues there. By the way, Uncle Krillin, if you happen to encounter Cell, raise your energy to the maximum. I will arrive in an instant." Son Wufan placed his 2 fingers on his forehead, smiling gently as he spoke. In an instant, Wufan, have you also mastered Goku's instant transmission?" Tianjin Han asked in astonishment. Son Wufan nodded and replied with a smile, "I have been learning this technique from my father since before he returned. But there are still many aspects I do not fully comprehend that I have not been able to calm my mind completely, so I have yet to master it. Number 17, number 18, I am counting on you." The 10-year-old Son Wufan exhibited a greater level of composure and maturity. With a swift motion, Tianjin Han, Krillin, and Yamcha set off towards West City, heading to Bulma's home to retrieve the Dragon Radar. Dandy waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Be careful along the way. Krillin, everyone, the research facility has long been destroyed by number 18. It has become a wasteland. Even if there is something there, It is likely gone, number 17 remarked. Sun Wufan chuckled. Evil individuals often have hidden chambers or basements. Let us investigate the site before making any decisions that if it proves fruitless, we can always return. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, then followed Sun Wufan and Piccolo as they departed from the temple. Flying northward, soon, guided by numbers 17 and 18, they arrived at their destination, Dr. Gero's research facility, which had now turned to ruins, buried beneath rubble and debris. The architect of this devastation, number 18, frowned in displeasure. Hands on her hips, she had not anticipated that her actions would indirectly benefit that scoundrel, Dr. Gero. Had she known the facility still held value, she would never have acted so recklessly. Piccolo and Sun Wufan extended their palms toward the debris, their energies surging as they exerted force together. A powerful gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust and scattering it away with their combined effort. As the dust settled, only large clumps of earth and stones remained. They had to be cautious not to use excessive force, lest they inadvertently destroy any crucial clues. Wufan, let us clear these obstacles. All right, Uncle Piccolo. As Piccolo and Sun Wufan began to shift the large stones and clumps of earth. Number 17, standing nearby, extended a hand with a resigned expression, saying, "It does not look good just watching. I will help too." Number 18, glancing at her new outfit, bore a look of resistance that I just changed clothes, and I did not want to get them dirty. Sun Wufan turned around, his youthful face breaking into a smile as he said, "It's all right. You have already helped immensely. If it were just me and Uncle Piccolo, we would still be searching for quite some time." "Thank you." Number 18 and number 17. Number 18 raised an eyebrow, hand still on her hips, her striking blue eyes fixed on Sun Wufan. Since exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, he had changed significantly. She was increasingly curious about what kind of training he had undergone with Piccolo. Chapter 70. The clues of the androids number 17, Sun Wufan, and Piccolo, not being ordinary individuals, soon cleared the larger stones and earth. The dilapidated cold storage, computers, circuitry, and nutrient solutions lay in ruins, shattered into fragments. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Sun Wufan to shiver. He had nearly forgotten just how cold North City could be. Piccolo, examining a deformed iron ladder and door, realized something and remarked, "It seems this is the underground research facility, which has been obliterated by number 18. Wufan. You were right. The laboratory of Cell is directly below this site." Sun Wufan lifted a green glass shard, still smeared with liquid, and lamented, "Even the basement that cultivated Cell has been destroyed by number 18. Are we truly to return empty-handed? Let us keep searching. We have many areas yet to explore," Piccolo suggested. Number 18 joined in the search, but hesitated to move rocks for fear of soiling her clothes. However, something caught her eye beneath a pile of stones. Kneeling down, she, clad in black gloves, began to clear the dirt and uncovered a ruler, a pen, and a compass. Continuing to dig, she discovered several sheets of paper trapped beneath the rubble. Number 18's eyes lit up as she unearthed the papers, now dusted with grime, and revealed a total of 6 sheets, each inscribed with various details. This is it. Come quickly." Hearing number 18's call, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and number 17 paused their search and hurried over to her. "What is it, number 18? Have you found something?" Sun Wufan, unable to reach due to his height, levitated with the aid of the flying technique, joining number 17 and Piccolo to examine the drawings in number 18's hands. Sun Wufan's eyes widened in shock. These were the design blueprints for the androids. Indeed, number 18 confirmed. They include designs for myself, number 17, number 19, number 20, Cell, and number 16 to number 16. Sun Wufan and Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Number 18 handed the blueprint for number 16 to Sun Wufan for him to inspect. The design depicted a humanoid figure with no color, but bore an uncanny resemblance to the memory of number 16 that Sun Wufan possessed. Existence, number 16 truly exists, but why is he not here? Even Cell's design is included. Sun Wufan pondered, perplexed. The personalities of number 17 and 18 seemed to confirm they were from the timeline of future Trunks in his memory. Yet if that were the case, why did number 16 exist as well? And why was he missing? not alongside number 17 and number 18. Piccolo held the design for Cell, and upon seeing the blueprint for number 20, a flash of insight struck him, illuminating a complex web of thoughts. I think I understand something. Son Gohan, number 17, and number 18 looked at Piccolo with curiosity. Uncle Piccolo, what have you figured out? Son Gohan inquired. We seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Gohan, do you remember numbers 19 and 20? Piccolo asked with a smile. Son Gohan nodded slightly, responding, of course, I remember. And Android 20 is Dr. Gero, who transformed himself into Android 20 to achieve immortality through modifications to Android 19. Piccolo continued. So this is the crux of the matter. That unknown Android 21 was likely transformed from an ordinary human, much like Dr. Gero. What? Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged astonished glances, equally shocked that someone other than Dr. Gero was conducting research on androids. How astute. Piccolo, please continue. I wish to hear more of your thoughts, number 17 encouraged. After handing the design blueprints to Son Gohan, Piccolo addressed them. We need not discuss Dr. Gero's objectives further. Let me speak about the Red Ribbon Army. Once, they dominated the world, and during that time, they were already engaged in android research, such as with Android 8. Son Gohan, number 17, and number 18 nodded in agreement, listening intently. Piccolo explained, therefore, the scientists of the Red Ribbon Army were certainly not limited to just Dr. Gero. The unknown Android 21 must have ties to Dr. Gero, being an exceptionally talented scientist in her own right, likely serving as Dr. Gero's assistant. In any case, this enigmatic Android 21 is surely well-versed in Dr. Gero's research. Despite their close relationship, they must have disagreed on certain matters. Disagreed? Uncle Piccolo, why do you say that? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. Piccolo smiled and replied, Gohan, this is what we overlooked. Do you remember what Bulma said? Android 21 was initially a kind and gentle person, but after absorbing a cell from a being known as Majin Buu, she developed a second personality. The evil Majin 21. Number 16 must have been created when Android 21 was still human, likely taking advantage of Dr. Gero's inattention to steal the designs, and then transforming himself into an android to combat Dr. Gero's creations. Suddenly enlightened, Piccolo's words reminded Son Gohan of something Bra had once said. He had truly forgotten that sentiment. Indeed, kind-hearted and gentle souls would naturally find Dr. Gero's actions repugnant, and it was entirely reasonable for them to be at odds with him. The intentions behind actions, as well as the resulting conflicts, likely aligned with what his Uncle Piccolo had surmised, with an estimated probability exceeding 80%. Son Gohan gazed at Piccolo with admiration. Truly remarkable. No wonder the memories of the time traveler suggested that Majin Buu had absorbed his Uncle Piccolo for his intellect. As long as everything Bra had mentioned about the future was accurate, Android 21 would not appear before Majin Buu at all. Even if she did, she would not be our adversary. For now, we need only to focus on dealing with Cell. Gohan, understood. Uncle Piccolo, this expedition to the research facility had yielded significant insights. Thanks to the schematics of Android 16 and Bra's word from the future, Piccolo managed to clarify the previously murky situation. After Son Gohan carefully stored the schematics, the group conducted a brief search for additional items and, finding none, proceeded to finish off the area. After a Kamuna blast obliterated the surroundings, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring everyone back to the temple. Chapter 71. Cell emerges with a swift motion. Son Gohan sensed Dandy's energy and used instant transmission to return with Piccolo, Android 17, and Android 18 to the temple. Welcome back, Gohan. What did you discover? Dandy inquired with a bright smile. Son Gohan nodded, grinning as he waved the schematics in his hand. It was incredibly fruitful. Thanks to Uncle Piccolo, or else I would still be lost, unable to grasp the situation. Really? That's amazing. What is the situation like? Please tell me. Dandy, being of the same age as Son Gohan and a close friend, had more leeway in their conversations. Son Gohan recounted Piccolo's earlier analysis to Dandy and Bobo. Piccolo is truly impressive. Both Dandy and Son Gohan regarded Piccolo with deep admiration. Piccolo, sensing their fervent gazes, cleared his throat and said, Gohan, take the schematics to Bulma and see if she can devise something to counter Cell. Bulma, certainly, I'll head over right away. Son Wukong appeared somewhat bashful, recalling how he had lost his temper with Bulma's mother before, overwhelmed by thoughts of Cell and Android 21, resulting in an emotional outburst. After bidding farewell to Dandy, Son Wukong flew out of the temple, heading towards West City, and soon arrived at Bulma's residence. Touching down in the courtyard, Mrs. Brief greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Wukong, it's wonderful to see you again after such a long time. You've grown so much, and you look stronger too. I apologize for the intrusion. Is Aunt Bulma home? I need to speak with her." Son Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feeling overwhelmed by Bulma's mother. "Bulma seems to be in the lab. Let me take you there, Wukong." Mrs. Brief took Son Wukong's hand, leading him towards the laboratory, while he walked with small, hesitant steps, feeling a mix of discomfort and resignation. "By the way, Wukong, I heard you're fighting alongside everyone against the androids. That's impressive. At such a young age, you're battling those formidable enemies like an adult," Mrs. Brief said with a smile, her eyes narrowing cheerfully. "I still have so much to learn from Dad, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone. I'm far from enough." Son Wukong managed a weak smile, wishing he could pull his hand away, but Mrs. Brief held on too tightly, and he felt it would be rude to resist. Continuing on their way, Mrs. Brief remarked, "Thanks to you all, we are protected, allowing me to go shopping. I found some particularly lovely clothes at a newly opened department store. If something were to happen, I might never get to wear them. Let's go out together sometime." Wukong, dumb. "I have matters to attend to. The crisis with the androids hasn't been resolved yet. And besides, I'm only 10. I'm just 9 years old." Son Wukong lamented about his time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, feeling quite helpless. Mrs. Brief continued to smile. 9 years old truly is quite young. I've never been on a date with a boy so young before. Finally, they arrived at the research facility, and Son Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. As Mrs. Brief departed, she smiled and waved, saying, "Wukong, I'll make you a cup of coffee." Watching her retreating figure, Son Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He clearly was not adept at dealing with Bulma's mother. Knock, knock, knock. Son Wukong politely knocked on the door, and soon the laboratory door swung open. Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, greeted him with a blush on her cheeks and gentle, sparkling eyes. "Wukong, what brings you here?" The dragon radar was already taken by Krillin and the others. Bulma's expression changed slightly as she cast her gaze elsewhere. Appearing somewhat guilty, "Aunt Bulma, I'm sorry for what happened before. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you, Dad. I said many inappropriate things." Son Wukong stood earnestly before Bulma, his head bowed slightly, feeling quite bashful. "No, Wukong, I too have made significant mistakes. You were absolutely right. I was indeed too headstrong. Knowing full well how dangerous the androids were, I still recklessly tried to meddle and caused you trouble. That I should be the one apologizing." Bulma smiled warmly at Son Wukong. He wished to express his humble regret, but Bulma interrupted. "Wukong, let bygones be bygones. The bra's word from the future must weigh heavily on you. If Android 21 appears, we will simply train harder to confront her." "And Bulma, actually, I came here for another reason. Please take a look at these schematics." Son Wukong handed the designs over to Bulma, who examined them closely and exclaimed, "These are the schematics for the androids. Does 16 appear here as well? Have you seen him?" "I haven't seen him, nor have I encountered Cell." "Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo wants to know if you can develop something to counter Cell." Bulma shook her head helplessly, saying, "Scientists are not omnipotent. Wukong, I'm sorry. According to the schematics, Cell possesses a bioweapon structure with multiple fusion genes, entirely different from 17 and 18, that if you wanted me to create something to either put 17 and 18 to sleep or detonate them, that would be feasible, but Cell is entirely beyond my capabilities. Indeed, that's quite bothersome. It seems we'll have to wait for him to reveal himself." Son Wukong sighed, disappointment evident on his face. Suddenly, Son Wukong sensed an incredibly powerful energy from the south. Chaotic and tumultuous. It was a blend of energies. Krillin's, Tin's, Yamcha's, his father Son Wukong's, Piccolo's, Vegeta's, Frisia's, and Cooler's. Truly a disarray he has emerged. Cell has finally shown himself, he thought, recognizing the unique energy signature, which could only belong to Cell. "What is wrong, Wukong?" Bulma inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. Cell has finally appeared. Aunt Bulma, I must leave immediately. Goodbye. With a finger pressed to his forehead, Sun Wukong sent Cell's energy and vanished from Bulma's sight. In an instant. Sun Wukong materialized in the city of South City. The once bustling streets now lay silent, scattered with abandoned clothing, evoking a sense of foreboding. Before him stood Cell in his perfect form, his tail tucked beneath his wings. His visage resembling that of a human, with human-like hands and legs that bore a mechanical quality. His green skin was speckled with dense, mottled black spots, and his head protruded as if adorned with horns. According to the data, you must be Sun Wukong, correct? Where's your father, Sun Wukong? Why hasn't he come? Cell smiled confidently, gazing at Sun Wukong, fully assured of his own strength. Chapter 72. The might of Cell. A gentle breeze swept through, and Sun Wukong's energy surged, transforming his hair, eyebrows, and tail to a golden hue. His aura was calm and contained. He had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Are you like those androids, aiming to kill my father? The gaze of Sun Wukong sharpened, yet his aura remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. He chuckled. Dr. Gero is my creator, and all the artificial beings fashioned under his hand share a singular objective: to eliminate Sun Wukong. This obsession seems to be Dr. Gero's sole fixation. Any other ambitions pale in comparison to this goal. With a hint of self-mockery, Shalu continued, Now, can you enlighten me as to Sun Wukong's whereabouts? I find it quite intriguing that I can no longer sense his energy. It seems you possess many secrets that Dr. Gero has yet to uncover. With your curiosity, descend into hell. In a flash, Sun Wukong unleashed a ki blast from his palm and swiftly advanced. Shalu, taken aback by Wukong's sudden aggression, deflected the blast with his bare hands and retaliated with a punch aimed at the advancing Sun Wukong. Buzzing, Wukong's figure appeared to vanish, dissipating before Shalu's eyes. That it was the afterimage technique. Shalu's expression remained unchanged, his memory banks containing similar records, revealing a confident and composed smile. Whoosh! In an instant, Sun Wukong reappeared behind Shalu, executing a fierce kick aimed squarely at him. However, the anticipated contact was absent. Shalu, under Wukong's astonished gaze, transformed into an illusion, employing the same afterimage technique to deceive him. As Wukong landed, he raised his head just as Shalu floated in the air, releasing a wave of energy directed toward him. Boom! With a powerful thrust of his fists, Wukong deflected the energy wave, obliterating a distant skyscraper in the process, before gracefully leaping back. Shalu launched a surprise attack from above, diving at high speed with a punch poised for impact. At the very moment, Wukong planted his palms on the ground, elevated his foot, and delivered a heavy kick to Shalu's face, sending him reeling. Wukong quickly regained his footing, propelling himself forward with incredible velocity. As Shalu landed, he hovered mid-air, and upon seeing Wukong rush towards him, he leapt upward, Wukong's figure passing beneath him. After halting, Wukong stomped the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him, and propelled himself toward Shalu, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows in mid-air. The speed was astonishing, punctuated by the sounds of shattering air and the force of their strikes, leaving Piccolo and Dandy, who were observing from the heavenly temple, utterly entranced. After assuming the position of the Supreme Kai, Dandy quickly learned to scrutinize the affairs of the lower realms, while Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, observed intently. Incredible! Wukong has become remarkably powerful. Is that creature Shalu? He seems far more formidable than Frieza. Dandy exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he could only catch glimpses of the afterimages that, in his memory, Frieza was the strongest adversary he had encountered. Wukong is fighting him. What does Shalu actually look like? Number 18 could not sense any energy and, like Piccolo, stood at the edge, unable to see anything. Piccolo crossed his arms, stating solemnly, Shalu is indeed powerful, but after his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Wukong's strength is not something Shalu can match. Meanwhile, Ten, Yamcha, and Krillin, who were in search of the Dragon Balls, paused in astonishment. Krillin remarked, This is unbelievable. I can feel both Wukong's and Shalu's energy, even from this distance. It feels so close. The level of power was beyond comprehension. Yamcha gazed at his hands, a rueful smile crossing his face. He felt utterly inadequate compared to Wu Fan's growth. And this time, he refrained from voicing any intentions of catching up to Goku. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous collision of fists and feet, Wu Fan struck Shalu's face, only for Shalu to retaliate with equal force. Bang. The final punch from both Wu Fan and Shalu landed heavily against each other's faces, causing their forms to plummet from the sky. Just before hitting the ground, they executed a mid-air spin, landing gracefully that, "Oh, not bad at all. Wu Fan, you can actually hold your own against my perfect form," Shalu said, excitement evident in his gaze. The Saiyan cells within him craved battle. Wu Fan remained calm, unaffected, his attire untouched. "You have been hiding, avoiding confrontation with us. Yet now you choose to reveal yourself, Shalu. With your confident demeanor, have you yet to unleash your full potential?" Shalu smirked, spreading his arms wide. "Though I may be young, my senses are quite acute. Indeed, when I was in North City, I sensed the energy of both you and Son Gohan, that I realized that even in my perfect form, should you two join forces, I would not stand a chance. Consider yourself fortunate, Wu Fan. You are the first to witness my ultimate power, the super android." Shalu clenched his fists, his energy erupting, and as Wu Fan gazed on in astonishment, arcs of electricity flickered around him, dramatically increasing his power. The super android he spoke of was the lightning Shalu from the memories of the traveler. "How did you come to master such power?" Wu Fan asked, genuinely astonished. Shalu reveled in Wu Fan's expression, chuckling, "Scared, are we? My current strength is merely a fraction of what I am capable of. Although I could easily eliminate you, I have no desire to do so." "What are your intentions?" Wu Fan's gaze turned icy, dismissing any notion of fear. Did he think his time in the hyperbolic time chamber was for naught? "I wish to inquire about one thing. Where is Son Gohan? What is he doing, and why has he not come?" Shalu's energy crackled ominously around him as he spoke, "And why father is training with Uncle Vegeta. Once he emerges, he will be even stronger. Shalu, if you have something to say, just say it," Wu Fan replied, raising his voice slightly in inquiry. Shalu replied, "Training? Huh? Just a last-minute effort. Very well, I shall grant you 10 days. I hope Son Gohan's emergence piques my interest. I intend to host a martial arts tournament, akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, your only opponent will be me, one-on-one. If I win, the next person continues, with no limit to the number of participants. As for the location and further details, I shall broadcast them over television. What do you say? The more participants, the greater your advantage." Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. "This does not align with your cautious nature, Shalu. I merely wish to kill Son Gohan before the eyes of the entire world, plunging them into fear and despair," Shalu replied, revealing the sinister traits inherited from the Demon King Piccolo within him. Chapter 73. A heartfelt stir. The energy radiating from Shalu astonished Piccolo, Krillin, and others. That Shalu is truly a monster. His power continues to escalate. His energy now surpasses Wu Fan's. Yamcha lamented. 10. Puzzle remarked, "It's strange. Wu Fan's power seems unchanged from before. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, it cannot be that he hasn't improved." Krillin quickly inquired. 10. Are you suggesting? Tien nodded earnestly. Indeed, Wu Fan must be concealing his true strength. Krillin, Yamcha, we must hasten to gather the Dragon Balls, lest we allow further delays. Understood. Krillin and Yamcha acknowledged, following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, toward their objective. In the Heavenly Temple, the energy of lightning Shala left Dandy and Piccolo in shock. "This is bad. Wu Fan is in danger," Dandy said, filled with concern. "Oh, not worry." Piccolo reassured him, while Shala's power exceeds our expectations, it still falls short of Wu Fan's current strength. Shalu is not Wu Fan's match. Let us observe quietly here. Dandy, is that truly possible? With such power, Shalu is still no match for Wu Fan. Just how strong has Wu Fan become? Dandy pondered, unable to fathom it. Piccolo frowned slightly. Although Wu Fan is stronger than Shalu, defeating him will not be easy if things go awry. Shala may escape once more to that moment. Wu Fan shared the same concern, fearing Shalu's potential retreat. Although he surpassed Lightning Shalu, he was not yet at the level of absolute dominance, especially given their proximity to the ocean. In the brief span of time, dozens of thoughts swirled through Wu Fan's mind. Yet his expression remained unyielding. The Wufan of old would have charged in as a Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. We shall meet in 10 days, but I hope you 1T regret this. I will never allow you to take my father's life. Sheru's footsteps echoed crisply as he turned around and inquired, "Is your fighting spirit strong?" With a farewell, he unfurled his black wings and soared into the sky. No longer concealing his aura, Son Wukong, reverting to his ordinary state, gazed at Sheru's departing silhouette, filled with a murderous intent. "Just wait, Sheru. Once my father and the others emerge, you shan't have any further opportunities. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, you shall meet your demise." Son Wukong instantaneously teleported back to the temple, where he relayed the recent events to Piccolo, Dandy, and Android 17 and 18, explaining why he had refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to battle Shrew. Piccolo smiled faintly and remarked, "You did well, Wukong. Sheru has only just shown himself. If he were to hide again, it would be dire. With 10 days to spare, Goku and Vegeta will have emerged long before then. And Sheru can only revel in these fleeting days." Suddenly, 3 familiar auras approached. Yamcha, and Shinhan, and Krillin had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls and returned. Son Wukong recounted the situation with Sheru to the trio. "What? Sheru would dare to do such a thing?" Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. Tien Shinhan addressed Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, is your power now greater than Sheru's? If so, once Goku and Vegeta return, you should enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. With your talent, you will undoubtedly emerge even stronger, and at that point, Sheru will have no chance of escaping your grasp." "Indeed, Wukong," Krillin added, his face lighting up with relief upon hearing that Son Wukong's strength exceeded Sheru's. Son Wukong scratched the back of his head, smiling. "I will re-enter, but I need some time first. The environment in the hyperbolic time chamber is harsh, making it difficult to achieve tranquility." His power as Super Saiyan 2 had reached a bottleneck. Even extensive training within the chamber would be futile under such circumstances. The environment greatly influences one's state of mind, and Son Wukong required a few days to allow both his body and spirit to relax before entering the chamber again. When he emerged once more, he aimed to master the full power of Super Saiyan 2, ensuring that under the absolute disparity of strength, Sheru would have no opportunity to escape his clutches. In a vast and expansive valley, Sheru hovered in midair, quite satisfied as he proclaimed, "Isn't this place delightful? Let us commence the construction of the arena for the martial arts tournament. It should be even larger than the World Martial Arts Tournament." With the cells of numerous individuals coursing through him, Sheru swiftly conjured a broad and grand arena under his control. Splendid. Though it still lacks some embellishments, we shall address that later. It is time to head to the television station. Sheru, pleased with his creation, soared towards the city. After bidding farewell to everyone, Son Wukong departed the temple, flying toward Baozi Mountain, intending to relax both his body and mind over the next few days. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to find Android 18 following closely behind him. Point 18. "Why are you trailing me?" he asked. "What do you think? My clothes got dirty back at the lab, and there is nothing for me to wear at the temple." Android 18 replied, arms crossed in dissatisfaction. Son Wukong recalled the blueprints for the androids that 18 had found at the lab. Without those, they would have been unable to ascertain the existence of Android 16. "I'm sorry, but at home, my mother's clothes." Son Wukong assessed Android 18, noting that her figure was not dissimilar to that of his mother, Chi-Chi. His gaze lingered on 18's prominent curves and her exquisite, aloof features, drawing his attention involuntarily. How peculiar! Son Wukong had never felt this way before. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he suddenly found Android 18 to be strikingly beautiful. Radiating a cold allure, it became clear to him why Krillin, Master Roshi, and others were drawn to young women. Android 18 seemed to sense of something new and exciting, her blue eyes glimmering with interest as she teased. At 10 years old, children are indeed curious about the opposite sex. "Wukong, do you think I'm pretty?" "What?" Son Wukong snapped back to reality. Nearly plummeting from the sky, he quickly turned away, his heart racing. His youthful face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was incredibly rude. Android 18 accelerated to his side, while Sun Wukong dared not meet her gaze, the blush creeping down his neck. Even tinting his ears that, "Oh, you're blushing, Wukong. Let me have a look." 18, please. I was wrong. Wukong, turn around so I can see. 18, please don't. Chapter 74. Share on television with Sun Wukong's heart fluttering, Android 18 found herself quite entertained, especially by how he kept his head lowered, too bashful to look at her, which she deemed utterly adorable. Additionally, Sun Wukong's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Chi-Chi, with delicate features that still conveyed a sense of fortitude. A blend of masculinity and femininity that rendered him quite attractive. Feeling as shy as a girl, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with guilt, pondering over his actions. What had he done? How could he have been so impolite? According to the memories of the time traveler, this Android 18 was akin to the one from Trunks' timeline, devoid of humanity. How could he find such a being appealing? In the memories of the time traveler, she had lost an arm and met a cruel demise. 18. Sun Wukong took a moment to steady himself, attempting to convey his sincerest apologies. However, as he turned to face her, their eyes met, and they could feel each other's breath, the fragrant scent enveloping him, causing his previously calm demeanor to blush crimson once more. Your face is indeed red. It seems you could bleed from embarrassment. What is it you wish to say, Wukong? Android 18 teased, playfully biting her gloved hand as she reached out tentatively towards Sun Wukong's cheek, just as her fingers were about to make contact. Sun Wukong instinctively pulled away, leaving Android 18 slightly disappointed as she donned her gloves again, silently contemplating. As expected, he still harbors some resistance that I suppose I shall have to take it slow. Sun Wukong bowed deeply, sincerely stating, I'm sorry, 18, that I can't quite explain it, but there seems to be an inexplicable allure about you. Android 18 crossed her arms, contemplating, really, it's not such a big deal. It's only natural for anyone to glance at a beautiful face, regardless of gender. The difference is that this is your first encounter with such a situation, especially with someone as wicked as me. Wukong, it seems I need to pay a visit to your home and have a proper chat with your mother, she said, turning with a mischievous smile. Before she could feign departure, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and swiftly grasped her wrist. No, 18, I beg you, please don't tell my mother. If she finds out, she will be incredibly furious. Mom's wrath is terrifying. Even Dad wouldn't dare provoke her. Sun Wukong implored, desperation evident on his face. Android 18 wore a triumphant smile, not turning back or freeing herself from his grasp, and said, Wukong, you surely wouldn't want your mother to discover that you're a little pervert. Now, would you? I am not a pervert. What do you want from me, 18? Sun Wukong loosened his grip and asked. With a beaming smile, Android 18 replied, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Let us put it on hold for now and discuss it after we deal with Sheru. Suddenly, Sun Wukong remembered something and quickly added, That's fine, but you must not engage in any immoral acts against my will, and please keep your distance from my father. Turning back, Android 18 rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she gazed at Sun Wukong. Her seemingly cold smile imbued with a captivating charm. Her large blue eyes sparkled with mischief. I would never go against your wishes, Wukong. You can rest assured as for your father, Goku, while I might be willing to be his lover. A person like him wouldn't reciprocate such a sentiment as for a husband. Nurturing you from a young age is ideal. Android 18 mused to herself, Wukong, I assure you, I shall never oppose your desires. When you mature, you will undoubtedly become my perfect match. Sun Wukong found himself utterly bewildered, helplessly murmuring, willingly becoming my father's lover. It appears that he acts entirely on impulse, devoid of any humanity. Uncle Clin, this is not my concern. That number 18 is utterly heartless. The one who married you is an entirely different person. Upon returning home, he discovered Chi-Chi and the Ox King comfortably seated in the living room. Engrossed in the television, as Sun Wukong opened the door, both Chi-Chi and the Ox King turned their gaze towards him. Wukong, you're back. You emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, right? I bet you become even stronger. Chi-Chi excitedly inquired, I'm back, Mom, Grandpa. The Ox King chuckled warmly. Welcome back, Wukong. You've grown taller. At that moment, number 18 entered, causing Chi-Chi and the Ox King's eyes to widen in astonishment. The Ox King pointed at number 18, incredulously exclaiming, "Wu Fan, who is this beautiful young lady? Could she possibly be your girlfriend?" Chi-Chi shared a similar sentiment. She held no objections to Sun Wu Fan having a girlfriend, given her own experiences. However, the stark contrast between Sun Wu Fan and number 18 was glaring. And the significant age difference was something she could never accept. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. Would her Wu Fan be deceived by this seemingly wicked woman? Before Sun Wu Fan could offer any explanations, number 18 stepped forward, standing beside him. "Mr. Ox King, please refrain from making such jokes. They're distressing for both Wu Fan and me. My name is number 18, and I am an android. Although we were enemies in the past, we have since become friends. We were at Dr. Jero's lab searching for something and ended up getting our clothes dirty, which is why I came here with Wu Fan to change. I sincerely apologize for the interruption." Miss Chi-Chi. Sun Wu Fan lifted his gaze, astonished as he regarded number 18. He had anticipated chaos, even envisioning a confrontation between her and his mother. Chi-Chi, it seemed this malevolent android was not as wicked as he had initially presumed. Perhaps he had been too one-sided in his judgment. I see that. My apologies. It seems my father misunderstood. Number 18, you truly are beautiful. I have plenty of clothes, though none as fashionable as yours. If you don't mind, perhaps you could temporarily wear something of mine. The weather is splendid, and your outfit will dry quickly. Thank you for your kindness. I apologize for the trouble. Not at all. Number 18, they began to head towards Chi-Chi's room when suddenly the television switched to a news channel broadcasting live worldwide. At that moment, Cell stood upon a stage, wearing a chilling smile, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Number 18's beautiful eyes narrowed as she asked, "Is that Cell?" Wu Fan. Sun Wu Fan nodded silently, transfixed by the television. Cell wore a slight smile as he addressed the world. "Good morning, everyone. I would like to take a moment of your time to bring you some exciting news that will make your lives more enjoyable and thrilling. I am Cell, the ultimate bioengineered android, and I am here as the evolved form of the monster that has taken many lives not long ago. Thanks to those who have provided me with life energy, I no longer require it. However, I will be hosting a game. Should you lose, I will annihilate all of humanity on this planet." Chapter 75, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's Awakening. At that moment, Master Roshi at Kame House, along with viewers worldwide, witnessed Cell's live broadcast, sparking widespread panic. Many who had experienced the terror of the Demon King Piccolo recalled those harrowing times. I will be organizing a martial arts tournament known as the Cell Games. Pay attention. The rules are a matter of life and death for all of you. It will take place in a plain located northwest of Central City, and the arena is already prepared. Unlike the World Martial Arts Tournament, if a contestant loses, they may be replaced by another to continue fighting me. The rules are highly favorable to you. Even I will grow weary after multiple battles. The remaining rules are essentially the same as those of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Surrender, or if any part of your body touches the outside, you lose. Furthermore, I will show no mercy. Thus, if killed during the battle, that will also count as a loss. Should all contestants fall before me, as I mentioned earlier, I will exterminate every human on this planet with a wave of his hand. Cell unleashed a powerful energy wave, shattering walls and buildings, leaving deep gouges in their wake, and causing a distant mountain to collapse in an explosion. I take great pleasure in witnessing your terror as I obliterate this planet. I eagerly await that day. Those who underestimate me, beware. I trust many of you remember the dread and despair brought upon you by the Demon King Piccolo. With that, Cell soared away, vanishing from the television station, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the cries of the fallen. Sun Wu Fan at home let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Cell, enjoy your fleeting triumph, for in 10 days, your demise will come." Chi-Chi, filled with concern, asked Wu Fan, "You're going to fight such a dangerous being. Are you all right?" "Do not worry, Mom. In truth, my current strength surpasses his. However, I fear he may escape, and I haven't revealed my full potential yet. This cunning fiend will be even more difficult to find if he manages to flee," Sun Wu Fan replied. "Then I want to pry further." "Wu Fan, please be careful," Chi-Chi implored, gazing at her son, who was merely around 10 years old, yet bore the weight of responsibilities far beyond his years. Chi-Chi led number 18 to her room to change clothes, while outside, the world was gripped by panic due to Cell's proclamation. Many who had lived through the reign of the Demon King Piccolo were reminded of their past fears. All efforts proved futile. After enduring an extended period of peace, many had nearly forgotten the dreadful monsters that once roamed the earth, with the memory of the Demon King Piccolo fading into urban legend. People rushed to remote areas, seeking refuge from Cell, igniting a wave of chaos. Yet, like the legendary king of beasts, many remembered the boy who had once vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, the savior who had descended upon them, Son Gohan. This name resurfaced in the public consciousness, thanks to those who remembered the past. Unbeknownst to them, Son Gohan and the others remained unaware of these developments. Number 18 had changed into Chi-Chi's suit, which she typically wore for visitors. Her original outfit was already being washed at "I apologize, Number 18, but this is all I have for now," Chi-Chi said sheepishly. Number 18 gently shook her head, glancing at her hands. "It is quite nice, thank you. Aside from feeling a bit tight around the chest and hips, it fits well." Chi-Chi sighed. "It seems your figure is slightly better than mine, but no worries, by tonight, your clothes will be dry." At that moment, Son Gohan had also changed into casual attire, having shed his martial arts uniform, and was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Number 18 approached with curiosity, smiling, studying, reading. "Gohan, I never expected you to be so studious. My lifelong ambition has been to become a great scholar. However, after the events concerning the Saiyans, I realized that danger is always lurking, and I cannot remain sheltered under my father's protection," Son Gohan replied without looking up. Number 18 was taken aback. She had expected Son Gohan to be like Son Wukong and Yamcha, solely focused on physical strength and training. "Reading 1T alleviate your stress, Gohan, and be careful. If you keep studying so diligently, you might end up needing glasses when you grow up." Son Gohan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The book slipped from his grasp as he realized her point. He had overlooked that possibility, stiffly raising his head to look at Number 18. "What's wrong?" Number 18 asked, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise at Son Gohan's reaction. Had she said something wrong? Son Gohan, his expression tense, queried, Number 18, if someone becomes nearsighted, isn't that a bad thing?" Within his heart resided a plethora of unspoken words, yet he found himself at a loss for expression. According to the memories of a traveler from another realm, it was indeed true that he would eventually don spectacles in the future, as his vision would falter. Number 18 pondered for a moment before articulating, "For some individuals, nearsightedness may arise due to various unavoidable factors. However, it is paramount to maintain one's health. One should refrain from fixating on a single object for prolonged periods without blinking." Son Gohan obediently closed his book, nodding in agreement like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, preserving one's health was of utmost importance. One should strive to avoid myopia, as he had no desire to wear glasses. Growing up, he wished to evade the vulnerabilities that nearsightedness might expose during battles against foes. "Thank you, Number 18. I will be cautious that very well. But why are you so agitated?" Number 18 found this puzzling, her expression a canvas of curiosity, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation that in the divine realm. The door to the time chamber swung open, and after nearly 2 days, Son Goku and Vegeta emerged. Son Goku appeared nonchalant, while Vegeta bore a hint of annoyance. Their garments were tattered, revealing their well-defined muscles. "Well, Goku, how'd it go? Have you surpassed the Super Saiyan level?" Piccolo inquired, directing his question at Son Goku. All is in order. Gohan has likely already reached this level, though he still lags slightly behind." Son Goku replied with a grin. "Teach, Kakarot, do not celebrate too soon. I shall not fall behind you by much. If a lowly warrior such as you can transcend Super Saiyan, there is no reason the Prince of Saiyans, cannot achieve the same." Unlike Son Goku and Son Gohan, Vegeta had not yet attained Super Saiyan 2. He was merely a step away, and now he was able to transform into Super Saiyan with a calm demeanor. Chapter 76. The Clash of Energies. Subsequently, Piccolo elucidated the current situation to Son Goku and Vegeta, detailing the events surrounding Cell and the extent of his power. Son Goku, incredulous, exclaimed, "What? Cell has grown this strong?" Even Gohan cannot guarantee his defeat. Tsh, that insufferable android, Vegeta muttered, slightly discontented. It seemed this time the battleground had shifted to favor Son Gohan and Son Goku. Piccolo responded, Cell is still gauging us based on his previous strength, which is why he appears so confident and dares to host a martial arts tournament. Gohan lacks absolute certainty in defeating him, hence he has not revealed his full capabilities to utterly annihilate Cell. Indeed, the threat he poses far exceeds that of androids 17 and 18. However, the martial arts tournament is quite an intriguing notion. Son Goku mused, recalling the multitude of lives Cell had devoured, with hands tucked into his pockets. Android 17, who had been lingering in the sanctuary, voiced his discontent upon hearing Son Goku's words. What do you mean, Son Goku? Are you suggesting I prove that my threat level surpasses that of Cell? Oh no, that's not what I meant. My apologies, Son Goku exclaimed, scratching the back of his head, his expression one of embarrassment. Humph. Android 17 turned away, ignoring Son Goku and expressing his displeasure. Son Goku surveyed the surroundings. Puzzled, where's number 18? Why, isn't she here with you? Ah, she has gone to your home with Gohan. Yamcha interjected, a hint of mischief in his tone. To my house. What for? Son Goku asked, bewildered, because number 18 got her clothes dirty earlier and needed a change. Yamcha replied, a broad grin spreading across his face. He vividly recalled the glances number 18 had cast, which even Son Gohan, the young boy, had noticed. His imagination conjured images of a chaotic love triangle involving Chi-Chi, Bulma, and number 18, which promised to be particularly exhilarating. Gossip is a natural inclination of humanity, and Yamcha, as an onlooker and former lover of Bulma, was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Number 18's standing was far higher and posed a greater threat. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that number 18 had relinquished her pursuit of Son Goku, embracing a life of freedom without regard for human sentiment, a characteristic of the android from the timeline of Trunks. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku and remarked, to completely eradicate him? Hee, Kakarot, this isn't like you to. It seems you lack confidence in your ability to defeat Cell entirely. Son Goku replied with a calm smile. I am uncertain. I need to see him with my own eyes first. Let us proceed to assess the situation. Piccolo, his gaze intense, interjected, Hey Goku, now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Cell. Do not reveal your strength. Were it not for Cell sensing something amiss, he would have concealed himself again. Son Goku touched his brow with 2 fingers, assuring, I will not transform into Super Saiyan 2. So rest assured. With a swift motion, Son Goku vanished, using instant transmission to appear a short distance behind Cell, clad in his orange martial arts GI. Without turning, Cell, brimming with confidence, remarked, Is that you, Son Goku? What do you think of this arena, where the fate of the world will be decided in 9 days? Satisfied? Upon his return, Cell had adorned the 4 corners of the arena with sharp, conical marble structures. Son Goku surveyed the arena and commented, For a decisive battle, this space feels rather cramped. Indeed, Cell replied, his gaze turning icy as he faced Son Goku. The desire to eliminate Son Goku had long been Dr. Gero's obsession, having only seen him in data. This was the first time he beheld the legendary warrior in person. The atmosphere trembled with anticipation. Even without engaging in combat, the mere clash of their energies caused a cataclysmic shift, dark clouds swirling ominously, intermittently illuminated by violent flashes of lightning. Son Goku, with a steely gaze fixed on Cell, declared, I will indeed participate in the tournament, so refrain from killing anyone before then. Understood? Cell regarded Son Goku silently, not unleashing his full power. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. It appears the tournament will be even more thrilling than I had anticipated. Very well, but should those foolish enough to provoke me appear? In a flash, Son Goku used instant transmission to return to the divine sanctuary, where the ominous clouds dissipated, restoring tranquility and light to the earth below. Back in the sanctuary, Son Goku wore a faint smile, stating, I just sense that he hasn't unleashed his full strength. Cell is still concealing his power in my current state. Even if I were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, it might not be enough to defeat him. No wonder Gohan feels he cannot fully overcome him. Piccolo spoke gravely. If even you express such doubts, it seems this is our only opportunity. If we do not eliminate Cell now, there may not be another chance. You should utilize the time chamber once more. There is still time. Let S decide the order. Gohan needs to relieve his pressure and reach a state of greater naturalness. He will enter the time chamber on the 7th day. Son Goku chuckled. I won't need to. For the remaining 9 days, I shall train in the outside world. I never expected Gohan would still want to enter the time chamber. For the remaining 9 days. I too shall train in the outside world, Vegeta expressed. Sensing his own limitations, the environment within the time chamber, though beneficial, placed a significant burden on the body. Merely staying there without an objective would not lead to surpassing Super Saiyan. Having reached a bottleneck, remaining in the time chamber for further training would only lead to unnecessary suffering. Such an endeavor could hardly be considered training. This was why Son Gohan planned to spend some time outside before re-entering the time chamber for training. With a swift motion, Vegeta soared into the sky, departing the sanctuary. Tien and Yamcha entered the time chamber for training, followed by Krillin as Son Goku prepared to bid farewell and leave using instant transmission. Number 17 called out to him. Wait, Son Goku, are you heading home? Yes, number 17. Is there something you need? Son Goku inquired. Number 17 explained, number 18 is currently at your house. Your instant transmission is quite convenient. Take me with you to I see. Very well, number 17, place your hand on my shoulder, Son Goku instructed, and together they returned to the Capsule Corporation. Upon opening the door, Son Goku found Chi-Chi engaged in lively conversation with number 18, sharing thoughts and experiences as if they were long-lost friends. Hey, number 18, why are you wearing Chi-Chi's clothes? Son Wukong, pointing at the suit worn by number 18, inquired with astonishment. Chapter 77. The Undersea Cavern of the Past. Chi-Chi gestured towards the clothesline outside the window and remarked, number 18's outfit is dirty and currently in the wash, so she is temporarily wearing my clothes. Son Wukong, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head as he followed her gaze. Number 17 entered the room, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, and said, I apologize for interrupting you. Number 18, somewhat surprised, asked, what brings you here, number 17? Number 17 shrugged, explaining, out of boredom, staying in the temple is rather dull, so I came over. The environment here is quite pleasant, with mountains, water, and wildlife. Chi-Chi smiled and said, number 17, I've heard number 18 mention you. Why not stay here together? Number 18 has already decided to reside here, and I plan to assist her in building a spacious house using a capsule for Bulma. At that moment, Son Gohan sat on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, having taken to heart number 18's previous warning about his eyesight and began to consciously protect his eyes for number 18 living as a neighbor in Bowsy Mountain. He was certainly opposed to it, but did his objections hold any weight? Now, number 18 and his mother, Chi-Chi, appeared as if they were long-lost sisters. His earlier protest had earned him a scolding. Humph, that wicked android claims to have given up on my father. But I see through her ulterior motives. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Number 18. Son Gohan silently vowed, slightly opening his eyes, filled with determination. Number 18 hesitated before saying, there's no need to trouble yourself. Chi-Chi, acquiring a capsule house is quite simple for me. You have money. You're not planning to rob a bank, are you? Son Gohan sat up, his gaze becoming piercing. Son Wukong also turned his attention to number 18. While Chi-Chi shot a furious glare at Son Gohan, but number 18 interjected first. In the past, transportation was not well developed, and maritime trade was of utmost importance. Who knows how much gold and jewels lie hidden beneath the sea? With my abilities, it's a trivial matter to retrieve them. Number 18 smiled at Son Gohan, assuring him that, under the watchful eyes of Son Wukong and himself, she and number 17 would not engage in any destructive activities. The mention of underwater treasures left Son Gohan deep in thought, as if recalling something significant. Number 17 remarked, it's not as simple as you think. Number 18. Nowadays, technology has advanced, and most of it has already been salvaged. No, wait, I remember now. I remember, Son Gohan exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Number 18, hands on her hips and head tilted in curiosity, asked, what have you remembered? Ignoring her, Son Gohan gazed at his father, Sun Wukong, his eyes sparkling, and said, "Dad, do you remember when you told me about your adventure with Aunt Bulma and Uncle Krillin in search of the Dragon Balls? You reached an undersea cavern filled with vast treasures." "Ah, did I tell you about that? It's true. We found quite a lot. I believe it was the 3-star Dragon Ball, but the cavern collapsed," Sun Wukong replied thoughtfully. Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Why didn't you tell me?" "Wukong?" Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I forgot, but there was indeed a substantial amount of treasure." "Exactly, Dad. With our current abilities, returning there to find the treasure would be a breeze. And Mom could have an easier time. Our family wouldn't have to worry about money anymore," Son Gohan said, spreading his arms wide with anticipation. Chi-Chi excitedly added, Yes, number 18's house will be settled. And we can build a new home instead of living in a capsule house." Suddenly, Son Gohan froze, a sense of regret washing over him. The capsule house could be taken anywhere, but building a foundation for a house meant they would truly be living here. Number 18's eyes sparkled as she declared, "Wonderful. To integrate into life, one cannot do without money. Number 17, you should join us." "Fine, I'm bored anyway," Number 17 conceded with a resigned shake of his head. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, looking at number 17 and number 18 with astonishment. "So you two are siblings? I thought you were a couple." Number 18 felt as though she had been dealt a heavy blow and retorted, "We look so alike. How could you possibly think we were a couple?" "Don't call me a scoundrel," Sun Wukong protested, startled to hear such word from number 18. Number 18 crossed her arms defensively and coldly replied, "To assume that a young maiden in her prime is in a romantic relationship with her own brother is quite the scoundrel's notion. How else could you have such an idea?" "Scoundrel," Sun Wukong hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I didn't know you were siblings. It's not like that. Number 18, I truly am not a scoundrel." Chi-Chi sighed and rubbed her forehead, saying, All right, number 18, don't be angry. My son Wukong has always been like this. I'll contact Bulma immediately and arrange to give her a portion of the treasure to help transport it. The treasure from the undersea cavern was left behind by pirates in the past, during a time when the Red Ribbon Army was also searching for the Dragon Balls. After a morning's effort, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, number 17, and number 18 successfully retrieved all the treasure from the depths of the sea. The gold and jewels filled over 80 boxes, a quantity one could only imagine. Bulma was left dumbfounded. Upon hearing the news from Chi-Chi, she had prepared numerous large boxes, nearly exhausting her supply. When Chi-Chi intended to share the treasure with Bulma, she declined, stating she had no need for money and preferred to see Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Son Gohan live better lives. To that end, she contacted buyers to facilitate the sale and no longer needing to worry about finances. On the 7th day, Son Gohan re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train, as the Cell Games were just 3 days away. During this time, the design for number 18's house was finalized. A 2-story apartment, and Chi-Chi also planned to rebuild their home into a similar 2-story apartment. Meanwhile, the king mobilized the defense forces to launch an armed assault against Cell, but hundreds of thousands of troops were swiftly annihilated by him, plunging the people of Earth into deeper panic and helplessness, reminiscent of the powerlessness felt against the evil King Piccolo. Simultaneously, the revived 24th World Martial Arts Tournament ended without any notable excitement. The blonde host felt a tinge of disappointment, but continued to enthusiastically narrate, Satan, the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Originally ending quietly, the tournament gained renewed attention due to Cell, as anticipation surged, stemming from the past champion, Son Wukong, who had once defeated King Piccolo and saved the world. Satan also re-entered the public as a result of the butterfly effect initiated by Son Gohan. What began as a faint ripple gradually intensified, leading to various transformations. Chapter 78. The Approaching Cell Games. Son Gohan re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber while outside. The complete annihilation of the defense forces plunged people into even greater chaos. At Bowsy Mountain, while chatting with Chi-Chi, number 18 scoffed, what is so-called strongest king's defense force? Their level of military power doesn't even compare to a tenth of the former Red Ribbon Army. No wonder that old coot, Dr. Gero, has always aimed to kill Son Wukong. Ha ha ha. Son Wukong remained silent, unable to share number 18's indifference towards the loss of so many lives in that army. Obliterated by Cell, the king on television, resembling a hound, with his white mustache and glasses, spoke to the world, "Citizens, I am the king as seen in a live broadcast. My forces launched a full-scale assault, but suffered a devastating strike from Cell. This is my responsibility, and I sincerely apologize to AT this moment. I am at my wit's end, but please do not panic that I believe the young savior who once defeated King Piccolo, Son Wukong, will rise again. Let us pray to the heavens together." The king bowed deeply on television, while number 17 cast a sidelong glance at Son Wukong and inquired, "Speaking of which, there exists a legend about the Dragon Balls. There were those who wished to become king with them. Could this dog be the one?" "Humph," Chi-Chi scoffed with discontent. "What king? The Red Ribbon Army has brought about this situation. They merely pat their own backs and declare themselves powerless, shifting the blame entirely onto my Wukong." The television channel had switched to a live broadcast, where a dark-haired host, donned in a suit and glasses, spoke into a microphone that I have good news for everyone. Our prodigious fighter, Mr. Satan, has decided to participate in the Cell Games. He has recently claimed victory in the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us warmly welcome our hero, Mr. Satan. The World Martial Arts Tournament has already concluded. However, if this Satan managed to secure the championship, he must possess considerable strength, Son Wukong remarked, gazing at the television with intrigue. Chi-Chi responded, "Wukong, have you forgotten what the host said? After Piccolo, many adept fighters have long since retired. It is quite audacious of him to invite our family of 3 to dinner without a hint of surprise." Suddenly, the sound of a flying vehicle echoed from the sky, prompting Chi-Chi to rise hastily, exclaiming, "Bulma has arrived. Number 18, Bulma is here with the buyer. The buyer is here." Number 18 could hardly contain her excitement. After a knock at the door, Chi-Chi swiftly opened it, revealing Bulma, accompanied by an elegant gentleman clad in a suit. "At last, we have the opportunity to meet, Mr. Son Wukong," the gentleman declared, his enthusiasm palpable before Bulma could even introduce him. Son Wukong, perplexed, asked, "You know me?" The gentleman nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Batiste, founder and president of the Batiste Group, which has long-standing trade relations with Miss Bulma's Capsule Corporation. The jewelry business is merely one of the ventures under my group." Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment. "The Batiste Group? Is that the world-renowned Batiste Group?" Bulma mentioned that it is one of the top 2 conglomerates globally, consistently ranking among the wealthiest alongside Capsule Corporation and Briefs. Batiste smiled. "Miss Chi-Chi, while wealth is significant, the essence of life is the most vital treasure. I have long wished to meet Mr. Wukong, but I have been deprived of the opportunity that I encountered your son, Gohan, near the World Martial Arts Tournament, but alas, we did not have the chance to converse before he flew away. Gohan met you." Chi-Chi was taken aback, having never heard Gohan mention IT that time. Gohan merely regarded you as an artist passing by. Batiste's fervor left both Son Wukong and Chi-Chi somewhat overwhelmed. Yet it was evident that Batiste sought to align himself with Son Wukong, having sponsored the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament for this very reason. As for the jewelry business, the outcome was self-evident. In fact, for security reasons, with the consent of Chi-Chi and Son Wukong, Batiste had even brought his wife, Melissa, to the Bowsy Mountain. To amass a fortune comparable to Capsule Corporation, one must possess keen acumen, especially given the current dire situation where Cell threatens humanity's very existence. In the Heavenly Temple, Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, his purple martial arts uniform tattered. After training for 3 months, he finally met his goals. Cell would not escape this time. Piccolo observed Gohan from outside, smiling. It seems Cell cannot evade his fate. "How did it go? Gohan, your mastery of Super Saiyan 2 should be even more refined now." Gohan stuck out his tongue, his youthful face wrinkling in complaint. "I never want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber again. It is simply unbearable. Uncle Piccolo, now that I'm out, it feels like I've stepped into paradise." Gohan, take a couple of days to rest. The Cell Games are about to commence, and I believe Cell's expression will be quite a spectacle," Piccolo said, extending his hand and magically providing Gohan with a new purple martial arts uniform. "Well then, dandy Uncle Piccolo, Mr. Bobo, farewell." Gohan yawned, clearly fatigued. Gohan, do come and play when you have the chance, Dandy waved his goodbye. Sensing his father's son Wukong's energy, Gohan instantly teleported back home. Upon his arrival, he found not only number 17 and number 18, but also a woman present. Wow. The woman was startled by Gohan's sudden appearance. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Gohan genuinely could not recall Melissa or Batiste. Upon recognizing Gohan, Melissa appeared hurt and said, "You've forgotten me, Gohan. We met in a park outside the World Martial Arts Tournament. I was the one who painted." Gohan suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "It's you, Annie. How did you end up in my house? And what about that painter uncle?" Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, along with number 18, both clad in aprons. "Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. This is your Aunt Melissa. You should be careful. She's expecting a little one now," Chi-Chi gently reminded. Expecting? Gohan curiously glanced at Melissa's belly. Melissa smiled lovingly, tenderly caressing her abdomen. "Indeed, it's been confirmed. It's a girl that we've even chosen a name. Pales, Chapter 79. The opening of the Cell Games Pales. What a lovely name!" Gohan exclaimed playfully. After a pleasant exchange, familiarity blossomed, yet upon learning of Melissa and Batiste's considerable wealth, Gohan was even more intrigued by the buyer of the jewelry. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone gathered at the heavenly temple to prepare for the impending confrontation. Son Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, number 17, number 18, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha swiftly flew towards Cell's location, ready for the final showdown. I could see that moment. Cell stood at the center of the arena, sensing the presence of Son Wukong and the others. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Completely unaware of the challenges he was about to face, from a distant hill, a reporter hid far away, broadcasting live, with a resolve to face certain death. We bring you exclusive coverage of the Cell Games. Currently, Cell remains motionless, and less than 20 minutes remain before the games commence. Our hero, Mr. Satan, has yet to appear. Suddenly, the sound of flying vehicle slicing through the air caught attention. Its descent creating a cacophony that prompted Cell to look up, drawing the interest of the host and the viewers alike. What is that? The emblem of the Batiste Group. The host recognized the aircraft emblazoned with Batiste Group's insignia. As it landed, dozens of burly bodyguards in suits emerged, with a blond man at the center, wearing sunglasses, flanked by 3 individuals carrying cameras. Cell regarded the blond host in silence, intrigued by the audacity of this insect who dared to approach him. While the others cowered in the shadows, trembling in fear, the blond host stepped forward, unafraid, and addressed Cell. "Mr. Cell, greetings that I am the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This filming is fully sponsored by the Batiste Group, and we have secured the King's approval to broadcast the Cell Games live before a global audience that, the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament." Cell mused, his interest piqued as he engaged with the blonde host. "You possess quite the courage. Who granted you this audacity? Was it Son Wukong?" Cell released a menacing aura, causing the blonde host and his imposing companions to panic, fear evident in their eyes, despite his trepidation. The blonde host pressed on, "Mr. Cell, with your power, if you truly wish to annihilate us all, you wouldn't need to grant us a chance. You are hosting the Cell Games to defeat Mr. Wukong and his allies." "Am I correct?" Cell remained silent, his cold gaze piercing. The blonde host continued, "Mr. Cell, you wish to personally vanquish Mr. Wukong before the eyes of the world, do you not? So, who do you believe will emerge victorious? You or Son Wukong?" Sheru exhibited a captivating demeanor, suggesting that the host of this world-renowned martial arts tournament was indeed quite intriguing. The golden-haired host proclaimed without hesitation, "Mr. Wukong and his companions are certain to triumph." The imposing men in suits behind him stood in stunned silence, while Sheru's expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. "After I vanquish Son Wukong and the others, I hope you remain just as you are," Sheru declared, his palm outstretched and slowly raised, instilling dread in the hearts of those present. With a swift motion, a key blast hurtled toward a distant valley, where a reporter and his crew, who had been covertly capturing footage, were obliterated into mere fragments, their camera reduced to debris and buried beneath the ensuing cloud of dust. The golden-haired host turned his head mechanically, and even the recently arrived Satan and his entourage were left utterly dumbfounded. One of Satan's disciples exclaimed in disbelief, Just now, Sheru unleashed that yellow energy and obliterated the mountain. Oh, here come a few more bothersome flies, relentless and tiresome, much like that wretched woman named Sinuo. How infuriating. Let us consider this a warm-up exercise, Sheru shouted angrily, casting a cold smirk towards Satan's vehicle. The broadcast channel had already connected to the golden-haired host, and the scene played out live for viewers worldwide. Disaster! Jump out of the car! Satan's eyes widened in terror. Sensing the impending doom, he hastily opened the door and leaped out, but the others lacked his agility, with his disciple and secretary meeting their demise along with the vehicle in the explosion. Mr. Satan, the golden-haired host exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. He felt a bit dazed. Could it be that the adulation had gone to his head, making him oblivious to Sheru's terrifying nature? Let us witness a bloody spectacle before your arrival. Sheru pointed ominously at Satan. His laughter twisted with rage, as Satan found himself uncontrollably levitating, a technique reminiscent of Frisia's abilities to what's happening. Stop. What do you intend to do? Satan cried, paralyzed by fear, his mind racing back to past traumas. Originally named Mark, he had trained in a martial arts dojo called Satan City, where he had become the world champion due to his remarkable strength and fortuitous circumstances. One fateful night, after a drunken escapade with his master, he had mockingly ridiculed the hairstyle of a man named Tao Bai Bai, resulting in his master's death and his own grievous injuries. From that moment, he vowed never to battle against opponents whose true identities were obscured and whose strength was unfathomable. Now, he had a singer wife named Miguel, as the world's top martial arts tournament resumed. He entered the fray for the sake of his wife and to compete against Biddy Lee, eventually claiming victory, momentarily clouding his past pains. Am I destined to follow in my master's footsteps? Am I to perish? I do not wish to die. Tears streamed down Satan's face, filled with despair as he gazed at Sheru. Sheru, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes at the thought of past events in North City, could no longer dismiss these insignificant insects, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Sinuo, I shall employ methods 100-fold more brutal to eliminate you. Suddenly, Son Gohan arrived with a flash, landing before Sheru and delivering a high kick. However, lacking the power of a Super Saiyan, his strike proved insufficient, causing Sheru to slide back several meters on the arena floor. With a swift movement, Satan fell from the air, and Son Gohan quickly caught him by the collar, gently lowering him to the ground. Moments later, Sun Wukong and the others descended, marking the commencement of Sheru's game. Saved? I've been saved. Thank you for rescuing me. I truly appreciate it, Satan sobbed, clinging to Son Gohan's leg. Son Gohan's cold gaze softened, though he felt a mix of annoyance and helplessness as he attempted to shake him off. All right, calm down now. Stop crying. Your snot is all over my martial arts uniform. Let go of me. Number 18 approached, her expression frosty, declaring, if you don't release him, I shall take your life. Satan, suddenly startled, released Son Gohan's leg and stood, trembling uncontrollably, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Exclaiming, I understand, please don't kill me. Son Gohan, disgusted, shook his leg free. Number 18, stop scaring him. Who's scaring him? I don't know why, but he rubbed me the wrong way. Gohan, keep your distance from him. Number 18 warned, her instincts on high alert. Once Son Gohan was free of the commotion, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the golden-haired host had begun conversing with Sun Wukong. You truly are bold and dedicated. Krillin remarked in astonishment. Of course, I'm a professional host, and I never forget my duties. Regardless of the circumstances, the golden-haired host replied with a grin, adjusting his sunglasses. Son Gohan, number 18, and the still trembling Satan approached. And upon seeing Sheru rubbing his eyes in fury on the arena stage, Son Gohan understood Sheru's motivations for attacking these ordinary people. Aunt Sinuo, you truly are invincible, Son Gohan expressed with admiration. Feeling a deep respect for her, a sentiment he and T felt for anyone else, not even for his mother, Chi-Chi, or number 18, or Bulma. Sheru crossed his arms, observing Son Gohan and the others below the arena. Arcs of electricity crackling around him as he smugly declared, Who among you will step up first to meet their demise? Son Gohan addressed his comrades. Dad, everyone, allow me to take this on first. Shiru's reign of terror must come to an end. I intended to go first, but given the significance of this opponent, I shall defer to you this time. Gohan, we'll keep an eye on our surroundings. You can fight with confidence. Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to contain Shiru's potential escape, knowing he was slightly weaker than the lightning-fast Shiru. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. While Piccolo and the others assumed their battle stances, Son Gohan approached the arena with deliberate steps, channeling his energy to become a Super Saiyan, facing off against the lightning Shiru, his strength surging once more. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he stirred no waves, remaining composed as arcs of electricity flickered around him, his golden hair lengthening further. Thank you for your patience, Shiru, Son Gohan, clad in a purple martial arts uniform and in his Super Saiyan 2 state. His golden tail gently swaying, his light green eyes sharpened with focus. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction as Gohan mastered the power of Super Saiyan 2. He has already reached such levels. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Aware that he had yet to fully grasp the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Son Wukong, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, lacked the tranquil demeanor that Son Gohan possessed. The steadier one was. The more stable their mastery over their strength became. Shiru sensed Son Gohan's formidable aura, realizing it was now on par with his own, yet he remained unfazed, exuding a combative spirit. Oh, you wish to take the stage first? Excellent. The greatest enjoyment must be reserved for the finale. Son Gohan, now you shall experience the ultimate power that surpasses my perfect form. With a flash, Shiru and Son Gohan vanished from the sight of the golden-haired host in the crowd, leaving many spectators momentarily startled. The golden-haired host, familiar with such phenomena, addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I am curious how Shiru and Son Gohan have seemingly disappeared. In truth, they haven't vanished. If you listen closely, you can still hear the sounds of their battle. Their speed is simply beyond the capability of our eyes to perceive. That it's impossible. What a joke. Where did this host come from? Right? What do you mean you can't see them? They must be hiding somewhere. Many viewers of the live broadcast, upon hearing the words of the blonde host, erupted in vehement curses. Despite witnessing so much, they were unwilling to accept the host's statements, and they dared not believe them. Oblivious to the sentiments of the audience, the blonde host continued to elaborate. During the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, a remarkable assembly of heroes converged, and it was none other than Son Wukong's son, Son Wufan, who engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Cell. That year, it was the Demon King Piccolo who was vanquished by Mr. Son Wukong, thereby saving us all and rescuing this world. Now, following his father's footsteps, Son Wufan is embroiled in a fierce battle against Cell once more, striving to avert a crisis and restore harmony to our world. The mention of the Demon King Piccolo quieted the furious, cursing crowd, who reluctantly accepted the reality. This world harbors immense power, and there exist beings capable of both resurrection and cataclysmic destruction. Now, in the face of occurrences that diverge from the memories of the travelers, Son Wufan remained unfazed. The strength of Lightning Cell surpassed that of Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 2, and in recent days he had continued to hone his own abilities. However, compared to Son Wufan, who could manipulate Super Saiyan 2 at will, his power was still lacking, for Son Wufan's current strength had already eclipsed Cell by a significant margin. With a resounding impact, each time Son Wufan manifested before the spectators, his attacks landed heavily upon Cell, while the latter failed to strike even once against Son Wufan. With a powerful swing of his clenched fists, Son Wufan sent Cell crashing from the air to the ground, shattering the arena instantaneously, with the point of Cell's descent serving as the epicenter for the ensuing devastation. The onlookers, particularly Satan, were left aghast, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The boy, comparable in age to his daughter, had managed to subdue that terrifying monster. With a fierce shout, Son Wufan unleashed a devastating energy wave towards the grounded Cell. In response, Cell spat forth a torrent of purple blood, his palms forming a claw-like shape. Kamehameha! The robust blue energy wave collided with Sun Wufan's energy blast, the clash illuminating the heavens and dimming the very light of the world. Both Cell and the viewers through the lens were left in stunned silence, while the blonde host stood transfixed. Momentarily forgetting his commentary, as the Kona relentlessly surged forward, it bore down upon Sun Wufan, suspended in the air. However, Sun Wufan, weaving deftly, executed a wide arc, and under Cell's astonished gaze, landed a heavy punch to Cell's abdomen. The Kamehameha dissipated, and Cell expelled a mixture of saliva and blood, which splattered on the edge of the arena. Magic Flash Bomb. Sun Wufan conjured a golden, robust energy sphere and hurled it towards Cell. Then paused momentarily before charging forth as Cell's gaze sharpened. The power of the Magic Flash Bomb was on par with the Magic Flashlight, far beyond that of an ordinary energy sphere. With great effort, Cell caught the Magic Flash Bomb, gritting his teeth as the strain caused his veins to bulge, before he forcefully flung it away. Simultaneously, as Sun Wufan descended, he delivered a heavy kick to Cell's head, mercilessly crushing it beneath his foot. Had Cell been any ordinary being, he would have surely been obliterated. In retaliation, Cell launched an energy wave towards Sun Wufan, evading the attack with a nimble leap. Sun Wufan landed gracefully on the ground. Vegeta, arms crossed, and observing the fierce confrontation between Sun Wufan and Cell, noted the stark contrast to their previous encounters. Chuckling softly, Wufan's combat prowess has significantly improved. Cell, now upright, revealed his nearly flattened head, causing the blonde host and the viewers to shudder in disbelief. It was truly astonishing that Cell, whose head had been crushed, remained alive. This scene was unsettling, and the blonde host continued his commentary. His voice trembling, in an instant, Cell's head restored itself, showcasing a grotesque grin, exuding a maniacal laughter. Sun Wufan, this stage that determines the fate of the world is indeed too small, if that is the case. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the arena beneath him, while Sun Wufan soared through the air to evade the onslaught. Dust billowed, and a blinding light forced the onlookers, including Krillin and others, to shield their eyes instinctively. Sun Wufan descended gently as the dust settled, surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, marking the commencement of the second round of battle with Cell. This world has become the arena of this game. Sun Wufan, Cell taunted. Clenching his fists without uttering a word, Sun Wufan's energy surged. Lightning Cell's strength had reached Super Saiyan 2, and the disparity in power was not insurmountable. Defeating him would not be an easy task, and more crucially, he must not allow Cell to escape. Solar Flare. Cell smirked coldly, placing his palms against his forehead. Sun Wufan, who had been intently watching, promptly shut his eyes, as did Sun Wukong and the others. Only the blonde host, donning sunglasses, remained unaffected. With a swift motion, after releasing the solar flare, Cell appeared behind Sun Wufan, conjuring an energy blast. Sun Wufan swiftly pivoted right, then backward, trapping Cell's arm with his right arm before delivering a forceful backward strike to Cell's face. Cell winced in pain, and Sun Wufan capitalized on the moment, landing an elbow strike to Cell's abdomen, followed by an uppercut that sent Cell hurtling away. Universal Shockwave. Sun Wufan gathered a dark green radiance, crackling with electricity, and charged towards Cell. Just as the Universal Shockwave was about to make contact, Cell fragmented into four, encircling Sun Wufan. That's Tien's technique, the blonde host exclaimed, recognizing the maneuver. This is the four bodies fist used by Tien during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament that I can't believe Cell has also mastered this technique. The camera shifted to Tien, whose face reflected his discontent. Upon hearing the blonde host commentary, Satan stiffened, recalling that this illusion had indeed occurred before. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The sponsor of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bats had not even spared him a glance, his expression one of disappointment. The blonde host had also mentioned that the level of participants in this tournament was exceedingly low. Satan's gaze shifted forward, where Sun Wufan was entangled in a fierce skirmish with the four cells, their forms barely discernible. That boy named Sun Wufan is nearly the same age as Biddy Lee. If you would pair up with her, wouldn't that be a soaring success? And considering how he just saved me with that bashful demeanor, he must be a gentle soul as well. Satan mused, reveling in the thought of having Son Gohan as a son-in-law, envisioning the glory that would accompany it. Hey, you wild-haired fool, what are you thinking about my Gohan? A chilling voice, laced with malice, interrupted his thoughts, sending a shiver down Satan's spine. Turning around, he found Android 18 glaring at him. Her fists clenched in indignation. No, absolutely not. I'm just feeling quite pleased to be alive. Nothing more. Satan hastily explained, though he was curious about the relationship between this striking blue-eyed blonde and Son Gohan. Is she his sister or mother? Perhaps it would be wise to avoid crossing her. I must find a way to set up Biddy with him, that if that happens, my status will undoubtedly soar. Android 18, hands on her hips, distanced herself from Satan, her expression one of disdain. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself increasingly irritated by Satan and felt an overwhelming urge to unleash an energy blast at him. Cell's four-body's fist appeared to be more expertly executed than Tien's, prompting Tien to exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, while the four-body's fist can create four individuals, the inherent power is equally divided." Yamcha remarked, "But it seems Cell's power and speed remain unchanged," Tien replied. "As much as it pains me to admit, Cell has mastered the four-body's fist far better than I have." With a swift motion, the multiple forms of Cell surrounded Son Gohan, each clone unleashing a distinct technique. Kamehameha, special beam cannon, instant transmission, ki blast. Son Gohan propelled himself skyward, the collision of four energy waves beneath him creating a colossal mushroom cloud. The violent shock wave, so fierce that, had it not been for Goku shielding the golden-haired host and his companions, they would have surely been swept away. Don't even think about fleeing. As Son Gohan ascended, four cells shimmered with arcs of energy, relentlessly pursuing him. Gohan glanced back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I was merely awaiting your arrival." Chapter 82. Kamehameha, flash wave with his left hand. Gohan formed four Kamehameha orbs at his fingertips, save for his thumb, and hurled them towards the advancing Cell. Bang, bang, bang. The Kamehameha orb struck Cell's body in succession, causing him to plummet to the ground, his forms collapsing back into a singular entity. Gohan then launched a magic flash towards Cell, who glared in fury, gathering energy in his palm to create a ki wave, using its recoil to propel himself away from the explosion's radius. Despite the intensity of the battle, Gohan's heart remained untroubled. In earlier times, facing a seemingly insurmountable Cell would have stirred anxiety within him. But now, he remained composed, even amidst a life-and-death struggle, his Saiyan blood not clouding his judgment. Swish, swish, Gohan darted closer to Cell with incredible speed. Cell, narrowing his gaze, crossed his arms defensively over his head just as Gohan's flying kick collided with his crossed arms. The immense force reverberated throughout Cell's body, causing him to tremble, his arms fracturing under the impact as he fell amidst the dust of the previous explosion. Had Cell not blocked with his arms, Gohan's kick would have undoubtedly shattered his skull. With a grimace, purple blood spewed from Cell's mouth, his mental state fracturing as thoughts of retreat began to surface. He now recognized that Gohan's power far surpassed his own, having inflicted no damage upon Gohan throughout their confrontation. Why do you possess such strength? I have attained a power that exceeds even my perfect form. I am the strongest. Cell's right palm glimmered with a golden-edged energy blade, which he hurled at the airborne Gohan. That's my ki blade, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide. Gohan soared through the air, while Cell's expression hardened, manipulating the ki blade to pursue Gohan. Yamcha, equally astonished, remarked, "Cell has combined my ki blast with his ki blade. What a formidable opponent." Piccolo gritted his teeth, shaking with intensity as he declared, "This Cell is an immense threat. We cannot afford to underestimate him." "I know," Goku replied, his green eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. Should Cell attempt to flee, he would immediately transform into a Super Saiyan 2 to intercept him. Cell smirked, pointing a finger skyward as he summoned Frieza's death beam to strike at Gohan, who was evading the pursuing Keyblade. Gohan tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging Cell's initial death beam, a spark of brilliance igniting in his emerald eyes as he maximized his energy output. With With a fierce roar, Gohan unleashed a golden aura that radiated outward, shattering both the Keyblade, trailing him, and Cell's approaching death beam. What? Cell was momentarily stunned by Gohan's explosive energy. Gohan concentrated, forming a pale green energy in his palm, shaping it into a sharp energy spear, a further development of Master Roshi's ultimate Kamehameha, transforming the energy into a solid projectile while retaining the original technique's effects. Receive this. Gohan hurled the dark green energy spear, crackling with arcs of electricity, with all his might towards Cell. Thud! The spear flew with blinding speed, leaving Cell no time to react as it pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Cell howled in agony, the dark green energy coursing through him, paralyzing him with a sensation akin to electric shock. Witnessing this through the broadcast, Master Roshi could hardly believe his eyes, while Oolong and Puer were left speechless. "That is my ultimate Kamehameha," Roshi exclaimed. "That's the very technique you used against Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Oolong added. Puer, leaning on the table, marveled at Gohan. "Incredible. He's only 9 years old, yet he's far stronger than Goku was at his age." And thus, the battle with Cell reached its conclusion. Master Roshi's eyes glimmered with insight behind his sunglasses. Now, Cell was firmly held by the ultimate Kamehameha, the energy spear's grip unyielding until its power was fully expended. Gohan landed before Cell, his emerald eyes cold and devoid of emotion, his aura swelling to its peak as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. "Wonderful, wonderful! Gohan, excellent work. Cell is immobilized and cannot move any longer." This is fantastic." Goku cheered, elated. The golden-haired host excitedly announced, "Everyone look, Cell has been pinned down by Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha. He is completely unable to move." WeVE1. Those watching the live broadcast, as well as Chi-Chi and the Ox King, who had been anxiously waiting at the KO's mountain, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gohan formed his hands into a flower petal shape before him, golden energy continuously accumulating and radiating outward, surrounded by a halo of blue light. That is... Goku gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Piccolo crossed his arms, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at Goku. "What do you think, Goku?" Surprised, besides that new ultimate Kamehameha, Gohan has also combined my magic flash with the Kamehameha to create a new technique. Boom! The clouds above parted as Gohan's energy erupted forth. He understood that within Cell still resided a core Cell. If not destroyed, Cell could not be defeated. Thus, throughout their fight, Gohan had sought the opportunity to bind Cell before unleashing his full power to eliminate him entirely. The disparity in power between Gohan and the lightning-fast Cell was not insurmountable. Even with all his energy, missing the target would merely be a waste of effort. Kamehameha, flash wave. Boom! The golden blue key wave enveloped the area, crashing into Cell's form. Amidst Cell's furious and unwilling roars, not a single cell remained, annihilated into vapor. But it was not yet over. The Kamehameha flash wave surged forward, tearing through the clouds and into the vastness of space, exiting the solar system and settling within an unknown galaxy. Buzz, the fusion of the Kamehameha and the demon flash culminated in a force far beyond mere addition. The sky, engulfed in a blinding white haze, presented a spectacle that captivated all those, including Sun Wukong and his companions, positioned in the hemisphere. The violent tremors reverberated throughout the earth, inciting a collective shudder among its inhabitants, including Piccolo, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. The magnitude of such power had remained elusive. However, the sheer intensity now sent ripples across the entire galaxy. Should this energy strike the Earth or any celestial body within the solar system, it could potentially obliterate the planet entirely. As the dust settled and the sky regained its original hues, Son Gohan stared vacantly at his own hands, gripped by the fear of Cell's resurrection. In a desperate bid, he had amplified his strength significantly, utterly astonished by the overwhelming potency resulting from the combination of the Demon Flash and the Kamehameha. To illustrate, had two individuals of equal prowess unleashed both techniques, the Kamehameha would shatter a mere stone, while the Demon Flash could decimate a mountain. Such recklessness. Gohan, thankfully, Your demon flash reached beyond the solar system. Otherwise, Piccolo would have been left trembling at the thought of your actions. He admonished. Gohan reverted to his ordinary state, his ebony hair and dark pupils softening as he lowered his gaze, humbly acknowledging his misstep, that I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, Dad, and everyone, that I truly did not anticipate such immense power. Given that Cell possesses Uncle Piccolo's cells, I feared he might revive. Son Wukong returned to his original form, scratching the back of his head as he chuckled. Gohan, it's quite all right, just be more cautious next time. You're still unaccustomed to this technique, but with practice, you'll learn to harness its full potential. I understand, Dad. Gohan replied, readily accepting his fault. His purple martial arts GI remained pristine, devoid of any dust, as he had maintained the upper hand throughout his battle with the lightning cell. As Gohan continued to mature, his combat experience grew exponentially. The memories of his time on Namek felt surreal, as if they had transpired just yesterday. Many aspects of his journey diverged from the memories of the traveler, significantly altering the narrative. For instance, in the traveler's recollections, his father, Son Wukong, perished due to Cell's self-destruction. Naturally, Gohan would not repeat such an error, having developed the energy exchange technique that dispatched the lightning cell directly to the depths of hell. Other alterations included the live broadcast, which, with the backing of Battis, replaced the original host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, rendering the battle with Cell completely exposed to the public. Essay result. Daz could no longer flaunt his deceit as he had in the traveler's memories. Wow wow! Exclaimed Krillin, Son Wukong, Yamcha, and Android 18 as they jubilantly tossed Gohan into the air in celebration of their victory. Piccolo and Android 17 stood nearby with smiles, while Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the scene. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was meticulously recorded by an insect-like surveillance device that on a nameless island far off the southern coast. A myriad of creatures thrived amidst the dense foliage that a S1 traversed the thicket. A towering mountain came into view, within which a research facility lay nestled at the mouth of a cavern, housing an individual with orange-hued features.